Yaga, you know how we do. Yeah, but listen to me. Listen. Yeah. Yo. So, walk on though. It's popping. Jeez. I was that bad like Mr. Lottie. You hear me? I was that bad like Mr. Lottie. Bye, Gavin. You hear me? Cause some of them are ball and them are Allah. Hey. Spread open, Miss Angela. uh-uh. Yeah, man. You say Rick Flair just go whoop when the bitch. Yeah, go. Right. Okay, okay. Uh, yeah, man. What you say? I might as well get into my answers first of all, yeah? Jeez! Lord have his mercy. Lord have mercy, mercy, mercy. You get me? Trust me, why pray outside my life? God's true Zama in the building. Trust me. Why free world boss? Why free boss God? We can't defend ourselves anywhere we do. Everybody knows that now it's there. Hey, can't beat me like you parents. That's the thought of the piece of parents. All right, man. So, are most white people racist? Hmm, that's a hard ass question, man. Most. Most, man. Let me see, man. Let me see. I'll say potentially. How about that? Yeah, potentially. Can a white person be a seller? Yeah, that's the question I really want to get the answer to. How does a white person become a seller? Can they sell out to only work for the black and brown community and others? How do you become a white seller? I want to know that. What? Get me? What makes yeah, man? Yeah, yeah, because this is bad. So yeah, you man, make sure you slap up the like button, yeah. Make sure you beat the haters and all them things there. You know what I mean, yeah. So potentially, what do I mean by potentially? Like, no, man. I don't know, man. Excitement. What's excitement? Yeah, I don't know, man. We need some of the white gang in there today, though. You hear me? Gee, yeah, I would. You know the white guy's gonna be vexed today, boy. They're gonna be mad today. You small mad or big mad? This like you ready. You're a hater. Yeah, man. Haters gonna hate me. Trust me. Yeah, man. No, jealousy is a female trait. Yeah, so come up, man. Step up in the building, man, and let us know, innit? You get me? You get me? Oh man, you. The title could lead to incitement of hate. Oh man, it's a fair question, man. It's a fair question, man. You get me? Obviously, the white dogs are gonna say, "Hell no." I mean most. What do you mean most? There's some racist people, but not most. Alright, we don't have to see. Oh, boy. Dude, one man said I'm living in a bubble. Gee! Trust me. Come on. Man like Mr. Lottie, yeah, man. Make sure. Make sure, man. Yeah, every hate, we need to have two likers. You get me? So we're bringing the pepper, you get me? Yeah, man, we're up pepper sauce around there. You get me, bud? You get me? Alright, boom. Yeah, links in the chat, yeah? Jump in, man. Man like Mo the Crizzo. Walk on.
What's up, man?
Poppin', man.
I can't sleep, bro.
I can't get no sleep.
Yeah, man.
Yo.
Let me ask you.
In England.
Hold on. You think all white people are racist?
Nah, I don't think all white people are racist, man. But I'm asking the question.
No, I know you don't. I just want to know. Like,
And I don't know. Listen. My question, yeah, for our most white people racist, yeah, it's fairer than the Asian ones. Are all Asian sellouts? You get me? Yeah. So I don't want to hear no white dons bitching today, yeah, because the Asian gang didn't even complain about that one. They just done their thing. You get me? They just done their thing. You get me? Yeah, man. Walk on Vortex Line. Yeah, man. So Mo the Pro. Do you think that most white people are racist?
I don't know, bro. Nah. You know, I used to have a friend, bro. His grandma, she used to hate me. She would call me like the devil, and he'll tell me.
You gotta talk loud about it on the motorway.
Well, I had a buddy of mine. His grandma used to hate me.
Your grandma used to do what?
She was old, you know. She's like, she would think that
I'll
I'm
tell
the
you what,
devil.
actually, yeah. Hold on a sec, yeah. I'm gonna let everyone see the gif in the background, yeah. Oops. Yo, what are you saying?
Oh,
Did you see? Did you see it? My man's doing the flossing out here. You get me? Flossing on him. I'll make it rain.
Next one, it should be. Never mind.
God,
Uh,
don't be scared.
I'm not
Save your
scared.
chest, B. Don't be scared, B. Save your chest, then, man.
Now listen, I was gonna say we could put Dave Chappelle in the back.
Yeah, I had this shit already, man.
We should do the one when he's dancing. It's funny when he dances.
Bad thing. Yo.
Belly, you think most white people are racist?
Do I think most white people are racist?
Yeah.
Why'd you say that?
I've had my experiences.
No, why'd you say, do I think most white people are racist?
Well, because I've experienced it before. Feel me?
Do you think most white people are racist? But you wanted me to co-sign it before you said you agreed with it, yeah?
No, hold on. Usually the older people. The older. You know
Older people.
Yeah. I told you.
I'm like, we man in the building, you know. I'm true. Yo!
Yeah,
What's going on?
yeah, you took me with the
Come on,
battle,
man. We need to, we needed to pull the white gang out of the KKK sheets today, you know what I mean, man?
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
So what
That's
you
how
saying,
it
man?
told me. I was like, yeah, bro, that sounds like something I could be involved in still.
All right, man. So the first question: are most white people racist, Weaver? I asked this yesterday, yeah. So you man got a preview. If anyone was listening to the show yesterday, yeah, in the morning, you got a preview on the question of the day from yesterday, yeah. So you should really be prepared. You get it? You get it? But yeah, what do you think then? Are most white people racist, Weaver?
I would say no.
No.
Yeah. And I know a lot of people are thinking, what? But
no one white.
no, I wouldn't say there is no racist. I wouldn't say that. There's plenty of racists. But like, if because you have a certain narrative that's going along at the moment, I would say that it's pretty even with the way that the situation is at the moment.
You think it?
So you know, like the race debate that's going on at the moment, you've got two sides.
Yeah.
Neither one of them, you could say both of them are racist.
Right.
You could, because they have an agenda against another group of people because of the color of their skin. So both of them could be considered racist in a certain way. But then you got to think of like the levels of racism that they're willing to go by, if you know what I mean. For me, people that sort of like think, oh, like they follow the stereotypical narrative, then they're just sort of like, they're not open-minded, if you know what I mean. They're just following the narrative of today. I don't think that they're particularly racist. It's just, do you know what I mean? It's the narrative that's going around at the moment. You're either on one side or you're on another side. If you're a white person and you're sticking up for black people, then you're a sellout. And same way, if you're a black person sticking up for white people, you're a sellout.
Wait, so hold on. What is racist? What is being racist? You know what's funny?
That's another thing.
Bill, you know what's funny, Bill?
I thought the definition was thinking that you're racist superior to another race. I thought that was the basic definition of racism.
I think, see, discrimination against someone because of the color of their skin, that has always been what racism is for me.
Say that last bit again, bro.
Discrimination against someone because of the color of their skin.
Discrimination because of the color of their skin, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, man. Yeah. So let's get to the second part of the question then. Can a white person be a sellout, or what does a white person have to do to be a white sellout?
Hell yes.
Yeah, so go on then, give us like the stipulations of a white sellout.
A stipulation of the white sellout is someone for me that would like they would dismiss everything and only listen to a certain narrative of the African descendants, if you like. I mean, from black people, should I say?
Oh, so like, would you say like a white person is a sellout if they're like a white person that tries to pretend they're like black?
Not exactly, no. Because a lot of people think that I act like I'm black or I sound like I'm black and all of that, blah, blah, blah. So that's not necessarily that. It's more of what they say rather than how they sound.
Yeah, man.
Yo,
Yeah, man. It's going to be a peppery show today, boy.
Is Jupiter racist?
Fuck yeah.
Why?
Why? Have you not heard her?
Yeah,
Like Jupiter's the type of person that turns around and says, "My husband's right, you all black bastards." So from when she says my husband's right, and then continue to say you're all black bastards, that's her saying that you're all black bastards. She's agreeing with someone else saying that you're black bastards. So that's her saying that you're black bastards, in my opinion. She can say, "Oh yeah, but I said that. I said, oh, my husband called you it, and I just agreed with it." From when you're agreeing with it, you're also saying it.
Who's she racist against?
Does that make her racist then?
Well, discriminating against someone because of the color of their skin.
Okay.
Discriminate? Does she discriminate against black people?
Yeah, that. What we man saying? Yeah, there was a time when I think Jupiter jumped on one time. Yeah, and you know what? Yeah, the same thing. Yeah, this is really annoying. Yeah, because every day, yeah, there's a Jupiter story that we need to clarify. Yeah, I don't know, bruv. I don't know why this fucking woman is so famous on YouTube. Yeah, but I swear down, I don't know why, but there is a Jupiter story that we need to clarify every day. Every day. Alright, yeah, so one time she must have said, "Yeah, my husband's right, you're all black bastards," or something, yeah, on a panel or something like that, yeah.
I think I remember
and we
that.
saying, obviously that was racist, isn't it? Yeah. So, but you disagree with that, Reggie? It sounded like you disagreed with it.
No, I think I wasn't there when it was said, but I remember people mentioning that before, and it's like, I don't think that doesn't. Okay, it's charged, but I wouldn't say that it's like racist. You get what I'm saying?
Would you say Hector's a sellout?
No.
Even though he went online and said that his own children are black bastards.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
No, that's just
That's
like,
not
what
sellout.
do you mean? It's different from. It depends what your intention is like, and I don't think the intention
was to win an argument. That's purely it.
Yeah, his intention was just to win the argument, but he's not like he really feels that way. So then,
okay, so then I have to ask. All right. Salute to the panel, Mo, Big Reggie, we man, the whole nine. All right. So when we say racist, right, I do subscribe to the notion that racism is prejudice plus power. So then, so if I break it down to that, is Jupiter really racist? I would say no. She doesn't have any power to affect anything. Only thing she can do is name call. And I feel like when people say, like, that's why I think black people really can't be racist, because the only thing we can do is name call or kill you. And we don't really kill people because of race. So,
I think, Born Rich, what it is that some people are insecure in themselves. So basically, they feel that they have no power, but they do have power. Like, we could start something from here, like, without even knowing. You get what I'm saying?
But are you saying right now at this current moment that Jupiter has power?
No.
To harm any black person, not harm, but I guess to put any black person in a disadvantaged situation. Does Jupiter have the power to do that?
Do you believe that saying that has been going around quite often with this Black Lives Movement, where they say silence is what do they say? Silence is part adding to the problem or something like that. It's a common thing that people say.
Do I believe in that? But I'm not gonna lie, Reggie. I'm biased, so I expect white people or non-black people to be silent. If you're living and you're having an advantage because of your current situation, I expect you to be silent about other people's situation, right? That's like Reggie.
Yeah.
You could ask me. You could say, "Hey, black people are struggling in America," and then I'll say, "You damn right, Reggie." But then you'll say, "Hey, black people are struggling in Australia," and I'll say, "Yeah, Reggie, I understand, but let's focus on America." Like, do you understand what I'm saying?
So,
Like, if it's
but do you feel the main point of that statement? I haven't got the exact statement that people been coming out with, but when they say that if you're silent, you're basically adding to the problem, or you're condoning the problem.
silence is violence, or something like that, right?
Yeah, something
It's
on
something like that, right?
people that are silent on racism are basically allowing it to continue, or giving it basically fuel to continue.
Yeah, and you know what I say, Reggie? I say that that's expected from me. Me
Yeah,
personally.
fair enough. It's expected, but do you agree?
Go ahead.
But do you agree with it that people that are silent?
I ain't gonna lie, Reggie. Let me be 100, bro. Even if those people that are silent speak out, if they're not in a position of power, then you're just talking. You're just speaking to a brick wall, because the system of racism is going to run like the system of racism was built to run. And it's going to run no matter if Mo the Crow says it or if Karen, the white woman, says it. If you're not in a position of power, then you're a part of the system. Period.
Yeah, it looks like you don't sound like you agree in you believe in the power of speech. That one man's speech can, like cause a domino effect.
I mean, I guess, Reggie. I guess I haven't seen it. I'm gonna be 100 unless you're in a position of power. Now, I have seen, right, growing up and living in this system of America. I've seen people with power say things and make things happen.
But it starts somewhere.
Like Trump.
Yeah,
Exactly. It starts somewhere. You have to sow a seed. You get me? Like if one person says something, eventually, like it starts somewhere. You get what I'm saying? And it can continue through multiple people. Coming out with such rhetorics. You get what I'm saying? Before you know it, a lot of people are feeling the same way.
Yeah, okay. All right. Now, Reggie, now let's go. Now, you have a lot of people feeling the same way. Now, how do those people that feel the same way get laws and legislation passed? Can you give me examples of that? Give me examples of people who we spoke up, we came together as a collective, and then we collectively got laws changed.
Well, laws change is one thing, but at the same time, before laws are changed, you need a collective group of people that agree. For example, immigration is a problem, or a group of people that believe,
Pan-Africanism is the way. Yeah, I understand, Reggie. You need a group of people that's standing on one principle, one moral, and then you agree, and then you have to get shit changed, right? You have to once you organize that group of people, then that group of people have to start to move towards their agenda. So I definitely agree with that. I'm definitely with the fucking black people uniting and supporting black businesses. Or go ahead.
I told Jupiter that her and Hector have a bad relationship and it's not healthy.
But when people say, like the thing here I was trying to bring out is that even if someone says they don't have power, like they can spark something. That's the thing. Like they might not have the power that the government have or whatever you call it, but they have the power to well, I know you probably don't believe in elections or whatever you call it, or the legitimacy of elections.
Yeah, I don't fuck with them. But go ahead, Rick.
But they have the power to influence movements. So if enough people believe or think the way Jupiter does, just because they're not in power doesn't mean they can't elect or move the government from a left wing to a right wing narrative. You get what I'm saying? If enough people
so you're speaking like Marcus Garvey. Like Marcus Garvey lit a spark in black people and kind of directed them to come together and unite and having a black agenda and fight towards one common goal. Right, Reggie? You would Marcus Garvey be in
Yeah,
that
from
category?
what I hear of Marcus Garvey, I don't know much about him, but I believe that it didn't reach as many people as like some people here like to think. You get what I'm saying? Because there are still like in terms of like Africa, I don't think that where the majority of black people are. I don't think he has much of
What was
he
he
had
lacking?
much of a sway.
Right. So if I say racism is prejudice plus power, what was he lacking? The prejudice or the power or both?
He was lacking. I don't know whether he was like. I don't term him as a racist. I don't accuse him of being a racist. So I don't know what you mean. Like he's not. He's not what I deem as a racist. He's just someone that I deem as someone that was trying to move black people forward.
I get
So yeah, but I don't know. Like prejudice plus power. I just think it's a simplistic definition. I think it's used by some people just to make it seem as if white people are the only people that can influence or that have power, which is not true. If you go to any other countries, it's a different. Well, not any other country, but a non-white country. You have black people in power in Africa. A lot of African countries have black people in power. If you go to India, you'll see a lot of Asian people. China, the same. So every society has people of their skin complexion in power. Maybe beyond that, they have some white people as well in power as well. But you look at Preeti Patel for example in the UK. She's like our what is it? I don't know what. It's her home secretary or something like that. She has power. She has money.
Who is that? Who is that?
There's a lady called Preeti Patel. She's our home secretary. She is in charge of like immigration. Yeah. Oh, so who comes in and comes out? Like she has power, and she's decided to make a point system to dictate the kind of standards of people that come in, and she's made them really high so that a lot of people. Some of it will be unattainable for some people from certain backgrounds and certain countries because they're coming from disadvantaged societies. So.
I think they put her in power. They can use that narrative. And really, she doesn't have power. She still has to do what they say.
Well, you're saying she don't have power? Preeti Patel.
Yeah. I'm saying, what you saying that
you got an echo, Reggie. You got an echo.
Me.
Yeah, that's you.
Yeah. Someone's echoing, man. Yeah. All right. Cool.
Yeah. You saying that they couldn't put her in power so that it creates the illusion that she's making the decisions when she's not actually making the decisions. So someone else could have come up with this point system, made her put it out there.
Yeah, but the thing is, you'd have to like prove that someone did, because we could always just say that someone could have, like, really. But at the moment, she is a person in power, and she's standing there saying that this is her decision, or you know what I mean, this is her group's decision.
Yeah, stuff like that.
You know what I mean?
But she's not been put into the way that she did.
And I can go even further. Obviously, I don't like you could debate whether she's really the one coming up with the policies, whether it's her choice or not. But she's come there and clearly like made no indication that it's someone else's choice. She's made the decision and she's decided that she wants to make it harder for certain groups of people to come in. But apart from that,
you put into that position because of her narrative.
Because of her narrative.
Yeah.
You're Reggie, you got something echoing in the background.
Okay, maybe I might switch to something else if it continues, but it shouldn't be like that.
Yeah, but it is though, Reggie. You might have to jump out and come back in, brother. It's horrible.
See, I wanted to ask the panel, when does racism become? What is the difference between supremacy and racism? Like, are they the same thing or are they separate things? Is there a time when racism becomes supremacy, or is it they are both encompassing each other at all times?
I think that they all encompass each other at all times. If I'm honest, I think that we I don't know if the Western world does this or who does this. I don't know who does this, but we get caught with these titles, labels, and we're associated with all of these words. So now I say racism, I say discrimination, I say fucking Jim Crow, I say slavery, all of that shit. To me, under the umbrella of white supremacy. Now you can give me all of these different names, but I'm going to call it white supremacy.
Can y'all
But
hear
some
me
people
now?
will call it yeah, we hear you,
I can
Reggie.
hear you, witness.
But I would
Loud
some
and
people
clear.
will call it racism, some people will call it redlining, some people call it Jim Crow, some people call it discrimination. All of that shit is up under the umbrella of white supremacy. That's what I see in my experience, man.
So when did they become
What do
supremacy
you
then?
mean?
You said when?
Yeah.
All right, so if I
If
could
it's
speak
all
for America,
encompassing, if it's all encompassing, then you're saying basically when white people wasn't at the top, they couldn't have been racist at that point.
you're saying what? Say it
Surely they
again,
would
man.
have had to have been racist or whatever to be able to get to themselves, to put themselves into a position of power.
Well, I'm in
Then that becomes supremacy, no?
I'm in America, man. So, I want to say I think George Washington, America's first president, said that we are going to live under a system of white supremacy. I think America's third president, Thomas Jefferson, said we're going to live under a system. We're going to live under a system of white supremacy. So, at
Okay,
me,
but
my
what
personal
African
stance.
leaders said that we're going to live under a system of white supremacy?
Hold on, say it again. We may not hear it. Kay,
Africa.
mute your mic, Kay. Mute your mic, Kay. Go ahead, we man.
So, which black powerful leaders have said that they're like have agreed to that?
Which black powerful leaders
Yeah,
agreed to the system of white supremacy?
yeah.
Wow, that's a good question. None of them that I really follow, right? So if we would go back to Frederick Douglass, Booker T. Washington, or Marcus Garvey, like none of those conceded to the system of white supremacy. We all those brothers are always wanted a system of justice.
Oh, he's gone.
No,
I wish Belly was there.
man.
I wanted to play a
No,
video for
actually,
Belly to answer the question about can a white person be a sellout. I had a video I was going to play, and I wanted to get you guys' opinion on it. I was going to get Belly to help me share my screen, and then I'd play it and get you guys to tell me whether you think that white guy was being a sellout in regards to Belly's question: can a white person be a sellout? But Belly's gone, unfortunately. That was the
that'd
main
be
reason
good.
I hopped
That'd
on.
be good.
Are you there,
But,
Belly? Because I'd like to share
can a
how
tiger be a seagull? Can a tiger be a seagull? You know what
I
I'm
was
saying?
gonna ask you on this point, that people like Born Rich, I think there's a movement of people that probably believe that, but on the panel probably just a handful. But when you say that you need prejudice and you need power to be racist, on that one, I don't know. I think it's a bit it seems like it's pretty motivated. It's not really
Yeah, it
because
seems to me that prejudice plus power would create supremacy rather than just racism. I think it would you become
I think you got to
supremacist.
go back to the source, though. You got to go back to the source. That's where you got to go. It's never been color or race. It's always been about power and control. Because what have we got to control? If we didn't invent money, if we didn't invent title, if we didn't take the blueprint, none of this would have happened in the first place. It's because the things that are in circulation control whoever has it. It's as simple as that.
It depends on it depends on what supremacy you're talking about.
Oh well, like
if you said white supremacy, then it's a different ball game. If you just said supremacy on its own, then you will have to say someone
it's all the same. It's all the same, man.
But it's not really.
Everyone just wants to be on top. That's it.
Yeah, but Kay, it's not really because we know the history of white supremacy. When you
that's what I'm trying to say to you, Bull Rich. If it's white supremacy, it's different from just saying supremacy.
Thank you. When you have the founding fathers of this so-called country that I live in, claiming that they support and they are strictly in tune with white supremacy, then you know that we can look back 100 years later and say, damn, They built this country on white supremacy, which is
Wait, hang on, Born. Is that your father?
But
that's not your father, though, eh?
it again, Kay? I didn't catch that.
Is the founding fathers your father?
No, it's not. But it's the system.
Well, there you go.
It's the system, though. Okay, it's the system that I grew up under, and that my kids have to grow up under. The government, the system, the country. This is the system that my kids that I had to grow up under, and my kids have to grow up under. So
You don't have to. Rich.
I mean, of course, Rich. What you gonna say? Go back to Africa? Is that what you're telling me, Rich?
Yeah, well,
Why
Africa,
is
you
this
want.
such a funny? Why is this such a funny?
Damn it, Reggie. Am I welcome in Nigeria, Reggie?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you look at the foundation of
Why
America.
wouldn't you be? Why wouldn't you be?
Reggie, Reggie, you're on your own personal supremacy anyway, Reggie.
Oh my God, here he comes. What do you
Why
know?
wouldn't you be able to live in Africa and be welcome?
I'm just saying, in Africa, you don't experience racism like that. You get me? You'll be one of the people that
you get racism from your own people. Yeah, they'll kick you out just for they'll kick you out of a hotel just for the white man.
What? You need prejudice plus power.
That one, Reggie. Yeah?
You need prejudice. I thought you.
Yeah, go on, tell me they don't do it. They'll kick a black man out for the white man.
Is it for the white man or is it for the
money? Because they will put the white man on a high pedestal.
Yeah, but is it because he's white or is it because of money?
No, because he's white.
Money.
It's money.
Hang on.
That's what I try to say. That's what I try to say.
Right.
When you're
they
in
respect
a position,
they respect them on a high pedestal.
So they'll kick WizKid out for Jupiter. Is that what you're saying?
If they don't know WizKid,
no, but if money talks, bro. Money talks. If you got the more money, money talks.
No.
You're getting kicked out.
I don't believe that.
Regardless,
I don't believe that.
In an institution, when your mindset is like they look at England, they think England is paved of gold. So, but at the end of the day, they put them on a high pedestal. They don't know where they're coming from.
Why do they believe that the streets are paved with gold? Is it because because of their presence, they go and spend a lot of money and to them it appears like it's not as a bigger deal?
No, because of their presence.
Money again.
No, it is because they feel that they're high pedestal. They put them on a high pedestal. If you put them in education, if I put them in a courthouse and I put a black judge and a white judge in Africa, who would they respect more?
It's going to be the white judge.
Because
how?
I believe
they got high respect. That's how they say it.
But you can't. I mean, really,
it's got nothing to do with the money. Because there's I could have a Dan Cotti as the richest man, and then I put Bill Gates. Who are they going to respect?
That's a fact.
Yeah, but I mean,
go ahead, Reggie.
I was just going to say, Veli, if you're listening, can you give me permission to share my screen? I want to play something for the guys on the audience in regards to your second question about whether or not a white person can be a sellout. I'd like to share it. Thanks.
Rich, did you miss the fact that Mr. Riggs claims that you can be racist against black people?
Hold on. He's saying black people can be racist against other black people. I'm going to say prejudice, Reggie. The word I keep using, right? Because I said racism is prejudice plus power. So I would say prejudice. Absolutely. I've been to white suburbs where you have one black family who lives in there, and then when you start asking that black family, hey, I'm a black family, I want to know how can I move my family in this suburb, they start saying, well, brother, I don't know, we got to try to get it and blah, blah. It's like, damn, you're going to send me on a run around to move in this white gated community because you want to be the only black family in this white gated community because and it's not even the black people's fault. It's the fact that they know that the owners of this white gated community is only going to let one or two black families in this white gated community, period.
Yo. I'm sorry, witness. Is the video that you're gonna play? Is it not copyrighted or anything? Yeah.
It's on a YouTube channel. It's on a guy doing a live stream.
and he conducted an experiment. He says throughout filming, I received death threats by racists. So it's just this guy filming an experience he had doing something.
Okay.
Basically, it's a white guy who's holding a Black Lives Matter sign in the state of Arkansas, in the town of Harrison, and he basically films. And it's interesting what the people say to him, which is why I wanted to get people's opinion.
Great.
When you play it, yeah.
video.
When you play it, you gotta pause it and talk about it, play a bit, pause it, and talk about it, because it's like you gotta be like you're reviewing it, innit?
Sure, I can.
Yeah. What you saying, bigger? What you saying, bigger? Every 10, 15 seconds? Stop it and we'll talk about it?
Yeah. Or every time something significant happens that you can talk about, just like pause it, have a quick little chat about it, and then move on to the next point or whatever.
I can do that.
Rich, cool, man. But I'm gonna jump back off here because
Damn it, buddy. That's a funny background.
Before you leave, let me just. I'll do a quick test to see if you guys can actually hear anything from the video.
You dumb shit.
Yeah, we can hear it.
Yeah, okay. It's good. Make your screen big. Make the screen big, witness.
Sure.
Yeah, full screen it, and then mute your mic when you play it as well. Yeah, so don't echo for that YouTube people.
Sure. Okay, so the video I'm gonna play is basically a white man who is holding a Black Lives Matter sign, and he's holding the sign in the town of Harrison in Arkansas, which is supposed to be the headquarters where the KKK are. So basically, you just get to see what he experiences from white people and what they say, and it's in regards to what those white people are saying to him. I want to get your opinion on it. So I'll just I'll play it now, and I'll.
Harrison, Arkansas is the most racist town in the United States.
Have a little pride in your race, brother. White pride worldwide.
I want to say, honestly, dude, you have balls of steel because you could get hospitalized by some guys that want to beat your ass.
I've had several old men come by here, look out the window and tell me, said, you better go tell that nigger to get out of here. He's shit. About 10 minutes, I'm going to be back. You better be fucking gone.
Okay.
White man, white line. We matter too. You're a white man. Crazy.
You're a dumbass motherfucker. You dumb shit.
Are you a Marxist?
Communist. Domestic terrorist.
Why don't you take to Chicago or New York and hold it up for the
all right, witness. Let's pause it.
I love watching videos like this. This is funny.
Yeah, and you can see what they're saying to him. So I was curious. Do you think he's a sellout to the white people? There's more. There's a lot more. Well,
yeah.
The irony is when we were just talking a few minutes ago, they mentioned Nigeria when black people allow white people to perhaps get a better place in their hotel, or they kick. Someone said they'll kick out a black person for a white person. And then Born Rich also mentioned in America, when you go to a certain state, then black people don't want another black person to move into the state. Well, the irony is obviously here, white people again are not happy with their own white people, but it doesn't. I don't know where people get that this is racist. Like you can't.
But sell out.
Yeah, I'll quickly play a few more before I stop, so you can see some more comments, so you can give context to the question.
Real fucking job. I'm Jesus. Trash out of town. That shit don't make shit here. Hey, all lives matter, not just black. You're Caucasian.
Did you hear that? The guy said to him, all lives matter, not just black. You're Caucasian. And then here, this message from this woman says, dude, you're white.
You're white.
You look like a white guy holding a black matter. What's the deal with that? Not just saying you're a white boy carrying that stupid sign.
You're white, aren't you? Oh, boy. How you doing?
And that's it. I'll stop it now. But that was in regards to what they were saying to him. They're telling him you're white. Why are you doing that? So would you think that he's been a sellout to his own people?
Yes.
Well,
no. At the same time, no.
I mean, the thing is, I wouldn't say he's being a sellout. I think that obviously he's trying. I don't know what his agenda is. It'll be interesting, obviously, to know the person so that you can know what their agenda is. Because me as well, I question why.
The agenda is to show how racist the community was.
So that's the only reason why he put up the sign, just to show that his community.
Show people how people react with about black people.
Well, okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
I don't think it. I don't know. Go on, sorry.
If white people thought that the Black Panther Party was racist, they would probably go to the heart or the city or the state where the Black Panthers are located and get some footage. I mean, you know, that's what that's what he's doing. He's saying, "Hey, this is Arkansas. This is I forgot the name of the city, but it's some city in Arkansas." And he said, "This is the most racist city in America." Yes, you would go there to gauge and see is that really the most.
Is it racist? Hold on, is it racist when people say all lives matter?
When you say nigger, when you say I'll be back, Reggie, when you say I'll be back in 10 minutes, nigger.
That is a different statement.
I live in a town the same, like it's kind of like the same as that, bro. Like my brother's friend, he came over, bro, and he was telling me all lives matter and shit. Feel me? So like, it's the same. We all live like. What I'm trying to say is, these people are uneducated people. You know what I mean? They don't like. The only thing they do is like drink beer and go hunting. It's the only thing they know.
But before I leave, I just wanted to know from you guys, all of you, in your opinion, was he being a sellout? Because according to those white guys, from what they were saying, you could say they thought he was a sellout. They were saying, "Dude, you're white." So I'm curious what each of you think. Was he being a sellout in your opinion, or was he not?
So witness, in my opinion, I would say, was he being a sellout? I don't know. I would say no, but it's hard for me, right? It's hard for me to really say if white people think he's a sellout because I'm not a white person. But in my mind, no. I think that he knew some injustices or some let's just say he knew pro-white rhetoric was heavy in that town. So he cut his camera on, went and stood on the corner with a Black Lives Matter sign and showed the world how pro-white this town is. That's what I think. I don't know. Is it racist? I don't know.
Not racist.
I mean, it's a sellout. Yeah, it's the white. Is the guy who had the Black Lives Matter sign up. In my opinion, I'm gonna say no. But those people who was riding by and yelling at him and cursing at him, of course they think he's a sellout, and I probably would think the same thing. I ain't gonna lie with you. If you come to the black community and stand in the hood and hold up a White Lives Matter sign, I'm probably going to drive past you and call you a sellout. So,
thanks very much for that.
I'm being honest. Witness.
So you would that make you racist as well?
Witness that Washington State and Portland was a utopia for white people. I just want to let all of you guys know this because I saw a video.
But you know, one thing is that he himself is just showing you an experiment. So whether he's a sellout or not, it's got nothing to do with what the project was. He was showing you how the people reacted.
Well, I don't think you can really call him a sellout because if you were to say he was a sellout, then that's to say that he could ring up the Queen tomorrow and ask if he could come over for dinner and watch a few movies. So if the Queen said, "Sure, man, come over," we're both white, we can hang out. Now, do you really think that's going to happen? So you see where I'm coming from there? What I just said.
Yeah, but hang on. What makes you any different from them white guys then? If you would say the same thing to a black guy holding up that sign, but reversed it, and you would drive by and say the same thing, you would look just as dumb as them white guys that drive past saying.
I mean, maybe I would, wee man. But the thing is, with me personally, I mean, just like those white people in the video, I wouldn't care.
white people in the video.
Yeah, no, just like the white people in those videos, I wouldn't care. I'm being honest though, man. I would proudly ride past
Don't you
you
see that
and
them
call
white
you a
people are part
sellout.
of the problem? Don't you see that them white people are part of the problem? But then you would be a part of the problem on the reverse side.
I mean, I understand, man, but
Apart
when go ahead, Reggie.
I was just saying, apart from the people that obviously used what's the word, not befitting language, or they used you know, the N word, etc.
Now, go on, say
The
it,
ones
Reggie. Nigger. They called him a nigger, Reggie.
the
Let me
ones
hear
that
you say it.
the
Let
ones
me hear
that
you
put
say
in
it,
them, yeah, the ones that put in them more, like, you know, were more politically correct and said like all lives matter, and the ones that said, oh, like, what's happening here? You know what I'm saying? It's not just because, oh, they're trying to they went to a particular town. You can look at white people all over America and think as well, like, what's going on here? You get what I'm saying? You know
That's
what it
an
is.
interesting point.
Who's that?
That's me, man. Hope he's all right. Yeah, in regards to what you said, Reggie, that's interesting. Yes, they did tell him all lives matter, but then the woman said to him, "All lives matter. You're white," and then called him a kike. So
Yeah,
it
that's
started
exactly
off as
what.
politically correct, and then it went downhill from there.
Yeah, and that's exactly what a lot
But
of
you
black
see,
people on this panel would do if they saw someone campaigning for,
yeah, but
you
you
know,
see,
for white people.
but the biggest issue is it's a situation that's in house, and they're just people are stating their own opinion. But when you start to pull in all lives matter, when it's not got nothing to do with the actual situation, it becomes conflicting, and it becomes watered out.
No, it's because of the statement. That's what the statement is provocative.
Yeah.
That's what people come up.
So
That's what people come up with.
saying all lives matter, it's got nothing to do with the situation.
When you say the situation, what do you mean?
Okay, we look at George Floyd, and this George Floyd was a black man that someone killed him, they put his foot in the neck, which is a black situation, which now the black are saying it's enough, and they're saying that you can't keep on killing us. What's it got to do with all lives matter?
Well, the simple fact is that because of the statement in isolation is provocative.
What's that?
Black Lives Matter. It insinuates that, oh, we need to campaign just to make sure that black
but
people.
forget about the people behind it and everything. But the statement was that black people were protesting. Imagine if they turned it round and said that we want justice as black people.
Yeah, I mean, all I can see is the statement is what.
Yeah, it's a statement.
The statement is triggering.
People don't believe it. No matter what we say, they would attack it in any format.
No, I don't think. I think the statement.
Yeah, Witness is right.
Whoa,
Witness.
I'm not.
What
That's
did
not
Witness
me.
say?
That's Terry.
How can Witness be right when he's not even said anything?
I'm just gonna say this. I'm grateful for all of your opinions because I was curious what your opinions on whether those white people were right to see that white guy as a sellout. And you've given your opinions. Thanks for that. Veli, thanks for letting me play the video. I'll speak to you guys later. I've got to go up.
Salute, Witness. And on that video, absolutely, man. Of course, those white people are going to see that white guy as a sellout. Growing up,
I haven't said he's a sellout.
And spending my life in America, I don't expect anything different from America or the citizens of America. I don't expect anything different. I expect the white guy, if he goes to the suburbs of the state that I'm in and holds up a Black Lives Matter sign, I expect the white people to treat him the same way that they treated this white guy in this video.
Yeah.
It's expected. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Good, bad, right or wrong, this is what I expect living my entire life in America.
That's good. Witness showed that video, honestly.
Yeah. That's it. And I saw the video a while ago, and I was just like, yeah. I kind of, you know what's sad, Reggie, is I shrug my shoulders, right? I've become what is it? What is the word? I'm not disconnected, numb. I guess numb or disconnected to the whole racism or anything. People are going to be racist, right? Because the system is racist.
It's the same format as the as the word coon, because a lot of people don't understand where it originally comes from. And when you go deep into it, you'll find out that there's a guy called Henry Clay who had the Coon Party, and because he sold out to his party sold out, that they used that terminology upon black people.
You could take any racist word, coon, nigger, negro, black, colored, all of that. This is just the history of how our people were treated. And I'm going to always go back to, listen, how would you treat a people if you kidnap them and force them to come and work on your land for free? Would you really treat them as a human being? Like, come on, bro. That's what I always talk about. I always want to go back to that. When you go to the history, can white people be sellouts? Yes. Or what's the other one? Are most white people racist?
Look at what happened when the white people were helping out the black people in the times of abolishing slavery. What did they call them?
Yeah, nigger lovers. You know what I'm saying? Race traitors.
They called them sellouts.
Sellouts, pretty much sellouts. That's a fact.
Yeah, well, yeah, but what would you think of them white people? White people?
Hang on. It happens here. People, if you like, come in and don't agree with certain things, when it comes to that.
You're muffling.
I can't hear a word you're saying, bro.
Can you hear me?
That's better.
Can you hear me? I was saying it happens even on this panel quite often as well among the black people. If you don't agree with stuff, and they see you as caping, they'll call you a sellout as well, and it's quite often. So it's not, you know what I mean? It's not something that's unique to white people.
People that are calling them sellouts are the people that are perpetuating the racist movement, and it's the same way when people from each community each community can do it. Like, people are trying to build bridges and to make the community a better place for us all to live in, and then you've got certain rhetorics which are trying to split it up all the time. So you've got these white people that would shout at a man like that and call him a sellout and this, that, and the other. And really,
what would you say if a community that was forced into another community that doesn't want to be in that community wants to do their own thing and move away from that community? Would you go on?
Mr. Riggs, you're insinuating that every black person wants to move away like that. You know what I'm saying?
Let we man answer that question though.
No.
Come on, we man answer that question. I love that question.
Say the question again.
Break it down, Mr. Riggs.
What I said is that imagine this: we have one community, and this community drags people from another community into a community that they don't want to be in.
Yeah.
How would they react?
Angrily.
So does it justify their situation of how they're going to speak and how they're going to do things?
What do you mean?
In looking at, let's say, looking at the people that are already there, right?
Yeah.
Now they've brought these people to come and do something
against their will,
their community,
against their will.
Yeah, these people, the people that are already originally there, want us to be. They want all people to be one people, but these people were forced into this circle, which they don't want to be there.
Yeah, it sounds like both people were forced into a situation that they don't want to be in.
Yeah.
So they both got a right to be angry about it.
Yeah, so there's going to be a confliction regardless.
Yeah.
Now, how
there is.
You try to compare it, there's always going to be a division.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why you get the reactions of what's happening today.
Yeah, because you've got two sets of people that are angry.
So both groups have a right to call each other sellouts then, like, in that case?
No, sellout is a total different word. It's when you have in that group.
It depends what the two communities want, because in this situation, you've got two communities, half of each community want to get along and integrate with each other, and then you've got half of each community that don't.
Let me ask you guys this.
And the ones that don't,
the ones that don't are now causing a problem for the ones that do.
Because they were put into a situation where they didn't want to be there in the first place.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, but not all of them.
Who said that?
No,
The ones that you're talking about are you're talking when you're talking about a next generation that are now born in that community. Now they don't know nothing better because they're born in that community.
Yeah, but they could be shown something better. The ones that were better for them to want to leave. Like, you could show them something better. If they know no better, then show them something better, and then we can change their mindset.
Now they're dragged into a situation. Think about it like this:
No, but you got to show them something better for them to change their mindset. Because if you ain't got something better to offer them, then obviously they're going to think that their position that they're in is better.
Yeah. So, but the people that have been dragged into the situation know now that they've got children in that community, right?
Yeah, but them children, you saying, don't agree with their own parents.
They don't agree with their own parents. Why is that happening?
Because their parents isn't offering them something better.
And why couldn't their parents offer something better?
You'd have to tell me that.
This is always a line of questioning, like, really.
When you're colonized, it's like this, right? Who's going to identify something more? Someone that was born before the cameras in the city were put around the city, right? Or the person that was born in the camera, around the camera, who's going to identify the cameras more?
What?
I don't get your questioning.
Okay. Well, I'll say it again. People that were here before there were cameras in the city.
Yeah.
Right? Number two, the people that were born at the time of the cameras being put in the city. Who are going to identify the cameras more?
The people that were born before the cameras were there.
So they identify a lot of things on the situation.
Yeah, but I don't understand your questioning.
Because the reason what I'm trying to say to you is that
the questioning, just say what you're saying. Like,
let me speak, man. The people that were born there are the ones that have been taught under the system, the educational system. They've lived the European lifestyle.
Yeah.
They don't know nothing better.
I know, but then that's what I'm trying to explain to you. You need to show them something better. If they don't know nothing better, and you can't show them something better, maybe there isn't something better for them.
Yeah. No. But when you're deprived of not able to doing so, what happens? When I'm trying to put...
What happens is you don't have something better to offer them, so they don't believe that there is something better, and they believe that this is the best situation for them.
I'm trying to teach my children my culture, and I've been stopped from doing so, how am I going to do so? When the system doesn't allow me to do so.
So what system doesn't allow you to express your culture?
Okay, for instance, if I want to choose Black history and I want to put it into teaching my children in my children's school, they will refuse.
Well, you can do that at home. What are you talking about? You can go home and do that. Like, you don't have to be here to do that.
What do you know about your history, Reggie?
Huh?
Tell me about your history, because you're born here. Tell me about your history.
I was taught in it.
So are you saying
I was taught in English school? What do you think?
So you're saying it's down to the school system to teach the kids what you want them to be taught?
No. Every time we pull up an institution, they lock us down.
So
you can't lock you down. It's like Mr. Riggs. Hang on, Mr. Riggs. Asian, Indian people, Chinese people, I would say they have a decent amount of knowledge of their culture and their especially their culture.
And what do they do? Hold on. What most of it, like as I said, Indian, Jews, whatsoever, they have their gatherings and they have their institutions. When we try to create institutions, they get knocked off.
What institution do Indians have?
We built an all-black school in West London. It got locked down.
Where's the all Asian school?
Huh?
Where's the all Asian school?
We bought Saturday schools, institutions.
Where's the all Indian or all Chinese school or all Asian?
Because the Asians do not come from the struggles that we have come from. They've had more leeway from the beginning.
No, but I'm
when
saying
you've
why?
been pulled into a country, hold on. When you've been pulled into a country that you're not wanted because you're just for work, yes, they have the more of the privilege of the get-go.
Yeah, Veli, we got people back out. Okay,
There's a lot of Indian Chinese people that don't go to all Indian school, all Chinese school, all Asian school, and they still know their culture.
And that's what you're missing because there's a lot of Indian, there's a lot of French schools, there's a lot of Chinese schools that are around.
Where's a lot of Chinese schools? Because I've not seen one here.
There's a few. There's about 4 in Fulham.
All Chinese school.
What are you talking about? I work in educational departments.
Yeah,
I know that there is certain schools. When a Chinese man comes over and wants to come over here to learn English, right? They can't speak.
No.
But where do they go?
I'm talking about all.
Tell me where an African school is in this country. Yeah,
Africa's different. The continent.
That doesn't speak the language, the English language, and is learning the English language. Tell me where it is, please.
I'm asking you, like, all African. You're comparing all African with all Chinese. You know China's a country, right?
Yes. And I'm asking, tell me one African.
And you know Africa's a continent.
Okay, so tell me where there is a Nigerian school.
A Nigerian school? I don't know where there's a Nigerian
country. Huh?
I don't know why there's a Nigerian school. Where there is a Nigerian school.
So is there an English school is there international English school in Nigeria?
Well, yeah, there is.
Oh, so it's one-sided.
So who told the Nigerians?
Go on. So tell me what school teaches your culture as a Nigerian man in this country?
Have you tried to open a Nigerian school yourself here?
Yes.
And you've been denied?
Yes.
On what grounds?
Many grounds that it has to be open.
No, then that shouldn't be a problem. Can you tell us what the grounds were then?
A lot of them closed down. As I said to you, in West London, it got shut down.
Yeah,
why?
Many reasons.
Purely because of the color of their skin, or like
many reasons, but you haven't given us one.
Did you hear what I said? A black school.
A black school.
Yes. Rejected.
Well, but you're not meant to have a school that is only for a particular group. That's racism in itself.
You're not meant to have a school, a particular group.
Oh well, a particular.
What? Come on, Reggie. We're not going to do this. Like it's not all white private schools. Reggie, we're not going to act like it's not all white private schools, all white Asians private schools. We're not going to do that, bro.
There's no all white private schools here, man.
Reggie.
The thing is, if you,
that's hard to believe, Reggie.
So in this international Nigeria school that you was talking about, is it all English students?
Yeah, all English in education. You learn GCSEs and you learn the whole shebang.
No, but is it English students? Is it all English students? Is it all English students?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
all the people from abroad.
He's lying. White. What they do is they teach English curriculum, and it's probably accessible for people that want to learn English. It's just like here.
Are you a white English guy?
Most of all the English, they were English black students. Come on, you're telling me I went to.
So it's not all English white students then?
No, there's white students there. There was white people in there. It was anyone that came from England, yeah.
So then you could open a Nigerian international school here and have English white people.
Tell me where. Tell me where. Tell me one.
I never said there is one. I said you could open it. You keep opening up a black only school.
Yeah, no, but I'm telling you, they're locking
them down. You comparison it with the international school in Nigeria like if that was a white only school, which isn't actually the case.
But we've been raising this agenda. Let me tell you this: we've been raising this agenda for over 10 years. This is not something new.
Mr. Riggs.
Hang on, you know what you do? You know what you do, yeah? If you feel like, because you got a right, yeah, to be treated fairly. If you feel as if they're not, you have a fair comparison, yeah, then you take it to the higher court.
And do you think we haven't done that?
Have you got any proof? Have you got any proof that you've done that, Mr.
Reggie, you're very dismissive in the fact that you're not in the environment of where these things are happening.
Yeah, so what about the Oriental School of and African Studies in Houston?
You read that from the
comparison and what you was looking for?
Man, listen, I'm gonna tell you this, man. You can manipulate the wording on any type of school you want. I can say this is a private all Christian school, right? But if it's a certain group of people I want to keep out of my private all Christian school, I have the right to do it. Just like we came on this platform the other day and said, Asians, when they come to communities, they only hire Asians, right? Now the law, American law, tells us we have some type of diversity law where legally you have to, or not have to, but you are encouraged to hire someone from a different race. But it's loopholes in that law to where Asians still come here,
You want to set up a black only businesses.
I mean,
black only businesses. That's what you said. You said that you want to set up black only businesses, so you want to do the same thing, but yet you want to moan about them doing it. That don't make no sense.
Yeah, but there already is Jewish schools and ambulances and all the rest of it. Didn't you hear what Wiley said? Have you not heard what Wiley's been speaking about? Is anybody privy to what's been going on with Wiley? Really. Have you been talking about how like the Jews have got this, they've got that, they've got this, they've got their own stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what are you talking about?
Well, what do you mean? What am I talking about?
Well, I thought you just said to him that you're complaining when you're talking about black people opening their stuff, but you're complaining to them when they're doing the same thing, but they already are doing the same thing. If we're counting Jews as white people or English.
Yeah, I think
yeah, but that's what is your point?
I thought I was just checking what you said. It was flawed. That's what. I thought you just said. You just said out of your own mouth.
What I said. You're moaning about people doing something, but then you want to set up the same something yourself. So why are you moaning about people doing it?
Who's moaning? Yeah, but if someone's got capitalization over it and full reign supreme completely, and you've got nothing, wouldn't you be moaning as well?
No, you'd be setting up just like the Asians, the Jews, and everyone else, like you just said.
Yeah, but if they're experiencing idols, then I don't know why.
Yeah, so we meant.
It's intellectual.
That's what you really want, isn't that? Surely that's what you should be saying.
Right, let me ask you this, So if we believe that the educational system is systematically racism, right? And whether you agree with that,
people at the back, people at the back.
Whether you agree with that or not, if we say it's a community of people who we all agree that the educational system is systemically racist, right?
I'd agree with it.
Should those people boycott this educational system, this national education?
Yeah, they should.
In large numbers, we should boycott it.
100% you should.
I like that, I like that. Now the thing about that,
Born Rich, how do we boycott the education system? Do we just sit at home?
Well, let's homeschool it. No, because y'all are talking about whining and bitching and moaning about the system.
No, but you are able right now to homeschool right now.
Absolutely.
All right. The system. And you can homeschool right now.
Homeschooling is on the rise.
We man. I'm gonna tell you this though, it's weird that it's loopholes and laws that's put in place, and it's so much fucking red line and paperwork for us to start our alternative educational system. Will you agree to that? Right?
Yep.
If Shaka Ra, Mr. Riggs, and King Gold said, "Listen, we're going to start a global pro-African curriculum, you know that would be met with force, bro. You
It
know
depends
that.
on where you're looking to start it.
As soon as you
start that in
listen.
Africa, you'd have a lot more success than you would do if you're looking to start it in another country.
As soon as you start talking about Israelites, or talking about anything not starting from Sumeria, you'll be labeled anti-Semitic. Anyway, yeah. So that's what we're talking about.
Why you sound so surprised? If we try to,
censorship.
It's like me saying, "Oh, if I wanted to open a church in Saudi Arabia, I'll be met with opposition." Or if I was trying to make an LGBTQ hall in bloody Africa, I'll be met with opposition. Like it's just, you know what I mean?
But that's too ideology. We're talking about education.
A different deep end. You're
no,
taking it way off.
He's not really.
That's way off. Reggie, that is way off.
How is it?
Pretty much a bad comparison, man.
Well, it's not a bad comparison.
Why is bad a comparison of how it's way off?
It's way off because that's two ideologies, or not even just practices of ways of life that are questionable and outside general understanding, like gay and what was it inside what? A gay place or
LGBTQ community in Africa. Why would I be
so in Africa, but now we're talking about white and black education.
Let's put it another way. Me as a white person, yeah, if I was to go to a majority black area shouting out, I hate white people, yeah, I'd probably get loved, yeah. But if I went to a white area and I said that I hate white people, I probably wouldn't get loved. So it's the same type of thing. If you want to set up something that is particularly beneficial to a certain group of people, why would you say it up?
No, it's not. It's just, no, it's not. It's the truth, and it's diametrically opposed to the fakery. So we're talking about history.
Yeah, so why are you trying to set up the truth in the fake? The fake is always just going to tell you no.
So
there you go. So I mean, at the end of the day, look. You're talking about African history. You're talking about African history, right? So
I'm talking about why you would try to set up the truth inside the false.
It doesn't matter anyway. The false is always going to just be low grade.
If there's more lies around the truth, then surely the truth is going to get masked up and it isn't actually going to come out.
No, the small truth could be a big lie, bro.
In the truth, where the truth is, then it might have more success, isn't it?
I do have a contribution to make, but I did want to play this video first. I wait till there's a a natural.
Okay, on play.
Cool. Have you seen this, Terry?
I'm not too sure. I don't think I have.
All right, cool. So yeah, I just figured this might be a contributory situation to this conversation and previous conversations for that matter. So check this out.
My name is Sylvia Arthur. I'm the founder of the Library of Africa and the African Diaspora, and we are a decolonized private library in the heart of Accra in West Legon, in Accra, Ghana. I decided to start the library because I had hundreds and hundreds of books at home that were mainly by writers of African descent. So when I say writers of African descent, I mean African, African-American, Caribbean, Black British, Black European. And they were just sitting at home, not being read by anyone. And I thought that this was a waste. They could be being used by people who ordinarily wouldn't have access to these kind of books. And so that's when I decided to start the library. That was way back in 2011. But it wasn't actually until 2017, December, that I opened the library first, which was in a different location and under a different name, not too far from where we are now at the moment. But we recently rebranded to the Library of Africa and the African Diaspora. The first thing that makes this library different is the fact that we are a Black library, or we're an African decolonized library. So the focus in this library is 100% on books by writers of African descent. That makes us unique, not just in Ghana, but I probably think in Africa as well. Second of all, we have a very extensive archive where we collect books by writers of African descent from as early as the early 20th century. So the oldest book that we have in our collection is from 1898. and it's the African-American writer Paul Laurence Dunbar, Lyric of Lowly Life. So we have complete collections of works by Toni Morrison, for example, the African-American writer, Alice Walker, Maya Angelou. From the African side, we have the complete first edition collection of works by Aikwe Amar, the Ghanaian writer, which are very difficult to get hold of. Also Ama Ata Edu, for example, Nawal El-Sadawi from Egypt, Naguib Mahfouz from Egypt. We have writers from all across the African continent. And when we say Africa, we mean geographically Africa. So that's including North Africa as well as the rest of the continent as well. Black British writers, we have Zadie Smith, her whole collection, Aminata Fauna, Andrea Levy, and also Caribbean writers as well, George Walcott, Earl Lovelace, Edwidge Danticat, a whole collection. So that's the second thing. Also, we're not a traditional library in that we don't just house books here and it's a dead, quiet place. We play music in here, for example. We have lots of events and, like I said, spoken word events, performances, community activities, etc., film screenings, book signings, and author readings. So there's a ton of activities that goes on in this place as well that would attract people who aren't necessarily attracted to reading. It's completely self-funded from my day job. I'm a communications consultant by profession, and I was working with a private organization that works with the European Commission in Brussels. And so I work in corporate communications, but I'm also a writer as well. In theory, it's supposed to be funded through subscriptions of members. So members pay to use the library and to be able to borrow books from here. And theoretically, that should pay for the sustaining of the library, but obviously it doesn't, so it's completely self-funded. The kind of people who are members here tend to be expats, repats, diasporans, or Ghanaians who, for example, they lived abroad or studied abroad. They just went to university for 4 years or whatever it is abroad, and then they've come back and they don't have access to the same kind of library facilities that they had whilst they were studying. So they tend to be the main makeup of people who come here. As far as Ghanaian reading culture is concerned, I think we have a very small but passionate literary community in this country, in particular in Accra. But the reading culture actually needs to be developed, unfortunately. I think it's something that we did have way in the past, but it's unfortunately fallen off because of other priorities in people's lives, and it's something that needs to be developed again. It's been an interesting journey. It's been challenging because I don't think that libraries, and especially private libraries, are something that the people are used to here. They're used to going to public libraries that are free. And it's having to convince people that coming to a library and reading and books is something worth paying for has been a difficult task. Final words, please follow us on Instagram and on Twitter at LOTAD_org. That's LOATAD_ORG. Follow us on Facebook. Just search for the Library of Africa and the African Diaspora. Check out our website at lotad.org. And when you're in Ghana, come and see us.
Marijuana penny stocks in Canada.
Yeah, that when you get to Ghana, go and see her. I won't be holding my breath for a lot of people on this channel. But yeah, interesting video.
Yeah, salute for that, man.
Yeah. A little promotion there from Shekara. Don't know what that has to really do.
Yo, we got people in the background, bigger, and those are the type of institutions that we need. If we know that the educational system is institutionally racist, then we have to create our own institution. So salute to Shaka for that, man.
What level a child is on by administering an oral reading test?
In Ghana.
You said, what you say, Reggie?
Her institution is in Ghana. Back one. Yeah, I said that her institution is in Ghana.
I got one. Well, I know one in America. Go ahead, Shaka.
No, I just wanted to point out that yes, the institution is in Ghana. The sister appears to be from the diaspora.
Oh, definitely. She's got a colonial tongue. So
obviously,
Do you not think that because it's in Ghana, it's been more successful?
obviously has a Pan-African kind of trajectory and has developed an institution on the continent. So we have an example of something that is taking place in that regard, even though things such as that have been denied, their existence have been denied in previous conversations. The question of whether it's more successful because she's on the continent, yes and no. I do think that there is a place for work such as that, specifically in majority African areas. You know what I'm saying, whether they be on the continent or in the diaspora,
But people are
that is
claiming
necessary
that the
to
system
take
does
place.
not permit it.
But there is truth to that. There's definitely truth to that. Many people in this country have attempted to establish black schools for the sake of addressing the specific educational needs of black children. And there have been great difficulties, in doing so. There's one of the more high-profile cases recently was a sister in Lewisham, whose name is slipping me at the moment. But under the when the Conservatives and the Lib Dems had their coalition government, they instituted this thing called free schools. So basically people in the community could apply to get part funding or full funding for schools that they run, if that makes sense, as a part of a community agenda. And a lot of people were granted schools under this agenda. Most of them, I think, were middle class white folks. But I know of a couple, in fact, a number actually of black people that tried to develop African Caribbean heritage schools, or African Caribbean cultural schools. In as much as there are Asian cultural schools, Chinese cultural schools, Jewish cultural schools in this country, and all of them were denied. And then this sister appealed, and she won her appeal, and opened up her school, and then she was hounded by the authorities after that. So yeah, it's.
But don't you think that there would also be opposition if someone tried to open up white schools?
You got muffled again, Reggie.
There are many white schools in this country. They just don't have to call them white schools.
Oh yeah, well you called it black schools.
No, yeah, but the people because we're talking about a cultural group, a heritage group, So if there are Asian schools and them kind of things, there schools that are Asians. There's many, and sometimes there's two different types of Asian schools. Some that are culturally Asian, so they're based around, like, let's say, the Hindu religion or the Sikh religion, and them kind of there,
But that's different
so those schools are going to majority be serving the Asian community, and everybody knows that it's not a problem. There are Jewish schools, and when you say Jewish, you're referring to an ethnic group as well as a religion. And what's it called? And that happens, and I believe, because many of them in Stamford Hill, them schools are I've seen them in it, because I live in East London. Well, I used to live in East London. I've never seen a non-white child in those schools. Going to those schools. And them kind of things there. So these things happen. It's not that unusual. It is just really based upon the organization and cultural determination of the group. So, for example, if I doubt we're gonna have a conversation. Let's say we were all Jews sitting here, and somebody's going to be questioning whether it's relevant or right to establish a Jewish school in London. Like
Jewish school.
I doubt, for example, if we were Asians sitting here, I doubt if we were Asians sitting here, that anybody's really going to be questioning. Do we want, even the people that don't send their children to the school, that I doubt there's going to be many, who are going to be challenging among the that community, wherever community it is. They're going to be, why would we want to set up? Why would we want to set up a school that serves our community in this country? Like
there's a clear distinction.
You know what I'm saying? So I reckon the major difference is organization among the people them in concern.
I think the major difference is that you're talking about a school based upon race, and then you're comparing it to other schools that are based upon faiths.
No, we're talking about schools that cater for a particular cultural inclination. Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah,
Okay.
but
So
they don't cater for them because of the color of their skin.
But I didn't. But as I said, the people.
But it's ideology they cater for, isn't it?
As I said, the people then were catering for an African Caribbean heritage. Yes, school.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the heritage group. There are institutions in this country that are set up for heritage groups. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay. So in that sense, yeah, and as well, sorry, the other thing is that for decades in the education system, we understand that there are specific issues pertaining to the African Caribbean heritage group. Yes, the black boys and girls face specific issues, yeah, within the education system. And so the justification is, and they're doing this in Canada with some success, that they have institutions that are directly catered for dealing with that. If you can have a police force in this country, yeah, organization that is directly targeting the African Caribbean community, why can't you have schools that directly target the African Caribbean community?
Why can't
thing, well, the thing is, yeah, with all these obstacles,
hang on. You said that these schools have been set up in the past, but they've been shut down for various reasons. But we haven't been given a single reason as to why it was shut down. But at the same time, you say that that there's Asian schools and everything else that are set up. So what is it that they're doing different that is allowing them to stay open that you're not doing?
Again, as I've said, I mentioned that there's two ways in which you get Asian schools in this country. One is they set up schools as cultural and faith groups. The other is that they concentrate their
But we got to say. But hang on, Chakra.
One second, please. They concentrate their dwellings, yeah, in a particular borough, and send all their children to the same school. And so
I have to stop you in the first point, Chakra.
One second. So when I was going secondary school, for example, yeah, we had a school. There's a school in East London whereby Urdu was a GCSE language. Yeah, why? Because the Asian community was strong in East London, and they sent a lot of their children to this specific school, and they wanted their children to come out with a qualification that relates specifically to their culture, whereby they can get certain certain job opportunities. And
and it also stayed within the curriculum of the national curriculum.
Say again?
It also stayed within the structure of the national curriculum. Like we had to learn languages. They just changed it to, because they've done the same thing in my school as well. You could learn your home language if you was from a different, if your parents were from well.
Shakira, may I just say, yeah, on your first point, yeah, when you talk about like them having ideologies or religions, and they can basically hide under those ideologies, and then basically.
I never said anything about hiding.
Okay, not hiding, but you're insinuating that they're basically they can use the faith to basically enact their culture and enact education. Yeah, and the same thing when you look at the black community, there are predominantly black schools that are Christian or even Islamic, but I don't know about the Islamic side of how they go about it, but there are Christian Pentecostal churches that also have their own schools.
I don't know of any majority black Pentecostal schools. I knew of a couple majority black Seventh-day Adventist schools. My brothers went to one. I've got 3 brothers. They all went to John Loughborough School in Tottenham, and that was closed down a few years ago. Despite the fact that basically they had a new head teacher who was actually increasing the grade point average, so to speak, and instituting policies that was improving the results in the school. My dad, who is a campaigner in education for many years, we were campaigning to keep the school open, and as far as his assessment goes, because the borough of Haringey is failing black children, as far as they were concerned, they weren't going to have a majority black school that was achieving and allowing black children to succeed in a borough that was monumentally failing black children. It would have been too much to bear. So I'm not disputing the fact that we have had majority black faith schools under Christianity. Yeah.
Yes. Veli,
I would say
we got people in the background, Veli. Veli, we got people in the background, and I want to share my screen when you get a chance. I'm sorry, y'all. Sorry to
By the way, what I'm showing at the moment, yeah, is a brother called Marcus Klein, yeah, who has a school in. Well, he's opened up a new one actually, but he runs a thing called the Freedom Home Academy. He's in the United States of America, and has monumental success in working with primary school age children, and them kind of things. They're doing. I can't remember the but these children are like, I think one's 5 and one's 7 or something like that, yeah. And they're doing, significant like mathematics at the moment at grades significantly above the average, if that makes sense. Yeah. So for their age in mainstream school, they wouldn't be doing this kind of mathematics that he's teaching them at the moment.
Did you say Chicago, Shakara?
He is based in Chicago, but
yeah.
But I know that that he's got something going on in another city. So I need to clarify that, but yeah, he's doing some good work, and there's other people that you can look at as well.
Absolutely. So I want to show a brother that's based out of Flatbush, New York. Y'all don't mind. Let's let this rock.
The babies, the future, the black babies. That's what it's all about. They talk about Black Lives Matter. I'm gonna tell you like this, man. Black youth is what matters the most, and that's what we gotta do because that youth is what's going to be the ones to liberate us. That Cuba's house. We gotta hear from them.
Yeah, Terry.
Give it to them. They use these tools to build with. This is our future right here. It's the biggest investment you can make. Science is the tool. You gotta invest. And it's African Senate institutes all over the country. You gotta find where they at. You gotta support those people because there's people out here that actually have institutions and that are actually in the community doing things. It's not about what we're gonna do and how we're gonna do it. You have people doing it. So it's happening. You just gotta get with the brothers, help the brothers, support the future, support yourself. That's what we're doing.
So that is the Zyx Institute. I'll put a link in the back chat. But yeah, that's the Zyx Institute with my good friend Q Butter, man. And now when we speak about these type of institutions, now this brother has had to deal with building violations. Like so his shit is not registered under any type of religious, Reggie. He's not registered. He didn't register his school under any type of religious category or anything. So now he's had to deal with the backlash of building. They came and said, hey, it's too many kids in this building because he's pushing or no, he's teaching an Afrocentric, African-centered curriculum. So what I've noticed is when you don't play the game and you don't want to label your shit as Christian or Pentecostal or public or charter or anything like that, when you say, hey, this is an African-centered educational center, then he had to deal with the cops telling him there's too many kids there. He had to deal with government officials coming into his educational spot and saying, well, we want to monitor the curriculum. It's so many loopholes, Reggie, that it's not as easy as people think. It's not easy to just pop up and say, hey, I want to start a homeschool, and our curriculum is going to be built around Pan-Africanism or pro-Africanism or anything like that. That's really what I wanted to say, Reggie. Like, the shit is not easy. Now, does it happen? Yes. This brother Shakara just showed Marcus Klein, dope brother that's doing his thing. But Marcus Klein has had to jump over a lot of loopholes and a lot of hurdles just to get his shit to where it is.
But you guys have to realize that like a lot of you people here that are agnostics / atheists from the black community, like you're talking about the Indian community, for example. The Indian communities that come together and start their schools predominantly, if they're going to do a Hindi, then majority of the students are going to be Hindi. If they're going to start an Islamic school, then the majority of the students are probably going to be Pakistani or the other, or Bangladeshi or so. You know what I'm saying? So if you're going to do a school, yeah, just concentrate on Afrocentric / African spirituality and African culture, and you're going to negate the Abrahamic faiths or whatever, and just focus on non-religious aspects of things, you're going to struggle to get the majority of black people on board. You get what I'm saying? There's just not going to be that unity in starting in the first place.
Yeah, despite that though, these institutions do exist, and the sister that I mentioned earlier was not starting an African-centered school necessarily, or like a Pan-African school. You know what I'm saying?
In the library.
No. The one I was talking about in Lewisham earlier, yeah.
Okay.
So there are those that are doing it in that way, but there are those that are doing it in other ways. And she just wanted to serve the African Caribbean heritage community and address those the educational needs of the African Caribbean heritage community. That was it. And yeah, what's it called? But the Patricia Johnson is her name, by the way, is the sister's name. And
you guys, I'm saying, if you went for, if you were like.
The long and short of it, though, because people were asking why it might be less successful, or what's the difference between the other communities and us, yeah. And I'm saying that again, the reality is I think it's highly unlikely that I think other communities, among them, there's a higher concentration of people that wouldn't question the validity or the value of having a school that represents their history and their culture, and the needs of their community. Yeah, we have quite a number of people in our community that would question that, even among our own community. Yeah, and so once we get rid of that sensibility, and more people are willing to organize around it, we will find a way to do it wherever we want to do it. You know what I'm saying? Because we do it from a position of power.
Because that's why you get there is an influx of parents sending their children to academies.
You can put it this way, yeah. I'll put it this way: there's a lot of people, yeah. You say there's influx of people that are going to academy. There's more of an influx of people that will say, "Oh, I want to go to a Catholic school," even though obviously the Catholic people got a reputation at the same time, or Church of England school. Because
before you, the academy I'm talking about is Rites of Passage Academy, in forms of teaching the code. And it's a massive influx. The reason being is the schools are not teaching the children what they want them to teach them. So they will send their child, even though they go to a school, they're sending them to these academies.
Among the black community, yeah, I think there's more people that would push their children to go to like Catholic schools or faith schools. If they're Muslim, probably they'll rather go to an Islamic school than go to any of these academies or whatever you call it.
That is religious, isn't it? That's more of someone that is religious.
Yeah, I'll say it's more.
So if I'm not religious,
even a lot of non-religious people. There's a lot of non-religious people that
Hold on, Reggie. Do you know why majority of people send their children to a Catholic or religious school? Do you know why?
Why do you always ask me? Do I know why? Like, there's multiple reasons. You tell us why. You tell us why. You have your reasons.
Because of the privileges. Because of the privilege.
You're telling me, do I know why?
Yeah, I'm telling you why. It's because of the privileges.
What privileges? What privileges?
What's the difference between a state school and a Catholic school?
Well, some people say the disciplinary.
Most Catholic schools in this country are overwhelmingly white, and a lot of black people do send their children to Catholic schools because they're considered, the educational standards is considered to be quite high, in that regard. But again, when we're talking about those schools, though, they're not necessarily sending them to a black school. Even a lot of the black Christian schools, there's not a lot of them, like, you know what I'm saying, but a lot of them are black incidentally, not intentionally. Yeah, like because of the fact that the church is, generally speaking, not necessarily integrated. So you got black churches and white churches and whatever else like that. If a church is able to establish a school based for itself, and the church is majority black, then the school might incidentally be majority black. It's what I'm saying. It doesn't mean necessarily, though, that they're teaching that the curriculum in that school necessarily pertains to the heritage of the children in the school.
But if I opened up a Catholic black school, do you think that there will be a massive influx?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
If there's two schools that is just a Catholic to open to all, or a Catholic school that is black, who will have more students?
How do you answer that one?
I can't hear you.
No, I'm saying like that is not really. I don't know how you can answer that. Like, how do you know?
Just a black Catholic school, putting the black on it would stigmatize it.
Well, yeah, of course it'll stigmatize it. Just like if you put any specific color on a thing, on a name on what you want. Just like if you put any specific color preference on a school, it would stigmatize the school.
Would it stigmatize the school? If I said an Asian Catholic school, would it be packed out?
If you said a white school, school, there'll be a stigma attached to that as well. So like,
why would there be a stigma?
There doesn't need to be a white school. If you know how much white schools there are in this country.
Yes,
exactly.
That's
like,
because
you mean predominantly white school?
No, white schools. I'm talking white schools. It's not even like look.
Yeah, but if you've got areas where there are nothing but white people living, how could you want them to have the same amount of black people in the school?
Hence the point that they don't need to call their schools white. Yeah, they're establish a school, right? That's the point. I'm like, that is exactly the point that's being made.
Yeah, but in a majority white country, you're obviously going to have. In a majority black country, you're going to have schools with just black kids.
Nah. You're doing it. No, you're no.
What do you mean?
He has never left the country.
It's not mathematically possible.
Yeah, that would be the case.
How is it mathematically possible for you to have the equal amount of children in school? That doesn't make no fucking sense.
I'm not asking for the equal amount of children in school. I haven't said anything about that. What I'm saying to you is that the reality is that in this country, white people don't have to call the schools white. Now, if we're talking about if we're talking about I don't
understand why you don't understand.
In Africa,
the other reason for that is that for obvious reasons, the education systems caters for their educational and cultural needs, organically, okay, in a way that schools within the African diaspora don't cater for the cultural needs of our people, so that's like it's not even a thing that makes sense. But I heard you lot talking about English foreign national schools. It's not unusual whenever there's a significant British population within a country, a majority black country, for them to set up their own schools. This is not unusual, and not even just own schools. It's not. It's not.
There should be a problem with
Rainbow International School, Kampala. Melbourne College, Egypt. They've got things set up in Egypt. They've got Bishop Mackenzie International School in Lilongwe.
I don't believe
Cairo English schools. So wherever they are, they're going to set up their schools, and that's in a predominantly black place. So you just answered your own question with that.
So any group of people would want to, wouldn't they?
And then you have the military schools, like if you're a American Army and them kind of things there, like those military schools cater for what I'm saying, those Americans that are there. You know what I'm saying, like you know what I mean, that's what it is. So it's not unusual. It's not unusual at all.
No.
Yeah.
3%. Yo, 3% is enough, for you to want to set up your own schools.
Doing that in this country.
It's not like there's a small amount of people, of black people here, or people of African heritage, of different nations. So it's 3% is quite a lot.
You've got schools in this country. You've got Jewish schools. You've got What is it that is stopping black people from having black-only schools?
Yeah, but no, you've changed your goalpost now, because you was saying that what does it make sense in a white predominantly white place.
No, he was giving King Gold. He was offering
that's
an
what he was
explanation. He was offering an explanation as to why you would find schools that are predominantly white in a white country. Like this is just common.
Yeah,
Like it's
but
just common sense.
no one's saying, no one's even arguing that. It's just people are saying having a black school, predominantly black, there was no issue. Now we man saying, wait, why would you want to do that? Oh,
No,
is it
from doing that? That's what
yeah,
I said.
okay, cool. But you still
I can understand why you want to. I can understand everything, but what is stopping you? If there is other communities that are able to do it, what is stopping your community?
Okay,
from doing it? That's
And we man, to the answer to that, I think Shakira touched on it briefly. Obviously, he didn't want to expose a lot of the infighting, but the reality is that we're very much different. You get what I'm saying in our opinions, and obviously the ones that are actually more united amongst themselves, the Christians and the Muslims who have their own community within the black community, even them they opt to have a more open policy than a cultural or group of people specific school. They would opt to have a school that's based around the religions as opposed to having a school that's based around what they call African culture. So that's just the crux of it. Whereas other communities, they'll have one Islamic school, and it's quite similar actually. They have one Islamic school, and they'll have a different maybe Hindu school that caters to the language which is quite predominant. You'll see a Hindi school.
So now
that
what
has
we'd ask is why would black schools be shut down if they were teaching stuff like melanin is or melanin is a very strong gene and all these things, talking about melanin and different
well,
stuff.
that's the thing. That's what I said.
No, that's what and what. So now we got to ask man is why would that be a problem?
Oh, King of Gold. That's what we're
about different ideologies and all this stuff. Because black people should be able to teach their lizards and they're the most supreme beings in the universe if they want to. What's wrong with that? And that's the problem that they'll be facing. So
all these other schools,
if you're asking, so what's stopping them? So what's stopping it? That's what's stopping it, bro. There's so many different like aspects as to what's stopping it and where the hurdles are and what pressure comes from and then what legally can happen and you know and how they probably put up prices and make things not accessible, as well as different things happening as to why there's not so many African schools built up as of yet. Obviously, like it's a lot like a great history, bro. It's a great culture. Why would not people not be wanting to like teach their kids that like African history? You know, ultimately.
Can I answer you?
Like answer your question, like or to all your sort of your kind of your doubts or
your question. That's good enough.
Okay,
good stuff.
Yeah, so I think, as I said, man, I think black people should be able to speak about what they want to speak about, regardless of if you're against
curriculum,
the national curriculum, what DFE.
Where they have to stick to the curriculum. If everyone else's culture is sticking,
it's the most mainstream. It's like Daily Mail.
Schools
like the Daily Mail.
There's a way that you can
Daily Fail. That's what the DFE is. I call the DFE the Daily Fail education.
Very. In your personal opinions.
People facts.
So, all right. So,
it is what it is.
Kingo, let me say this, man.
It is what it is. It's more propaganda than everything.
Answer the question.
Yeah, Kingo, we live in a Western society, right? Where we thrive and preach freedom for all, freedom of choice, freedom of movement, freedom of religious practices. It's freedom, right? But when it comes to education, it's not free like that. Once you start to come up with your, like I keep saying, if I wanted to do an all-black African-centered education center here in America, I will be met with sanctions and regulations.
Brother Rich, I think that's another common misconception made on here. This country doesn't profess to be all free with everything. There's laws, regulations, and policies. People can't be bothered to read. That's the biggest problem in this country nowadays. People don't bother to read. They think that freedom means that you can just do whatever you like. That's what they think.
Reggie, how comes homeschooling is developing a high rate of intelligent kids?
Because you're having one-on-one training. Any one-on-one training is going to develop higher learning.
Start again.
One-on-one training. If you're at home one-on-one training with your child, then you're dedicating your whole, all your attention to that child instead of about 10 children in the classroom. Then
they were taught the African way and African ideologies and African history, and when they saw what they were to do within the British curriculum,
so the one-on-one thing has nothing to do with it. The one-on-one thing has nothing to do with it. The fact that it's your child that you're teaching, and you're going to put more love into teaching your child than you are a bunch of strange children.
No, because in the homeschooling that we do in Chelsea Harbour, there was a 70% high rate of our students that smashed the GCSEs to smithereens because
Veli, hold on, guys. Veli, hold on, guys. Stick a pin. Veli, there's people in the back that want to come on. Some people want to defend the group that you're going to attack on the attack against today. So let them on.
Yeah, white people want to get on, Veli.
See what you just said, Riggs, about that percentages and this, that, and the other. You sound a lot like
Reggie's only advocating because I know he's gonna get support in a hot second. You get me? But yeah, we'll leave that there.
Support for what?
I can't even advocate.
I'm being balanced. I'm just balanced here, man.
Yeah, whatever.
I'm balanced.
Whatever.
I ain't got no side on the debate. I'm just.
Mr. Ransom.
Reggie will send his babies to a Nigerian centered education center.
No,
as long as it's Christian.
No, they're going to preach the same gospel as you guys.
I think the DFE should be tried for conspiracy and corruption.
Send your kids to London Oratory if you like.
And corruption. I think we should.
By the way, can I just mention Akabin Institute? Yeah, that's founded by Mama Ya and Baba Mwalimu Buruti. I mentioned Freedom Home Academy already. My sister called Psych Diplomat. Yeah, she's got an online a thing where she does educational resources called Heka Online. She's in this country. Kamali Academy, which was started by brother Samori Kamara, is of they were a homeschoolers group, yeah, but now they're an online educational platform. That's Kamali Academy. You know what I'm saying? If you want to find out about Black supplementary schools in this country, you can visit the National Association of Black Supplementary Schools, or NABS, NABSS, and that's nabss.org.uk if you want to know about Black supplementary schools in this country. You know, Terry just already mentioned there's a number of rites of passage programs and other supplementary educational things called like the young West Side and East Side Young Leaders Academy, yeah, that are, you know what I'm saying, doing monumental work in assisting children, origin, all that kind of stuff, yeah, you know what I'm saying. The manhood
let me just ask a question, yeah, just to put a spanner, you know, after you've got this education.
One more thing. Then in fact, on Tuesday, I'm going to be hosting a session with a sister called Queen Thais, who runs an educational institution in Atlanta, and she also runs this thing called the Liberated Minds Homeschooling Expo. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, she's proliferating like African-centered homeschooling and resources, education methods, and so on and so forth. There's a lot of work going on. We give thanks. You know what I'm saying? Oh, by the way, and as well as there's the Abibifa Hodie Abuswa, which is the African Liberation School in Ghana, Accra, set up by brother Obadele and sister Carla Cambon. Where they teach their lessons are almost exclusively in Tree, Yoruba, and Swahili. Yeah, and so they teach maths and science in Tree, Yoruba, and Swahili. You get me? So
okay.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was gonna ask them, man. Like, what? Like, at the end of the day, it's the end goal, isn't it? So, like, you got your African cultural schools and whatnot. Yeah. So, what is that like objective? Having gone through all that schooling, So you learn, obviously, the core of it is to
Beautiful
learn
question.
a lot about your culture, right?
It's a beautiful
Your
question.
so-called true culture, and to become decolonized. But then after all that, what happens? Do you go away and then start?
It's a beautiful
Is it
question.
geared towards business? Is it geared towards still going to work for the same colonial people that you're being oppressed by?
It's a beautiful question. It's a beautiful question, and you've hit on one of the major challenges, that people in African-centered education have and are discussing and trying to address. The reality is that all education, formal education, takes place within the context of a national agenda, and so the British education system is not just about education. It's about how many of this, that, and that do we need in 20 years' time. And so the education system is designed to produce expertise in these various different fields within a certain amount of time to meet the needs of the nation within a particular period of time. So that the aim of African-centered education, in its broadest sense, is one, to develop minds that are able to think in decolonized ways, because we understand that our politicians, especially in majority Black nations, are unable to do so, and so minds that are able to think in decolonized ways will produce or create or be more inclined to create institutions that are not colonial, and so it's institution building. At the same time, those who are trying to develop African-centered educational institutions are trying to develop other institutions that will be able to be, that the children will be able to be filtered into. So there are people working in engineering now, for example, that if you are African-centeredly educated, and there's no African-centered educational institution that is doing university work. But the main but what happens is if you go to university as somebody who has graduated from an African-centered educational institution, the mentality with which you approach the education when you get to university is going to be different. So now you're not just looking to get a job at MIT or the National Grid in London, for example. You're thinking about how can we use this knowledge to build up our own community and our own nations, in ways that collectively what's the word? Cater for the masses, and not just an elite. So the aims and the goals are beyond the purview necessarily of society as it exists right now. It is about actually changing society as it exists right now. And that's
Is there a heavy emphasis on, other than the African culture, is there a heavy emphasis on things like maybe mathematics, maybe
industry, all of them things.
In order for us to be, because at the moment, what it sounds like, it sort of sounds like just a re-education camp whereby we're re-educating ourselves to be decolonized. And that's the emphasis of the organization.
That's fundamental, my brother. Just to say, in relation to what you just said, when China was going through its revolution, they had a stage, whereby they called it the Cultural Revolution. China is leading, in science and technology in today's world, and economics in today's world, all right. But at that time, when they were going through the Cultural Revolution, they closed down all the bloody schools, in China. And the reason why they closed down the schools is because the schools were teaching colonial education. And so they developed completely different institutions that was all about teaching the people them to be Chinese and engendering an interest and an allegiance to being Chinese culture, and these kinds of things. Now, today, they're leading the world, in science and technology, and these kinds of things. So, you know what I'm saying? That's just one example that we could look at.
See that example? Do you think in China that they was more successful because they done it from like base camp, if you like? Well, if they tried to do it in a European country, they would never have been able to do it. They wouldn't have been able to shut down the schools for a start. Do you know what I mean? To reopen them as education.
There's no doubt about the fact that your power base must be in the land that you govern based upon your own culture. That also gives them leverage wherever the Chinese people are in the rest of the world. Because they have a ready-made curriculum and understanding of what the needs of Chinese people are, they're able to build institutions wherever they are to meet their needs. And that's just what it is. In fact, Veli, if you let me share my screen, I'll provide an example of an African-centered educational curriculum for the sake of Brother Reggie. For the sake of Brother Reggie, we're going to give an example
See, that's all that my argument was, Shakara, is that you would have much more success if you was to start it off and base in homelands sort of thing.
Ironically, that's
Yeah,
not the,
but you're not there. But we're not there though, man.
that's the first thing. That's the first thing.
You can't say that there isn't any Africans in Africa.
But ironically, no, that we're not saying that there are no Africans in Africa. We're saying that education in majority black nations is generally speaking colonial.
Yeah. So, and from what the Chinese done, they shut down them colonial educational systems. And
Veli, where are you, mate? There's people in the back.
So when we try to address the issue of colonized education, there's an extent to which there's a particular kind of fight that we're going to get back home. That's a reality. Yeah. We come from places, like Jamaica, whereby the first national hero is Marcus Garvey, who was a world internationally renowned figure, philosopher, political theorist, and activist. Who is not taught in school. What's it called? We come from places like Ghana, whereby the first president, of Ghana wrote 19 books, which are not in the curriculum, you know what I'm saying, of the country, right? So the reality is that we've got a lot of issues where we are. This would be the equivalent, of having the British national curriculum, whereby, for example, Winston Churchill is not taught. We couldn't imagine a scenario in which you could have a British educational curriculum whereby Winston Churchill is not on the curriculum. We couldn't imagine that. But that's the situation that we face as black people around the world. So again, there are too many of us, and some of those people happen to be in power in majority black nations. There are too many of us whereby the need for decolonized education, they're challenging and questioning the need for decolonized education, and those people have the backing of European governments and European institutions, and so they make up the government and the elite classes in our nations, and so therefore they perpetuate colonial education among our people. That's just what it is.
Yes, so your fight there is against your own leaders, then.
The leaders, or is it against the government?
You need to get corrupt leaders out of positions of power and install your own people that are going to actually do stuff for your people as a whole, rather than these sellouts, if for lack of better word.
I'll give you an example. In majority of most public schools in Nigeria, the government stopped teaching one of the main cultural language, which was Yoruba, in schools.
What are they teaching, Mr. Riggs? I heard Mandarin is taking over Africa.
In Nigeria, in English.
But he's not wrong though. You know, the Chinese are busy building what they call Confucius Institutes, all over the continent, and most of them are designed to cater for their own people and their children, but to also educate African people. There's been a sharp rise in what they call Confucius Institutes. Now, bearing in mind, these people are building Confucius Institutes all over the continent. The Confucius Institutes are governed from a central body. It's a central institution. So because they have interest in Africa, they're developing an educational institution in Africa that caters for their interests.
But the thing is, all these services are available for you guys to start up as well. But you guys would rather, you'd rather sit here and
I'm just giving you an example of doing it. What are you talking about?
I'm saying, but China is doing it to an extent where people are here finger pointing at them for taking advantage of people that are.
Why did you go learn Mandarin? Why did you go learn Mandarin? You were talking, huh? Reggie, you could speak Mandarin.
I don't see the point of that question. Anyway, China's doing it to a point where people are here, taking note of what they do.
The first thing I did when I came on, right, is give an example of a woman who's gone to Ghana and developed a library.
No one wants to come and pay to go into the library,
which is an educational resource. Yes, a library is an educational resource in Accra, Ghana, and a man has just said that people just want to talk and complain but not go over there and do anything. just given bare examples of people doing stuff, and I mentioned also a school that is doing that in Ghana also right now. What are you talking about?
Reggie, let me ask you a question.
School?
Reggie, in your history, have you learned of any black history to do with Christianity?
That is a
Black history to do with Christianity.
That is a good question. Well, you know what, Bishop Henry McNeil Turner.
Or Black Harry.
We've got a lot of black Christians that have been at the forefront of. We've got a lot of black.
Go on.
You're gonna mention names to me.
Yeah, like Richard Allen. What do you know about Richard Allen? that is an excellent question.
What do I know?
What do you know about Edward Wilmot Blyden?
Well, what I don't know is people like yourself here who are like non-Christian that are actually.
Are you familiar with David Walker?
In Africa.
Are you familiar?
Get you boys out there. You need to get you boys out there on the continent.
In fact, let's not deal with them names there. Reggie, are you familiar? Reggie, are you familiar with the name Mojola Agbebi? What do you know about Mojola Agbebi, Reggie? From Nigeria, he's a Christian from Nigeria. What do you know?
Man, don't need to know about them.
So, Shakira, tell us what getting decolonized is exactly.
What is it? It's shedding the British intention and cultural inclination.
So basically, you want schools that has no British culture in it. Am I correct? In Britain,
we want schools that has no British culture in Britain. No, we want schools that cater for the needs of the African heritage community.
Right. And does that include British culture when you're living in Britain?
It would include British history.
Right. Will it be a biased British history? Will it be only talking about black people?
It would be no more biased than the British educational curriculum when it comes to history.
Facts, Shaka. Facts.
Right. So you're gonna actually add to the problem rather than solve it, then, yeah?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Add to what problem? Add to what problem?
You're going to add to the problem that already exists rather than solve it.
What's the problem? What is the problem that already exists?
Well, the problem is in state schools that there is a certain indoctrination that leans towards certain politics, let's say.
What certain politics? What politics? Be specific.
I would say liberalism. I would say that the schools are not really.
Really? Liberalism? Yeah. If I was to go Eton and Harrow, yeah. You know, are you familiar with Eton and Harrow?
Yeah. Am I familiar with them? I know what they are. Yeah, I've never been to them, obviously.
Okay. Would you say that the education there is conservative and is liberal and non-biased?
No, I would say that they probably are conservative, but very few of the population actually attend those kind of schools.
But a higher propensity of the elite of the population attend those schools. Yes.
Didn't Churchill himself attend them schools?
Yeah. So for example, Eton has 17 prime ministers have been to Eton, for example.
And Harrow.
No, if you include Harrow, it's more.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and I think that is something that does need addressing in this country.
And those schools are almost exclusively white, and to the extent that they're not white now, that's a recent phenomenon.
I'd say they're not white now at all because I live right next to Harrow, right next to the school. I see the students all the time, and they are majority white though.
Overwhelmingly, I'd imagine at least up to the 80%ers.
Yeah,
that's proportionate with the rest of the country now. That's proportionate with the country.
That's proportionate with the country. Maybe so. I'd probably guess that's the case. But the reality is that the education that they get there is of a specific nature and designed to churn out people that are going to rule society and run the world.
Right. Well, I would, as a layperson, I would expect people that are going to run the country to have a certain level of intelligence, wouldn't you?
Oh, certainly, certainly. Intelligence though is not commensurate with Britishness.
I never said it was.
I know you didn't. I'm just making a
But
point.
but if you're going to rule a British country, you want to be
Oh, that's a good point. I have no interest in ruling Britain.
well-versed in the British culture, don't you? And its
I have
history.
no interest in. You'll be glad to know I have no interest in ruling Britain, none whatsoever.
No, what it appears you want to do is to have a school that focuses on black people in such a way that it removes them from the wider society.
I think that in as much as black people have been removed from the educational curriculum and placed in it within a specific context, I think that in as much as that education system negatively impacts black children, that the black community is within is intelligent if they develop an educational system either supplementary or to replace the British education system in relation to their children.
And I want to ask you this, Jupiter. So, Jupiter, you saw some beautiful parts of Africa, right or wrong, Jupiter?
Yeah.
When you visited Africa, right? You saw beautiful parts of it, right?
Yeah.
Do you think my son deserves to know about those beautiful parts of Africa? Because the mainstream media and this educational and the education system only tells my kids about the struggle, the strife, and the flies and the poverty of Africa. So don't you think someone in America and in the UK should step up and teach our children about the beautiful parts of Africa?
Yes, but I don't believe that in the UK they do focus on flies and mud butts like you're
Well, I've heard
suggesting.
other people say it. I've heard people say it. I don't know. I'm not in the UK, but I've heard some of my brothers and sisters.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Veli, I'm sharing my screen.
These charity adverts that will portray that sort of image, but like
Veli, I'm sharing my screen.
The system doesn't really teach you enough to portray a different image.
Let me give you an example. Yeah, in 2017, sorry, 2007. Britain was first of all they said celebrating, and then they changed it due to backlash on the black community to commemorating the bicentenary of the abolition of the slave trade, so called. Yeah, and one of the things that they did, they had workshops going through schools. Yeah, and what they were teaching the children is they had this little exercise. Yeah, I'll get to what's on the screen in a second. They had this little exercise, yeah, whereby they were, teaching the children about slavery, and so they had like these figurines, yeah, and they said, right, well, look at these figurines, yeah, like they had one of a black man, and one of a white man, yeah, and they said, so who's this? If I was to ask you which one of these people was enslaved, and obviously everybody pointed to the black man. And which one of the people was a slave master? Everybody pointed to the white man. And then they teach them, no, actually, in fact, this guy is an African chief. And he was selling people into slavery. And this other guy is William Wilberforce. Yeah. And he is responsible for abolishing slavery. Yeah. So the reality is that as far as the British education system is concerned, what they teach in terms of slavery now is that slavery started when African chiefs sold their people to the Europeans, and then slavery ended when Europeans decided that it was bad, yeah, and they ended it. Okay, and so the difference in the schools that I teach in, yeah, what's it called, in terms of Saturday schools and homeschoolers groups, is that we teach them about resistance on the continent and in the diaspora. We teach them about Sam Sharp and Nat Turner. We teach them about King Jaja of Opobo, yeah, and others, yeah, who fought against this institution, and we teach them about the Haiti Revolution and the impact that had on enslavement. We also teach them about the Industrial Revolution and the fact that Britain needed was running an outmoded plantation system while the Industrial Revolution was bringing up steam. We teach them that that William Wilberforce, whilst Haiti was in its revolution, voted to set for Britain to send troops to Haiti to squash and quell the rebellion that was taking place in Haiti. We teach them that he was guilty of eliciting this quote unquote services of black women who were enslaved through sex slavery in brothels in Britain, and these kinds of things like that. So we put the history in its proper context. And in relation to what Reggie was talking about earlier about not teaching science and them kind of things there, and just feel good history and that kind of stuff. This is a framework, for an African-centered educational curriculum, and it was developed by a brother by the name of Kwame Aje Akoto, who developed an African-centered educational institution called the name has slipped me of his institution, but suffice to say that, as you can see, you have curricular domains here, curricular fields here, and you will see under socio-political economy that technology, mathematics, science, and computer are subjects in and of themselves, yes, within the realms of socio-political and economic curricular domain. Then you find that there is an actual domain for technology, yes, that includes mathematics, science, computer science, and functional skills, yes, and so on and so forth. So, and then you find that there's a nation-building component as well, whereby career and development apprenticeships, research theory and practicums, community development projects, and organizational experience is also within the remit of this education system. Yeah, so it would be completely flawed and not true to say that science and technology and these kinds of things is not, mathematics is not emphasized within these educational institutions.
I love it, Shaka. Shaka, if I could, hold on real quick, Jupiter, real quick. If I could piggyback off of that, Shaka. I showed you guys earlier about the ZIEX Institute, so I can't do links, so I'm gonna keep posting this. I'm spamming the chat right now with ZIEX.org. You can go to ZIEX.org for it's not only it's an African centered educational system or program. It also specializes in the STEM program, which is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics.
Oh,
and
yes.
that is what they specialize in. So if you go to ZIEX.org, they have online courses, they have homeschooling curriculums, and the whole nine. So it's not just, of course, you're going to learn about African leaders. You're going to learn about Garvey, Malcolm, and Martin. You're going to learn about that, of course. But you're also going to learn STEM. The STEM, you're going to learn about STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And if you notice in that video that I previously showed, those kids, they built they had built a couple of race cars from scratch. So yes, it is African centered, but it's not just mainly focused on African and Pan African and all of the labels that you guys want to give them. You know, we're doing more in the arenas of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. But I just want to get that out.
Right. I wanted to say something quickly, and I did want to come back on Shakara. Right, see, Shakara, you're being disingenuous because you gave an example of something that happened in state schools, right? And then you gave a long list of the planning of what you teach in the black schools. I no doubt that both of those are true, but what you didn't do is go into a detailed account of what is taught in state schools on slavery. Okay, so it wouldn't just be, oh, this man was a slaveholder and this man was William Wilberforce. It wouldn't just be that. There'd be a lot more to it. You know that, you're being disingenuous. However, where I will agree with you is that it's not been taught properly. And the reason it's not been taught properly is because slavery did not start in Africa. Okay, didn't start in Africa. It started all over the world, right? And white people were also enslaved. And if we're not going to tell the full truth, then we shouldn't be telling any truth about slavery. That's number one. Number two, if your school is only going to focus on the black side of it, okay, then your actual problem is that you feel that it's too heavily based on the European side of it, then you're equally to blame, because neither of you are giving a balanced view. And what you're doing is giving schooling and propaganda through your school. The problem is with this, right? I don't have a problem with you doing that, but the problem is that you'll probably end up getting shut down. Because if you start raising mindsets, which is going to be against the very country that it lives in, it's not going to be conducive to our country. It's not going to fit into our community. And we have got a larger community here. And in the end, the schools will be shut down. There will be a lot of unhappy people. You're far better off being a lot more rational and a lot less prejudiced. But unfortunately, a lot of people, as far biased as you are, can't see that.
This is not conducive. It's conducive. It's not conducive. It's
Listen,
conducive.
however I produce, I pronounce
Conducive.
don't worry about it. Do not worry. Do not worry about how I pronounce the word. Don't worry about that. As long as you make the message.
This is where I exit. Sorry, my mind's going to get turned to soup if I
Thank
stay
you
on
for your
it.
contribution,
So
Kingo.
I refrain from this and I'm out. Peace.
Yeah. So I was saying, when it comes to like what Sakura has spoken about in terms of education, it looks like it's obviously on the curriculum. They've not surprisingly added the basics, which is maths, science. They don't add English, funny enough, maybe because everybody there is expected to speak English. But yeah, it's good that they've added that. But
One thing that's
what you tend to find, what you tend to find with schools, even within the schools, the mainstream schools, is that there is a hierarchy. So when a university looks at certain schools, they look for people, they favor people coming from certain schools that they know have a good reputation. Now, African spirit schools will probably have to start from scratch. So they're already playing from a non-level footing. Now, what do you intend to do to help, like practically, to help people with the hundreds or whatever thousands maybe you intend to indoctrinate into these schools when they come out and they're in search of employment and they've gone to these schools? Like, what is your ambition? Like, is the ambition that they come out and then work for so and so years under a colonial master, or are you intending to provide jobs for them so that they can actually build up?
I think I already answered that, to be honest. But
No, you said that you were indoctrinating them.
I don't answer it again. But before I do that, I want to point out a sister by the name of Rihole Bitata. She is a sister from Angola who lives in the UK, and she runs a program called, she's a founder and director of a thing called Steam Power, which is about developing interest and expertise in science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics for Black children. Yeah, so check that out. Steam Power. Rihole Bitata. Yeah, and that's spelled RIJOLE BITATA. Yeah, check that out. Good sister doing some good works in our community. In relation to what Reggie has just said, the language element, and one thing that is missing from here is an African language. I'm saying would be taught in the school. That's missing from the overall curriculum. But English language, if they're being taught in English, would be catered for under the other subjects, specifically in the cultural, the ideological, and the spiritual, psycho-affective. Yeah, so they'll be taught to communicate and write. Yeah, under those subjects, if that makes sense. Yeah, and that will form the foundation for the rest in terms of like functional skills. Language will come under that as well. You know what I'm saying? And these kinds of things. The reality is, as I've said before, there are not enough African-centered institutions to be able to house and receive these students once they graduate. So a part of the process would be to build those institutions, to develop those institutions, and so the educational system therefore is about creating the minds and the bodies that are willing to do that work, to go through that process of building what is not already there. And whilst those students are being educated, there are others, like I said, there are others who are trying to build institutions.
Work on the institute, on having a job for people before you go and get them.
Not necessarily, no, because not necessarily, because the reality is that one of the fundamental foundations in the African-centered educational system, as you can see here, career development, apprenticeship, research theory and practicums, community development projects, organizational experience. So they're being taught to create their own jobs, create their own employment collectively, and in doing so, they'll be going through the process of creating employment for others. So we're not arguing here that all things are in place. They're not. That is the reality. But we need to be able to begin somewhere and begin to put certain things in place based upon certain principles and ideas. Yeah, and that is what is being done. You know what I'm saying? All of the things in society, like for example, if the UK wants to develop something in 20 years' time, they don't have the expertise for it right about now. They have to ship out and get it, but then they're gonna have to have a problem from their own community with regards to, or they've got to rework their education system in such a way that in 20 years' time they will have enough expertise among the British populace to be able to build what it is that they don't have. That's what it is. You know what I mean? And this is just an example, yeah? So this is not the only one. This is an example of an African-centered educational curriculum and these things.
I think you'd be better off just having a Saturday and Sunday school or after-school clubs.
Thank you for your opinion.
You know,
but somebody just put that in the chat, and I don't understand that. Why should we be delegated to an after-school program when you guys are going to tell us, listen, if you don't like the system, create your own? Do for self. It's do for self, but then when we do for self as well, you guys should only do for self on Saturdays and Sundays and 7 p.m. from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Like, what the fuck, Jupiter? Like, when can we do for self? I don't get that. No, we shouldn't have an after school.
Yes, I understand. You obviously clearly don't understand what do for self means. Do for self means progress yourself, but it doesn't mean turn yourself into a race baiter or a race hater,
That's
or
not
somebody
right.
who wants to segregate or separate the communities.
No, I'm not going to be a race baiter. In this African Center School, I'm going to teach them about Winston Churchill. They're going to know about George Washington and Winston Churchill.
Definitely.
We will definitely teach about them. We will do 2 or 3 weeks on both of those.
Definitely.
Just like when I sit in elementary
Yo, can you guys tell us about George Washington?
Yeah,
it's
like I will talk about Henry VIII and John Blake.
I'm sure that you will teach them a lot of things that is very biased, very one-sided. I'm sure that you will do it through just your biased, unbalanced views. I'm sure that you will do that. That doesn't reassure me at all.
Well, I'm not sure because I was taught World War II in school, and it was not unbiased. I'll tell you that for free. You know what I'm saying? We knew clearly who was the good guys and who was the bad guys, and who for dead and who not for dead, who was supposed to celebrate and who was not supposed to celebrate. You know what I'm saying? It was clear in our World War II history.
Yeah.
You know, these things are in there. So yeah.
Yeah, that's
Can I just ask Jupiter a question? Sorry, big up people.
Go ahead.
Big up. I was just going to say, Jupiter, obviously for people that, have mixed backgrounds, like myself, even like your children who have parents that are not from Britain, either from Africa or the Middle East, and, they want to preserve their culture. And obviously, because we're living in Britain, the curriculum is going to be based around Western history and Western culture and the English language. Do you not think it's fair for people that do have these mixed backgrounds to have some sort of facility which caters to their cultural needs and basically fulfills that legacy that their parents had to kind of form their own identity? Because I find a lot of people do have that sort of mixed identity, especially those living here in Britain. Yes, we are British, we live here, we're born and bred, but we do have that other culture, other side to us, which I think we have the right to be educated upon. Do you think we should be allowed to have that?
Theoretically, it's not a problem, right? But Beta, I'm going to answer you, but you're going to have to wait for me to land because there's a few points here that need to be covered. Firstly, we've got so many different ethnic backgrounds in this country, okay, that it's not possible to have these schools all over the place where they're all being taught their different backgrounds and then not being taught nothing about the British culture in a sense where they would want to be part of it if they're living in Britain. And that is really important, okay? It's not the fact that I don't want them to learn about their heritage. It's the fact that if they're going to be living in Britain, they have to be taught in a way that they can feel part of it and be part of it because it is the wider community. So that's number one. Number two, if my children that were to go to a school, I don't understand why it can't be Sunday schools or evening schools. So it's an add-on or an appendage that readdresses what they believe is going wrong in the system, okay, with the schooling. I don't understand why they need a school that's dedicated purely to just looking through it through the eyes of one culture, because then what it's going to do is dead out the British culture. All right. So for my mixed race children, no, it wouldn't be balanced. It wouldn't be balanced teaching. Number 3, if there were to be such schools, I would like to see actual people that are from Africa themselves, or from Iran, Iraq, whatever, people actually migrated in teaching a certain background, because unfortunately, yeah, for some unknown reason, the black community in this country, and the ones with the most vocal voices, people like Shakara, have a very unbalanced view. They have a very unbalanced view. So they're not really wanting to teach the culture. They're not really wanting to teach the children anything about the heritages back home, unless it's for a political purpose. And that is what I don't like.
So we understand that education is always fundamentally political. There's no educational system in the world, yeah, that is not political. That doesn't exist, yeah. And the reality is that when we go to places like it's not unusual, let's say, yeah, to have majority white schools in majority black nations. Yeah, this has been a reality for quite some time, because of the fact that European colonizers developed their own schools to teach their own children how to continue colonization. Yeah, a lot of these schools nowadays are private schools that are run by companies and corporations, or military schools, yeah, that are run by the militaries of the various different European nations, and they teach, just as much as they would teach, in whatever their home nations are. For example, at military schools in in majority black nations, they don't necessarily learn the language of the country that they're in. You know what I'm saying? They come out speaking English. Yeah.
For that.
Cool. So the reality is that they're not teaching their children to integrate, excuse me. They're not teaching their children to integrate into the society or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? They're teaching their children to continue and run British institutions within African nations. To represent the interest of America or Britain militarily in these nations. That's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? So if one of those kind of schools, yeah, like, and military bases and so on and so forth, like, just basically leave, yeah, out of these nations, maybe we can have a conversation about whether we should set up, African-centered educational institutions in this country to cater for our own children. Maybe, but until that point,
come back on them points. Firstly, you're being disingenuous again with the military schools. The reason that the military schools have their own schooling is because if you put, in some cases, the children do go into the normal schools. But if you put the children into the normal schools, right, they can, the schools can be at different levels of development, okay, along their plan. If you have the military schools, right, the children are being taught, and as they travel from country to country, because obviously you get deployed in different countries, they can make sure they get a consistent education. So that's where you're wrong on that count. That's why they do it that way. Number 2, when it comes to drawing out of other countries, the military and the military schools, personally, I don't have a problem with that. But it's up to those countries to decide that, not some man sitting in Britain who's been born in Britain. It's not your country. It's not for you to make decisions for other countries. It's up to them and their leaders and their people in their homeland to decide whether they like it or they don't like it.
Thank you, I'm glad that I don't particularly place too much importance on your opinion where these things are concerned. However, the reality is that the fundamental contradiction lies in the fact that these military bases exist in the first place. There are no Nigerian military bases, Jamaican military bases, Trinidadian military bases, Brazilian military bases all around Britain. You know what I'm saying? Whereby, and off the shore of the UK. And if there was, the British people would be in uproar. about the existence of all of these foreign military bases in their country. And I think that, you know, for the most part, all things being equal, they might have a point. And so the reality is that military schools exist in Africa only to the extent that their militaries, foreign militaries, exist in Africa and the Caribbean. And so that is the fundamental contradiction that we have to address.
Japa, can I ask you another question, please? Do you not think the national curriculum here in Britain needs to be changed altogether just to benefit everyone, whether they be white, black, or Asian? Because I think you mentioned upon this before about, you know, white kids being excluded quite a lot and not faring well when it comes to sort of GCSEs and stuff like that. Because I do feel like the national curriculum is a system that is set up to prepare people to enter this capitalistic system without allowing people to be, you know, individuals. Someone might be good at maths but might not be good at English, but in order to sort of get good qualifications, you've got to pass all three. So instead of focusing on people wanting to be independent, why not speak about the national curriculum as a whole, how it affects everybody? Because I believe it does.
No, I don't actually. I think there should be less history taught in schools and less religions taught in schools. So I come from a different thing to you. I do think the schooling system needs shaking up. I think politics and religion has entered into the schooling system that shouldn't even be there at all. I think that at the moment, in fact, it's not built towards the capitalist motivation. It's more towards the left actually, and liberalism, and it does actually encourage individualism. Now I'm quite liberal,
but it can't be to the left, sorry, because you said they shouldn't speak about politics and histories, which a lot of people on the left, that's their foundation, politics and history. So that doesn't really make sense.
It shouldn't be done. It shouldn't be done. It shouldn't be done throughout the education system.
If you want a truly neutral education system, then it wouldn't be to the left or to the right. It would be right then in the center.
I agree.
And you would teach about the left and you would teach about the right equally. So all this talk about it being leftist doesn't, like, I'm a bit confused about that. But yeah.
No, I wouldn't be surprised that you're a bit confused because you're a bit obsessed with your own school, aren't you? But at the end of the day, to carry on with Zubeda.
I am obsessed with the education of black children, I confess.
Yeah, I know. It's obvious. It's very obvious.
Thank you for the compliment.
It's not a compliment. It actually shows your bias, and
I received it as a compliment. That's interesting.
Yeah, I know you do. So Zubeda, the thing is, it's not so much what they're actually being taught openly in the schools that sways to the left. It's the way that the curriculum's set up, and it's the way, for example, okay, they are so interested in making sure that there is balance, because you're saying there is no balance, but there is a balance. That they try so hard. They've taken out what is our predominant culture, which was Christianity, okay, and that they've made that time slot that they had for Christianity now be about all religions, right? But because they're teaching all religions, they're not really teaching anything about anything where the religions.
That sounds pretty non-biased to me.
Yeah, it is non-biased, but they're not teaching anything of any substance on any of the religions anymore. So because they
I actually studied. I chose religion as my my GCSEs actually, because I wanted to get into that field, and I do feel like they have large modules for each and every religion, and they speak about, you know, from the source, the basic tenets, to, you know, we even studied Buddhism, Hinduism, Christianity, Judaism. We didn't study African spirituality actually, but we studied the sort of main faiths, and I do feel like that specific curriculum, and because the teachers had such a passion for it, you know, it wasn't one of these sort of classes where, you know, 2 × 2 equals very like systematic. It was very informal and really sort of delving into the religions, and that's one part of it that I respect, because like you said, we're living in a very multicultural society, and we have to have some form of tolerance. Do you know what I'm saying? Because we have people wearing their religious garments. Some people might not understand it. Some people might think, you know, what the hell is this? But once you learn their actual religion and why they wear it, you have some sort of acceptance and understanding, which I think is very beneficial in this time and age.
But so this is what I'm saying. So they have broadened it out, which goes against what Shakira says. Although you did say at your school there was no teaching on the fundamentals of spiritualism in Africa.
But the thing
Right.
is, they won't put African spirituality because the majority of black people don't even follow it. So it's not a major faith. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So,
I agree with Reggie.
What's the fourth largest faith, Reggie?
You answer the question. You always ask the question.
I'm asking you, what is the fourth largest faith after the Abrahamic faith?
Hinduism. Okay, so you ask the question, and as usual, you get an answer, and then you just got a point. Well, then
So for me, I don't think religion at all needs to be taught in schools. I think if people want to follow or practice some form of ideology or religion, it should be taught outside the school. For me, I think a school, an education system, is to bring up people to be disrespectful, polite, and to have a commitment towards their maths, their English, their sciences, and things like that. And they should.
But what if somebody doesn't want to be a scientist? What if they don't want to be a mathematician? What if they actually want to study religion? And what if they want to study history or geography? What about those people?
You can go on to do those at A level, and you can go on to do you could do a GCSE after you finish.
So basically, you're saying that they should be left behind. Why not start at when children start at 9 years old, start learning maths? They've got an upper hand because they started early.
Veli, screen share when you're ready. Screen share when you're ready.
I don't believe primary schools need to be taught about politics or religion. It's divisive and it's wrong.
I think because of the majority of people in the country, even today,
when you're ready.
That's why they teach religion. Because the majority of people want their children to learn about religion.
Yeah, you know.
I think
another screen share.
Actually, Reggie, in this country, a majority of people don't want their children to be taught religion at school. They would much rather them go to Sunday school or to go.
What do you guys think about
in fact, what you find is people from the readers community would much rather they go to a school that is focused on their beliefs. And this is what you're getting with Shakira. You're getting, and the Jewish are the same. And you're getting the same with Shakira. They're saying they want a school focusing on their beliefs.
So can I just ask one last question before he shares? You see the Jewish community. You mentioned the Jewish community, yeah. They're like very prominent in having their own schools, specifically teaching their own faith. Schools specifically for them. Even got ambulance service for them. Do you believe that they should have that as well?
Look, I think that schooling is better if all children in this, for me, I'm only talking for me, I'm not talking for the wider community. I think it is better if all children are basically taught the same things. If they want extras that are specific to their heritage, there should be after schools or Saturday and Sunday schools. That's what I believe.
But people need to. Don't you think it's important for people to understand why people behave a certain way? And in that context, what I'm trying to say is that religion is a big part of people's lives. It influences people's character and behaviors. So maybe that's why people decide that it's a very important thing for people to learn from early.
So teach all religions except for those African ones.
Well, the African spirituality would have been taught if it had some sort of significant following.
Okay. So there's no significant following. You know, are you aware of the fact that the Oshogbo festival just took place in Nigeria?
Reggie doesn't know because the high population of Brazilians, the high population of Africans, and a high population of Caribbeans are following in forms of African spirituality. When you check it out properly, you will know in line after Christianity, Islam, and then Hinduism, then who will come in line?
So I got this video here. Yeah, I'm not gonna play all of it because obviously it's 51 minutes. Unless everybody's that interested, but what's good? Yeah, check this out. Yeah, this is about homeschooling institution in Ghana. All right,
at East Lagos. You're welcome. Thanks for being here today. And also with her is Dr. Obadele Kambong. He's a researcher. They are members of the Homeschooling Association in the country, and they all homeschool their children. They are here to share their experience with us. Seated next to me is Mana Tekimaz. She's a herbal therapist and CEO of H&H Solutions at East Lagos. You're welcome. Thanks for being here today. And also with her is Dr. Obadele Kambong. He's a research fellow at the Literature and Drama section of the Institute of African Studies, also joining us today. Thank you so much for being here. So first of all, let's establish the idea behind homeschooling. I'll start with you, Doc.
Well, there's actually a lot of background for homeschooling, specifically coming out of the U.S., that for some time now, Africans, people of African descent, have felt that the schools have not served our best interests.
Are you ever confused on how to get better results on sites like Tinder, Bumble, Hinge? What message should
basically the starting of our history at enslavement, that it left a lot to be desired, to put it very mildly. So in this, in the 1960s, you had African-centered schools being started, independent institutions, and you had organizations like the Council of Independent Black Institutions that were set up for young children to be able to learn from a perspective that not only taught them about themselves, but also celebrated themselves. If you go to regular school, you may not find out that it was African people who developed things like geometry, trigonometry, algebra, all of these things in things like the Ishango bone, the Bombo bone, going back 20 and 30,000 years. You wouldn't learn about African people like Imhotep, who were the first architects and the first physicians on the planet. The first book ever written was Instructions of Ptah-hotep, also coming out of the Nile Valley. So even though those who set up the school system know about these things because they're in their museums in London and the Louvre, etc., when they set up the school system for you, they don't tell you about them. Why? Well, this is where we come to intentionality. Those who plan on enslaving you and colonizing you will not tell you things that would make you say, oh, well, if I've done all of these great things in the past, it means that I should be able to do them now and in the future. So a lot of the intent for the schooling.
Oh man, what's happened there? That's unfortunate. Hold on. I want to get to. There we go.
To liberate us or to make us be able to really achieve our true potential. Is more so to support the structures as they are and to keep those relations as they are. So a lot of the ideological basis and foundation is that we should have an alternative that would enrich us and that we would be able to truly give our children an alternative so that they can reach their best potential.
That's what.
To understand your roots as well. But let me come to you, Mana. For you, what's the idea behind homeschooling?
Okay. I was talking to you earlier, and I mentioned that my intention was not from a father's perspective from beginning. I didn't know so many things myself, but it was from a bad experience in taking my first child to school. And I realized that in the school, when he didn't do well, or when any of the pupils didn't do well, they were tweeted at. And so this child
in the school.
Yes. So if you are asked to point at one and you didn't, and your fellow student is able, they clap for the student and they shame you. And so I think he was hating, to learn, because he was growing up hating to learn. So every time he comes home and I try to teach him certain things, he was somehow rebelling. If I point at one a million times and I tell him to point at one, he will point at four. And at the point, I thought he probably had a learning disability. So we wanted to take him to, specialists and all that to see, what we could do. I tried putting him in other schools, and when I go there, I spend the whole day there just trying to observe how he merge with the other students to learn. when they put him in class and he was being taught, it was the same thing. He would do with the teacher. The teacher would point at A, like how many times using all kinds of ways, learning through play, whatever. He just wouldn't, show you.
So the first bad experience sort of gave him a certain idea.
So yeah, this is just in relation to what was said before, and there's actually a better copy of this video that I just I couldn't find it, but I just found it. But the point is that this is in Ghana. The brother is a professor at the university, but he's actually born in the States. Yeah, he's a descendant of Africans who were enslaved in the United States. The sister is born and raised in Ghana. And they're both involved.
And then we can start to proceed intelligently.
Sorry, and they're both involved in this homeschoolers institution. Yeah. So this idea of people going and telling people what to do and then kind of things there's not really a reality. They don't seem to have any conflict in terms of the intentions for their school. In fact, the sister says in the interview that certain time, because their intentions were different, her one was about the negative impact that the education system was in Ghana was having on her child, but she learned, through going to the school about so many different things that she she's learned a lot about history, culture, and them kind of things there, and she wouldn't want to have any other kind of education for her child going forward. So we give thanks, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, like that.
Yeah, I don't understand how that's relevant, because all you've done is say that there was this woman that sat on a panel who said that she's glad her kid goes homeschooling. You could have just said, one person down the road. Could have easily done that. You didn't need
No,
to.
sorry, this is not down the road. This is in Ghana. This is not down the road.
This is one woman in Ghana that enjoys homeschooling.
You know what I'm saying? If you can say it's one woman, if you, and try to emphasize that point if you like. But the point is that this is not no imposition thing. And in fact, there are many. When I came on, I played a video from a sister who's from the UK who set up a private library in Ghana. And when I went to Ghana, in fact, because I met up with a few students, who were saying, one of the things that they were saying is that there's a lot of books that are very difficult to get in Ghana, and so there are I know of people that run programs that are just based upon providing books for educational institutions, independent educational institutions, not just in Ghana, but in a number of different countries on the continent, because a lot of books are very difficult to get. Books that pertain to information, knowledge that is not common in the education system. And even to the extent that working with brothers and sisters from Ghana in this country, I learned years ago that you can't even find that big library at the university in Ghana. There's no books on Kwame Nkrumah in the library. This is the country's first president, and so they were trying to they had a program to buy books, Nkrumah's books, and send them to students in at the university in Ghana. Do you know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, there's all of these works do take place at different levels, and it's important that we know them. Do you know what I'm saying? So yeah,
no disrespect. We're living in Britain. We're not living in Ghana. That's irrelevant to the topic, really.
A point was made about what's it called? People from Africans from the diaspora telling people on the continent how things should run, and I'm saying, and so we're just demonstrating here that at least some unity where this specific issue is concerned, and more to be developed. Anyway, there
in Ghana.
Yeah. Well, not only in Ghana. This is just an example that I'm giving right now. But we're not gonna explode the whole program on the G Block.
Yeah. Well, what happens in Ghana, I'm not really concerned about. That's up to Ghanaians.
Good.
Or whatever you call them.
I appreciate
I'm
that.
more worried about what's going on in my own country.
Indeed.
And what you're proposing is not going to help society in the long run. All it's going to do
you're entitled to your opinion.
That are segregational, that are oppressed, because a lot of them are just looking at white people as some kind of enslavers now, especially these people that have come out of these schools. So.
Well,
Yeah, I don't think they're looking at white people as enslavers. I think, like we spoke about earlier, a lot of these schools are focusing on science, technology, engineering and mathematics. So this is really what the way that we're trying to steer our children. We want them to focus on those things, and instead of
Yeah, I don't have
looking at white people as enslavers. We're not. This is not a fucking. I don't know what type of school that you think that we're proposing.
Well, the one that has a program broken down by Shakara is mainly the one that I'm against. You know, when he says that, when you say that you're going to teach about Winston Churchill, but from a biased view, when you say that you're not from a balanced view, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that our education system has been any more balanced in that area.
There we go.
What I am saying, going from one extreme to the other extreme is not the answer.
So we need to find something in the middle. And I think these schools that Shaka Raz proposing, and the school like the Zayex Institute that my brother Q Butter runs, I think that he is looking at it in a balanced way. Like, we are going to speak about Churchill. He won the war, absolutely, right? He helped British win the war. We're definitely going to speak about that, but we also have to be balanced, Jupiter, and speak about his transgressions. It's just simple as that. We will talk about George Washington. Is George Washington the founding father of the United States of America? Absolutely. Is he the first president when we go through the list of 40-something presidents? Is he number one? Absolutely.
We do the same, Eldenborough ritual. We do the same for people like Malcolm X.
Can I say that I think that if the British people were more concerned about the biased way in which Churchill is being taught in the British education system, I think that'd be a good thing. So I think that the British people should start a campaign to teach the truth about Churchill in the British education system.
Should we do the same? Should we do the same for people like Malcolm X?
Explain what you mean. Explain what you
The
mean.
narrative taught is by one person and one person's book. It's very ambiguous the way that that people go against what Winston Churchill was. Most people have a level of understanding, even if they didn't go to university in this country, that there is context to everything. And if you start looking at the things that have been pulled out, the quotes that have been pulled out that Winston Churchill was supposed to have made for the book that was written about him, that says he was a racist, actually, if you look at the things in context, you will understand that with the language of the time, he might not have actually been a racist. He might just have been ignorant in the language that
I think one of the quotes that he said was that he didn't believe in the self-governance of countries like the Caribbean and Australia and Africa, and he believed that they should be governed by white people. Is there context to that?
I don't know that particular quote, but what I'm talking about is that a lot of the quotes that I do know, that when I went back and had a look, and in context, that he would equally say something that was in today's world would be deemed insulting, but at the same time, again, for the same group of people, he would also back them up and say no, they were to be treated reasonably and they were to be given such and such and such and such. So it wasn't that he was actually against the people, and people need to understand that there's a lot more context to things than just the Bible. That people want to make out. Hold on.
It's fine. We don't have to
White people are just inherently racist. We don't need that kind of teaching in this country, in our homeland. We don't need it.
So yeah, I just think we've just got the answer to the question. There will be no campaign among the British people to teach the truth about Winston Churchill. I think that's it. But
to be fair, I think there is a campaign because it's white people that have actually removed some statues and have actually campaigned outside universities. So there is something happening.
I take your point. I take your point.
Just quick one though. All I was just saying is, in forms of history, we base it on the story as what it is. So if we're basing it on the story, is it that his story can be biased?
No, but the fact of the matter is, the way that Winston Churchill is taught in the school is biased. There's no doubt about that. I mean, nobody's out here trying to teach Hitler's side of the story. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not
exactly. So let's teach the actual story, then you will see how it sounds.
You know, so yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about that. But what's it called? I wanna delve into what Reggie was saying a minute ago in terms of the truth about Malcolm X. Yeah, explain what you mean, my brother Reggie, my good Nigerian real African brother. Explain what you mean.
I'm sorry. I mean, in the sense that should we only paint him in a positive light, that he doesn't have controversy surrounding him as well. Like our brother Shia Isa pointed out on COE not so long ago, how he wanted us to integrate, or he wanted us to follow the model of other enslavers, other colonial masters. You know what I'm saying? He felt that was like the best model for us to emulate.
Yeah,
I guess you know what I'm referring to, right?
Yeah, most definitely, because I was in the debate. And you will also know that that he was unable to prove what he was saying. I don't know what we're talking about here. But yes, I think that it's definitely, in a general sense, I think that it's definitely the case that when we teach about our greats, we should teach about their virtues and their flaws, their triumphs and their mistakes, their successes and their failures. I think that there are many lessons to be learned from our ancestors in all of their endeavors. And so, we see it would do us and them a disservice to act as though they were infallible and perfect. And so we don't have to do that. Yeah, we don't have to create perfect beings as the example. Yeah, we don't have to have infallible prophets. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? We can have human beings who are great.
I like it.
And they're great.
And will you be teaching in the religious studies about the truth about certain leaders within the religious education, and how slavery generally and any enslaver should be condemned and burned out, because we're going to have such an honest and open institution? Do you believe that we should be honest about that, about how, for example, marrying a young woman, well, not even a woman, a young child, is paedophilia? Will we be honest about these kind of things as well?
I think I'm failing to see where you're going with that particular, but I definitely think that morality is a part of an education system, and we should teach moral values and principles and these kinds of things. But more fundamentally, however, as it relates to us at the moment, I think that the allegiance towards European culture and European values has done Black people around the world a disservice. And so principally, we need to shed or rid ourselves of that allegiance, to European culture and European values. And I think that once we do that, we may find that we'll be a lot better off in a lot of other areas.
These are the questions that people are going to ask that your institution as well. Why?
Why
are you so harsh on certain elements of slavery and certain enslavers, but others you seem to not even?
I see where you're going. So let me be very clear that the Africans, first of all, that when it comes to the Arab enslavement, nobody has done more to raise this issue than the Pan-Africanist movement, in terms of its impact upon Africa and African people, and so on and so forth. So yes, rest assured, my brother Reggie, that in as much as the European enslavement will be taught and expanded upon exponentially in terms of invasion, conquest, enslavement, and colonization, so will that of the Arabs.
Absolutely. And Reggie, we will also speak about all that encompasses Malcolm X. So I will not teach my children about Malcolm X without teaching them about Malcolm Little.
Most definitely.
About his misgivings, and he was
most definitely.
We're going to teach about that. Yeah, of course, he was an activist, a freedom fighter, but he was also Malcolm Little. So, Reggie, if that answers your question about Malcolm X, absolutely. We're going to teach him.
Can I ask a question, Born Rich? Because I heard, you want to teach about the Arab slave trade, which is absolutely right. The European slave trade. Now, what happens afterwards? Because obviously, like me, for instance, when I learned about the French colonization of Algeria and injustices that happened to my ancestors and my people, it does spark an emotion of anger at the time, you know, because these people done this to my people. But moving forward, because you have to understand is for instance, for the Arabs now in North Africa, they live in Africa, yeah, and they're going to be around Black Africans. So what works are going to be done to, obviously, I don't know if you guys want to unite the people, or if you guys want to separate yourselves, say no, they done this to us, so we don't want to be involved with them. Even here in Britain, when you're speaking about the European slave trade, do you teach people that it's not all Arabs and not all Europeans, and this was a crime that was done thousands of years ago, and people now don't have that mindset? Like, you know, what's the sort of aftercare after the knowledge?
I can answer that. I can answer that. The answer to that question is that when it comes to that specific issue, we will teach them no differently to what Muslims teach in relation to Palestine and Israel. Yeah, in that regard, the political outcomes of Palestine and Israel.
Yeah, I still think that's not answering the question. You spoke about a different community. I'm speaking about what your community is going to do. And when it comes to the Muslim and Jews, you know, we see the news and we see the hatred and whatever. But realistically, to be fair, in Israel, there are Muslims and Jews living side by side. They don't have these ongoing issues the way that the media likes to portray. And it's more of a political sense rather than a religious sense, because you do know they are the people of the book. They are technically our cousins. If anyone's sincere about their faith, they wouldn't have hatred for Jews.
Ah, indeed. So people of the book. But the reality is that there are political objectives where these things are concerned, and nobody. And you're right.
But these are happening right now, though, Shakara. You do realize that what you're talking about happened hundreds of years ago. We're dealing with it right now.
My understanding, the reality is that not everybody shares an opinion. You know, even on either side of that debate, like there are different opinions on how the issue should be dealt with, and these kinds of things. But at the same time, there is Islamic education and there is Jewish education, and within nobody questions whether there should be Islamic education or Jewish education in that regard. And Islamic education is designed, to produce good Muslims and people that are able to solve the problems of Muslims in whatever vicinity, and Jewish education is designed to perpetuate and can continue to solve the problems of Jews. So wherever they prescribe to address the Palestine-Israel issue, the value of having education specific to those people is not a question that any of them would entertain to any significant degree.
I mean, yesterday I was here on the channel and somebody was questioning about Al-Ahzan Mosque in Egypt, which is an Islamic study center international where many people, Muslims all over the world, go there to study Islam. And it's quite, and you know, I'm sure you've heard it. It's been documentaries on Panorama where infiltrators have come into our mosques and videoed what we've been teaching, and, you know, flipped it around and saying these people are teaching intolerance. So we definitely have being questioned about what we're teaching in our schools, to the point where folks
you misunderstood me. Of course, people are going to question what you're teaching in Islamic schools, but I'm saying, generally speaking, among Muslims are not going to question the value of an Islamic education. They may question the extent to which that mosque is providing an Islamic education, but the fact of having and the need for an Islamic education is not going to be questioned by Muslims.
Yeah, but that wasn't my initial question. My initial question is, within your institution, a module of that is going to be teaching about slavery. Now, in modern day society, you know, we're speaking about children here, and children who have emotions. And when they're hearing about this horrific history, for me personally, I'm just speaking about me, I'm not saying everyone, but when you hear about the oppression that was done before, it does spark a sense of anger. And we're living in a society where it's very multicultural. We're gonna have interactions with people of different races. How do you teach your people in your institution to interact with those different races?
It's very simple. If Muslim schools are able to teach about the history of Israel, without churning out anger-filled rogue children who just want to go and destroy places, then I think we're capable of doing the same.
Absolutely. And we would also, and when I first came on here, I said any type of Black or African-centered educational system is going to have the do for self model. We have this period, like we're going to always have a do for self model. So yes, I am going to teach we are going to teach our kids about the Arab slave trade and the transatlantic slave trade. Yes, we are. But we're also going to give them a sense of pride, a sense of self, a knowledge of self, and a sense and a way to do for self. So it's not about learning this and taking this and being angry. They taught me about slavery in elementary school. Z, I was angry, but what the fuck did I do? I didn't go out and kill anybody. I was
not everyone is like that.
I have learned about slavery extensively. I've watched many documentaries and films, and I've felt angry after each one, and sometimes to the point of I could kill some white folks. I have not engaged in the activity, at least as yet. So believe me.
Yeah, but not everybody.
But that's what I'm saying. You gave testimony. You were angry.
Of course. Anger is a human emotion.
I would say that your anger.
I'm entitled to my anger. I'm entitled to the anger. I am entitled to the anger that I feel in relation to the injustices that were done against my ancestors and my brothers and sisters in this time. As any community, yes, it was called anywhere in the world would be angered. You know what I'm saying? Like Muslims around the world are concerned with Palestine. They're angry about it, right? They're angry about it, and they're entitled to their anger. You know what I'm saying? And them kind of things. They're Jews around the world, all to this day, are still angry about the Holocaust. They're still,
you were created into a racist.
They're still
can I just say one point, please?
They're still bringing the little half-dead Nazi them, to court. What's it called? And them kind of things there. Some of them are being tried, and convicted of crimes, that were committed under the Holocaust. And the Jews are still they're still angry about that, and they still say never again. And them kind of things there. They're entitled, to champion the dignity of their ancestors.
But my can I just say one last point, Jupa? My main point is, because these subjects are so sensitive, like just speak for the Muslim community now, there have been many instances where the history is broken down, the atrocities are broken down, and you have one vulnerable child who gets angry and acts upon that anger to the point where he does commit acts of terror. It's the same thing that happened with Pizzagate, not to go off topic, but when that whole conspiracy was going around speaking about, the elites raping young children, somebody took that to heart and went up to a pizza parlor and shut up the place. So we have instances where information is broken down to people and people receive it differently to the point where they act upon that anger. So what is your strategy of sort of controlling that anger and using that anger in a way to be liberated rather than to be to act in that revengeful, if you get what I'm saying?
There are African-centered educational institutions in many different places, and none of them have produced a suicide bomber.
MashaAllah.
Indeed.
Yeah, because they're minute. That's because they're minute. They're minute. They don't
so what about these sort of black supremacists?
However, the reality is that
your
he just wanted to talk. He just wanted to talk.
I thought it was me.
Good. Anyway, that's the only way we're getting to shut up. The thing is, Shakira, he's come with all this good usual rhetoric. Is he still talking?
Nah, I'm laughing at you, Reggie. Come on, go ahead and spit your bullshit, Reggie. Let's hear
He's coming with the usual rhetoric. At the end of the day, what do you put into practicality? No.
Reggie,
oh, here we go. Here come the cheerleaders. Here come the cheerleaders.
Of the African
oh my God! If I could come out and talk,
I'm on you, Reggie. I'm onto you.
Yeah, God.
You ain't getting away with it, Reggie.
So many haters. The thing is,
I don't hate you. I'm trying to convert you.
Now I got happen. You know what?
The thing is, with the way that the current education system is, I don't actually see anything wrong with people homeschooling. I do have concerns when it's going to be so biased. That's where the concerns come in.
Well, to be honest, like most of these guys, I don't even know if they've even know how to write up a curriculum or something.
Yeah, but we know that this Western education system, right? And I can't speak for UK, but I think I can. UK and American educational systems, they're biased. I mean,
Yeah, but
what can we say? Like Jupiter,
Yeah,
like
but every country teaches to a slight bias to their own pupils.
yeah. So
Every
if we can't, if we can't,
got its own heroes and warriors. And it's unfortunate that black people and other people of different denominations with different heritage are in a country where they feel that they don't like to learn about that country's heritage. But unfortunately, it is predominantly European, and therefore they are going to teach European heroes.
So
If I was in Nigeria, I would be learning about the Nigerian heroes. If I was in America, it would be the American heroes. If I was in Iran, it would be the Iranian heroes.
Yeah, but Jupiter, you do realize African history is also European history, and European history is also African history, because what links Europe to Africa is obviously the slave trade. So both sides should be taught, because unfortunately a lot of black people living here in Britain are descendants of slaves, which is a part of British history. So therefore it should be taught from both angles. Do you know what I'm saying?
History is already a dead subject anyway. Generally, I used to love history, but I just realized later on that it's so
As I said to you
subjective,
before,
and it doesn't pay.
if you
It doesn't
throw
always pay
history
the
out,
for most people. It doesn't.
Reggie, if
For
I
most
throw
people,
history
here
out,
he comes. Here he comes. Oh my God!
I throw
I can't
history
even.
out, if I throw history out, I throw out the whole educational system, because most of all the educational system is based on history, whether you like it or not.
Even the English, even when you're learning English, yeah, you have to refer back to old English literature. Do you understand? Even with maths, that's got history towards it. Science as well. You know, there were certain old scientific methods that were used to bring up the modern scientific. You know, we can't do that, Reggie.
Yeah,
Belly,
the
belly,
thing
belly,
teaching
belly.
children is so time restraining. Okay, that we're going to do it in a balanced way. You don't have enough time in school hours. That's why I say take it out of school, and if you want to do that, make it a specialist subject. Maybe at secondary school, yeah, I agree with you, but not at primary school.
I mean, I don't know if we don't agree with something, right? If we're citizens of this country and we can me and you can sit down and agree that the educational system, the curriculum is biased.
Look, yeah.
Why can't us as citizens come together and try to change
Can you,
biases in the
Borich?
Go ahead, Reggie.
Hold on. Can I respond to Borich? You know, when Shakira said mentioned the same thing, he brought us a list of subjects. Most of the subjects, if you go into the modules, they're probably taught in a similar colonial way. Like there's not much difference. The only thing that he's really illustrating needs to be changed is the history. And most people drop history by the time they're like 3 years from taking the GCSE. Like most people don't take up GCSE history. So even if they were doing African whatever culture, yeah, but most people don't. African culture history, most people don't, because you'll find
as we've got a manhood academy,
what you will find what it is.
Yeah. Stop speculating.
What you will
Do you know
find.
the curriculum?
What you will find.
Reggie,
What you will find.
What?
If I was really
Where does
interrupted,
algebra come from?
what you would find.
Where does algebra come from?
What
Where
you
does
will
algebra
find.
come from?
What you will
Where
find.
does algebra come
What
from?
you will find. What you will
Where does
find.
algebra come from?
What you will find. What you will find before I was really interrupted. What you will find. What you will find.
Keep on being the kid.
What you will
with
find. What you will find is that a lot of people decide that they want to focus on what you will find. What you will find. What you'll find is that a lot of people.
What country does it come from?
What you will find is that a lot of people. What you will find.
What you will find is that you need to take it one at a time, you know.
What you will find. I don't understand why people want to interrupt when.
Hurry up, Reggie, man.
What you will find is that people tend to continue
come from Reggie.
in subjects that give them a better employment. That is the focus for a lot of people. That's why they drop history. You get what I'm saying? And they take up things like history as a luxurious subject for a subject because they enjoy it.
No, you can get a good job from being a historian. You do that.
You can, but it's not very employable job.
Yeah, it is. Accounting has history in it. So you can't tell me you can't learn history, because if you go to what do you call it, UCL, part of their curriculum is history.
That's where my sister studies, and she's not even doing history, but she has to. That's part of the module that she even has to do as well. So I don't know where you're going with that, Reggie. To be fair, you just have to take it out with that.
I'm saying that history.
Right. He's saying that most people don't take on history, and he's correct.
They drop it after like the middle of secondary school. You know what I mean? It's not a popular subject.
The curriculum of university.
So I didn't. I did history and RE in secondary school.
As it made you quite employable compared to other subjects.
It's like you went to university and you haven't studied, but majority of your curriculum, you're going to learn history one way or the other.
Even if you want to be a psychologist or like a Jupiter, even if you wanted to be a counselor, for instance, that those are the mind and the thought process. And there is an element of history because there have been studies done throughout time which are still used today, which are still sources that are used today to explain certain things that are happening now. They refer back to ancient methods even sometimes.
Yeah, that's you're being ambiguous there. History is a wide subject. So if you was to talk about counselling, they would talk about counselling and the history of counselling. That's how you would learn about that. If you was to be a psychotherapist, they'd talk about psychotherapy and the history of psychotherapy. Sorry, you wouldn't have to learn about slavery to be a counsellor. You just wouldn't.
Yeah, obviously.
I mean, like, you don't need to know about African culture to be able to work in a bank or build a bridge or build trains.
Yeah,
like,
but
really.
you would need to know STEM, and see, y'all are focused on that. And I spoke earlier about science,
that's what's in the bill.
engineering, and mathematics. So if we're building bridges and we're working in banks, we're definitely going to take our African or Black centered school, and we're going to focus on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Reggie, I don't know how many times I have to say it, bro.
And how many successful scientists have you guys produced?
I don't the same amount. Hopefully, the same amount that the UK produces eventually.
Reggie, what is a quadrivium?
Hey?
What is a quadrivium?
Why don't you just tell us what it is instead of asking us these?
No, you see, because you're mindset of your own. What I'm saying is, what is a quadrivium?
You just tell us what is the answer.
I don't give it back. I'll give it. What is a trivium in itself? What is a trivium? You don't know, do you?
Just answer the question if you have the answer. Otherwise,
for you, you're supposed to be the one that knows the educational system. That you don't need history.
I didn't sound like I know the educational system like that. I'm not in education. That's not my career. You know what I mean? You always start off with a question, Mr. Riggs. You're funny, man. If you want to make a statement, just make the statement. What's the point of asking me a question? Do I know this? Do I know that? Like, really? No one can hear you, I think. Yeah, he's having problems with his signal. Always, do you know this? Do you know that? I'm like, what the hell are you on about? Just say
he's
what
on your heels, Reggie. He's on your heels, man. Quit playing with him. You gotta quit playing, man. And
you had me with Lydia cracking up the other day when he was like to Ben, he was like, ugly ass boy. And we keep on saying that all day, me with Lydia, like ugly ass boy.
Veli, we got Shaka and Shaka backstage, bro.
Who's Ozzy Dave?
Me.
What's going on, Dave?
Not much, boys. What's happening, girls? What's happening?
I've never met Ozzy Dave. Maybe it's
no,
been on him.
I'm new. I've never been on. First time caller.
First time,
Okay.
Dave. All right, Dave. We're coming straight out the gate swinging, Dave.
Talk
Are
to me.
most white people racist?
No, I don't think so.
All right. Can a white person be a sellout?
Yeah. Black,
Explain.
I think black people can be racist, and obviously, and I think white people.
Ozzy.
Yeah.
Ozzy,
Yeah.
before someone else points it out, you got a bit of an accent there. It's one of three places: South Africa, New Zealand, or
Well, his name
Australia.
is Aussie Dave, so you know.
Wow. Yeah, Aussie Dave. Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm not a
You
white
from
man.
Australia?
I'm not a white man.
Oh, you're not? Okay.
I'm actually an Arab.
Oh,
big up.
okay.
Oh, Zubida, you Zubida people.
I'm actually a Christian, not a Muslim.
What country you
Okay.
from, bro?
Lebanon.
Oh, you guys are in a bit of a what's it? Revolution?
Yeah, pray for
Yeah.
Lebanon, man.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, we've been in some shit for the last fucking 100 years. A lot of political stuff, a lot of religious stuff going on, corrupt government. So yeah, praying for some relief for the people because they've been through some shit.
So what's happened with the bombing? Because there's some people are saying that it was like sort of pre-planned and it was planted, or do you generally believe it was an accident?
I don't know, man. I don't think Israel's done it. I think the government was just stupid enough to leave all the shit there, and then a fire started it, and then it's ignited it. I don't think Israel's stupid enough to do that.
Yeah, me too. I don't think because
Not
if
in
they
the
done
middle
that,
of
they're
Beirut.
calling for a serious war.
Yeah, for sure. Not in the middle of Beirut. Israel's war with Lebanon is usually in the south of Lebanon, Hezbollah territory. But yeah, they've never really gone as deep into it as Beirut, so I don't think so. Yeah, it's some fucked up politics going on in Lebanon. So they basically want to hit the reset button, get some new politicians in there, but it's hard to do that because the religion thing is so ingrained in the politics as well. So it just makes it all hard.
So when you say the
I
religion
wanted
thing,
to ask you, I just wanted to ask, how is the Christian minority treated in Lebanon?
you're not really a minority there. I thought it's 50-50 or 40-60.
I think it's just over. I think it's about 60-40, mostly Muslim, but it's not a big thing over there as much as people make it out to be. They get along fine. It's not a big thing for the Lebanese people. They get along
Well, that's
all right.
good to hear from you, bro. Because we have people like Reggie who come along and speak about, you know, Christians, how they're treated in the Arab world. And I'm not saying that Christians in the Arab
Lebanon is
world
an
are not.
exception, G.
Excuse me.
Lebanon-
I'm not
Lebanon
saying
is
that Christians are not. It's not an exception, bro. Because we've got Palestine, we've got Egypt, we've got many countries where Christians and Muslims live side by side and they get on very well.
Is that the case?
There's I saw a saying I saw a thing on Facebook today and it rang true. I think it was hard times create tough men. Tough men create shit, I can't think of it now. I've got to bring it up. But it's just I think nowadays we've got it too good so that everyone's complaining about everything. If you think about it.
Ozzy, what do you think? You think you guys need to bend to the requirements of the is it the UN or the European Convention, who said that they're not going to give you any aid, any quote unquote aid,
it's hard,
unless
man.
you reform and adhere to their human rights policies,
It's
such
really
as
hard. It's really hard
allowing
because
LGBT, allowing maybe even free trade or something like that, allowing the Western policies to come in.
They also want to force us to take in a lot of refugees.
From Syria and Iraq.
Correct, yeah. So that's a big thing because Lebanon's not a very big country. And you take in a lot of refugees and it just changes the dynamics of your country, especially a country that hasn't got a lot of work to begin with. You bring in a lot of cheap labor and it makes everything just harder.
Ironically, sorry to stop you, Dave, but ironically, Jupiter probably say the same thing about the UK. and people will call it racist.
Yeah, it's perspective, you know, like when you've got nothing to complain about in Australia, for example, there's nothing really bad happening. We got it pretty good. The government does the right thing by us most of the time. So people complain about useless shit. People complain about the signals to walk on the street because they're men and not women. It's ridiculous, man. Yeah.
But what about because I know there is a huge because obviously my father's Iraqi, and I know there's a lot of Iraqi refugees and migrants living in Australia as well as Lebanese and stuff. How are they treated in Australia? Because I have heard of certain, you know, racist or maybe Islamophobic encounters, but is that like across the board or is that very minute?
No, I think she means Australia.
Oh, okay.
No,
Are you
it's pretty good. No, I'm in Australia now. It's all right. Race and religion isn't really a big thing in Australia either. To be honest, we're kind of, because we're so far away from everything, we're kind of insulated.
That's true. Yeah.
It's a 30-hour flight to get to Europe.
Also,
Yeah.
from what I know of Australia, you guys have got a surplus amount of land space and a minute population, so you're not really competing for much.
Well, you're right. We do have a lot of land, but a lot of it's desert.
Yeah, but I mean,
either desert or uninhabitable. So, but yeah, there is a lot of room.
Ozzy, somebody asked in the chat, they wanted me to ask you a question. They said, did you sign the poll done recently of wanting Australia to be recolonized by France?
No, I didn't even hear about that poll.
Okay.
No, the last referendum we had was for same-sex marriage.
How did that go?
I forget what it was. I think the
it's legalized, right?
Yeah, it is legal. I think it won by a slim. It got through, but the referendums are bullshit anyway because they're not binding. It's just a survey for the government to see what the pulse of the country is, I guess.
Well, it was binding the last major one we had here. It looks like it's sort of binding.
That was for breakfast. It's not breakfast. Brexit.
Breakfast.
Yeah. Brexit. Yeah.
Yeah, but how do you guys think Brexit went?
Well, we're still in process. I think they're still in the process, and we got other
Yeah,
bigger
it
things
takes
to worry
effect
about.
in January. It takes effect in January.
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
So what's that going to do for trade between all the European countries?
It's a bad time for it, though, to be fair, because of the corona situation. So it's just taking a back burner. I think people. I don't know. Maybe people will be a bit softer with their negotiation because everyone needs everyone right now, right?
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. So
I think everyone's just against China now, to be honest with you.
yeah, at the moment, yeah. And even that is suspicious as well because as soon as China become like this big world power, it's like suddenly something controversial suddenly happens with them.
Yeah.
And before that, like they was just doing their thing and they were doing it well.
No, we'll see. Sorry to interrupt, but I thought of it separately because Trump's done a whole bunch of stuff with China. He's put a lot of tariffs on them. And then as soon as Trump is getting some money back from China, because apparently they'd been losing money off China for so long, and then as soon as Trump's starting to get some money back off China, then this happens. And it's hit New York so hard, and it's basically like bringing America to its knees. So it's like, I thought the other way around. I thought China maybe did it.
So you think that China's actually anyway? that's another topic, right?
That is. I don't want to get too far off topic.
Yeah.
They just need to free up the Muslims that they've got in concentration camps. Like for me personally, it's just very concerning that there's not enough. Why are you laughing, bro? It's not funny. Yeah, there's not enough light in the media about this genocide that these people are doing. and it's happening right now as we speak, and no one's talking about it. You know, so you know that's a big thing that needs to be spoken about and dealt with. To be fair,
Yeah.
and I Reggie don't care because they're not
No,
Christians, but you know.
China has obviously got a lot to answer for. They did a lot of they persecute a lot of Christians, a lot of Muslims, a lot of
100%. They
and I
persecute.
don't
Yeah, I
agree.
think they shut down churches as well recently as well.
Yeah, no, they've been doing it for a while, but you know, at the end of the day, I think their government is very authoritative. You get what I'm saying? And
100%.
I realize that because they got so many people as well, they're under a microscope, and the way that they've accelerated into world power as well means that a lot of people have high expectations of them. You know what I mean? But I don't know, like it's just one of those things, and now they just seem to be more radical with what they're trying to do. I mean, if you look at what the Hong Kong, as I understand it, is also based around that kind of thing where they're trying to control Hong Kong and make sure that people um, basically don't try and rebel against the Chinese government. They're trying to make sure that everybody's on board around the region as well. So
Yeah.
they're looking for dominance. Oh,
You could
some other
pretty safely say they've got it now.
yeah, in that region they've got it. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I was gonna ask Ozzy a question about I'm gonna ask you about again. Yeah.
While you're thinking about that, I've got a question because he was asked about Christians, he's asked about Muslims. He wasn't asked about the Aborigines in Australia. Yeah, so I'd like to know what Wagwan.
Yeah, our indigenous guys got treated pretty badly back in the day. There's not a lot of police violence sort of similar to what the news says in America, so it's not that bad, but they aren't like they didn't get a good start, and it's really hard to come back and just be, I don't know. They copped it really badly back in the day. Like there was a whole thing called the stolen generation, and it was actually white people, the government, kidnapping Aboriginal children and putting them with white families to try and make them act a bit more white and like a bit more like everyone else. It's pretty fucked up. Like,
I think that happened in the UK. They made a film about that.
yeah, if you just want to find out about it, it's called The Stolen Generation. It's pretty bad.
Oh yeah, I remember my question. I was going to ask you about like immigration. What's your view on immigration in terms of like some like A in the chat? She's mentioned that anybody that's had a bomb put in there should be allowed in. You've got some people on the panel probably say that anybody who's been enslaved, colonized should be allowed in as well. You've got some people that would say that people like yourselves that have had like the misfortune. I mean, in terms of like, I don't know what they've experienced.
We
In
can't
terms
hear
of
you well,
mistakes.
Reggie. Come to the mic.
I don't know how much you heard, but I'm saying like there's different circumstances where they believe that there's loads of different groups that are entitled to come here, be it by natural disaster, be it by what Lebanon is experiencing now, by someone's group of people's mistakes, whereby a lot of people have been affected adversely, or be it by bombs, whereby the colonial people come and influence wars in different countries, etc., etc. What's your views on immigration, anyway?
Yeah, it's hard because it's a bit different for Australia because legally, asylum seeking has to be your closest nation, and because we're so far away, there's so many nations closer than us. And the other thing is because we're an island, we literally have a natural border, and Australia's immigration policy is actually pretty fucking bad. Like, I don't think we should let everyone in. I don't agree with that, but like we have these things called they actually detention centers, and when people come in, they just get shipped off and they stay there. They eventually get either sent back or they're given asylum. But yeah, it's pretty messed up. Australia's got one of the worst asylums policies in the world. But that's one side of it. But I don't know if we should just let everyone in. You got to be vetted. You got to be vetted. Like, I mean, if you look at, I mean, Europe right now has changed so much in the last, what, 6-7 years? Since all the look, I think it's just the speed of the immigration. When so many people come in so quickly, it just changes everything very fast. And then cultures mix, and it's just it's very difficult. So
Well, you do realize why there's been like a wave of immigration, especially
of course,
from
of course.
the Middle East, because there's
Yeah.
been so much war happening.
Yeah.
But that's what I was that's what I was trying to get at with the question. I was saying, obviously, your Australian maybe is a bit different because they may not be directly involved in a lot of these conflicts. But when a country may be involved directly, do you feel like they have an obligation to then house the people that they've displaced?
So, for example, you could say America. America's been fucking around in the. Oh, sorry, am I allowed to swear here? We're going to get demonetized or something. America's basically been fucking around in the Middle East for the last 40 years, 50 years.
What would Jesus do?
What would Jesus do? See, the difference between Christianity and other religions is Jesus said, render unto Caesar what is for Caesar and render unto God what is to God. So Christianity is not a form of government. It's just a way of life. You can have Christianity along with
No, sorry,
capitalism.
I was referring to the swearing, by the way. Sorry, I was.
Okay. My bad.
Too
Yeah,
late,
Jesus wouldn't like that one.
But carry on with the immigration thing, man, because you're onto something. I think you kind of.
Yeah, you're speaking about America fucking around.
Yeah. America's fucking the whole Iraq War. Everyone knows that was fucking bullshit. Where the 9/11
So why,
was
you know when the Iraq War happened, why did like Britain as well? Why did they take in like Iraqi refugees?
Why did they?
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't know that they did. Did they? Did they take in much?
Did, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. My dad was an Iraqi refugee and he got his papers fairly pretty quickly, but he came before the Saddam situation. So there was in-house fighting. I think he left around 1991 or maybe before that. And by the time he got to Britain, the situation worsened in Iraq. So they granted him his papers very, very quickly, to be fair.
I think.
Zabeda, why is it that when what's his name? Ozzy just mentioned that a lot of people when it's they by I think it's the human rights.
I can't hear you, Reggie. Can you come close to the mic, please?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
So Ozzy mentioned that when people are displaced, they should go there. But the Human Rights Convention, I think, stipulates that they should go to the nearest place of safety. But from Iraq, I'm not very good at geography, but Iraq to like the UK is a long way, and even France, I think, or Europe generally, it's a long way. How do they come all the way to?
So, from my understanding, my father's journey started from Iraq, I think, into Turkey, then into Greece. Then he spent a long time in Yugoslavia, which was called Yugoslavia at the time. And then I don't really know the end of the journey, but I think it comes down to the sort of humanitarian rights here in Britain compared to a lot of other countries. And what you have to understand is a lot of these Arab countries have actually studied English and Western culture, so they're very familiar with it. And to be honest, like for a lot of immigrants, their second language is most likely to be English. Yeah, they ain't got time to be studying German or Yugoslavian or any of these languages. So they're already accustomed to the sort of Western culture. You know, my dad used to speak about watching John Wayne all the time on TV and try to, you know, reenact him, because at the time, you know, in the early 60s, 70s, a lot of Western culture was being promoted heavily in the Middle East. Do you know what I'm saying? You can look, I know you've seen pictures of, you know, in Iran in the 70s and 80s, women were wearing skirts and stuff. They were very dressed, very westernized. So that's what
Ozzy was saying. So like what Ozzy was saying about the Australians, like taking indigenous children and like reprogramming them. Wouldn't you say that's like for like your country's just been mashed up by like America, yeah, for instance, yeah, and then you go and live in the country in America. Don't you think now you've been like reprogrammed? That you think you do like?
Yeah,
do
I
you
mean,
behave? You're not like you're not like how Iraqis would behave now.
oh yeah, definitely. Even Iraq right now, yeah, because remember, there's horrific videos of American soldiers sort of, you know, teaching Iraqi children swear words, you know, in English, and you know, there's times where they'll be playing like American music and Tupac and stuff like that, and now a lot of young Iraqis, they're so accustomed to this Western culture that they've started to dress what I would say very feminine wise. You know, they're slicking their hair back, spiking their hair up, wearing tight jeans. And that's not part of our culture, but because they're watching the West so much, even in Egypt, even in Algeria, they're starting to follow the West too much because that's what's being promoted on our TVs and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's like my Nigerian
like-
friend. It's like my Nigerian friend. He's come from like Nigeria, and he's come back to like he's in England now. He's been there for like about 20 years, and yeah, he's like, oh no, I'm not Nigerian. I'm British now. So he doesn't like his old ways.
It sounds like from what you said, Zebeda, they're trying to get further away from their own culture and come more towards a European or American culture. Because if you're really under like some sort of you're fleeing.
Does that remind you of yourself? Does that remind you of you, Reggie?
I don't know what you're on about, but anyway. So if you're fleeing war conflict, yeah.
Do you feel like that, Reggie?
And you're looking for your first place of safety.
Now explain it. No, because what you explain it.
That's what I'm trying to do. I don't know why you're going.
I don't think they're running away from their culture. I think you know, this is the issue that I have been, because I'm on other platforms and I'm speaking to a lot of North Africans, Algerians, and Moroccans, right? And you know, they're not going through a war-torn country. Yeah, most of the young kids that want to migrate into Europe, I'm going to be so honest, it's for the liberal lifestyle. It's for the lifestyle. You understand? Because they want to feel more free. They want to be able to sort of do what they want and stuff like that. So that's an aspect of it. But if you're fleeing a war-torn country, I think the main incentive is safety.
Because they're seeing what. Yeah.
The main objective should be. The main objective
you know what,
should
like
be
exactly
safety.
what you're saying, Zubeda. Like say like when you go back there, like when you go back there, Zubeda, you might have like the latest mobile phone, you might have this and blah blah blah, and that is the you brought into your previous culture before. Like you're bringing something new into your culture, and some people are going to be for it, and some people are going to be against it. But again, like when you go to Morocco's like mini England, man. It's like drinks, skirts. You know what I mean?
And for me personally, I'm wholly against that. Like I believe, yeah, no, I believe that these countries should preserve their heritage and their traditions. You know what I'm saying? Because you know, I see it like this. Yeah, people that live in the West that are completely free, able to do what they want. Some people are willing to give that up for a traditional lifestyle. You see, like I've seen many revert stories of English folk or people that are not, you know, conservative, and you know they go to the pub every weekend and you know clubbing and all that, and they've given that up to become Muslim. And then you have Muslims who come from that traditional conservative lifestyle that want to give it up to become more liberal. So it's sort of a clash of cultures. And for me personally, you know, I believe that we should be liberal to a certain extent. I don't believe in 100% liberalism. Otherwise, people are going to be doing all sorts of crazy stuff. But I also believe in traditional values at the same time. So, when I speak to people in Egypt and stuff, they tell me, I hate my country. I hate being in Egypt. And I'm like, what do you mean? I'd love to be in Egypt. I'd love to be immersed in that culture.
Do you believe those sort of countries?
So go on, bro.
Okay, so do you
But the
think,
truth is, Zabeda,
let's take for instance, like, I get what you're saying. So you believe like those countries should present like how the ancient days were doing it. So what about like a country like United States, America, Australia? How should they preserve their
I don't think they do really. I don't really think, for me personally, the West culture keeps on changing. I always use this as an example. Yeah, if you look at the era from the 40s all the way down to the 90s, every 10 years the culture changed. You had the swinging 60s, then you had the sort of punk rock era in the 70s, then you had the pop era. Every 10 years it keeps on changing. Do you understand? It keeps on evolving. But I feel like with some of the like the Asian culture, for instance, this is what I like when I see the women wearing their saris. That's not a Western dress, but because it's so part of their culture, they will bang it out.
So what you talk? So what you're basically?
I need to correct you there. That's subculture that changes every 10 years, not the main
So
culture.
Yeah, but if you look at English culture, I mean the Irish, I would say, and the Scottish, I would say they've preserved enough of their culture to be distinctly Irish or Scottish, because they still have the Celts. The Welsh still speak some of their indigenous language. So do the Irish. But with the English people, for me personally, I still see I don't see traditional English culture being well presented personally.
Yeah, that's
so
because
the Beda, why would someone?
That hold on, I need to point this out. That is what the English people are upset with, that they're not allowed to practice their English culture. I think a lot of these problems to do with the culture being practiced wouldn't be English people wouldn't be so angry if it wasn't for the fact that they're not allowed to practice their culture, because other cultures seem to get offended by it in this country, which is really wrong.
But this is why I asked you before, Jupiter, if you remember, yeah, what is English culture? Because I'm not being rude, I'm not being strict, but somebody said to me it's going to the pub and drinking. Somebody said that to me. I said, okay, there must be more to that.
Well, check this. Well, check this out, Zubaydah. Yeah, the English culture has adopted a god that was a religion that's made up in the bloody Middle East. So English culture is all cultures from around the world brought here.
Okay.
The Middle East isn't as far from.
And we all do it, and we all. And I believe we all do a little bit of it. Do you know what I mean? Like celebrate this, celebrate that.
But I mean, what about the Celts and the Vikings? I was doing a bit of research into that, and that had some very strong roots here in England. There is more to it. Like I think Jupiter even herself, you indulge in sort of mythology and that sort of stuff, which has a lot of English roots to it.
Yep. Actually, England has got England and Britain itself, because there's two identities to the UK. Well, there's more than two. There's actually 4, because you've got the Irish and Scottish as well.
What's the difference between English and British?
The difference between English and British, the British is made up of, you could be from the 3 different areas.
Some sticky questions there, boy.
Yeah. A lot of English culture has transgressed into the British culture, but there is a difference. For example, the languages between Scotland and Ireland and Wales.
Do you know what's interesting to me? Yeah, on that subject, right? A few years ago, I had an opportunity to watch the Welsh Parliament. Yeah, and interestingly, yeah, they like it. Watching it, it appeared to me that English was a minority language in the Welsh Parliament. They speak Gaelic like a lot. You get me? So even in British countries, yeah, even in British countries, the people then want to preserve their native language. It's very interesting.
Cornwall.
Should do. I think the Cornish, they've got their own language as well. It should do.
I've been to Wales many times, and even if you start speaking English, sometimes they will look at you funny. Yeah, they speak Gaelic. Even in, I think Scotland has their own language. I think Scotland even has its own currency. I don't know if it's converted to the pound again. and I think Ireland as well has their own indigenous language. And the thing with England as well, how the English language came about, from my understanding, is the sort of because before England was speaking English, they were speaking Latin and French. That was the predominant language until obviously. So I would say that the more indigenous people of Britain, I will give it to the Irish and the Scots. And I think
that's because we got conquered by a French king.
Yeah, and then the Romans as well, who actually established the capital. So yeah.
Then the Saxons. Don't forget the Normans.
Oh, we've had lots of conquerors, and we've been enslaved many times. And actually, the slavery before 1066 was atrocious in this country. White people were enslaved all over the place and shipped out.
But let me ask you this, Chief, because I hear a lot of, and I'm not prescribing you to right wing or ethno-nats, but you do hear these ethno-nats constantly speaking about preserving the white race and the indigenous people. Now that caused me to think, who are the indigenous people of Britain? And from my understanding, I like I said, I'll give it to the Irish and the Scots, because I believe that they were probably the first civilization that was actually sort of made up in the British land, and I think England was the last established country. So who would you say the indigenous people of Britain are?
The Britons, like you just said, the Celts. I don't go with the mainland. I don't believe that mainland Europe are really British people. So when people say we're all European, yeah, I understand what they mean by that. But that's why I never ever wanted to be part of the EU, and I'm so glad we're leaving it. The EU amalgamation happened in my lifetime, and I know life before the EU, and I know hopefully life after the EU. It was a stupid empire being built up right in front of our noses that British people didn't want. So yeah, there is a lot of...
People are always so fascinated in what is English culture, as if it's only their own culture, or as if that what they believe is their own culture is the one that sticks. But English people can't tell you what their culture is. Like, really,
it's a mix of everybody else's culture.
Yeah, you could say the same thing about other cultures as well, that it's come from somewhere else. It's
no,
just, it's
Britain's got a core culture.
Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, you could say that. Exactly. That's the point. You could say that. You could start looking and seeing where they got that from, where they got this from, how they got that, this, that,
Yeah.
the Bronze Age, the Iron Age, all this type of stuff there. You could look at that.
Well, they want there's a certain
and
acceptance.
Paganism before we were enforced into the Catholic Church.
But those are just historical.
Yeah, there's a lot of history to these lands. And I just want to pick up something that Zubida said. Sorry, Reggie, but I want to do it while I remember. Zubida was saying that she believes all these other countries have a right to hold on to their traditions because they don't want it lost. I agree. I think the same should be said for Britain as well. Just because and also I'd like to pick up on the other thing that she said, that she's talked to a lot of people, and a lot of the reasons why they want to come here is for the liberalism, is for our culture. So and like she said, there are some that go out to these other countries because they want to go and live in a more traditional lifestyle. That's fine. But the ones that hold on, the ones that come here for the liberalism or for our society, the way it is, way it's more free, more open, they should come here and embrace it and not try and change it back to the country that they came from. That's my bit of them. Right.
Can I just piggyback on what you said? One quick point there. Just one quick point, Reggie, please. Yeah, sorry, bro. Yeah. And this might actually sort of offend some people, make them a bit triggered. Yeah. Obviously, as a young person, you're listening to all these politics, and sometimes passion and emotion rather than logic and understanding takes over. Now, a lot of us, especially us Muslims, we cuss the West and and stuff like that. I've been doing a lot of research, and I've been speaking to a lot of people who live in Muslim countries. Now, one thing I do respect here about Britain is the freedom of speech, the fact that we can speak openly and boldly against the government, against policies, against anything really. Do you understand? And we will not be convicted for it. But if you look at the Arab world, for instance, in Egypt, Sisi, I think, is holding up to 100,000 political prisoners. like, and a lot of these Arab countries, there is major corruption happening. In Algeria, we've got a new president, and his son was recently caught for trafficking cocaine. That's a big corruption. He got nothing. Yeah, and there are people in Algeria who are doing years for petty little crimes. And if someone wants to speak out against it, you're going to be missing. That's it. You're gone. You understand? So we have to also be realistic about where we are at, because yes, we speak and and we speak about how great our countries are, but could we really live in our countries with what we are doing here now? I know in Algeria I couldn't be freely, openly speaking the way that I can speak because of the way the country is run, and that's something that we have to work on. You know, and this could be said for a lot of countries, not just the Arab world, even places in Africa, even places in Asia. We cannot speak as boldly. We can't even speak about religion. Sisi, which is a Muslim country, even Muslim scholars can't be on the street preaching Islam that way without being locked up. Sisi literally censors a lot of the mainstream media, and a lot of journalists as well have been killed for reporting the truth. That's how harsh it is in the Arab world. Do you understand? So you know, we have to be balanced and you know, look at things from a realistic point of view. You know, we're here criticizing the West, but could we criticize our leaders back home? I very much doubt it.
I don't think there's anything to criticize about the West at all.
What do you say?
I don't think there's much at all to criticize about the West.
Oh, you're gonna cause some controversy here soon. But I was gonna say,
Could we actually define what British culture is?
I was gonna say, hold on, can I just say that? Yeah, it's good Zabeda made those points as well. But yeah, it's just ironic that people come from different places. Yeah, like Africa, for example, they travel all this way. The topic today was about are white people racist, and people make so much effort to come this far. Yeah, which is not the nearest place for safety from Africa, and not from Middle East either. But they come all this way, and then it's like you know, this country is meant to be racist, as some people on the panel will have you believe, and people rather live under this system of white supremacy and racism than to live back home. Like it's a bit of a contradiction, if you get what I'm saying. You got like some of the people on the panelists, they're so-called African nationalists, etc. Yeah, they rather live in a country full of racists.
Yes, Reggie has drawn first blood.
I know, yeah. He's got in. He's making sure that he solidifies his permanent.
Hang on, they'd rather live in a system of white supremacy than live among a place where their own people are and their culture is more able to be expressed. So what does that say?
Reggie, I'm sure your check is in the post. Yeah, I'm sure your check is in the post. And the Queen, will compensate you very well for your advocacy.
You love the system of white supremacy.
I do want to point out, however, that the idea that there's nothing to criticize about the West is an interesting proposition, especially coming from a gentleman living in Australia, and Australia is a part of the Western Axis, and that is a nation.
I wouldn't say nothing.
That's what I'm saying. Be very careful, because you're talking about a nation that basically built itself upon wiping out to almost an entire group of people, and continues to discriminate against them to this day. Yeah, do you know what I'm saying? So I don't know how we can make that claim at all.
I wouldn't say there's nothing. There's always something that can be fixed and can be made better. Currently, at the moment, it's pretty good, and there's no other civilization that's been better in history. That's my thoughts, and I do mean the West, as in America, England, Great Britain, mostly Australia, and some places in Europe. Democracy. I think democracy is the best thing that's ever happened to the world. No?
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Shakara. Come on now.
Is that my Haitian brother?
Yeah. They're drawing you out, man. You have to speak.
I know, bro. Sometimes but sometimes you have to just ignore it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just why they
yeah.
Well, I'm not talking just to piss people off. I legit, I believe that shit's happened in the past, and it's terrible.
Well, the thing is, the system of democracy, the way it's set up, is mostly it's mostly influenced by who has money, meaning
Fair.
that like like I believe in democracy too, but when you look and you break it down, you see that, well, hold on, the person that wins often is the person who has the most money in his campaign. I think there's many works that's done on that, right? And then when you see the people who write the laws, the politicians, they have like lobbies behind them, right? So they're just
Yep.
like spokesperson for companies. So like it makes you question, like, okay, well, they have a system where legitimacy is pretty well built in, right? Like when you look at Africa or other places around the world, they have a lot of legitimacy struggle because, over here we believe that the people make the rules, but when you look at it, it's just a really sophisticated system for another type of dictatorship, but it's hidden. Do you see what I'm saying?
Are you saying that the West is in just a different form of dictatorship?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I have to disagree with that one, because on the point that I think Zubida and Jupiter were making is that we actually have freedom of speech. We can say what we
Yes,
want.
yes,
And
it's
we
true.
can
It's
do
true.
it.
I think it's a sophisticated system. Like you can't just say, well, the government or whatever or whoever is treating or taking the people and doing it bad. But the thing is, what I have to emphasize upon is how the system is run. Like the media, the politics, and like all the company, the network of companies, you'll see that you'll like if you follow the trail of the money, there's a handful of people that control the system, and they're not being spoken about. Like you never hear about the private bankers who own the Federal Reserve, right? You never hear about the the people who own the lobbies that write most of the laws, right? You criticize, like what they have done really well and effectively is put like this show that we call politics, right? And that's like a front line for us to look at and criticize. And these guys are like actors acting like they're gonna go and like do our bidding. But when you look at the facts, they're more like, yeah, like I said, actors that play a role in a system, um that
It's all it's all a facade, basically, is what you're saying.
facade. Yeah, it's all facade.
Do you know what though? I was sitting there thinking that if you was to give the Aboriginal people of Australia a choice in terms of which is most important to them, free speech or their land, I'm relatively sure they'll choose the latter. For the most part,
100%.
anyway.
100%.
Yeah.
But the problem with that is how far back can we roll that game? So,
and interestingly enough, the funny thing is that we talk about Britain having free speech and all that, but white people all over Britain are right now complaining and moaning about the fact that they can't speak. They ain't got no free speech. So it's a very interesting proposition that we when we consider.
The
reason
for that
I'd like to explain that because I think that's come about because we have kowtowed to outside cultures, basically. Because and people like you, Sakura, that's why the free speech is being eroded, and that's why it annoys me.
Free speech has not been eroded.
Indeed.
Free speech has not been eroded. When you have free speech, you have to be able to accept what other people want to say. And the problem is that the majority of people don't want to accept what other people say. So therefore, everyone gets upset that they're being told they shouldn't say something or saying something that offends them. So you being offended by other people's free speech for saying you shouldn't be able to say what you want to say is irony at its highest point.
Highly, and it's also ironic that
What?
when it
Hold on,
comes
I
to
didn't get that. Can you re-explain that? Because I really didn't get it.
Yeah, I want to hear that again as well, please.
So to have freedom of speech means that if someone says something that you do not like,
Yeah.
you can't then turn around and say that they aren't able to express their freedom of speech for it. So what I find is happening is that everybody who is offended is telling everybody that they shouldn't be able to say something, but they're still offending other people by expressing their free speech. It's an
But that's not what
oxymoron.
that's
No,
not
it's
what you
not.
was talking
It's
about.
not.
It was
Freedom of
she was,
speech. Freedom of speech. Sorry to jump in. Freedom of speech is to be able to say what you want and not suffer any legal consequences. You can suffer personal consequences if I say something that offends you, and you decide to hit me. Then I have to wear those consequences. But legally, you cannot be charged for saying something. That's free speech.
I just find it very interesting that the black so-called minority in this country have far less impact upon the society than the white minority in other countries. Yet, this doesn't seem to be an issue for a lot of people, and so.
Can I come in here about the English thing that Sabina was talking?
In fact, it can justifiably be said. The argument can justifiably be made that the presence of non-white minorities in this country, in Britain, is a direct result of the influence of the white minorities in other parts of the world. And so I just think that if the Brits want there to be less influence, from the minorities in this country, they should really petition their government to return their people from other nations. You know what I'm saying? And relinquish that influence.
No.
so to each his own.
Why would we help you?
My sentiment is that you're not going to do it.
It's got a heritage outside of this country. Why would we help you do that? And this people is why I say he is no different from Ralph, because that's what he wants. He wants all the people of colour out. He wants all those that have got foreign heritage out. He wants them all to go back because he feels he will be able to control the narrative when that happens.
I agree. Well, you're entitled to your opinion, but that is concerned. My only comment was in relation to British people kowtowing, quote unquote, to the will of other people in this country, and I'm just saying that Britain exerts.
I didn't say to the will of the people. I said to outside cultures. Outside culture.
Yeah, Britain, right? Outside cultures, which are brought here by people that have so-called minority status. Yes, that would
one
make sense.
second. Jupiter, you don't want minority culture to be in England either. You think it's infecting the country. You think it's just eroding your what this open quote No, hold on. You think it's eroding open quote English culture, which doesn't exist.
Right. To go back to the point that I picked up with Zubida earlier, it links in. I don't mind people coming here, but if they want to change our country into the country that they came from, there's no point them coming here. They might as well stay where they were. That's my opinion. So I don't mind them coming here. I don't mind them practicing their own faith in their own way. I don't mind them practicing their own culture. But when they want to try and dominate the culture of this country, just like Zubida said with the other countries, they should be able to keep hold of their traditions.
What is the culture of this country?
Britain.
What's the culture of this country?
The main culture of this country.
1 second, Shakara. 1 second.
Yeah.
What is the
The main
culture of this
culture of
country?
this country stems from, it depends on how far back you want to go, but it stems from the Druids, then it goes into the pagan and the myths, also Christianity.
But that's not English culture.
England, if you're talking about England specifically, that would be more Christianity. If you're talking about
that's not culture,
British,
that's religion.
if you're talking about British, it will be the amalgamation of the four. So we've got the Celtic influence, we've got the Druid influence, we've got the Gaelic influence in their languages. We've got all the myths. We've got all the myths from all those. Hold on, they are the culture that still affect us today. Right?
Hold on. Can I suggest?
We have our monarchy. We have our monarchy. We have the way we do our weddings. the way we do our funerals, the
But
way that
you
we
do your weddings is not your culture. The way you do your weddings, it comes from the time when men used to give away their daughters for pieces of land and everything like that, nigh on shotguns.
But no, but can I suggest that?
Where is
Can I
your
suggest that
culture?
everybody has a culture?
Raheem, you just want to be insulting because you don't want us to have a
There's
culture,
no
and you
insulting.
can't.
Okay, Raheem, can you hear me?
Because you don't understand.
I
You
want
don't have a culture.
Yeah, go on, Jason, go through.
Okay, Raheem, I wanted to talk to you about what Sabida was saying about this English culture. I was sitting back and just listening, and I was getting a little bit triggered. I wanted to join in. It's like all of the people that are in a minority culture are waving a finger at people that would have would celebrate an English culture, and they're trying. Where's your culture? You haven't got a culture. There is no English culture. Tell us what English culture is. It doesn't exist. And it's like, why would everyone want the English not to have their culture? Would you want to have yourself not have your own culture? So if you want your own culture to be respected, you should celebrate the English actually being able to have their own culture. You know,
What is English culture? There's still no answer to what is definitive.
You know what the
No,
thing
but
is?
hold on.
I'm going to
We have
side
to.
with
why would they ask not to have something that you want to have?
Can I suggest if we define what culture is, then we might be able to define what British and the English culture is. Because I would actually suggest that there is that there is fundamentally English and British culture. It's impossible. It's impossible for there not to be, because all people have a culture. Yeah. It's impossible to not exist. Sorry, to exist outside of a culture. And as it goes, when we're dealing with it, like we have direct history of this, because colonization to a significant degree was about installing British culture. Was about
why you were so readily dismissed something that you want for yourself.
I would add to Shakara, the first vehicle of culture is language, right? The fact that we're all here speaking English, and that most of us Africans, I mean, not most of us, but like most of us that are born here don't speak the native language of our parents. We are adopting the culture.
So we're not, because can I just say something? Yeah. English is a bastardized language comprised of German, French, and Latin. It's not.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean. But bro, that is still. I understand what you're saying, but it wouldn't be unusual for a language to have parents. Yeah. So in that regard, the fact that it is now a distinct language that is developed out of a distinct historical and cultural experience doesn't make it any less a part of British culture or English culture.
So the reason why I say it's not is because, as what was said earlier, what is supposed to be this English culture is just an amalgamation of everything around the world, because there is no such thing as English. If you actually think about it and you look at it, they are Europeans
every
who
other
came
country.
across and invaded and got invaded and got invaded and got invaded and got invaded. So there is no real.
How did Jamaican's culture come about? How much did
this is why I'm saying. Hold on. This is why I'm saying that we should identify what is culture. Yeah, define what is culture, right? And then we probably be able to, because I am affirming that, because I'm affirming that there is British culture, there is English culture, and that English and British culture has been exported to the rest of the world. Yes, and it has been used to oppress people, right? Or it has been used, or people are, and as a result, people are still following or seeking to aspire to British culture. At the same time, one of the reasons why people say that there's no British culture is because the culture of the West has been put out there as universal. So because it is what is European has become standard. It's like when you say history and you take it for granted that you're going to be studying the history of Europe, yeah. But then when you
use English culture because they want to make a void.
When you want to, so for example, if you say psychology, yes, you take it for granted that you're going to be studying the theories of the mind as developed by European civilization, yes. Right,
Jason,
or philosophy. Right? When they say philosophy, they don't say British philosophy or European philosophy or Western philosophy. They just say philosophy, and within it, 99.9% to 100% is all European. Yeah,
that's not true. You do have Western philosophy. You have Eastern philosophy.
One second. I'm not saying they don't. I'm saying if they just say philosophy, Yes, if they just say philosophy, and more often than not, when they say, because like for example, in this country, curriculum wise, it just says philosophy. I've studied it. Yeah, I did philosophy at college, right? In America is where you normally get the term Western philosophy as a subject, yeah, on the curriculum. But then if they want to particularize another kind of philosophy, then they'll say Eastern philosophy, and oftentimes they say Western philosophy to differentiate from Eastern philosophy. But if they're just referring to Western philosophy alone, they'll just say philosophy. Why? Because philosophy coming from a European root is standardized, yeah, it's normalized, it's normative, whereas everything else is other. You see what I'm saying? So they don't have to put a designation before it. Same with science. They're not telling you that they're studying the development of science as it relates to the development of European civilization. They just say science, right? You see what I'm saying? So yeah, it all depends. I believe strongly that the British do have a culture.
I believe that they want to remove that culture because that makes a void to be filled by the minority.
You can't remove
But
something
can I just ask that question, please? Because I heard Jupiter and maybe you. Can I just ask one question, please? Because I heard Jupiter saying, I don't mind people practicing their culture as long as they don't try to dominate our culture. And I have heard people, you know, the famous say, oh, they're taking over. I've seen videos of people offended at, you know, just areas in London, pockets of London where it's majority Asian community, majority African community, sort of, you know, selling African food or selling Asian food. Do you see that as taking over? Or can you give me an example where foreigners are dominating the British culture?
Okay, for example, when in our schools our children have to eat halal meat, I don't understand why it's being catered for like that. Why? And that goes to the Jewish community as well. I don't understand why.
So would you rather them go against their religious principles and eat something which is not prescribed to them? I don't see that's taking over. It's the same way with someone's vegan. Somebody's vegan, I'd rather eat vegan food, or I'd rather have no glucose in my whatever. People have eating requirements.
If you're not suitable, then you take a packed lunch. Just like if I went to another country and their food wasn't in keeping with my religion or my culture, I would provide I wouldn't expect to change what they provide for myself.
But I don't see that as like a sort of major issue. The issue that could be accommodated. That's not majorly compromising. I don't see that as a good enough reason.
Yeah, but you don't see it because you're the one that benefits from it.
There's 195.
It's just eating meat. That's halal. I still don't understand the issue.
Because to me, who doesn't believe in your faith, to me, as far as I'm concerned, is being cursed. Can't you see that?
So it's interesting, yeah. That the British
power works from the connotation. And there is some arguments been said that the God you believe in might not be the same God that other faiths believe in.
No,
and what if I don't believe in God at all? Why do I need some incantation from a God to be processed over my meat?
Either way, it doesn't benefit. It doesn't affect you. See, little arguments like this is very useless, and it shows that you're not trying to move forward. Because if a religious group specifically, that's not enough, Jupiter. That's not enough. That's not a good enough excuse. That's not a good enough excuse.
I don't want to pray over my meat.
If you don't believe,
but you're not eating it though. But that's the thing. You're not eating it though. That's the thing.
1 second.
If you don't believe in the God, somebody praying over your meat mean nothing.
Shakara, 1 second. Reggie, do you say grace before you eat your food?
No.
Reggie don't want to answer that one. Yeah, they.
Reggie don't go to church.
The answer is a parrot.
Sorry, can I say something?
It goes against my belief. It goes against my belief. My belief is that words and tones and frequencies actually affect the food and the atmosphere and the eons and everything around you. That everything is connected. My belief
is. Can I just give you a quick breakdown of halal meat? Yeah.
Over that.
But Jupiter, there's been actual investigations done as to how
the meat is going into my child's body, and I believe it's my belief that they can affect their whole system.
Okay, let me just say something. Yeah, there's been investigations, where they have actually shown how certain British meat is actually produced, where the animal is basically locked up in a cage, not able to roam free, and actually shocked through their brain, which is inhumane way of slaughtering an animal. Second of all, with the way we slaughter our animals, we cut it by the throat, to make it a quick, easy death. Prior to the animal being slaughtered, the animal was able to reign free in the field, live a life.
They're much quicker than being throat slashed.
Yeah.
I've seen the videos
Okay,
of these animals.
but second of all, if it's halal meat, so can I just finish my point, please? Jupiter, are you telling me? Can I just finish my last point? Jupiter, are you telling me in schools, because I've never heard of this, that the meat that they are serving is halal for everyone to eat, or is the halal meat specifically for the Muslim children, or is the halal meat being served to everyone?
The halal meat is being served to everyone. They don't get a choice, and that's my argument, Zubeda. I haven't got.
I have to look into that.
Here's an interesting thing, in this country, British complaints against against cultural imperialism, so to speak, is having to eat halal meat. Yes.
No, that was just an example.
Right. Second. Whereas,
it actually goes deeper than what I just said, because the halal you buy the people that provide it, you buy the meat, and that a part of that money goes to people that are terrorist groups. So no, don't agree.
Oh, Jupiter, come on, you're reaching now, Jupiter.
Whereas in other nations that are dealing with British cultural imperialism, the cultural imperialism goes as far as we control the economy of your country. You know what I'm saying? I think that British cultural imperialism is far more of an issue in the world than British being colonized culturally by other people. Nobody does it better than British.
That's a fair point.
Oh. So what's your other example then, Jubo? Because I refuse to accept the halal meat thing. I think that's just a very weak argument. So can you give us another example of how foreigners are dominating British culture? You know, are they forcing British people to dress a certain way? Are they forcing them to speak a certain language? Like, I'm still trying to figure it out.
No, I don't believe that they are doing that. But what I do believe is that they have changed certain things. For example, there's been big outcries in this country where the Christian community, and you can argue that this is a Christian-founded country, have had to argue over whether they can wear the cross or not. Yet other religions are being allowed to use the religious laws to wear turbans, to wear face coverings, to wear burqas, etc. So, yeah, there is an imbalance.
Sorry to interrupt. Big up everyone. Big up panel. Big up YouTube chat.
Upheld over the British culture, which is not fair.
Yeah,
so again,
I mean,
the British are complaining about what people like, whether people can wear this and that and the what next. Whereas in our countries, like, we've got issues like our education system is fundamentally geared towards British ideals and them kind of things there. So yeah, I just want to point that out.
Can I maybe jump in? Big up Shakara, big up everyone. I did say big up everyone, just kind of didn't hear me. But let me try and jump in there for a minute. Yalki, kif halak?
Alhamdulillah.
Do you know what it is? I look at, so when we talk about culture, and I think Shakara is on the right kind of question. What is culture? Because look at this. This is the way I look at it. One of the major things when it comes to culture is always diet. So we can define people's cultures by their diet sometimes. So if we look at things like the British diet, it's totally alien to the British Isles. No matter what you say, whether it be fish and chips, potatoes come from South America. So do you know what I'm saying? But what's adopted and what's not adopted is interesting. So spaghetti bolognese, not shepherd's pie, but spaghetti bolognese and lasagna and all of these types of things are adopted and brought into British culture as British culinary examples, but they have their origins in places like Italy. But let's ask who's the gentleman there? Where's that gentleman? Let's ask Jason. Sorry, Jupiter. I am speaking and you're speaking over me. I don't know why. I always give you an opportunity to speak. Just allow it, innit?
Not true.
Can I maybe finish the point and then speak afterwards? Like, I don't know what, calm down, relax. So let me ask Jupiter and let me ask Jason, yeah? Do you guys see a time where African food will ever be adopted into British culinary culture like lasagna is? So let
It
me
already
ask
is.
Jason first. So African, give me an African food that's British now.
So
Go ahead.
I was in London in 2012 and 2013, and I had jerk chicken every day for like 2 weeks.
But can you see where you see the problem right there? I asked you African, and you're giving me Caribbean. So that to me has a mad mindset. That showed me a mindset that you've
No,
got.
hold on. So the point you're making, whether it's African specifically, but the culture has changed to include curry, which is obviously Indian or Pakistani, jerk chicken, which is
I think
Jamaican.
Indian was a national dish, sorry, in Britain at one point.
Jason, I specifically said African because I didn't want you, because we already know about Indian food and Peshwari food. So specifically African. Go ahead.
Okay, repeat the question again. Could I see a time when we could have African food in the UK? Is that what you're asking?
Okay. So what I'm asking you is this. Let me ask the question again. Do you see a time where African food, specifically African food, will be adopted into British, accepted as British cultural food in the same way Indian curries are? Go ahead.
No, I wouldn't accept it as British cultural food.
No, I don't think.
Because if you accept it as British African food, you're denouncing culture food, and that's wrong. As much as if we put fish and chips or roast dinner in Africa, and you said that's African culture food, I'd say no, that's British.
I feel like Shakira, do you understand the question? Maybe I'm doing it wrong here. Does anybody else understand the question I'm asking?
Maybe African food is African food.
No, but okay, so Italian food's Italian food, but it's part of British culture. So my question is,
it's not part of British culture. It's Italian culture.
So spaghetti bolognese.
All right, what about tea? What about coffee? What about coffee?
Wait, Zubeda. Wait. Yeah. I'm gonna ask Jupiter. She's impatient. She wants to jump in. She's saying it's not. Okay, but I'm saying to you, spaghetti bolognese is part of British culture.
No,
yeah? Go ahead, Jupiter.
It's Italian culture.
No, I think that we're getting to a point whereby we'll identify something. When we talk about things coming from other places, into British culture, we have to discuss the process by which they are inducted into British culture.
Exactly.
On Black Eye TV the other day, right? Terry and them had a brother called Tony Warner. Yeah, Tony Warner is a G, right? He does tours in Britain, London in particular, whereby he details, like, literally on the road to take you around and show you where the African history is in this country. And a lot of it is based upon, say, for example, like if you go around the city of London and the different guilds that they have there, and you look at the different guilds that they have in the city of London, you'll find that a lot of them are based upon arts and crafts of resources from other places in the world. Yeah, so I would argue that you can call it British culture, but bearing in mind, like for example, tea, they got that from China. Yeah, and then
Shakira, listen. You know, Shakira, listen. The thing is, bro, listen. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, but Zubeda made a poignant point. Yeah, right. So when the British took over India, right, and they took over Ceylon, they brought the tea over to the UK, and that was like co-opted straight away into British culture. So you're gonna tell me now, Jason, that tea is not part of British culture now?
I'm gonna try and answer if Shakira doesn't jump in thinking he's me.
It absolutely is. It absolutely is British culture. Yeah.
So actually, no, it's not. What happens is, like, we might take something that other people use, and we'll make it and use it in our own way and our own rituals. For example, tea in China, I'm sure that they've got their own way of drinking it. Tea in Turkey, for example, they drink it in tiny little cups. They usually take it black. We have bone china. Our traditions are to drink it with bone china with milk, and the way we have it at afternoon tea. We normally accompany it with sandwiches or with cakes and stuff, or biscuits. The way that we do it is totally different, and our culture is different. So when you say
but Jupiter, answer the question though.
I'm going to answer it. When you say that we've taken
a long thing, I just want to make you answer this specific point. Yeah. So you've just said that everyone listens to you. Yeah.
No,
so
I haven't finished. I haven't finished.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to finish, but I just wanted to clarify a point. Yeah. So is tea part of British culture?
Tea makes up part of the British culture. Yes. It does.
Thank you.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, you do realise the origins are not from England, though. Like, I think the point is, a lot of British culture.
The Shikiri tribe in Africa when they get married. You see, but people nick a little bit of people's culture all the time. They influence each other's culture because that's what.
No one's denying that, Duke. I don't know if anyone's denying that. Not that I've heard anyway.
And that's how progress. And the reason that the West is so progressive is because it holds on to its core values, goals, and aims, which is British culture, right? And what it wants for society, which is British culture, but adds to it all the time. And it on the edges is progressive and it's fluid and it moves further and further forward because it always takes what can be put in and amalgamated to make it better. It refines all the time. I would say British culture is being refined.
Okay, I've got a question for Buddha. Can you give me some examples, maybe just 3, of countries that have embraced other cultures from around the world?
Yeah, man. So the colonizer
those cultures.
Sorry, say that again. Can I give you an example of what?
Could you name a couple of countries that have embraced other cultures from around the world in the way that the UK has? The way that we've embraced Indian.
Yeah, I can give you examples of American, how the Irish and the Italians have integrated into America, specifically places like Chicago and New York. Where else?
Yeah.
You see, the thing is,
see, I mean, there's a pattern there. There's a pattern that you're talking
about. Let me ask me a question. Let me try and give you the answer as I see it. So we've got to look at 2 different things. So in the example of tea, you know about the Boston Tea Party and all of this type of thing. People fought wars over tea, right? So it may be a very silly kind of thing to bring up right now, but historically, it's been a big thing. All right, cool. So look at this now.
Wait, maybe my question was slightly wrong when I put it to you. Maybe I should have said, could you name countries outside the Western world that have embraced culture in the way that the UK has in modern day?
Outside of the Western world.
Now,
can you define embrace? Can you define embrace?
I mean, what countries are there around the world?
So okay, I can give you the answer.
The diversity that the UK has.
Okay, I can give you the answer. So if we go back into history, we can see there was a lot of even if we go back to the Venetians and all that time period, yeah, you can see there was an adoption of different cultures and intellectual property. Sorry, my friend, let me finish. Yeah, so intellectual property as well as things like navigation, things like mathematics, and all of these different things. When we look at places like Morocco, we've got spices from India. It's an African country, so you can see that there was an exchange. But the point I was trying to make,
historically, I mean, currently, right now.
Hang
on, Buddha.
Yeah.
Outside the Western world,
yeah.
What countries can you find the diversity and acceptance of other cultures you find currently in the UK, America, Ireland, Scotland? Where else in the West, outside the Western world, can you find that acceptance of outside?
Well, it depends what you mean by acceptance. I mean, you can go to Nigeria and to one of the universities and find a plethora of different cultures within that place. You can go to Ghana, any of those African countries, and you find that. So I don't specifically know. I mean, what is new that's come around that you think? Do you know what I'm saying? With
diversity. When you walk around the streets of London and you look at diversity, okay, what other capitals outside of the Western world find that?
All of them.
In Asia,
all of them.
You can go to Dubai. Dubai, Abu Dhabi's got a lot of tourists.
Oh, hold on. You can't do it.
You can go to Kingston, Jamaica. You'll find Chinese, England, every kind of culture there.
Tourism go to Brazil. That's when they actually go and live in that country and make it their country. You know.
I've just told you. I've literally just told you. You could go to Brazil and find Japanese. You can find like you.
There's even English people living in Saudi Arabia. You know, you got Egypt, where a lot of the Muslim world from all over the world go live there and study there. So you do have these multicultural communities outside of the West.
All right, cool. But listen, I'm gonna
that's
jump
true.
off.
That's true. Hang on. That's true. You do, but what do? They
I'm
make
gonna
sure.
post that. Yo, Reggie, what I'm saying, man.
Hang on,
Oh, fuck, Reggie's here. Oh my lord, how you doing, Reggie? You okay?
I'm all right, man.
I
Surviving.
didn't know. I thought you ducked out, bro. I thought, like, you know. But anyway, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying that they do have. There's a lot of countries that have diversity, but there's very few countries.
Not to match London, I don't think. Outside the
Let us
There
ask
are
a question,
Hold on, Shakara. Hold on. In the Middle East, for example, as Aveda brought up, now they have 90% in some of the countries like Qatar, Dubai, even Saudi Arabia doesn't have. I think majority are expats or immigrants. You get what I'm saying? So there's a minority indigenous population. So they are embracing other people coming there, but they don't allow other people to change their culture. That's one thing.
All right, cool. Listen, before I jump off, hello, mate. Hold on. Before I jump off, I just want to make one point.
They're not allowing other people to change their culture, and yet you come to the UK and say there is no English culture; it doesn't exist. Here's our culture, you know.
All right, listen, Jason and whoever is speaking, yeah. Before I jump off, I just want to make this one point. Yeah, my friend, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
Okay, so I'm asking you to like be quiet if you can hear me. All right, I'm trying to jump off. Before I jump, I'm going to make a point. So the point I'm trying to make is this, right? In the example of the tea, English people went to India and they got the tea and they took it from India, right? So the difference is the culture that you may find that's Western in those countries wasn't adopted, it was enforced. There's a difference when it comes to the judicial system. Their manners of law were enforced on those countries. Yeah, so that is a difference. There's a difference between enforced colonially and adopted by the British and the English. All right, big up everyone. Take it easy.
Yeah.
Gang.
I know he does that every time. Yeah, it's a final say before he. He always does that. I've seen him.
It's very rude. He doesn't realise how rude he is. It's very rude.
But if you see a lot of countries,
you know,
a lot of countries that are not Western, some of them, even the ones that do embrace a lot of other cultures, allow other people to come, they still look after their indigenous people first, legislatively. You get what I'm saying? They make sure that.
But can I just make a quick point? Yeah. And this, no disrespect here, but if you look at the sort of immigrants that have come over generationally throughout 20, 30, 40, 50 years here in Britain, the Asian community, African community, Arab community, I'll say most of them, majority of them have actually integrated fairly well into British society, have behaved very well, established businesses, and, you know, have just been law-abiding citizens. But, you know, you can disagree with me if you like, but British tourists have actually had a very bad reputation for their behavior abroad. You know, we've seen situations of them in Spain being racially abusive to some of the Romanian minority community there. In Egypt, you know, they come there, they go to Sharm el-Sheikh to spend their honeymoon or whatever, and you know, getting drunk and sort of misbehaving in pubs. You know, so the sort of respect is not given both ways, you know, compared to the way British people actually travel, especially in Europe and other countries. You know, I don't know if you.
I'm sorry, but like I have several friends that work in hotels, and they tell me the worst customers that you can have are Arabs, especially rich Arabs from the Middle East.
Yeah,
and when they come, they have no respect. Like those new rich, that's the experience that they tell me. And secondly, on this culture thing, you know, so we don't pick always on the same people. I was listening to a historian, an Afrocentric historian who does a pretty good job of like doing the history of Africa. And he was saying, well, you know, the thing is, you know, there's two types. We've endured two types of colonization in Africa. You have like the Muslim invasions and you have the Western invasions. And he said the difference between the two is when the Muslim come and when they're effective, they erase all the culture. Like you go on spot and like everything that pertains to the old culture and the worship of the ancestors, and like you can compare that specifically. The French are different, but the English, they used to like leave the local cultures intact. They messed with the politics, the king, the economy, but they left the cultures intact. When Muslims come, they erase everything. Like what?
I
You
really don't
worship
know what you're
Come
trying to
on.
do here. Like, we're speaking about
Come
culture, and then
on.
you just switched it to
No,
some
but
sort
like
of religious debate. Like, I'm not really
no, it's
sure
not
what you're
about
trying
religion.
to.
It's not about religion. It's about like what these Africans they had a certain type of culture that was derived from how they worshiped, how they lived.
Yeah, but you could also say the
The
same for Christianity and what the negative effects Christianity had on African traditions and spirituality as well.
yeah, so you have
Yeah, but if you
you
want to go
don't
down
have
that route,
like
we can speak about it.
if you look at the two
Here's a difference.
and
Here's a difference, Gabriel, yeah. Here's a difference, yeah. Where
yeah.
the difference between the two lies in approach, but not necessarily results. Yeah, I would argue that the results were generally similar across the two. Whereas, for example, recently, yeah, there was uproar in Mali because a brother, I'm forgetting the name of the brother, but he was suggesting that that people should pray, yeah, Islamically in indigenous languages, yeah, and there was uproar, yeah. He began this campaign, we should, and this is not the first time this conversation has taken place in West Africa, but the idea was that you must pray in Arabic, and there was reprisal to the extent of the destruction of his home, yeah. In that regard, the British, yeah, and well, I say the British because Europeans behave differently, all right, along this line.
Yeah.
But what they tended to do was, write the Bible in the indigenous language, yeah, for the sake of as a part of, because a lot of them were developing missionary schools, so they educated an African elite, yes, that was amenable to basically fulfilling the colonial project, yeah, within their schools, yeah. So I'm suggesting, and neither does anything to evolve and develop the culture of the people in that regard.
Yeah, okay.
They both facilitate colonialism.
Like if you look
but you're right. But I think your general point is not without merit. Yeah, like there's an extent to which, I mean, and many African scholars make this point. Like Sheikh Anta Diop in the book Pre-Colonial Black Africa makes that point as well, which is that the installation of Islam in many African traditional communities even rewrote the history of the people, whereby they started to manufacture lineage, yeah, from the Prophet and the Sahaba and all kind of different things. Just manufacture a whole different ancestry.
That's very interesting.
Which negated the actual ancestry of the people. So yeah.
My general point. My general point was.
Do we think the demographics of the people immigrating to the UK has changed? Because Sabina was saying about people immigrating to the UK and setting up businesses, and you're right, that has happened. Do we think the situation we're seeing now is going to be of the same caliber? Setting up businesses?
Well, the reality is, I've learned recently that the British don't have no problems with immigration because they're all willing to take millions of Hong Kong people and absorb them into the country. So the actually immigration.
If you believe Boris speaks for the people.
Can I answer that question, Jason, please? Because, like I said, I've been having these conversations with other people from different platforms, and I do agree. I think the new rule is that
when you look at the last generation onwards, we were looking at families coming over, but now we're looking at groups of 20 or 30 what appears to be single men. And
let me just answer that.
Form of immigration.
I think one of the new rules that I think the law said is that they want to accept immigrants who have some sort of high qualification, which I think is a fair point. And like I said, I've been speaking to a lot of Algerians, and recently, obviously you guys don't follow Arabic news, but there's been cases of especially in the last 2 months, a huge wave of illegal migration from Algeria to Spain, because it's not far. It's about 10 hours or a day to get there. And they're coming in these big boats. They're there with their family members and little children, getting into Spain. At one point, they said that 1,000 ships landed on the shores of Spain. Now, I try to flip the question and speak to these Algerian people
Yeah, but do you think
and say to them, how would you feel? How would you feel if you had a wave of, I don't know, Chinese people landing on the shores of Algerian coast, undocumented, coming into the country and just expecting to live off the state and to be granted paper and behaving badly? You're not going to like it. So I believe this is what I say to all my people back home. Yeah, if you want to migrate, yeah, because I'm here in England. Yeah, the situation is not good for British-born people. So what makes you think they're going to help you? I'm British-born and they don't even want to help me. Yeah, so I'm saying to my people back home, if you want to come to Britain, if you want to come to Europe, make sure you got something to show for. Make sure that you've got the qualifications so that you will have an easy life. Because I'm telling you right now, they don't help you. Immigrants, illegal immigrants in this country, asylum seekers get £36 a week. That's nothing. What are you going to do with £36? You spend that in probably 2 days if you're on or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? They're not going to help you. So instead of giving them a false hope and saying to them, yeah, come to England, the government's going to help you, I try to prepare them prior to them coming.
Sabina, are you aware of the difference between a failed asylum seeker and a successful one in what they receive each week?
Yeah, elaborate.
Okay, you can go on the government website. I'll look it up. For now, I'll just tell you that you said a figure of 30 something for an asylum seeker. That's what they receive per person per week. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, if they fail in their claim for asylum, they still get money, but they get, I think it's what, £1.50 something less. So whether they fail or not is irrelevant. They get the same money. And that's what I don't understand. How can you claim asylum and then fail?
You say all they get is £37. Okay.
£36 a week.
Yeah, but they get a roof over their head. They get a roof over their head.
Yeah, but a lot of the accommodations are like this, because I've been around immigrants and they have a hostel, right? And in some of the hostels, a roof over your head is a roof over your head. Of course, you're going to take anything, but sometimes the living circumstances are not the greatest. So, I've seen properties where 2 men have to sleep in the same room with each other. There's 2 beds. One man's from Ethiopia, another man's from Afghanistan, and they've literally got to share that space with somebody else. And obviously, you wouldn't like to live like that, for a very long time. Obviously, whilst you're in that situation, you're going to make do, but it's not ideal. So that's what I'm really trying to say to my people. I'm trying to tell them it's not.
Yeah, but
meanwhile, when the British go to other nations, they're the richest people in the country.
I've got the figures here for you, Sabina. As well as the housing, Paul, I'm reading this on the government website. I'll put a link in the back chat for you. Cash support. You'll get £37.75 for each person in your household to help pay for food, clothing, toiletries, and that's loaded onto a prepaid debit card. If you've been refused asylum, you'll be given also somewhere to live, but you will get £35.39. So that's £1. I can't work out. Take off 35.39 off 37.75. £1.40 or £1.36 or something. So when a person comes here claiming asylum, if they fail and get told to claim asylum, they also get told, but we'll still give you somewhere to live, and you'll just get £1.50 or £1.40 less.
Yeah, but that's not the case for everyone, though, because I have seen cases. If you get refused asylum, you're basically technically wanted by the detention center. So if your application has been refused and you get picked up by police, they have the right to detain you. Then you've got to go through the detention process and likely to be deported. So my main point is, if you're going to immigrate, to Britain, come with some qualifications, come through the legal process, because I'm sick and tired of seeing my people dying on the boat, drowning on sea, literally risking their lives to come to somewhere where it's not even guaranteed that you're going to be good. And that's what I'm trying to promote.
You mentioned
and they can actually exchange with people like Shakara, who claims that he wants to go to Africa and rebuild. You know what I mean?
You mentioned people arriving in Spain. People arrive in Spain, they don't stay in Spain. They pass through France. to Calais.
Yeah, so some stay in Spain, some go to France. You know, if you look at France and Italy, there's huge Algerian communities there. So, sorry, Jason, are you behind a little bit, mate? Because I can't really hear you. And like,
sorry, I was just saying Spain isn't very generous when it comes to benefits and places to live as the UK is. So a lot of people that arrive in Spain, you know, are doing so to pass through Spain.
Yeah.
No, you are right there. I mean, Britain is probably.
I agree with what you're saying Steve, about having something to give and a reason to come and something to offer. You know,
yes, definitely. Because that's what I say to them. I said, look, if people are coming over to Algeria, no qualifications, no nothing, coming there to maybe steal or coming there to not even contribute to the economy, there's going to be an upror. I know Algerian people's mentality. Even if a foreigner was to come into the country, they'll look at them differently. Like, why is he here?
It's the same with people in Africa. When we get people coming on here saying that they can rebuild Africa, that we don't know what we're doing, that we're just colonial, and then we say that you can come over to Africa, but just be ready to bring something. You get what I'm saying? It's just as simple as that. And then they get up in uproar. The only difference between the Chinese
you mean like a library? You mean like a library?
The difference between the Chinese and a lot of these people that come on here is that they got resources to actually move. You get what I'm saying?
Reggie, you mean like a library? Do you mean like a library? Yeah. Do you mean like a library?
We don't need to see the library again, man. These videos,
like a library.
These videos are
I'm just asking, would that be a good example? Would the library be a good example? Is that a good example to use?
We're talking about that's a selected person.
Yes or no, Reggie? Would the library be a good example?
We need people of the magnitude. We need people of the magnitude. We need real nationalists coming.
Reggie, is the library? Reggie, my real African Nigerian brother.
People like the Chinese that have come with resources and education. The only difference is we need people
African Nigerian brother. Reggie, is the library a good example?
Is that some kind of an inside joke, or are we missing something?
We need more than libraries. We need more than libraries. That's what
I agree. But I'm saying, is it a good example?
Of what?
You said come with something to offer. So bring something, yeah? Come with something, innit? Right? So I'm saying, is the library a good example?
That's just done well. Yeah, she fits into the category, but we need more.
Okay, give facts. That's what I said. By the way, to clarify for yourself, Gabriel, when I came on earlier, I played a video from a sister from the UK who's gone to Ghana and she started an African diaspora library over there. So yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I think we need more engineers than librarians.
They were doing that.
If people are coming,
can I say one point to Jupiter and Wake Up? Yeah, you know how you guys said you want experienced workers here in Britain. One other issue that we're facing is, during the pandemic, for instance, a lot of the frontline workers, doctors, nurses were from ethnic minorities. Yet, I think they brought a statistic that they're not even getting paid the same amount as a white English doctor. So when you do have these qualified folks coming here with the qualifications, saving lives, they're still not treated fairly. So that also needs to be reformed here in Britain. If they want skilled workers, pay them the amount that they are owed.
Or educate young youngsters to go to university and become a doctor or a nurse.
Yeah, we need to educate more British people.
Educate our own English people. And that doesn't mean
but whilst you have foreign workers, at least give them the due. Sorry.
So I just saying, I don't want you to mistake me saying our people with meaning white people. I'm not an ethno nationalist, but I'm saying British people, English people, white, Scottish, Welsh, whether they be white, black, Asian, or anything in between. We should be educating those people to go to university, become a doctor, become a
the thing is, one minute, Reggie, 1 minute.
We need them people.
The main reason why.
If we've got doctors that are black or ethnic minorities working in our system, not being paid the same as white people, there's actually equality laws and tribunals for that. That's illegal in
the country. Yeah, definitely. But also, there's also English white people who actually prefer to work abroad. I was watching a documentary about one white English doctor who literally dedicated his time to work in like war-torn countries like Afghanistan, like Syria. Also, some English doctors prefer to work in America or Switzerland because the pay is, a lot, like private doctors and stuff, not the NHS.
Actually, Sabine, that reminds me of something I was going to ask back. There was someone on here talking about if we didn't bomb these countries, they wouldn't come to our country. I forget who it was that was saying that, but it made me think. When there was the Blitz in London, the Second World War, where did all of our children go? We didn't send them to Germany, or other countries. They went to safe places in our country. And then when you look at bombing other countries, and that being the reason for them people coming to your country, if you look at the immigration,
are you being serious? Are you being serious right now? Are you really? Are you being serious at the moment?
But who has Sweden been bombing? Sweden.
No.
And yet they've got a massive
No. The
Wait,
reason why.
I just want to make sure I heard it correctly. Repeat the first part of what you just said a while ago, please. I beg. Like,
okay. When it was the Second World War and London was being bombed, where did we send our children?
Where in the Second World War? Yeah.
Yeah. Where did we send our children when London was being bombed?
But that's silly because England won the Second World War. So why would you send your children to Germany after you beat them?
But it's true that England was. Yeah, that's a good point. Why would you send them to where you're bombing? But clarify your point for me, please. This is a very interesting point. I want to make sure that I've heard it correctly.
The claim was that are coming to the UK because the UK is bombing their country. When Germany bombed the UK in the Second World War, we didn't send our children to Germany. We kept our children
What he's saying is you didn't see ordinary people getting in dinghies or travelling halfway across the world for safety. Ordinary.
No, totally.
Not rich people.
Can I ask a question?
We're talking about ordinary people.
There's two things in this here. There's two things in this, right? There's two things in this one, yeah. First of all, you're talking about England during the war, yeah. And so England was bombing Germany. Germany was bombing England. Are you suggesting that the people from where that you're talking about, yes, in relation to them coming over here, is there mutual bombing going on? So is Britain bombing their countries and they're bombing Britain?
Yeah, when he said Germany, that was a slip up. What he meant was going anywhere else.
Anyway, yeah, I mean,
no. The point is, Germany and England were bombing each other. Iraq was not bombing England.
1 second. What he said, because I asked him to repeat it, yeah, and he said it again, yeah. He said Germany, all right. So we could do it anywhere else if we want to as well, but let's deal with the Germany point first, yeah. So that's an erroneous comparison, yeah. But if there's not mutual bombing going on, okay, because I've never seen, apart from the one to so-called suicide bombers that we've seen about the place. I'm not seeing any bombs coming from Iraq or Afghanistan or Pakistan. Or Saudi Arabia or any of those places to Britain. I've not seen that. All right. The second part of this question, though, yeah, the second part though is in relation to what was going on.
Let's down the first part for a second. So are you saying?
One second. Are you saying? 1 second, please. Right. The second part of this is that when at the period that you're talking about, World War II, Britain had like a third of the world under colonization. So its children were actually around the world facilitating its rulership of other places and conscripting the children of those nations that they colonized to fight on behalf of Britain.
Okay, look, if we wasn't bombing Germany when they were bombing us, do you believe we would have then sent our children to Germany?
You're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying that Britain at the time had about a third of the world under colonialism, and the people, the subjects, the so-called British subjects here in these colonial nations, yeah, were conscripted into the war effort to fight on behalf of Britain.
Okay, so if we had
one second. So first of all, British children were all around the world facilitating colonialism. That's one thing. Yes, they were. Yes, they were. All right. That was taken place. And secondly, the children of these nations. 1 second. The children of these nations were also brought into the British Army to fight on behalf of their own war effort, even though.
Okay, let me reply, please. Right.
Even though their nations were colonized as an act of war by Britain. Madness.
Right, give me a chance to reply to what you're saying, because otherwise it's like a bit of a monologue and there's no dialogue. Now, if it's true what you're saying, in the 1940s we had a third of the world colonised. We had every possibility to farm our children around the world, and yet we still didn't.
Exactly.
What does that say?
Yeah, but you had the resources to rebuild your nation.
1 second, you're missing
Second,
around the world. We kept them in our own country and kept them safe.
You're missing the point.
The argument that children are coming to this country, and in fact,
Excuse me. The fact of the matter is, colonialism, in fact, was facilitated by the exportation of British subjects to foreign nations for the sake of ruling.
Okay, but if you look at the demographics,
that is a fact.
The demographics of the immigration, right? Are we to believe that these guys are coming over to the UK and leaving their families behind in these wartime countries? I don't see an influx of families immigrating to the UK.
So what do you think that during colonialism people didn't bring their families over?
Are they still in these countries?
Do you think that during
I wouldn't leave my wife and child behind.
But Jason, sorry, but can I just say one point? Yeah, you know when you're talking about a destabilized country, not only is the people suffering, the towns are being bombed up, the economy also fails. Yeah, and with a bad economy, it's going to become very hard to provide for your family. And where the British economy is very much booming, yeah, then people will come to Britain, they will make money, and they will take that money back to their country, and they have the absolute right to do so. Theresa May, when she was in office, she sent strikes, she actually authorized strikes to be sent to Syria to destabilize that nation. You understand? So therefore, we're here to collect. I'm just going to put it like that. We're here to collect. As simple as that.
Can I make a point, please? Can I
you're hitting the nail on the head. We've got men coming to this country to collect. Families are being left in these supposed wartime countries.
Cowards.
Sending the money back to their country.
What do you mean cowards? What do you mean cowards?
Who would leave their wife and kids behind? Who would do that? What kind of mental case would do that?
Okay.
So you expect the mother to leave the father with the child and go to the country and leave it? Like, come on, like, you know.
If it was my family, I would take my whole family with me.
Like the British did. If they want to bring in other people, if they want to put out a thing to let other people go and live there and help them build up their country, fine. But you don't fucking just invade the nearest country nearby and go, oh, well, that's a pile of shit now. We won't bother.
But this was broken down to you last time, Jupiter. Yeah, can I just say one more point? And Afghan can go. He's been waiting like a sideman. Listen. We've spoken about this recently. A lot of the right-wing groups, especially in Europe, have been rising. You know, it's Germany, France, all these places. It is not safe for a Muslim migrant coming out of Iraq or Syria to live in these places because they're going to face that sort of racism and Islamophobia. We've seen the attacks of people opening fire on Muslims in Germany, Europeans killing up Muslims. It's not safe for them to stay there because of the social climate. So, of course, they're going to come to Britain.
Yeah, but I understand that. But then why come here and fucking try and take over and make out?
But they're not taking. That's another excuse. They're not taking over Jupiter. You got to be honest, Jupiter.
They come here.
Can you ask Jupiter one question?
And they start having an attitude and telling the British they're the worst of the Europeans. We even have
You're speaking about these online people. Yeah, on a majority, Jupiter. You got to be very, very honest here. Yeah, the majority of Muslims are going about their business.
Jupiter, do you know the figure? Jupiter, okay, whatever. Listen, Jupiter, do you have the exact figure of how?
I don't want to talk to you, Afghan.
Do you know what the figure is of refugees coming into Britain?
Sorry, everybody, I'm going to leave. Jason, I'll see you later. Zubida, I would like to carry on talking with you, but unfortunately,
she's running. She knows my argument.
I mean, just ignore him, Jupiter. I'm not speaking to her.
First of all, right, the majority of refugees,
I don't want to talk to you,
because I will dismantle your argument. Jesus. First of all, the majority of refugees, let's say for Syria, actually claim refugee asylum in neighboring countries such as Lebanon and Turkey and what's so. Do you have the exact figure of how many refugees have come to Britain, please? Do you have the figure? Exactly. You do not have the figure. And secondly,
how do you count illegal immigration?
Yeah, but secondly, the other point is you made such a ridiculous comparison between World War II and let's say the Syria war. The difference is Britain doesn't just leave the massacres and the genocides by bombing people. They have proxies in place to do their dirty work. Now, when you look at the Iraq war, the majority of refugees did not flee because the British bombed them. It was the after effects of their little militias and proxies that they placed in power to do their dirty deed when they leave. So how can you compare Germany with the war in Iraq? That's just stupid. Sorry to say.
And plus, Britain had a lot of allies to help them as well. Iraq basically really had none. Nobody really helped Iraq in their war. They was left on their own.
Man, they had an empire. They had colonies. They have unlimited resources to rebuild their nations. And he's saying why they're sending their children. That's just ridiculous. Huh?
Why was Iraq on its own? Why do we have allies where other countries don't have allies?
It was called sanctions. You didn't like Saddam Hussein. You didn't like Saddam. Yeah, you didn't like Saddam Hussein only when he attacked Iran. He was your best friend. Then you armed him with chemical weapons, and then you invaded him with the same chemical weapons you said he has that you gave him, which he never had. And then you destabilized the whole nation, and you massacred people and covered your war crimes. And then you say why they're coming over here. Do you have the exact figure of how many refugees have come in the years of, let's say, 2018 to 2019? Do you have that figure, please?
You can't count illegal immigration. It's illegal. It's not documented, is it?
But most of the illegal immigration is coming from Europe.
Yeah, they have numbers. I don't understand. They give numbers about illegal immigration all the time. I don't know why we're the guys.
Yeah, but Shakra. But it was illegal for them to bomb Iraq, causing the refugee crisis.
One interesting fact that's often forgotten about the Iraq War, at least for the first one, it was Saudi Arabia and Kuwait who called America for help, and who gave. There's actually shuyukh, their sheikh, that gave fatwas that said yes, America can come and bomb them, right? So it's easy to see like the enemy, but it's hard to see the enemy from within. You guys never.
Yeah, I agree.
Criticize.
Even prior to the Iraqi war, what most people miss out is Saddam Hussein actually sent, I think it was 7 or 8 missiles to Israel and challenged the other the other Arab nations to send the next one, and they didn't. And Israel was actually going to respond, but America stepped in and said, "No, you do not respond. We will respond."
Now, here's another question I wanted to ask: is that can you tell me the figures of asylum applications or illegal immigrants from Iraq before 9/11, please? You don't have it because there was none until you bombed them. Logic.
But like Jason said, it's hard to track illegal immigration.
It doesn't matter. Even with asylum applications will still be recorded in the national statistics, wouldn't it? So do they have the exact figures before 9/11 of Iraqi nationals coming? Because there was none. There was hardly any. So they blamed the refugee or the migrant for them being on their soil, yet they don't blame the British soldiers or the Ministry of Defense or those people who are doing the killings and causing this crisis. The same thing in Syria.
One thing that unites here, British. One thing that unites British civ and ethno-Nazis is that they all have no problem with British colonialism, neocolonialism, or wars. None whatsoever.
None. The thing is, Chakra.
It's not true. What are you talking about? You're talking out your ass now.
All right. Chakra. You know. If
I'll
you saw,
my ass is pretty articulate.
What?
Yeah, I know,
you know what?
Like, it's got fucking verbal diarrhea like your mouth.
What about the recent peace agreement between Israel and the United Emirates or United Arab Emirates?
Yeah. Massive.
Which is something that Donald Trump is claiming. Donald Trump was supposed to be the worst Islamophobe.
No.
He hates Muslims.
Yeah. And then he goes, Yeah.
And like, you know, the only thing I have to say is, like, when you look at what happens in the Middle East, a lot of the times you have their own elite to blame. Like, at one point you have to say, well, okay, maybe we have enemies in the West, or maybe there are enemies in the West, but the biggest enemies are probably the elite and
Yeah,
the
but the point,
leaders of
yeah,
The corrupt
of
governments.
yeah, but
these countries.
Gabriel, the
If
point is,
let me just make one last point. If
okay.
all the Arab countries decided to unite and say with their unanimous tone, okay, now if you want to deal with our oil, you're going to have to deal with our politics, the game would be way different, right? But they don't do that, right? And then all you do is that, yeah, the West is killing us. They're bombing us. Well, you know, the thing is, the only way they're able to do that is because you guys are divided. You guys spend more time fighting each other than fighting the West.
Yeah, but that's just puppet regime.
You're missing a key point. Yeah, you're missing a key point, though, my brother. Yeah, which is the fact that we're talking in the context of immigration to Britain, and these people are complaining that the foreigners are destroying their culture and their economy and so on and so forth. Yeah. So if what you're saying is to be taken to its logical conclusion, then all these people should stop complaining about immigrants. Talk to your bloody government. Yeah. And complain to them about the foreign policy decisions that result in refugee crises around the world. It's very simple, right? It's very simple. Why is it? Yeah. Why is it? Yeah. That the British public here, who love to tell people not to complain, love to complain. Right? What's it called? About a situation in which, nothing that is happening in Britain, as far as living conditions, warfare, and so on and so forth, right? As a result of foreigners in Britain, compares in any way, shape, or form to what is taking place in other parts of the world as a result of the British influx of people or armies or companies in those lands. It doesn't even compare. There's no comparison to be made. Yet these Brits are always complaining. Why are they complaining?
Chakra. The point is, Chakra. The thing is, in Britain, they have
foreigners. Stop giving out a false narrative. That's not what people are saying.
Yeah. Chakra. The point is, in British political culture, they have a historical, infamous habit of when they don't get their way, they always blame the weaker person. Back in the day, it was the Jews. The Jews aren't weak anymore. Now it's the refugees and asylum seekers and the immigrants. They don't challenge the real people in power, so they vent their anger waiting on beaches like the other day a guy did. It was in Dover who just got arrested for punching a person coming off a rubber dinghy. They're looking at the wrong enemy.
More of that's going to happen now because you just don't listen, do you? Because you keep talking.
But you know what it is, yeah? It's also the hypocrisy of Britain, yeah, because
you can't have a conversation. You want to be fucking condescending.
No,
you know the hypocrisy of America and Britain as well, yeah. They've claimed to enter the Middle East in order to get rid of dictators, right? You know, Saddam Hussein, Gaddafi. But what about the real dictators, like people like Kim Jong-un? What's going on in China? You know, I don't see the British or American army up there trying to civilize or
Yeah. The funny thing about this China thing is that, like, if I checked on everyone right now on this panel, I came to your house and I checked every object, I probably bet half of it is made in China, right? What gives China strength is the fact that we buy. And like the thing is, okay, you can say whatever. Now that they're doing it to the Uyghurs, we're outraged by it. But like the truth, the reality of it is that they've been doing that to their own people. Like if you see the Foxconn documentaries about how they're treated, it's slavery. It is.
Yeah,
we have resurrected slavery and our consumerism, right? We don't have like no qualms about buying Apple phones, buying Apple computers, right? But then when we see injustice, then we're gonna like send a text and then tweet, and then we're done. Like, we're an integral part of that system. We are the reason that the Uyghurs today can be exploited, right? If all the Muslims today said, okay, we're not buying from China today, then China would hear and would do something about it, right?
Yeah.
Well,
this is what Gabriel, you got to understand one thing, right? The era of religious politics is over. every country is independent and they have their own policies and politics. And for example, of the UAE, right? The reason why these Arab countries are siding with Israel is because of the threat of an expansionist Iran and Turkey. You understand? Turkey has already got into Libya. They've already took the whole of north of Syria. They're encroaching on Arabian soil and on the Arabian Peninsula. So this is just politics. There's no such thing as Muslim nations uniting against one thing. China is supplying a lot of aid, business development, weapons, and all kinds of stuff to Muslim countries. So you can't expect all the Muslim countries to unite as if we're in like the medieval days where they would say
just cancel a contract. Telecom company, is it Wu? I forget the name now. Wuha, or whatever they're called. Chinese telecoms company that's doing the 5G in the UK. Didn't we just cancel their contract? So is that not taking trade back away from China due to their actions? Didn't Trump do a cancel something with China so that China couldn't install?
Yeah, but no,
Yeah,
but,
but that's
but I'm talking about like in respect to the Uyghurs, right?
No, I don't mean TikTok.
Yeah, but
Like
it's,
Trump
yeah,
doesn't care about the Uyghurs.
I mean,
yeah,
right?
it doesn't. It was because of the trade. Trump does not want to be reliant on
Yeah.
China.
Yeah, China
That's
couldn't
it. That's all it is.
They couldn't install things like the Yoo-hoo
But
back
what
on the phones. You know? They couldn't have the licensing to install all of the products.
what I'm saying is we like to blame white supremacy for everything, but when we look at the facts, we in our own lives can and should do things that will like affect the system in the way that we would like to affect the system.
I agree.
Right?
I agree, no, Gabriel. Do you know what it is, though? Yeah, in every case when that concerns black people, it will involve getting rid of white supremacy. That's the reality of the situation. There's no way to better our lives, and our conditions and our nations as black people without challenging white supremacy. It doesn't exist.
You're too much of a purist. I'm a pragmatic.
No, I'm not. No, bro. No, bro.
You're like, you stand on.
My brother. Sorry, a structural adjustment program in any black nation is white supremacy. If we're going to better ourselves pragmatically, we have to get rid of structural adjustment programs. In
okay, I agree. I agree.
In Nigeria, in Congo. So
in
again,
theory,
no way. Listen, there is no way. There is no way whatsoever. Yes, to better the living standards of the masses of our people in any country that is majority black without challenging white supremacy. It doesn't exist. We have to get rid of European institutions, the influence of European governments, and and multinational corporations, and so on and so forth. It has to happen. There's no other way to do it.
But what I'm saying is we're not ready. And if you look and if you assess the mental state of black people today, and we're specifically talking about black because we can go and if we assess the mental state of black people today and how they have not recovered yet, they have not been repaired yet from what they have suffered, then we're not ready. Right, so you have to take it one step at a time. You can't like at one point, like when you have to acknowledge that the system, the way it's made, is way ahead of us. It's like 3 steps ahead of us. So you can't just come in and say, "Oh, we're gonna get rid of this." They already thought about.
No, but my brother, you remember we're talking about immigration to Britain. And the people that are complaining about it, What I'm saying is, the reality is that you cannot talk about immigration to Britain without discussing the context in which it takes place.
Yes, we can.
Right? And that's the reality of the situation.
And we will.
It takes place in their context, and the reality is the desire to deny the context.
You don't have to listen to your view of it because it's biased.
The program for ignoring the context is about justifying British imperialism and neocolonialism in the world. That's
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that.
Part of the process, any people,
but we don't have to going back 200 years to try and
practically speaking, any people practically speaking, who have a foreign government and foreign institutions controlling their economy, are going to be concerned about the foreign control of their economy. That just makes sense. And the only way for those people to take responsibility for their condition is to identify that currently our economy is foreign dominated. Which are the foreigners that are dominating it, and what do we have to do to take back control of our economy? That's it.
Gabriel, what is China?
I don't know who's dominating British. Who's dominating Britain then? Because you're British.
Gabriel, what is Africa doing about the Chinese investment in Africa? How are they rejecting or repelling that?
There are many things, and some people are embracing China. 1 second, some people are embracing China.
There's a big investment by Chinese.
Some people are rejecting China. Some people are embracing China. Some people are rejecting China. These are debates that happen among Africans. Various different cultural inclinations all of the time. However, when it comes to one of the viewpoints coming out of Pan-African conversations on this subject is that we are not, first of all, we're not going to make China an enemy because Britain said it should be an enemy. If China is going to be an enemy, they're going to be an enemy because we've decided they're an enemy based upon our own interests, first of all. And secondly, wherever China owns, they've got a long way to go to catch up with Britain.
No, that's not true.
A long way to yes, they do. When it comes to Africa and African people, the Chinese have a long way to go to catch up with Britain, to catch up with Europe. There's nothing.
100%. 100%.
Living in a country you hate. It must be really hard.
100%, Chakra. Chakra is right.
You hate us. It must be really hard for you. I feel sorry for you, Chakra. It must be really hard living in a country you hate so much with the people you hate so much. Why not put your money where your mouth is?
Chakra, it's just, Jupiter, you didn't get emotional response. That's your level, isn't it? Just answer it with a proper political answer.
Ascan, you are in no moral position to judge anybody. The police have told you to stay off these channels. I don't know what you're doing here.
From the standpoint of immigration...
No, it's my freedom of speech.
From the standpoint of immigration, I would have to argue that the way it's set up right now, the immigration, the way it is done, has an element of we want to destroy these nations and make them, bring them down as far as their richness, which is not necessarily a bad thing if you're.
Who instituted this program? Where is this program coming from? That we're going to send all these immigrants
from the cabal, from a group of people who are set out to bring about a world government.
Which is the elite,
from an elite, right? And that elite uses people. I think they might be racist, but more of anything, they don't like people that are not from their clan, right? That means the super rich.
The super rich.
What's their club?
Okay. So then, my brother, the immigrants, then quote unquote.
Rich people just go where money is.
Correct. It's all about money. They don't give a shit about racism.
They don't care about your race. They don't care about your. Look, you got Westerners doing trade with Saudi Arabia. They're bombing their country, but when it comes to the money, they'll work with you.
It's all money.
Yeah. So the thing is, what I'm saying is, like, I think the fight of our forefathers was to fight against and let us know about white supremacy, but that was the fight of the past. Now today, they're moving on to the next level. They're shooting down the European economies and all this. If you follow this COVID-19 and all that's happening right now, what they're doing is breaking down European economies so that
the biggest players in the European economy made billions during the COVID period alone. So it's destroying the European economies. However, all these European businessmen,
I'm talking about the states,
and their multinational corporations are making billions.
I'm talking about the states that have to take loans that are indebted 110. They're indebted like African countries, more than
who's indebted? Who's indebted?
France,
who's
England,
indebted?
United States.
Right.
United States.
So indebted to who? Indebted to who?
Indebted to the banks.
To the banks.
To the banks, yeah.
To which banks?
To the banking system, to the what do you call it?
Controlled by the French, the British. Yeah,
exactly.
You can't say the French, the British,
the American.
I disagree with that.
Banking system.
You can't say the French, the British. There's a huge element of
nobody in Haiti and Nigeria, what's it called, and Congo is running the banking system. Nobody.
Yeah, well,
you can't just say.
well, they don't have a seat at that table, but they have a seat at other tables. But we can
You
come back
can't
to that.
say-
But like in Saudi Arabia, there are huge banks and huge what do you call that? People who play in sorry, it's the French word is in my head. Yeah, the stock exchange, right? They have a huge assets in the stock exchange, right? Saudi Arabia, UAE, right? So you have more than one race with when it comes to the banking industries.
But
Secondly,
the stock exchange itself is a European developed institution that is run by Europeans. Like this is all Western economics at play.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all Western. So the point I'm trying to make is you cannot, one second, you cannot, as far as, and I'm making it specific to black people now, there is no way for us to better our conditions unless we are directly challenging the institutions that currently have control of our land, people, and resources. It doesn't exist, right?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. But the people who control our land and resources control the world, right? Right? And what they're doing right now is making sure that instead of looking at them and attacking them, that we fight each other. So all that petty, like
Exactly,
white against black,
Gabriel.
Muslim against Christian, man against woman.
Exactly.
All of those themes are politicized by, like, I'm sorry, anti-racism today is part of the system. It's an integral part of the system, right? And if you don't see that, like,
well, of course it is
anti-racism, so that we don't look at the correct we don't aim at the correct people, then you have to, like, I mean, look at the system and the way it's worked out. But hold on, my phone is running out of battery. I'm gonna have to come back on my computer.
But I just want to say one thing, not to go off topic, but I know I've spoken about this many times. There's a bigger picture happening here, especially in the sense of corruption. There's been proof that there's been a child sex trafficking ring happening within the elite. We can refer back to the Jeffrey Epstein situation, the Prince Andrew situation. These are people that are supposed to govern us. These are people of authority, and they're committing the worst crimes ever, yet no one's talking about it. And I don't understand why this situation is not stressed enough. They've done so many investigations. Even with the police corruption, they don't deal with rape cases or take them seriously anymore. They don't deal with child abuse, and they don't take it seriously anymore. And this is what these people are doing right underneath our noses, and we're too busy arguing whether Jesus is God.
I agree with you on that, Zubeda.
Me too. If you guys want to fucking blow your mind, look into Pizzagate. It's pretty fucking scary shit.
Yeah, all of that, man. Jeffrey Epstein, Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew was rolling around with a convicted paedophile. Yeah, going to visit him in New York. Why was no one even speaking about it? There's been so many adults now in their 50s and 60s coming out about the sort of abuse that they suffered in the 60s and 70s by institutions, by care homes, by social workers, yet there isn't enough uproar. And I blame the media for that, because the media is disgusting in my eyes. Even the way they've dealt with this coronavirus thing, they're fear-mongering people. They're literally controlling the narrative as to where people's emotions is, rather than actually highlighting the truth. And they do that on purpose, because they use these situations as cover-ups, and they push them down our throats to the point where we forget about these things, to the point where some people don't even know about these things. And when you try to explain it to them, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist.
I don't even think it's that sinister with the media. I think the media is just failing. They're just not making any more money because no one's buying newspapers anymore.
Maybe the owners of the
with a lot of the abuse cases, especially from care homes, vulnerable girls that would go missing at the weekend, and when the police have admitted this, when the police were informed there was a girl missing, and they found out it was a 15-year-old from a care home, they didn't search for that girl and give it the attention they would give if it was a girl from a average everyday family complaining that their daughter had gone missing, because they were, it's horrible to say this, but the girls from these care homes were looked upon, and as horrible as this is true, they were looked upon as young slags. And it's horrible to say that, but that is the opinion of the authorities of these girls. Promiscuous, not worth looking for, and they turn up on Monday, no problem, you know. And
yeah, the way that they deal with victims is disgusting, and they'll call them, you know, slags or promiscuous or coming from troubled backgrounds.
And often these girls are being pimped out to affluent, influential people as well, who could pull strings things not investigated. You know, I honestly do believe that, and I've heard many people say it, and I believe that's true. I believe these girls were to politicians, to celebrities, to high up civil servants.
Oh yeah. That's what they're on. That's what they like, and you know, it's much deeper than that. Obviously, I don't want to talk too much on here because you know there's certain things that they do, you know, in a ritual sense, and you know people think this is so impossible to happen.
Maybe we should talk about those things.
There's people in the background trying to get on.
I can go if you need.
And we don't want to talk about but there's some things that we've not spoke about that we should have done. You know, that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, definitely. This stuff is real, to be honest, and it makes me sick. And to know that this thing is happening right in front of our faces and no one's doing anything about it. You know, you have cases of so many children going missing. Lord knows where they're going. You understand? You have these people doing all sorts of disgusting things, and yet they live in that lavish lifestyle in billion-dollar homes, just getting away with the most things that you should be hanged for. If they was to bring a death sentence back in this country, it should be for people like that. And we're too busy arguing over, you know, and for me, I just feel like certain things, you know, you have to look at it like this, yeah. Before any major election, before any sort of anything that happens in Parliament, there's always these little events that happen, you know. And you know, I always say this with the Jeffrey Epstein situation, you know, he was arrested finally. And the only reason why he was arrested, and this is the powerful thing, this is why we should utilize the tools that we have with us. Even though some of us don't like phones and social media, we find it depressing, it's also a tool to use to spread information. Because Jeffrey Epstein was committing crimes as early as the 90s. And because the main source of information or news was coming from one station, people were only listening to that one station. But since Facebook, Twitter, all these things came about, information was being spread faster and it was being uncensored. So we had no choice but to be caught out, but to be dealt with. You know, when the whole Me Too movement came out, people started speaking out. And you can't hide that information when it's being spread every second. You know what I'm saying? So they had no choice but to convict him.
This is why the alternative media is, because the alternative media isn't controlled in the way that the mainstream media is. So the mainstream media don't want to see the alternative media replace it. You know, people that are putting the strings of the mainstream media, they don't like the fact that the alternative media, like we're using right now, you know, although YouTube is slowly becoming mainstream than alternative, they don't like it. This is why we get the shadow banning that goes on, and the censoring, and the demonetization on YouTube, 30-day ban on Facebook, you know. And it isn't just because some of us might be a bit extreme in our opinions or a bit far right. Sometimes it's just we're saying things that the mainstream media just don't really want the majority of the people to know about, because if they knew, they would ask questions and might not like the answers, you know, and would away from the mainstream media. It's all about, you know, controlling and ruling the masses.
Yeah.
Sorry to go a bit long.
It's like someone said in the audience, that's why cancel culture is so big this year. I'm actually against cancel culture because of this, because you're silencing people.
Yeah. I mean, this is the thing. What I do, the positive thing I see about what's been going on is the sort of young people that are very heavily involved in what's happening. You know, I follow a lot of social media pages, and you got young people as young as 16, 17 knowing about Jeffrey Epstein. And, you know, even when it came to the Black Lives Matter marches, and you had a lot of young people come out and support and act appropriately and accordingly. And, you know, whether people like it or not, we are the future, you know, and the fact that our mentality is so clued up about what's going on, and you know we're actually sort of involved in what's going on, gives me a sense of hope, because unfortunately we are cleaning up the mess of a lot of the older generation, to be fair. And you know, pedophilia amongst my generation, like, that's just looked upon, like you just can't make jokes like that. you can't be like you will get dealt with within my age group, you know. But unfortunately, a lot of these pedophiles are in their 60s, in their 50s, in their 40s, growing up in a completely different time era, and we're trying to abolish that.
Can I ask your age group, without asking too much? But are you speaking from a young point of view? I'm not going to ask your exact age, but you know, are you a younger?
I'm 22.
22. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I've got a daughter your age. So yeah, it's good that you're speaking that way. More people your age should, and hopefully will, because that will wake up masses. Hopefully.
I'm 22. If you heard that.
You seem quite awake for a 22-year-old.
Even though I agree with a lot of your sentiments, Zubida, I don't agree with Black Lives Matter. I don't think they're the answer. Sorry to say.
So, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. Shakara, still here? Oh, he's gone.
No, Shakara's still here.
Probably not close to his phone.
He signed in.
But yeah, I think today the overall emphasis should be for people who are not part of the elite to unite and to take them down. Because it makes no sense to.
Can they replace them with something? You know, are they ready to replace them?
Sorry, go on, bro. I'm here.
Right. So, like I was saying before, I think the battle of our forefathers was to fight against white supremacy, but I think the system has morphed, and it has become something that is gone beyond just European nations. Right now, it's European companies, right, which are independent from the nations that they control.
I'm not disputing that. I'm not disputing that at all. I don't know if they're completely independent, but they definitely go beyond the remit of, yes, certainly.
But like they don't ask the people in their nation the permission, or you know, if they're allowed to do what they do. Most of the things they do it in hiding and in secret, right? And then you have this
Yes, I
show
know.
that we call politics, right? That's there to entertain us, but that has no effect on our real daily lives, right?
Here's what it is, bro. Here's what it is, yeah. In the European world right now, there is a battle going on between the globalists and the nationalists. Yes? And that battle, because of the influence of Europe on the world, is affecting the world. Yes? All I'm saying is that from a self-determined point of view, we have to look at these dynamics and analyze them from our own perspective. The reality is that whether as far as we are concerned, the European nationalist or the European globalist that wins that war, that battle, yeah, it means nothing to us in terms of our capacity and our ability for self-liberation.
Yeah, I disagree as well.
No, the thing is, the thing is.
One second. Listen to what I said. I said it means nothing to us in relation to our battle for self-determination and autonomy. Yes, the British nationalists winning the war is not going to achieve self-determination and autonomy for black people. The British globalists, the European globalists, yeah, winning that particular war is not going to benefit us in that respect. There is an extent to which, yeah, for example, if we look at the IMF, for example, yeah, you talk about the elites, yeah, the elites that control these institutions, these multinational corporations, and the institutions that through which these corporations are regulated, such as the IMF, the World Bank, the World Trade Organization, etc., etc., etc. These are all institutions that facilitate neo-colonialism in every nation that we are the majority. Yeah, and so because they operate from upon a Western axis based upon Western global political ideals, there is no way that we address these situations, yeah, without challenging that authority psychologically and then practically.
I would disagree on one point. From what I've seen and from what I've followed, most nationalists want to respect the sovereignties of other nation. They just haven't been in power,
No, they
if you look at different currents, at least from my point of view and from what I've studied, the ones that have been empowered have always been pro-immigration, pro no borders, pro-liberal, pro-neoliberal, and that's the ideology that is behind the World Bank and
Have
like
you not
if you study the World Bank and their ideology, like it's like, you know, it's the basic things that you learn in first year economics school. They teach you about Ricardo and about like how you have to specify, and then nationalists have
my brother,
different.
if what you're saying is true, yeah,
Right.
then then the European nationalists, yeah, that are rising up all over Europe right about now would have more to say about the IMF and the World Bank than they do migrants.
They have more to say about.
They would, if what you're saying is true, then all of these European nationalists, they would have more to say about the IMF, the
They
World
have,
Bank,
but they talk more about the European Union
than they do migrants. Yeah, this is a ridiculous, because if the target is the elite, why become preoccupied with migrants?
I know. I agree with you. I agree with you. This is where I think
it would make sense for them to be speaking about the elitist institutions, corporations, and companies. They're not. Okay,
this is where
they're talking about migrants.
This is where I think the trick is, and this is where that's what we have to rise above. The trick is you have two extremes. You have the Muslim Salafi, you have or the Afrocentrics, you have the indigenous people of various nations that are on the left, and on the right you have the nationalists that are talking about immigrants, and we're made to fight each other so that they stay in the middle, right? And that's the trick. I'm like, okay, well, we need to stop getting involved with that trick, and like maybe we don't like each other, but we want the same end, right? We want the all powerful to be taken down and to be able to build up our own system with sovereignty. And well, maybe we won't like each other, but we'll respect each other's sovereignty. And when I talk to nationalists in that sense, and I don't like take them over, slavery, you did this to us, you did this to us, and you tell them, okay, you know what? I want my sovereignty, you want your sovereignty. Well, let's follow. They agree.
Yeah.
Most of them, when I get to talk to them about that, they agree.
You've got to take into account the class system in the UK and demographics. I mean, most people on the street, if you said, "I'm what's that, a new shop?" They wouldn't have a clue. There's a certain disengagement between high-end politics and the common man on the street, and people will always campaign and speak out about what they can see and what they feel they can make a change to. You know, they see people on the beach in Dover and they want to do something about it. They don't know what IMF is. They don't understand it. That's seen as something that's way above their station that they can't.
That's the thing. Chakra was making that point. Why, if the nationalists talk more about the IMF instead of immigrants, these average Joes would know more about it. But the point in Gabriel in reference to sovereign, there'll be there's no such thing. There's no such thing as sovereignty. You'll never be. Either you're pro-American, pro-Russian, pro-China, or you're going to be pro someone who's a much bigger, powerful, more influential power. That's the facts of life. There's no such thing as a sovereign nation unless you are American or Russian or part of the big four or three. So if nationalists come in power, regardless, there's always foreign policy and foreign political interests, especially when it comes to trade, resources, workflow, and all this stuff. Man. It will not change.
You want to know
regardless who's in power.
You want to know a funny story? The only politician who ever spoke about the franc CFA and how it was doing damage to the peoples of Africa is Le Pen, not the girl right now, but her father, which is
the father.
He is considered the worst. He is considered the worst of racists, right? But he is the only one who said, "Well, why are we over there on other people's foreign territory and running their country when we're supposed to be running our country? Why are they coming here when they're supposed to be rebuilding their country.
And then Gabriel, yeah, go on. I was going to make a point. The thing is, go on.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, basically, fascism, it can seem very attractive to the average Joe, especially having isolationist kind of policies like, Franco had when he ruled Spain, is where we will only eat produce made in Spain. We will isolate ourselves from the world. The thing is, globalization is very real, and the world has changed a lot from the 1930s. And I think you can never, ever live in a world where there's no interaction with other countries. You know what I mean? So, like you said, like you said with Le Pen, like you said with Le Pen's father, Marine Le Pen's father, he's saying, "Oh, these people, we should worry about our own." The world doesn't work like that. That's the point.
Well, I don't think nationalists actually want to. Sorry, I don't think nationalists actually want to cut themselves off from other countries.
No.
The
thing is, with a lot of nationalists, if you actually look at the alternative right and you listen to their literature, there is a trend going on where they are being very isolationist. Like they
it all depends.
Cut themselves.
Sorry, it all depends on the nationalist you're talking to. If you're talking to an ethno-nationalist, they don't want to cut themselves off. They just want to exclude non-whites. Yeah, they just want to deal with white people. They will only deal with white countries and white people.
But still though, even if the ethno-nationalists only wants to deal with, let's say, Western Eastern Europe, there's a massive bigger market east as well. So
they're not looking at it in that sense. You see, this is the ethno-nationalist position, is that they don't care about GDP. The GDP is not the paramount goal of their ultimate society. Their paramount goal is the longevity and the future of the white people, hence their 14 words. So they're not interested in GDP. They would rather live on a lower standard of living, but ensure the future of their white race than have high GDP whilst the country is being slowly taken over by what they consider the undesirable non-whites.
But the point is, the thing is,
I have to bring it back to what Shakara was saying. They keep targeting immigrants, but they don't target the people who make immigration possible, who put in the ideologies, the system, who put in that. They talk about Soros from time to time, but 90% of their talk is against immigrants. They never talk about like the companies that go in Africa and create massive amounts of poor people, right?
Well, Gabriel, I'll disagree. I mean, the thing is, if you depends on which group you're talking to. If you're talking to someone like Jason, or if you're talking to someone like Jupiter, they are considered to be civic nationalists, and they are they don't seem to mention the global and British foreign policy. I mean, think about it this way: for those of you who complain about migrants from Africa coming across the Mediterranean into Europe, how many of them were able to do that if Muammar Gaddafi was still running Libya? The fact is that immigration numbers almost tripled the numbers of people going through Libya into to the Mediterranean, towards Greece, because the British foreign policy, the American foreign policy, demanded that they should bomb the living crap out of Libya and lead to the execution of Muammar Gaddafi. In 2010, 2009, I was talking to a friend of mine who was from Libya, who was in Britain studying engineering on a full scholarship from Libya, everything paid for him, and he was supposed to finish his studies and go back and benefit the Libyan country. Muammar Gaddafi got killed. The country is now a failed state, and thousands of people are migrating from southern sub-Saharan Africa through Libya into Europe. So you created this migration process.
The point is, the point
that's what we don't see nationalists talk about. They never talk about that subject. They conveniently avoid it.
In regards
to no nationalist should be.
Why though? Because the point is, whoever is going to control the world, Europe is going to be in power. That is the point. Whatever whatever the political theory or ideology that is dominant at that time, they're all interested in white power to varying different degrees, yeah, various different trajectories and them kind of things. And that's the point. And I'm saying that for us, we cannot afford. We should watch that debate, that battle, and them kind of things. That we should know what our place is, but all of our decision making and what our interests are should be defined from our own perspective, independently of whatever else the hell is going on.
Exactly. I definitely agree with you. But at one point, you have to be pragmatic and not so idealist, and you have to make alliances. You have to see, okay, well, you know what, which camp suits my interest better? Where can I get the most out of what? Right? Yeah. At one point, you have to say, well, you're not going to get somebody that's going, like, you have some leftists that come and kneel down and say, oh, we're sorry for everything we did to you, right? But those are not the people that are really in power. Those are just proxies here to distract us.
One other thing I want to say, that which I think Shakarot, I don't know whether he ever even mentions this point. He always talks about, we have to systematically decouple ourselves, the African nations, from white supremacy and white influence. You can never do this unless you have power. You give no pathway towards African nations attaining the level of power they need in order to pry out European influence from their countries. And if they even do manage to, by some miracle, pry out American and European influence, Chinese influence will replace it anyway. So there is no pathway that you actually give that allows an African nation to truly be self-sufficient, because you give no pathway to them attaining the level of power they need in order to fight off anyone who comes and tries to tell them what to do. You can do nothing in the world if you don't have the power to impose your will. That's what matters.
I agree. And so you want me to lay out the program on the G block?
Yeah, well, I mean, at least give us a hint. You just talk about things that never go anywhere. They're just words in the air.
We'll put it this way. Let's see if you'd agree with me. Yeah. First of all, let's see if you'd agree with me. First of all, in order to enact a program, one has to understand the principle of the program first and foremost, right?
Sorry, is that it?
I'm asking you a question. In order to enact the program, does one have to understand the principle of the program first and foremost?
But at least lay out some sort of pathway.
You don't understand the principle.
Okay, sure. Okay, even if I take your premises, yes. How is your roadmap?
In order to enact a program, with all due respect, Banksy, yeah, you knowing the roadmap is not important, right? So we're not going to engage in that conversation. I'm asking you.
This is how you get out of actually making any real contribution. You throw things out there and then you never explain what you should do.
I'm asking you.
Why would he tell you the roadmap? Why do you need to know that?
Because otherwise, all I hear from Shakarot is just bullshit, just wind in the air. That's all it is. He just throws wind in the air.
And you know what? The funny thing is, yeah, if that's all that you hear from me, fine. I'm quite happy with that. I don't have a problem with that. The reality is, though, in order that you haven't answered my question yet. In order to enact a program, does one need to understand the principle?
Do you? Okay. As I said, yes. And do you understand it? And now, can you explain to us the roadmap that you have?
Very simply, yeah. Very simply. We're having discussions around world issues and politics and so on and so forth and blah 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 and blah 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 blah. I'm making a contribution to those conversations. If ones who want to hear what I and others or have discussions about what is proposed as the roadmap, when we're in those environments, those conversations will take place.
That translates to, I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. I just run my mouth most of the time, say things that sound bites and sound good, but don't actually do anything tangible ever to actually improve any African nations.
And Banksy, you're entitled to your opinion. I'm quite comfortable with that, with you having that opinion. I don't have a problem with that.
I have a question though, Shakara. You said a couple of times that you want to change the system and you want to replace it. What do you replace it with?
A system that serves our interest.
So, but what will that look like? Is it a democracy? Is it a dictatorship? What is it?
It's neither. Whatever system serves our interests. I would suggest that culturally our social organization is generally collectivist, and designed to harmonize with nature rather than to destroy it. So those would be two fundamental principles. However, before all of that, the social concern. I shouldn't say before all that, but I suppose a starting point would be in relation to us having a proper understanding of our historical and cultural development. I think that the development among a people who have the colonizers' view of their own history is almost impossible. I think that it would be true to say that there is no country on the planet that has developed a self-determining system while speaking the language of the colonizer, for example, and maintaining the colonizer's education system. And so incremental steps need to be taken in terms of addressing those situations.
Can I bring up a point that at one stage in history, that Great Britain or England was under someone else's rule, America was under someone else's rule, Europe looked completely different. There was Vikings fighting English people. Like there's always been a power struggle. It's always going to be. So there's no way forward from there.
I am confused at the fact that kind of analogy only comes up when African people talk about African self-determination. I think that there are people all kinds of people in the world that are looking for self-determination. Even as regards to even just in Britain, the Scottish and the Irish have had various different battles when it comes to them being self-determining. The fact that it has happened at other places and other times in history doesn't negate the fact that this is where we are at the moment as African people, and for many of us, this is an immediate goal.
But this is something that's going to take generations.
Of course, no one ever claimed it was going to be a one generation thing. It took generations for us to be subjugated in the first place. It's not going to take.
But like when you look at
it's not a 10-year program.
When you look at the actual the state of the world and how it's turning, I feel like we're closer to being recolonized than we are to getting freedom.
But I would agree with you, which is why we have to fight like hell so that we don't have to that we don't get recolonized. Look, Marcus Mosiah Garvey said it. Chance has never yet satisfied the hope of suffering people. Action, self-reliance, the vision of self, and the future have been the only means by which the oppressed have seen the light of their own freedom. Yeah, action, self-reliance, the vision of self, and the future have been the only means by which the oppressed have seen the light of their own freedom. So we're not going to do any better by saying, oh, it's too difficult to do it. Oh, it's going to take generations. Oh, we can never get rid of the power of Europeans. Like, that's all defeatist talk. Yeah, man, I ain't interested in that. The reality is that we have enough history behind us to know that we are capable of building the greatness as much as, and if not beyond, any other people. So why do we have to feel doubt and shame and all them kind of things like that?
No. It's not a doubt and shame. It just feels like sometimes you're talking about like an objective and you're not really laying out the specific, and then it's hard to imagine.
Let me give you an example of what I mean. Let me give you an example of what I mean. Yeah, a while ago you talk about corporations as opposed to nations. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've raised this before, and I don't remember if I've raised this with you before, but it's possible. When it comes to France, yeah, as a nation, you mentioned France, yeah, and what's the guy's name again? I mean,
Le Pen.
No, Le Pen, yeah. What's it called? Yeah, them people there, right? What's it called? Yeah, and what they said. Now, bear in mind 2 points here. Firstly, like you get people on the hard left, like hardcore socialists, that will say similar things. Yeah, but I know it's like you're not advocating that we form alliances with them.
Well, I don't know. It depends. It depends. We have different histories. Like
no, but I'm saying like the socialists of the world
been against independence of Africa. Actually, the left has been one of the biggest operators of what they call La France Afrique.
But they would argue no, that because the left, yeah, the liberal left maybe, but not the socialist communist left.
No, the communist left.
Right,
Like,
but this is the part I'm trying to make. Hold on. What I'm saying to you is, because I'm not advocating that we align with the socialist communist left. What I am saying is, you will find many arguments around in the socialist communist left against the IMF, against the World Bank,
that's true.
Against these institutions of capitalist economy. All right, but you're not advocating that we form an alliance with them. Yet Le Pen becomes, the model for British alliance.
When the left talk about alliance, they want to form an alliance of the workers. They want to form a bloc of all nations dictated by the work. Like, they have a Marxist view of what an alliance should be, and I definitely don't have a Marxist view.
I'm not a Marxist, so I would agree with you. My only point is that you're talking about interests, yes, based upon what somebody says, okay.
Yeah.
And so I'm saying to you that if it is the case that because of what Le Pen is saying in relation to that one statement, that we should form an alliance with them, there are any number of statements that I can draw from any political from across the political spectrum that would indicate that we should align with them. However, you mentioned that the franc Afrique, the franc CFA, this currency is instituted by the French government, on West and Central Africa. Yes, it's instituted by the French government. And then the French government and its relationship with the
French
IMF,
central bank, if you want to be more accurate.
but to be more specific, so every year, all African nations are depositing some 60%, and it used to be higher, of their foreign national reserves into the French bank. Yes, the French government has right of refusal over resources found in those nations. Recently, we've seen a number of examples of the French president the French government has observer status at all of the meetings of these governments and any regional meetings that take place. So we're not at a point, unfortunately, whereby we can negate the role of governments in these situations. Yes, corporations are fundamental and are.
Wait. Yeah, no. I have to stop you there, because those governments are put in place by what? By who funds their campaigns. And if you look at the top 15 people that fund the campaigns in France, they all have companies in Africa.
But I'm not denying that.
Actually, you want me to let you in on a scoop? They send French president, like, for example, when they want a market, right, and the African government won't let them in to that market or won't receive them, they send the French president to talk to them and to negotiate for them. And
but I'm not denying that. What I'm saying is,
those presidents, those governments, they're salesmen for those companies.
My brother, I'm not denying what you're saying. I'm saying to you that we live in a world whereby the line between corporation and government is not clean. It is not clear, and it hasn't been for a very long time. When in fact, there are some people who suggest that these nation states are in fact corporations. They will tell you that America is not is a corporation. Britain is a corporation. What's it called? So the reality, the distinction between the government. The distinction between a government and a corporation is really, I'm saying, whatever, right? The point is that as far as we are concerned, as African people, our historical trajectory, for the last 500 years has been uninterrupted European domination. Okay, that is a reality, and they've evolved the system, from one to another. Whenever hardcore right-wing nationalism suits the purpose more, then they're going to employ that. When they need to be more liberal, they're going to employ that. The reality is, however, our position is going to remain the same no matter who's ruling among them. And I'm saying that for us, self-determination, culturally, economically, and politically, needs to be the priority. And that means that we must make our own assessment of the situation and not be drawn into whatever wars are taking place in Europe, and find our own place and our own position within them. That's it.
I agree to a certain degree, and I disagree. The only part where, like, self-determination and our own assessment, that I totally agree with. But the part where at one point you have to like choose which interest suits you better. Like make small alliances, temporary alliances, work with different types of people, like not based on ideology, work based on practical means, based on what kind of return, what kind of immediate return are you going to get. If you get like 100 thousand nationalists that want to have their country for themselves, but they say, well, okay, well, if we want to make sure that the immigration doesn't come over here, then we have to designate the real responsibles and the real corporates, which are those corporations, and we start attacking those corporations, then it's a win. Like it's about action, and it's about small little action that can lead us to the final goal.
Alliances are only made profitable and productive from positions of power. It requires that those who are making the alliance come to the table equally organized, equally powerful. If not, the situation will result in the absorption of the less powerful group into the agenda of the more powerful group. Right? Simple. Right? That's all it is. Yeah. Yeah,
it depends.
Right? So I'm saying that what for African people right now, alliance making is not our primary concern. Our primary concern is power acquisition. That is our primary concern, and we can only acquire power from a state of critical mass and organization. That is it. Yeah. Once we've achieved some of that, then we can talk about alliances. If anybody that we want to talk about. Yeah, from a position of power, not because we're against this group of white people. We're going to allow the other group of white people because we're more in favor with them, and especially because these right wing white people are known to demonstrate their openly racist characteristics. That doesn't make them any worse than that. That doesn't make them any worse than the less openly racist liberals. Yeah, they could be just as bad as each other. But the reality is, we know, we can see these crackers coming, right? So we'll be stupid to jump in bed with them from a position of weakness, knowing what they actually think and feel. That doesn't make any sense.
What I'm saying is, and I agree with you about the organization step. I just feel like we might not have that much time. The way I see it, and from my studies of how things are going to go, is they're going to shoot down the Western European economies. You're going to have 30, 40, 60% unemployment. It's coming soon, right? They've been trying to do that for a while. The goal is to be able to dissolve the nations that still have power, right?
Let me ask a question.
Yeah.
If they shoot down the Western economy, why is that negative for us?
Because you live in a Western country.
It's negative. It's negative for you directly.
Why?
Because if you live in a country where there's 60% unemployment,
yes,
it's not going to be fun.
But I'm going to say that. Let us say that because of the fact of the Western economy, the Western control economy, right?
Yeah.
And which is as far as we are concerned, fundamentally neo-colonial. In other words, they through controlling our economies, they control our political policy.
Exactly.
So in a sense, one could argue that it is in our best interest to destroy the Western.
No. You know why? Because that's going to spring a new wave of colonialism. They're going to have to, and they're going to be ruthless this time.
But we're currently in a wave of
and we're talking about like civil wars, people killing each other.
We're currently under colonialism right now.
Right.
It's not gone anywhere. It's called neo-colonialism. Our economies are not run by ourselves. So how does our position change?
I disagree. I disagree to a certain point, because the colonies are run by proxies, by people that have African skin and names.
You understand what a proxy means, right? A proxy means that
I do.
Right.
So
it's not
I'm just trying to be more specific and accurate, right? But when we switch to that phase, then it's going to be armies all over again, right?
We're
The
gonna
armies
see
are there
that
now,
war.
my brother. The AFRICOM is being instituted. AFRICOM, the American High Command, is being instituted all over the continent right now
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They're
as an
gearing up.
agenda of the American government. Yeah, it's
Yeah, they're gearing up.
already there.
They're gearing up. Now, if America and Europe dive into a civil war between immigrants and people from,
my brother. Do you know what? You know what I
then
found out the other day? Do you know where America has its biggest embassy? Not the other day, years ago. Do you know where America has its biggest embassy?
no.
I would have thought it would have been somewhere because I saw the one in I saw the one in Ghana at that time. Yeah, it's a big ass embassy, right? Apparently, yeah, and I could be wrong on this, but this is what some information that I heard that the biggest American embassy anywhere in the world is in Haiti.
Really? No way.
Apparently, yeah, I was shocked when I heard this. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was shocked when I heard this. Now, the point I'm making is, that all of these embassies and these they control economies, like all these corporations, and they're facilitated through all of these various different institutions. There's not this sharp separation between them. It doesn't exist. And I'm saying that we're being now drawn into a proxy war between European nationalists and European globalists, and are being asked which side do we choose to stand on without being sufficiently organized ourselves around our own interests. It doesn't make any sense to me. The idea,
what I'm saying is
all economies are based upon land, labor, and resources. That's it. We need to control our land, labor, and resources, and our control of our land, labor, and resources will not be based upon which whether we align with the globalists or the nationalists in Europe.
No. But what I'm saying is, if the globalists win that war, it's over. It's over for everybody.
It's been over for us for 500 years.
Yeah, but then
it hasn't been over for you, because if the nationalists win, you will still have a system where you can enact change. If the globalists win, you will not be able to enact change. That's the point. The system that you're trying to bring down is the system where you can actually change and that you can make what you want be. If the globalists win, you can't change.
You cannot demonstrate to me that has been the case at any point. Right now, yes.
I can.
Right now, no, but you can't. Right now,
of course I can.
The current system, as it stands right now, does not facilitate African self-determination on any level.
I agree, but
if it was the case, if it was the case that was the case, then Kwame Nkrumah would not have been overthrown. Patrice Lumumba would not have been assassinated. Victoria would not have been assassinated. Thomas Sankara would not have been assassinated.
But if you look,
Morris Bishop would not have been assassinated. Walter Rodney would not have been assassinated. Queen Mama Mandela would not have been vilified before the entire world. All of these things would never have taken place.
I'm not talking about it from an African perspective. I'm talking about it from a general perspective, a political perspective. If you have a government where a constitutional government, you can make change. And like you said, power people, you can actually change something that's wrong. This is the whole point.
So I think the one thing I want to also be a little bit more precise is, like, the nationalist takes its power from populist movements, right? And populist movements is people that are underground, right? And they can be easily manipulated into believing which ideology or whatever. But then what I'm saying is, the people who have systematically taken down Africa are those corporations. The nationalists don't really own any corporation. They're just a tiny or don't own any corporation that go abroad, right? Their main interest is that their country is still up and running, and their people are still going forward, right? The globalists, on the other hand, are the ones who have been tirelessly working at erasing borders, creating what do you call, like, entities, supranational entities. Like the African Union is controlled by them. The European Union is controlled by them. NAFTA is controlled by them.
In fact, the African Union is funded by the European Union.
Yeah, exactly.
But again,
I know I don't have to, like,
but again, my brother, yeah, all of these corporations were facilitated by the developments of nations. Yes, it was it is the 5 nations in the UN Security Council, yes, that control and dominate a lot of this trading, a lot of these multinational corporations, and they regulate, yes, the activities of these multinational corporations. That is a reality. So I'm saying this sharp distinction that you're making, I'm not seeing it. The other thing, though, is that if we look on the ground, yeah, the other day, right, the white nationalists came out to protest, came out, yeah, to attack, yeah, black people who are protesting against police brutality. Right? What's it called? Yeah, these are the same people, yeah, who when they're ready, yeah, they're against the elites, but they want to defend the statue of Winston Churchill, who was not a fan of the white working class. Yeah. So if they cannot figure out their own allegiances when it comes to their own people, and whether this country's most celebrated prime minister, yeah, is somebody worth defending or celebrating or not? Why am I going to think that that suddenly they're going to have my best interests at heart? This doesn't make
Those are petty. I'm sorry, but those are the petty subjects to fight about. Like this fight doesn't sit. Like we're not at the level.
Don't you get the? But do you see what I'm making, though?
The way it's morphing today, it's going to turn into something where there's going to be super rich and super poor, right? And our super poor are going to be left to fight each other, and that's exactly what they want. What they need to is for black nationalists to fight white nationalists to fight Muslims, so we don't look at them, right? That's their agenda. That's what they need us to do, right?
My brother, I'm not talking about fighting white nationalists. You know, I'm saying that the white nationalists exists as a part of a system. Yes, and none of them, yeah. I'm saying that whether they're white liberals or white nationalists, yes, as far as our self-determining efforts, neither of them are a solution. Neither of them are any more beneficial, except for when we have a power to make demands. Yeah, that's it. Our power is not based upon who's going to be more friendly towards us. Yeah, nobody negotiates from that position of who's going to be more friendly towards them. Any people that are concerned with having actual power negotiate from a position of power. What can we command and demand? And I am saying that the European globalist is no less or more of a friend than the European nationalist. This never been the case. It was white nationalism that created the British and the French Empire and all the other empires.
Let me, maybe in Britain it's different, but I'll tell you the story about colonization.
Sorry, boys, I'm gonna have to go. It was good chatting with you. Maybe jump on another day.
See you later, man.
Peace, boys.
Take care. So the story of colonization in France was that in the early 1700s, France had just lost a war against Germany, and they lost 2 of their big territories that they got back in World War I, which is the east of France. The name is not in my mind right now, but the nationalists were hell-bent on fighting Germany. And then the socialists came into power, and the socialists came into power and said, no, we have to go colonize Africa because we have the white man's burden. I think that's the translation. We have a duty to civilize these people, right? And they overwhelmingly won the vote of the people with that speech, which was, it's in a sense, when you read the speeches of the socialists at that time, you would think they're benevolent people that come and do good, right? Like when they inform the people of what they're doing, they're saying, yeah, we're going over there to give them civilization, we're going to help them out, when we know the rest as history, right? We know that's not how it happened. But if you study their speeches, right, it was the socialist left who colonized Africa. So again, right, when it comes to the nationalists in France,
sorry, you said something earlier. You said the nationalists, and you were talking about the east of France. You meant Alsace, Lorraine.
Alsace-Lorraine. Exactly.
And then you said the socialists came into power. What year was this when the socialists came into power? Because you first mentioned the 1700s.
Yeah, I think it's the 1700s. Yeah.
But then you completely skipped 1789 when the French people fought in the revolution for égalité, fraternité, liberté. Now, are you saying those people were socialists?
They were Republicans. It's different.
Okay, so those people were not socialists.
No.
Yet, when they had their revolutionary army, which was eventually led by Napoleon,
right,
they were practicing slavery and their own form of colonization in your country, Haiti.
Yeah, exactly.
So it wasn't the socialists, was it?
It was different. It was a dictatorship. Napoleon was not. It was a dictatorship.
Yeah, but it wasn't. They weren't socialists.
No, they weren't. But they weren't nationalists either. It was a dictatorship. I guess you could say, yeah. I guess
of course, Napoleon was a nationalist. He was a French nationalist.
Yeah. I guess you could say, but he wasn't like. He didn't come from any ideological nationalist current. He just took over the country from the army, right?
Here's my
So wait, sorry, Shakara. So when he was protecting his people from the European countries who were trying to invade, he wasn't being nationalistic and patriotic to France.
Nobody was trying to invade.
Excuse me. Did you say nobody was trying to invade France after the revolution? All the European countries surrounding France were shocked at the fact that they got rid of the aristocracy. So they were waging war against the likes of the British against the Russians.
He wasn't emperor yet when that happened.
Yeah, but the fact is, they weren't socialists, which is what you were saying originally.
Yeah.
So that you were wrong on that part.
Yeah. Maybe I don't like. It was a long time ago, so my history.
Most European nations, having leftist governments, leftist parties in their countries, is a recent phenomenon. We're talking about the last 100 years.
Yeah.
What's it called? Like this is not a long.
In France, it started pretty early.
Yeah, earlier than most other European nations. I'm saying for the most part, right? Even the what's it called? The Democratic Party in America didn't start until the last after slavery, right? So the point is that the separation of left or right, as far as we are concerned, means nothing. It doesn't mean anything in terms of what we're going to get from these people. Look, it's
not about left or right. It's about globalists and nationalists. Those who are hold on. Let me just clear a little bit the concepts. There are those people who believe in sovereignty of nations, that you can do whatever you want in your house, right? And we believe in that too. And there's other people that say, no, you know what? We want to erase borders, and we want to let companies come and you have to specify and what you're best at doing. Those are the globalists, right? That's an oversimplified approach, but those are an oversimplified approach of the two camps that are battling.
And I'm saying to you, the people them that are putting forward that narrative, because you know what I find, right? I don't know your political position enough to say this yet, in relation to you specifically, but what I have found in recent times is that people that I find that bring the narrative that you're bringing don't have a self-determining program for Black people. They tend to be saying we should be voting for the Republican Party. We need to vote for the Conservatives. We should support Donald Trump and Boris Johnson and these kinds of things. Just using those examples, yeah. And so the agenda seems to be more about aligning Black people with the white right wing than actually organizing Black people for self-determination.
I agree that most people with my discourse come to that end, but that's not at all what I'm arguing for. I'm arguing for African sovereignty, and I'm arguing so that we can get companies that are running Africa at this point to leave Africa, right? And I feel like we're not going to be able to do that by ourselves. We need to look for allies, right? And there are some people who our interests converge. Our interests go in the same way. They want us to go back home I want to go back home and rebuild my country, but I know definitely in the state it is right now, it's going to be a very difficult task, right? But what if I'll give you a scenario. I get it's let's say imaginative scenario. What if like we would be able to gather 300, 400, 500 people, 1,000, 2,000, and go in front of over here in France, they're the biggest company that's in Africa. It's called Areva. We were able to go in front of the mother house of Areva, and instead of protesting against statues, we're protesting against people who actually have effect today on what
But
on
my brother, but again,
Sorry, Shaka. I just want to tell him. In France, ever since Macron came into power, thousands of French people wearing yellow vests have been protesting against the power structure and how it's exploiting them. So they've been doing what you've been talking about. Has it made a difference?
But you want to? I'll tell you a funny anecdotal
It
story.
hasn't made a difference. So has it? Macron is still in power and he hasn't changed his policies.
Macron doesn't have the power. Macron doesn't have the power.
And who has the power?
It's those. There's like 10, 15 families that own basically 3/4 of the stock exchange. They own all the media. They own all the companies that go into Africa. They never get bothered. They never get mentioned in the media.
And when all those French people were protesting, it did not affect the economy, though. It affected the economy.
It did.
When all those people were protesting.
It did a little bit. But let me tell you, all the black movements are more hell-bent on like attacking the government, on attacking like petty little things like, oh, this girl like was a victim of racism, right? And maybe dividing the people on the ground than attacking the elite, right? And that's
But Shaka Raj just gave you an example of how he and his movement are trying to attack a system of elitism that is affecting Africa. He discussed with you the CFA, and he began to tell you how it was affecting the West African and Central African countries. So
you've seen mass protests in front of statues in France, in front of statues. Like that's going to change anything. But no protest in front of the French
but some of that though is
French central bank. No protest in front of the French.
Okay, tell me, Gabs, how is that going to? Sorry, Shakira, please continue.
No, I wouldn't say no protest. Yeah, I've been in protests against multinational corporations, and outside of embassies that facilitate multinational corporations and them kind of things there. But I would argue, that a lot of this protesting statues and stuff like that, especially in places in the West, you know what I'm saying, like America and them kind of things there, is built upon nationalism. It's built upon Western nationalism. It's actually built upon our desire to be absorbed into the nation states, of these various different countries. And we want these nation states to not be discriminatory towards us or to celebrate their history of discrimination against us. So black people go all over the place and say, well, this person was a slave owner. And we don't think slave owners should be celebrated in this nation because we are American. And as Americans, these people were, discriminatory. They oppressed us. And so we want America to be true and whatever. These are all nationalist sentiments, my brother, right? They're not globalist ones, And so all of these petty considerations that you're talking about are facilitated by black people that want to be absorbed into the systems of these various different European nations. Right?
I'm not looking for acceptance. I'm not looking for acceptance. That's exactly what I'm fighting against, right? Because that is the globalist agenda, right? If you can make that nation or those nations to melting pots that don't have any culture, that don't have any roots, that is just a melting pot of everything, and you can't criticize anything, you can't say what you really feel, you can't really say that, or you can't take into consideration, even if your forefathers have done something wrong, you can't like talk about it. That's exactly the agenda of the globalists.
The thing I don't understand, Gabs, when I was on this panel yesterday, and I was talking specifically about what the banking corporations were doing, what the defense manufacturers were doing, and I was talking about how the globalists, the financiers, were choosing the enemies for people to hate, from the Cold War, the Soviets, to choosing the Muslims. You were against me, and you kept on going out of your way to point out how Muslims were the problem because their religious system was creating some kind of, you were trying to talk about it as it was creating it was linked in with decisions from their God. But today I'm hearing you talking all this globalist stuff.
I can't lie, bro. You did that today as well, you know. I can't even lie.
So I'm like, well, you seem to be flip-flopping all over the place because you were against me when I was talking about the globalist stuff. You and Banksy. Banksy said he didn't give a damn about that. He just couldn't stand Islam, even when I was talking about the globalist thing. You were against me as well, but today you're going globalist, globalist, globalist. I'm like, what's going on?
I think I can be coherent. And well, first of all, I think there's a big Muslim element within the globalist machine. And actually, they're one of their biggest and well-oiled proxies, right? And one of their biggest weapon that they use to divide us is a certain type of Muslim ideology. I wouldn't say all of or Islamic ideology. I wouldn't say all of Muslims, put all Muslims in that category, but a certain type of Islamic ideology is an integral part of the globalist plan, and they've been using it ever since Al Qaeda. Like if you learn about Al Qaeda and about like how they got started and like the all the terrorist movement, you'll see that they're controlled by the globalists. I mean, and we can. I don't know if we need to spend.
And that's what I was saying yesterday, but you were still arguing against me.
No. But what they do is they take a part of the ideology and they use it to that.
Brother. Was colonialism a globalist agenda?
It wasn't the same system at that point.
But was it a globalist agenda?
Yes, definitely, yes. But right. it was it itself different in a different like.
Exactly. So it was a globalist agenda facilitated by nation states. Yeah, a globalist agenda facilitated by nation states. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
The nation states are a tool that they invented, and now that they want to shed to
my point is that wherever the white nationalist or the British or the European nationalist says is the enemy, is not going to define it for me. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the white nationalist, the European nationalist, says that Islam is a thing, right? Is a problem. Yeah, and I'm now going to take that. Then another point they're going to say, well, actually, it's the Chinese. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Is a problem. Like, why focus on the British when the Chinese are taking over this, that, and the what next, and the rare. My thing is, as a people, we have to define our own interest and our enemies based upon our own interest, and not just be appendages, to these other people, right? And whatever they're saying.
Most of these nationalists and patriots that I've spoken to, whether it's on here or in other places, they always say might is right. And they always profess for the unification of the Anglo peoples across the world. And they don't deny neocolonialism. So I want to know which nationalists you're talking about that don't have that design. I'd like you to give me their names.
I guess there are different strands, but there are some other ones that say sovereignty is the key component in international relations. And everybody should have their sovereignty, and everybody should respect each other's sovereignty. That means you don't meddle in other people's affairs. That's as simple as that. And there's a lot of people that are, I don't know anybody on your side. Like I don't know the English sovereignists. So maybe I'll take but that's. Are you guys hearing that? Oh. Sakara, I think it's coming from you.
What's coming from me?
Scratching? You don't hear that scratching? Ah, there you go. Better. But yeah, like I was saying, and all I'm saying is sovereignist from every nation, whether it be Venezuela, whether it be Colombia, whether it be India, people who want to be sovereign, right? That means that you have the right to dictate your own laws and to choose what path you want to have for your people, right? If we agree with that principle, then sovereignty, then people who have that idea, whatever color they are and wherever they're from, should unite, because the battle is going on that front, right? People who want to abolish borders want to abolish borders. They want to mingle every um, culture and make a unified culture. They want a unified religion, right? They want to abolish. Like, I want to live in a world where somebody can tell me I don't like you, right? I don't want to live in a world where people are like scared to say what's in their heart, right?
Gabs, you already live in a world where people don't like you. They call you things like
what?
nigger. So I don't understand. What world are you living in where that doesn't exist?
Because like today, if somebody does that at work, he'll get fired. If somebody does that in a political party, any mainstream media, he'll get fired right away.
Not necessarily, not in the industry.
Depending on how much power he has.
Gabs, who do you identify with? Where are you from? Where are you based?
I'm in France.
You're in France, but you were. Did you mention something about Haiti?
Yeah, my parents are from Haiti.
So your support is towards the French, where you're sitting at the moment.
No, my support is for an African state.
Doesn't sound like it from where I'm.
But like what I'm saying, what I keep on saying is that, like, in order to build our African state, we have to maintain that state system, and there is a plan that's on the way to abolish the state system and to unify all the states under one government. That's what I'm saying.
So you're saying the state system we should maintain is the state system created by the colonialists, the borders that were drawn up by the colonialists.
There's amendments that we can put, like for example, the the Security Council should definitely have more nations. But like, if you look at the state of international law and how it's built up, it's pretty well made. It's just that the people who made it don't respect it at all, right? Like, the principles that it has are pretty good in essence, right? It's
So
just
wait, so then you're a Pan-Africanist. You said you want an African state.
Yeah, definitely.
So you're a Pan-Africanist.
Definitely. Most definitely. So I want every state to have self-determination, right?
So you're a Pan-Africanist that wants to work with proxies in different countries. Is that right?
Yeah, well, to see people that have common interests, because the system.
I'll let you into a secret. Maybe it's my generation. The generation I grew up in Nigeria. When I came to this country, there was no such thing as multiculturalism. White people could walk up, call you a nigger, call you a wog, a spear chucker. The parts of England that I ended up schooling in, there weren't any black people about. You couldn't really go around reporting racism. I was fine with that. The generation that I grew up with, when white kids were racist, you use your fist, you use violence, and you dealt with it. So I don't really care about all these laws saying you can't say this and you can't say that. I grew up in an England where those laws weren't about. So I don't really bother. And there are many black people who grew up in that world. So this idea that somehow black people are snowflakes, where we don't want to hear people insulting us, I don't know, maybe it's your generation. But the generation I grew up in, multiculturalism didn't exist. It was commonplace to have white vans drive by with white people shouting all kinds of abuse at you out of the window. That's the England that I grew up in from my teen years up to here. So this idea that all black people need to be protected like they're sheep or snowflakes, I don't know where you're getting this from. Black men and women are clearly able to deal with racists and have had to deal with racists in this country for decades. We don't need protection. We use our words, and sometimes we use our fists physically. So this idea that, you don't want to live in a world where people are not allowed to say this. I don't know which world you're living in. Even now in this country, I still see white people who use the word nigger. They're white people who come on this channel who use the word nigger, and they're still allowed to come on this channel. Veli hasn't banned them. You've got the likes of Jupiter, Wendy, Dave. They've used the word nigger. So this idea, I mean, he doesn't block them. They have the freedom to say what they want. So I don't know where you're getting this rhetoric that somehow they're being silenced. I don't get it.
No, I was talking about like the world that's coming to what I was really getting into is like we're leaving the defense of our interest to people who don't have our interest at heart. And people who are the forefront of anti-racism don't have our interest at heart, right? The reason today, if you say it happens all the time, like I don't have any examples in hand right now, but if you say something that's deemed racist and you're a figure that can be identified, then there's going to be a social pressure to get to make your life really difficult, right? And the people who own who control that system, right, is not us. It's not Africans. It's people who don't have the interest of Africans at heart. That's what I'm saying, right? I would much rather have a system where we have an African superpower state that defends our interest, right? If African people are being dominated or subjugated somewhere, then you have African super state that steps in that say, okay, well, we're not going to trade with you anymore. That's the first step. Second step still continues. Oh, well, we're gonna, send people over there and like
Gabs, what was highlighted by myself and Tash, and I'm not here to argue with you. I just find your rhetoric confusing. This was why a couple of minutes ago I was like, what? It was a revelation to me when you said an African superstate. So you're a Pan-Africanist, and you said, yes, I am a Pan-Africanist.
Yeah.
But to achieve this African superstate that you talk of, they would have to break down the borders and people would have to come together, which you're also against. So I'm confused. How is this superstate going to exist if they don't break down the borders
that were made? The borders weren't made by the people, right? What I'm saying is we want self-determination for the people. And if people deem that it's in their interest to unite and to form a state that can hold up to the international concert of nation and that can have its say, then that would be the voice to go, right? But if, like, I don't know, let's say the people of Senegal don't want to leave their borders, I'm not going to force them, right? I'm just saying those borders, they weren't chosen by those people, right? Those borders weren't thought by the countries. They were made, they're foreign, right? And like Shakura was saying, there's a lot of foreign things that we need to kick out of this continent. First of all, probably
the borders. I understand that. That's why I get the confusion. And I mentioned it as well, the borders being created by the colonials. But that's where the confusion starts. You talk about the Pan-Africanism thing, and I'm like, cool, you're a Pan-Africanist, fine. I don't really have a problem with Pan-Africanism. But then you bring in some right-wing nationalist rhetoric, and I'm like confused. So it's like at one point you were complaining about you constantly keep on, basically to create this African superstate, as I mentioned earlier, borders would have to go away and people would have to come together. And you mentioned you were actually against the removal of the borders, and you were attributing that to the globalists.
No, but borders, they want to eliminate borders altogether. I want to have borders all around the African superstate, and I want tariffs. Every product that comes in needs to be tariffed, right? Within that system that we have right now, it's called the neoliberal system, right? You don't have a strictly abolition of borders, but what you have is an abolition of tariffs, and industries, local industries, are unable to merge out of the continent because they can't face the competition. Other countries that have a lot of that are way more advanced when it's concerning their industries, we can't compete against them. So we need borders. We need borders. Borders are essential to Africa. And one of the biggest things that the IMF and the World Bank gets us to do, they'll say, we'll give you a loan, but no tariffs, and you let companies come and buy your resources, right? You don't have a choice, right? And that's how they work. That's how the neoliberal system works. It doesn't abolish borders strictly, but it abolished borders for their companies and their interest. Borders are essential to the African superstate.
Borders are essential, and those who want to abolish the borders are neoliberals controlled by the globalists. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Finally got there. It took a while, but it's still a bit confusing, but fair enough. So how would you go about dealing with the people, the 1%ers, with all that power and wealth, the financiers?
I would say the way things are today, the only chance, the window of opportunity, the way I see it, the window of opportunity is getting smaller and smaller. And we need to unite with people who have the same, like, race doesn't come into effect anymore. The race, religion, whatever, ideology. I know I was talking about like Islam yesterday, and I like to have those debates. They're like, I think they're interesting, but if I have to be honest, they're kind of useless. People need to unite from all sides, because the way things are set up right now is, if things keep on going the way they are with the economies of Europe, we're going to have a massive rate of inflation, a massive rate of unemployment. You know when the last time that happened? World War II, right before World War II, in Germany. But that's going to be all over Western Europe, right? Mainly France and England. So when you put people under such severe stress, you don't have good outcomes. You really don't have good outcomes.
I'm curious. Did you vote in the election in France?
No, I'm not really one to vote. The system is rigged.
Yeah, true. It is rigged. Yeah. Okay. So, okay, I just wanted to see whether you were like a Macron supporter or something. That was it. But you didn't vote. No. Okay. It's just that sometimes some of your views they seem to be coming from a right wing. But then
I'm a free thinker, and I'll say to Shakara, sometimes it seems like, Shakara, you hang out too much in an echo chamber, and you don't, like, what I actively do is think against myself, meaning I put myself in somebody that would be against me, and I try to imagine what are his arguments are against me, and say, well, okay, where do they come from? If you live in an echo chamber and you're always trying to defend your point of view, then you miss out a lot. And that's where I come to my conclusions. Like, sometimes I will have conclusions that don't naturally come from my my ideology or my train of thought, because I like to think outside of the box, or outside of what I am, or outside of who I am.
No, I understand that, but what you're thinking about is you're putting aside race, and you're saying everybody should come together, work together, which is all well and good. I don't see anything wrong with that, because you say there's a bigger picture, there's a bigger enemy out there that's pulling the strings, making you all do stupid things. Yeah, I don't dispute that. I've spoken about that. In fact, that's what I was talking about yesterday. Yeah. But the reality is, majority of people, they want to be in their tribes. So the nationalists who are white want to do their thing. The nationalists who are black want to do their thing. The nationalists who are brown skinned, they want to do their thing. And they want to demonize each other. Yeah. And a lot of them that's what they want to do. And this is the ones that irritate me. The ones who claim to be thinking like what you're saying, that, oh yeah, there's a bigger picture. It's the globalists, it's the 1%ers who are doing all this stuff. When you actually drill down to their politics, you will find that there's a form of racial and cultural affinity that they have, where they're more interested in a particular race and a particular culture. So they were just lying. They weren't like 100% against the globalists. They were like, yeah, get rid of the globalists, and when my people get in charge, we'll rule, and then we'll dominate everybody else. So it was kind of like, it's like, a line. They were just lying.
You know what the thing is? I would be willing to ally with them temporarily, and then once we get rid of the globalists, then we fight it out. If we have equal means, if we have equal means of like getting at each other, then why not? I mean, that's the way we are as humans.
Gabs, that's far fetched. You want to work with the right wing conglomerate elite group, and then you think at the end it's going to build
not elites, with people, with like your average Joe on the street who doesn't understand what's going on. He's like, well, you know what? Our standards are living or going down, and that's the goal. Our standards are living or going down, and we are the perfect person to blame. But if we make him understand, well, we're not to blame, you have to blame the elite. And if you want things to get better or get different, right, you have to fight the same people. What I'm saying is we have a common interest in fighting those people.
Yeah, but the reality is there's a common interest between a number of racial groups, and I don't think they're going to be woken up even if they go a step down from where they are now. I think it's quite far-fetched, and I think if you're like on the Pan-Africanist movement, you have to hear the principles that people like Shakara and others are coming out with before you can kind of challenge them into thinking in the way that you're thinking, because I think history has kind of provided us with that evidence that coming together and having a common goal at times doesn't necessarily work long term, and you could be on the losing side. It's a bit of a I don't know, you could come out to be on the losing side, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but I feel like the window of opportunity is getting smaller and smaller. The way, I mean, if let's just talk about economics real quick and how the COVID has affected economies. Like our economies have been running at like 50 to 60%, right? And our economies, they're not made. We have a model which is, in French they say flux tendu. That means it's a string, right? That means everything has to flow in order for the economy to run, right? If a sector stops at one point, then everything is interlinked, and it's like a card castle. It can come down crumbling over itself, right?
Yeah, I've heard the analogy before.
Right now, like we have, like for example, for food, we have like our reserves. We have like usually we have like 6 months in advance of like the food we're gonna eat. That those supply chains are getting smaller and smaller and smaller, right? And right now, the small owner of a business is being put under immense stress because people are not buying, right? He has to go to the government and get a loan just to stay above water, right? And that means that the state has to borrow that money from somewhere. So basically,
when this happened in around after World War II, if we're gonna compare what place, what happened to the economy? Didn't it have a complete revamp?
What happened
into that?
Yeah, so basically what happened at that point, it was massive inflation. So massive inflation means that your pound is not worth anything anymore. Meaning, to get a loaf of bread, people, there's crazy stories about people buying a loaf of bread.
Wait, Gabs, there was something that I mentioned, and then Tash was asking you about it when you said you would temporarily join up with them. So you're in France. If the Front National are speaking out against the globalists, are you going to temporarily join up with Front National to go against the globalists?
Yeah,
I would.
No way! Come on, Gabs.
You know that did you know that that's what I was saying earlier? Did you know that the only person who ever spoke about the Franc CFA and about the fact that France was meddling with the sovereignty of African nation was Le Pen, the father? He's the only one who ever spoke against it out of the whole political class. Out of the other ones are people from universities, but like as a figure, a political figure, because he was like, well, you know, I'm against immigration, but I'm also against the mechanisms that cause immigration.
Come
Right?
on.
And that's coherent, right? That's coherent. He's against immigration, but he's also against the fact that we go into other countries and we colonize.
Whoa. Christophe Dessalines and Toussaint Louverture are spinning in their grave, guys. How can you say that?
God,
Yeah,
you
what
sound
you
like
know
a
about?
man of principles. And come on.
But what I'm saying is, like, people within their countries should have the right to feel and say what they want, and we should be afforded the same right. I feel like if we have a nation state system where countries, where we respect the will of the people of that country and we don't meddle with their affairs, then that's a healthy way to go about it, right?
Hold on, Gad, can I just ask, are both your parents full black, or are you mixed race? If you don't mind me asking. Okay, you don't have to answer that, don't worry, because I think I know. So we'll move on. I'm listening in though.
Most of what you were saying, Gabs, I have a similarity in what you're saying, so I don't disagree. But certain things like siding with the enemy to get rid of the globalists, I think that's very tricky.
The thing is, if you go with the enemy of my enemy is my friend, then you know, then it's pretty easy to understand, right?
Yeah, I understand the theory of that. Yeah, I understand the theory.
You know, it's like we have a bigger enemy, and then we can fight it out. I don't mind. I don't like them either. I don't like being disrespected. You know, it's not like I like having people, you know, dehumanizing or whatever they can be doing. But the
Like
fact
it's
is,
like the Americans and the Russians coming together to fight against the Nazis, and then when they killed the Nazis, they then spent the next 30 to 50 years fighting against themselves in proxy wars.
yeah, for supremacy, right?
Afternoon, people. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Yeah.
So hold on, I wanted to speak to Shakara. Shakara, you're gone.
Yeah. Can I ask you a quick question? What is globalization, or globalism, or globalist? What's this idea?
Well, are you asking me or Gabs?
Anyone can answer. Anyone can answer.
Go ahead.
Got their own answer.
My basic discussion of when I talk about global elites, I talk about corporatocracy. So basically, it's when various corporations become incredibly powerful, wealthy and powerful. So banking corporations, pharmaceutical companies, IT companies ranging from Google to Yahoo to Microsoft, and they become so powerful that they are able to lobby the governments, the leaders or the administration of governments to implement policies for their own benefit, for their profit margins and for their investors and shareholders. So the policies that the government will then start implementing will not be for the people, but will be for these guys, these global corporations who are working together.
Corporatocracy.
Yeah, corporatocracy. Yeah, that's another corporatocracy. Okay. So they're implementing this for their own benefit. Okay. And so whatever is their benefit is what they're doing. So if they want a system, if they want to dehumanize a group of people across the world because they want to initiate a war so they can get their hands on those people's resources, they do that. But of course, they don't tell the people that. They tell you stuff like, oh, they're terrorists or they're doing whatever. But basically, they lobby the governments, make the governments implement policies that work for their benefit, unifying them all together to get profit. That's when we start talking about the globalists, corporatocracy, the one percenters, and those people. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Oh man.
Hello, Terry.
The grave.
I'm interested also to know your opinion on that, Gabs.
I would add to that it's also an ideology that seeks to make um, a unity or a unified world under one government, and with that comes different types of unification. So there's got to be a unified religion, a unified human being that is cut from his roots, and that is basically multicultural, but that doesn't have any culture. So that's when I talk about that, it's more about the fact that we want everybody to like be able to accept each other, to be tolerant to each other, but at the same time to forget about their past and who they are, and to be identical to each other. It's kind of
Wait, what? What do you mean? Sorry, it's just that one point that you made. Forget about their past, and like, I don't really.
meaning the system of multiculturalism has to erase everything that's negative between peoples, right? So we only tolerate what's positive between peoples, and you will have a unified man, or a new kind of man that is multicultural, that knows a little bit about every culture, but that doesn't know his own culture, that doesn't know his own roots.
How can you erase the past? How would there be balance?
Sorry?
If you erase the past, how would there be balance?
If you erase the past, meaning that you have to erase every negative aspect or every aspect of the past that would come into conflict.
But how are you seeing? But how are you seeing negative? Can't you learn from your negatives?
Yeah.
But if you erase it, then how are you moving forward?
I'm talking about a certain type of ideology. That's not what I'm.
That's what I'm saying. I'm asking on the ideology.
But Terry, I understand what he's saying, but the extreme way of actually achieving it is you would have to wipe out everything from the past, and you would have to kill off people who would talk about the past.
Exactly.
So people wouldn't know about it.
Yeah. So then you're moving forward. But how would you move forward if you have no past?
The goal is that we don't move forward. The goal is that we all stay in this entertainment. There's a guy.
Sorry, I'm just asking that you're trying to go for all the positives, but how do you know something is positive moving forward if you don't have nothing of negative of knowing of your past?
Well, okay, it's not about negative. It's about conflict. You have to dissolve every type of conflict you can have amongst different people, right? So you have to take out these elements that would bring different people into conflict. So, for example, the best example of that is the liberal Muslim today. And if you study a little bit about Islam and what it is really, you'll see that the liberal Muslim has maybe voided 90%, not 90%, I'm exaggerating, 60% of his religion, and a lot of Sunni Muslims or traditional Muslims are speaking against him, saying they're not Muslim, right? They have more. I think their biggest battle is not against far right; it's more against liberal Muslims that are taking a bigger and bigger step. So basically, that's what they're doing. They're taking a culture and they're voiding every.
But we don't, sorry. But with all this, we've got borders, yeah.
It depends for who and for what, but yeah.
So no, but I'm just saying is if we're moving forward in a world of moving in that positive, how am I going to even, if I don't know my history, how am I going to even know who my enemy is?
Yes, but we agree on that.
No, but he's saying that then there won't be any enemies. We'll all be working together regardless of race. But you know the funny thing, right? And I want confirmation from Gabs. There'll be no race. We'll all be working together regardless. We won't look at the history, the past, and complain about, oh, you did this to me, you did that to me. We're all working together economically, socially, all together as one. Which is fine, Gabs. But the problem is when you say that, you sound like a globalist or you sound like a communist, Marxist.
No, I'm saying I was defining what is globalization and the ideology.
Okay,
Yeah, that's not what is. I'm not advocating for that. I'm saying.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
No, yeah, because that's why I'm just trying to see where he's coming from in his globalization, of the explanation.
Yeah. So I was just explaining what the system is putting in place so that we live. So it's called rationalizing, right? It's kind of like they did the same thing. I'll give you an example, but they do that with train system, right? Like a train rail, like a European train rail. At one point, they have to rationalize it. That means they have to make it so that every train track is the same size, so that every train can go all across Europe, right? So they're doing the same thing to humans right now. They're rationalizing us, right? So that you can take us from any point. You can take somebody from New York and dropping into England, or dropping into South Africa, or dropping him into Brazil, and he'll have the same culture, right? That Americanized, like, liberal culture, right? And that's the biggest. I would say that the
It
biggest.
makes sense because religion wants you. If you're really deep into your religion, the religion wants you to forget about whatever historical past happened and wants you to all work together as either being Christians or being Muslims or being whatever, regardless of race. You're all one, and you don't do a tribalist thing, because once you become a Muslim, all people in the world are united as Muslims. When you become a Christian, all Christians are united together as Christians, regardless of race or creed. So in a way, I can see, how a one religion would want that. Everybody's together. We're all one.
Yeah, but you see, the flaw with that is that people are different, isn't it, Whitney?
Yes, there's a natural behavior of people. Sorry, Tash.
No, I was just going to say we are allowed to talk up against oppression in Islam. You don't have to, support a brother who is oppressing us. So I just wanted to make that clear, that that's not, the rule of thumb for.
Yeah, I've seen many debates in Speaker's Corner in regards to that, where one group of Muslims will say, but what of this guy in this part of the world who's doing this? And then another Muslim say, oh, we're not supposed to speak out against the Muslim brother. And then the other one says, no, that's not true. And then I've seen loads of those kind of debates going back and forth. So I do know that there are Muslims who do.
If you think about it, Catholicism and Sunnism were the first major attempts of globalization, right? They tried. Those are the first globalist project, right? And then once they don't work, then it morphs into something else. But if you look at it,
Gabs, let me ask you just one question. What would you say is your perfect ideology for a global effect for people?
The scientific method.
No, watch this. Tell him what you told us, Gabs. Tell him what you are.
I'm definitely a sovereignist. I think people should respect each other's nation, not meddle into each other's affairs, and like give each other like the respect to like trade with like the consideration of the people who own the resources, right? So
tell him the other one, the one that starts with P.
I definitely am a populist.
No, not that one. The other one.
I don't know which one.
The one that you told Tash and I that you were. Go on, tell him.
Pan-African,
yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
He was.
That's
asking
what he told us. He's a Pan-African. He supports the idea of an African super state.
Yeah, but I thought he was asking me what was my ideal world. So I was talking about like the world, how I would see the world interact with each other, right? But within that, then you have a Pan-African super state.
Okay.
So, yeah. What about you, Mr. Riggs?
It's about my people. Anything to do with my people. Thank you very much. You got it right in there. So it's about my people and my people excelling into what they need to do, as in going through and clearing away certain issues and situations.
Big up to the family, man. Don't know.
What? Everyone's coming out of their graves now.
Afternoon, Freddie. I've been living my best African life in Europe somewhere, hiding. You get me? Just come back off the plane today, bro.
I laughed. I saw footage of you, and I laughed when I saw you because I didn't know it was you. It's the moment you spoke, I recognized your voice. You look like one of them 6'4" heavyweight boxers, man. I was like,
nah, man, I'm a gentle giant, man. You know my thing already, man. Peace and love first and foremost, and war and destruction when you're ready, innit?
So, anybody has some news on Mali? What's going on
in Mali?
Nobody's following that.
Oh god, that place is there's so much drama.
It's a coup d'état right now. Like
wait, sorry, guys. I mean, Raf, the explanation from Gabs, did that make sense to you?
What, being a Pan-African?
No, not the Pan-African, because you were asking about the globalism. Then I gave you a corporatocracy, but then he moved on to when he was talking about the one religion uniting people. Did that make any sense?
Which Raf?
In a sense, yeah, it's me, my uncle, Raf. Everyone was there. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it kind of did. I mean, I understand, but at the same time, like, I mean, isn't that the ultimate goal of everyone to unite under one? But I don't know, man.
No, but you don't count. You're an atheist, so you want everyone to unite together as an atheist and scientists.
No. That's not true. That's not true.
This is what I'm trying to say. Why don't we just, in form of uniting it as a people first?
That's what I'm saying. I'm for that. That's what I'm for anyway.
Because for me, I believe if you have a religion, it's supposed to be personal. It's like if I have a conversation with whatever conversations I have with my parents, it should stay at home, not with the general public.
What's the atheist equivalent of a Quran and Bible? I need to go to that.
Yeah, it's called The Origins of Species by Charles Darwin.
I don't believe in Charles Darwin. I don't know what could unite atheism, because obviously, how I'm looking at it, the whole of humanity has been a sellout in some aspects, in it, and especially like where you're not believing in anything. How does you unite? Do you know
what's crazy about when you guys talk about atheists and whatnot, and saying that we don't have like, Garvey's teacher was an atheist, right? You're aware of that, right?
That's whataboutism. What I'm saying,
you got to remember, right?
You're sounding like far right now.
Yeah, but
how's that sounding like far right?
What does atheists unite on?
Hold on, but you see, with Garvey,
what do we disunite?
It was never about religion or where he was from. Garvey was always about uniting his people.
But that's what I say to I say, even when I spoke to Scattered that day, yeah, that Fred was there and Fred ran away, yeah. I was speaking to Scattered and I was telling Scattered the same thing. It's not that
you ran away or I retreated. Did I run away or did I retreat? I like to think I retreated, please.
You wagged your tail between your feet and ran.
Take the playground. No one run.
Between your feet
you can't run on the internet. We just log off. So I logged off, okay?
Yeah, you hit that button quick and escaped. And so basically, when it comes to obviously, like you mentioned, Uncle Garvey and whatnot, yeah. Like, yeah, cool. I have no problem uniting. Even this religious debate, the last few days has been about religion. Didn't even bother jumping on because I already know enough to tell, like, to say why I don't believe in religion anymore. But obviously, to everyone else, yeah, that people will entertained by that.
All right, cool. Well done. The question of the day is: can white people become sellouts?
Of course they can.
I believe they can. They sold out humanity many times over. They sell out their own.
No. That's not what I think the question meant. I think the question was, can a white person be a sellout to other white people?
Yeah, every day. Every single day, God sends. Another a rich white person does not give a shit or two monkeys about any poor white person. Do you get it? They do not care. They would rather they'd throw them on the fire as quick as a black person. Do you know what I mean? It boils down to money. Do you know what I mean? The society we're living in now, it boils down to money. That's why they're prepared to kill their own in these numbers. Do you know what I'm saying? And they've been prepared to kill their own.
I mean, does it just come down to money? I mean, obviously you got rich billionaires and
well to implement machinery in the workplace, I don't think we'd have to go through all of this. But this is the ruthlessness that these people have in their locker to just commit genocide at any time and sell out any community, sell out humanity, sell out the animals, sell out the rainforest, sell out the planet, basically, to achieve their goal. You know what I'm saying? That's my belief, innit? I don't know if anyone thinks I'm chatting shit.
No, I mean, the only people who could challenge you, I guess, would be a white person. So, but there are no white people on the panel, so I don't know. I did play a video earlier where there was a white guy in Harrison, Arkansas, and he was holding a sign saying Black Lives Matter, and a lot of white people were abusing him. And then a few white people said some interesting things. They said, take pride in your white skin, white pride, brother. And then another white person told him, but you're white. What are you doing, dumbass? Another one said, aren't you white? And called him a kike. So they kind of felt, which in a way goes into what Freddie's saying, anyone can be viewed as a, sellout. And they viewed him as a sellout from a political perspective, though, that he was selling out to his white race. And then I think Weeman was on the panel. Weeman said he did, a black person could also be a sellout because he tried to take that example that I showed and he tried to put it in a black neighborhood. If a black person was in a black neighborhood and they were holding up a sign supporting Trump or saying all lives matter, then black people would see that black person as a sellout. So it kind of made sense.
I'm trying to find it, One sec.
So yeah.
All right, guys, a beautiful conversation. I will chime in later, man. But I love when you're on the panel with them, man. You know the reason why, bro? Because I like balance, innit? And you're not too swayed by opinions like other brothers on the panel. Like, for instance, if Feli says the sky is blue, the whole panel has to agree with the blue. You can't have a different interpretation or use our free mind. So I like the fact that you have got a free mind, brother, regardless of the position you hold to Veli.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, God bless you for that, man, because it's rare on this channel. It's actually rare because Raf is a computer zombie, So, and Ultra's not too far from marrying Veli. So I'm just waiting for the certificate to come through because you get a second wife in the atheist religion, innit? But, all right, I'm gone, guys.
Take care. Pleasure talking to you, Freddie.
Yeah, later, man. Farouk Ibn Lionsden. That's what you are. Farouk Ibn Lionsden.
Oh, I get it now. I get it. I was like, what do you mean? I get it. Gabs, you still there? I was just find it fascinating when Gabs shared a lot of stuff, and then to find out he's a Pan-Africanist, I was like, wow, okay. That blew me away. I didn't see that coming. At all.
Yeah, still here, man. Still here. Sometimes you gotta try to think differently.
Think different. I like that word.
I don't know. I think I find myself coherent. If you find something that doesn't make sense, you tell me, and I can.
But you, because last time you were talking about Candace Owens. I remember the first time you came on. You were talking about Candace Owens. You talked about what did we go into? We talked about now. What's that country? I think it was. And we talked about Thomas Sankara, and you were saying that we should get rid of the black leaders. And I said to you, "What? It's not the black people that are selling out. They are having to sell out because they are under the control of the IMF." So, I mean, obviously, this is where, like Witness said, we get confused because obviously you're saying on the one hand, black people should all unite. and then you do make a reasonable point about there being black leaders that are selling out, but let's state all the facts. You understand? Not just some of the facts. Let's not say they're all selling out because this is what's going on. Whereas you want to ignore that. You want to just say, yeah, they're selling out.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what the conversation was about. I remember speaking about like, okay, well, I think even though I don't follow their like the Candace Owens and their ilk, I don't follow like the whole, you have to vote for the Conservative Party, but some of their arguments I feel are valid. Like, and I feel like
what argument has Candace Owens brought to the table that's valid, that has any point?
That's what I asked you last time, and you couldn't explain one.
I did explain. I think we talked for like a couple hours.
Yeah, what was it now? Okay, fine. Forget about what I said. What was the point that she made that was valid?
Sorry, whilst he's thinking about that, can I just say, do you know the point that Fred was making regarding white people selling out? I was thinking about it, and I was thinking to myself, to be honest, when they are in positions of power, because I consider a sellout to be a person from your community or who you identify with in a position of power that doesn't give back or support his group that he's from. But I don't know if those in power or that are in positions of power do turn their back against their own people and to support another group. Another group.
I've in some ways.
Who would you say that does that? Because
it's not to support another group, because you're talking about selling out as in like, what's it called? What we would locally know it as, like, where, for instance, you're talking about the signs. Yeah.
I don't know what definition we're going by, so you can explain.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, I've spoken to so many people, but even Veli, I had this idea of what is someone who's pro-black, and obviously some people will say it's pro-creating black. For me, I'm just like, no, that can't be the only thing that makes you pro-black. Come on, man, like, yeah, I mean, like, there are many people out here who are procreating black, but they're not what you would call. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, you go into it like, oh yeah, I'm with a black man's. My partner's black, so therefore it means you're pro-black. No, there's more to in it. So obviously everyone's got their own definition. So yeah, I mean,
if somebody supports Candace Owen and they want to say how good she is, I think the best thing you can do is just talk about Trump and what has Trump done that has benefited most Americans, because she's a Trump supporter. So politically, that's where you could challenge and say, what has Trump done that has benefited America? And then you could say, has he built the wall? Has he got Mexico to pay for it? I don't know. You could.
But that's not the only thing that Candace Owens has made other points. So you can talk about the Trump situation, but Candace Owens also talks about other situations as well. So, and I've even heard. I recently came across a guy called Kehinde Andrews, and he himself even said that, what's it called? He thinks Trump has done more for black people than Obama, but he doesn't agree with Trump.
Yeah, but that's exactly what I mean when people say that. It's like, I'd like to be. Hello, Billy.
Go on, Billy.
Hello, Billy.
The unholy father himself. Did you hear Farouk?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, he's just crying again, isn't it? Always crying, fam. Yeah.
It's true what he was saying.
Imam Farouk. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. We have caused so many people to tear up on the G block. It's really, I feel hurt as well, but I also feel happy. I made people feel this way, but it's fine. Yeah.
Man, welcome to the House of Pain.
Yeah, man. That's what it is. The House of Pain.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
In regards to the other question, I are most white people racist? Personally, I don't know. I know white people who are not racist, and I know white people who are racist. So I don't know if I can't gauge if most of them are racist. I don't know.
But this is the you see, this is the thing. This is the whole thing about the whole racism thing, yeah. Because even that word, we were talking about defining what pro-black is. Defining the word racism for me now, I don't look at racism as someone just calling me the word nigger. Like that can't be like the only thing that makes someone a racist to me, because that you might have racialized views. I've heard that argument where it's racialized views, and if they were in a position of power and they were able to affect me, then that would be racist. But in terms of if someone like Jupiter said like she called me Toby last time, innit? Like for me, I don't think that's a racist to be honest.
No, it's the basic definition. Someone who believes that their race is superior to other races, and they believe that other races and culture are inferior, and they believe in promoting and supporting their race at the expense of other races. So other races and cultures must be denigrated and suppressed, one way or the other. It could be physically, it could be verbally, but it's like a racial supremacy where you promote your race and you denigrate and oppress the other races in any shape, way, or form that you can.
But now you're bringing in the power thing into it.
Well, it doesn't. Well, when you say power, what do you mean? Power from a governmental perspective? What do you mean when you say power?
I mean, in terms of, like you said, you kind of to be fair to your response, yeah, you kind of didn't just go along the power. You did say as well it's the belief. So they believe that they are superior to a person, but when you're talking about that, the suppressing and whatnot and everything, that all comes into the power thing. Where if they had the power, they would do that. But I don't know, man. Like it's I don't know. I probably have to ponder it more myself to understand what really I'm trying to say about that thing.
Something could be obvious. Let's say you're a kid and you're about to play football, and two groups are about to play football. You've got two guys who are both white. They're the captains, and they're choosing the people they want on their team. And they choose all the white people, and then who are left are all the black people. And they're like, well, what are we going to do with these guys? And they're like, I don't want them on my team. What about you? Well, I don't want them on my team. Well, we have to choose. But you have to choose. But it's like, yeah, well, I don't want them. They're black. That's one obvious way where most black kids could talk about that from being kids in a playground. And that hasn't got to do with any governmental power or power structure. So, racism comes in many forms. You'd be walking on the street and someone makes fun of you as they drive past. I mean, that's just racist. It comes in different ways. It doesn't have to be like this powerful thing.
But even that, like, I wouldn't even give that example as like a thing of where that's a proper racist card. Like, obviously, like, okay, they didn't choose me. Me as our black group will just go and make our own football team and play our own thing, and you know what I mean, like do our own thing. Like,
because you were shunned, so you go off, and as you said, you will start your own thing. Yeah, because of the cause, which was the root, which was being shunned. But
whereas when you're looking at the larger scale, it's like even when black people go off and do their thing, obviously they're still using the dollar, they're still using the pounds, which were created by a certain group of people. So that's where, what's it called? They still have the power influence over you, because as long as you abide by what they say,
Yeah, that ties in with what happened in American history. The racism, Black Americans were shunned, pushed out, so they went out and created their own towns. So like in Tulsa, Oklahoma, you had a Greenwood district. They were pushed into that neighborhood. They created their own stores, their shops, their churches, their houses. They did well. They had their banks and everything. And then the white side of town had envy. A lot of the white people actually borrowed money from the black banks. And there was a lot of envy and a lot of anger. And you had a race riot where all the white people came in there. Aeroplanes came. They dropped kerosene and used machine guns, and they killed a lot of the people there, and they burnt down their stuff, and they kicked them out and sold the land and made sure they couldn't come back onto the land. So that's an example of them trying to do for self, and white supremacy got in the way and stopped it. You've got loads of examples like that in America. You've got Red Summer, what the Americans call in their history Red Summer, which was 1918, which had a high level of race riots in which black towns all over America were being descended on by white supremacists who burnt it to the ground, lynched a lot of black Americans.
But this is what I'm saying. They can now. Not only did they burn those pieces of the land, they got away with it.
Yeah. Yes, they did. Yeah.
And even when we talk about racism, like especially here in the UK, it's so much more slick and well polished than in America.
Yes.
So it will be a thing where, for example, in the workplace, obviously my dad's a doctor, and he will give me examples of where, what's it called? He's going up to talk to some of his colleagues. They're just colleagues. They're not even, superiors or whatnot. Yeah, and they'll be like, yeah, sure, whatever my dad's name. I'm not gonna, whatever, man. Yeah, whatever, sure, my dad. Yeah. What's it called? We'll help you do this and whatnot. And then from behind, they'll call someone else who's non-black, non-white to come and or white to come and do it, rather than my dad, because.
I understand entirely what you mean. It's much more subtle. It's much more slicker in the 21st century. And you can use that a lot for other things. You can talk about sexual harassment. Like a woman could come to you in the workplace and talk about being harassed, and you're like, what do you mean? And she might talk about how it's happening, but because you don't see it, because it's so slick and it's so subtle, you don't see it. You then think that she's talking a lot of rubbish. She doesn't know what she's talking about. The same thing with a black or a brown person who talks about the racial prejudice. When it's so slick and so subtle, and when they talk about it, people just look at them and say, well, you're crazy. You're talking rubbish. I can't see what you're talking about. They keep looking for the most expressive, obvious thing.
And the expressive, obvious thing is the fact that, what's it called? People say, oh, if you call someone nigger or if you call someone this name, or say that it's because they're black, that is what racism is. But if we bring it down to that argument, then if a black person does the same thing to the white person, then they can easily call it racist. The same way, you look, recently we have the anti-Semitism.
Sorry, Raf, when a black person calls a white person what?
If a black person called a white person certain, words, maybe cracker or whatever word or whatever, they will be quick to say, yeah, that's a form of racism.
No, but Raf, our words come from oppression. We didn't oppress their group per se.
But that's what they will say. Is used as an example of slavery, of racism.
You see, the thing is, Raf, our history is very different. Obviously, you're coming from a Nigerian perspective. I come from a Guyanese Caribbean perspective. The word Toby actually doesn't even really necessarily concern me, so to speak. More concerns the African Americans, but that does hit home with my group as well. Just for the fact that we've got a similar history to the African Americans. So name calling is a big thing. I don't know if you remember when Ron Atkinson, you might be too young.
Yeah, I remember the ex-football manager. Yeah. When he insulted Marcel Desailly.
Yeah. And I've noticed a lot of French Africans kind of stand up very quickly about things like that. But I think in the UK, there's an acceptance to this kind of language being used, not only on the football pitch, but in the workplace. So it's not as slick as you might think. Sometimes it's very blatant and acceptable. Because I do notice there's a little bit of acceptance with particular groups regarding this kind of name calling.
What type of? Give an example. I'm not sure. There's I've heard the name Ron Atkinson, but what exactly this name calling that you're saying that is done blatant and people?
I'll tell. Basically, it was a football match that took place, and at the end of the game, he was with the football presenters, and they were criticizing the way the players had played. And I think Desailly was playing for Chelsea. Could have been for Chelsea at the time. And he complained about him and said that he was being a lazy nigger. And
you said that on national TV.
Yeah, lazy, or he was lazy nigger or lazy black something. But he was lazy because he was saying Marcel Desailly was being lazy, and he was either lazy nigger or lazy. Yeah, I think it was nigger. He said that, and a lot of people were outraged by it. And then there were naturally black football players who had played under Ron Atkinson at Aston Villa, like Daly and Atkinson and a whole bunch of guys, and they say no, he's not racist.
Of course,
Ron.
but
Yeah.
do you know what? Do you know why they said that? Yeah, because it's like, to me, I liken it to like, when black people work on a building site, they get that really Cockney sounding accent and whatnot and everything. That's how a lot of footballers, especially fat black footballers, they sound really Cockney and whatnot and everything. Like, it's I don't know, mate, am I stereotyping? Like,
Yeah.
I just feel
I'll give you the exact words. I found them. He said that he's known. He said he's what is known in some schools as a fucking lazy thick nigger. That's what Ron Atkinson. That was a while ago. That was a long time ago.
What about John Terry?
Sorry, can I ask Gabs a question if he's still there?
Do you know what Gabs is, Shakara?
Yeah, Shakara, I was going to ask you a question first.
I heard. Okay, got him.
What's the situation in Mali?
Oh,
there's many things. To be honest, I'm not as up to date as I should be with what's going on in Mali. But there's many things taking place. Yeah. That I've got certain information, but I haven't pieced it all together yet.
Right.
But what are you getting at?
Because I was hoping, because all I get is like institutional news, and I don't have anybody on the ground. So like, that's revolutionary times over there. Like, they have the French army. They've been having the French army over there. They had Islamist uprising trying to take over the country. Like, there's different divides between like.
What's happening? All right, so here's my perspective on what's happening. Yeah, briefly. Yeah, from what I do know, the Islamist uprising is there. But when you see Islamist uprising anywhere, you have to we have to question who's behind a lot of these Islamist uprisings, because sometimes it's Saudi, sometimes it's the West.
Hold on, it's always the West through Saudi or Qatar.
Yeah, I'm not I wouldn't dispute that, to be honest with you. I just meant who specifically is pulling the strings in it at any particular point. What I mean, why I was differentiating is because oftentimes people are there's an issue with people going Saudi and getting educated, in Medina or in Egypt or something, and they come back with this ultra Islamist kind of ideology whereby they want to start destroying people's shrines, even of other Muslims who are not, as pure in their Islam, let's say, than them as they are. But then the other thing that's taking place is that there's a rise in discontent among people in general with regards to the French influence. Yeah. And so what's happening is that, for example, you have this organization called Agence Panafricaniste, which is run by a brother called Kemi Seba, and he's been organizing people against the CFA franc for some time. And basically, the French are very concerned about this. So recently, Macron came out and was saying that, basically that they will leave basically take out the French army. If basically he was instructing the French governments to address this anti-French sentiment in French West Africa. Otherwise, they will leave the countries. They'll remove the army, and basically the West African nations will be left to deal with this Islamist uprising by themselves, basically. So the justification for the French army being there is in relation to this Islamist uprising. In my humble opinion, it's more the bigger threat as far as France is concerned is this rising cry across French West Africa and Central Africa to get rid of the CFA franc, and so a lot of the anti-French sentiment was being developed around that. So France is securing its interest. What they did was to pull to basically call all their neo colonies in the region to the table. And whilst West Africa was in the middle of negotiating to install a currency called the Echo, Macron was able to get the French-speaking West African nations to sign a deal saying that they would continue to tie their Echo to the French euro, and these kinds of things, which basically flopped the entire Echo program, because obviously the English-speaking nations in West Africa are not really going to be too amenable to that. So yeah, that goes beyond just Mali, but yeah, I hope that kind of gives some insight. But yeah, like I said, I need to
know is
update
that
my
the U.S., the African Union, France, all came in unison and saying, we don't respect that coup. Any change has to be made democratically, and we're against the coup. So that's a signal to tell you, okay, well, something is going on, right?
Yeah, like I said, I need to update my thing properly, so I won't speak it anymore. My question for you was, in the UK, we've got a national front as well, and they historically have been guilty of attacking black people on streets in Britain. Yeah, there were certain areas that were known to be NF areas, especially in the 80s.
They have a
and
national
90s.
front in France. Right.
Well,
Yeah,
where
yeah,
have
the
you
front,
been,
the front.
Ralph? It's called Front National.
Yeah.
The
I
leader
didn't
is
even know.
Marine Le Pen, the daughter of I've forgotten her father, Le Pen.
So my question to you is, does the Front National in France have a similar history in terms of its relationship to black people in
They
France?
have informal ties, because those groups, well, we had a skinhead epidemic in the 80s and the 90s, but they got ran out by black gangs. Now they don't exist. They took them totally out of existence, and they say there was informal ties. Politically, it was very bad to be affiliated with them. So they say there was informal ties with them, but nothing clear cut. They were attached to the party, and they claim the party has always spoken against that officially, because it's a political party. I don't know what it is over there. Over here, it's a political party, and it was the biggest anti-immigration political party. It was made out to be the devil. You know what? I'll tell you a really interesting story. So basically, I think it was in the 80s. No, yeah, in the mid 80s, there was a left a socialist president, right? And basically, the Le Pen, the father, had he had no popularity.
Sorry, is that Bertrand you're talking about?
No, it's what's his name? Hold on, it'll come back to me. But the one before Chirac. So it was Mitterrand. So Mitterrand was
Mitterrand, yeah.
Yeah, he was the communist. He was like a socialist allied with the communists. It's really interesting, a really interesting story. So basically, on his second term, he was coming up against the right, which was Jacques Chirac, right? And Le Pen had no popularity at all. He was worth maybe 2%, right? He instructed the French media to give him a lot of platform. He was one of the most talked about political figures during his second term of re-election. And you know why he did that? He did that to divide the right in two. So basically, it was a strategic move, right, to divide the right. But basically, he was the sole reason why that party came into prominence, right? It's it tells you about how the anti-racist, racist, like it's just a game, right? Like the same people who operate the system, they know how to operate the system. So they knew that like if any candidate ends up in the final with the Le Pen, he's gonna win, right? So they have an interest in bringing him up and in keeping him in the game, right? Because he's like the wild card, right? He helps them win elections and he helps them like figure out how elections are going to be. So that's an interesting, anecdote as to how the Le Pen came into power. He was helped by by the left and Mitterrand.
He was helped by the left.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Basically, basically the over here the television is state sponsored, so a president informally, like he can't really like say it out loud that's what he's doing, but informally a president can say you don't interview that candidate and you can interview that candidate, right? Because it's he has like the state owns the biggest TV stations.
But this kind of comes back to what I was saying before. Yeah, Mitterrand is known to have said that without Africa, France will have no history in the 21st century.
Yeah,
Right?
definitely. He was one of the biggest proponents of the France Afrique.
Right.
He
But,
was
but I'm saying, there's that. We know that the more conservative parties in France, love the France Afrique. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. My question is,
it depends. Not really. You know why? Because the France Afrique has all like the conservative or
none of them are seeking to get rid of it. Yeah.
Let me just put it into perspective. The far right parties have never been in power. The France Afrique have always been with the people in power, whether right or left.
I agree. That's why I said that's why I said the more conservative. Yeah. Not the far right, just the more conservative. Yeah. Okay.
Conservatives or
but for example, but just like that the BNP, the British National Party, and the National Front in this country have never been in power. Yeah. What they have been responsible for doing though is racist violence on the streets of Britain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So what I was asking is if the Front National has a similar history in relation to black people in France. It would seem, based upon what you said, that they do. If black people had to run them out of certain areas, it would seem that
no. It's different. Like they weren't affiliated to a party. They were skinheads, just like gangs.
Yeah.
That would shave their head and like go do. They call it.
You have to shave. You have to have that identity to be a racist.
No, that was like an epidemic in the 80s and the 70s. Like there was gangs of white guys that would go and commit violence.
Yeah, the same over here. But would those people do all of that whilst waving the French flag?
You know what? It's a good question. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Probably. Probably. You know what? There was a. They weren't. But all I'm saying is they weren't politically affiliated, right? Nobody wanted to touch them. But probably in their head they're defending the French. They're defending the purity of France, I guess. So yeah.
I'll take your point.
Yeah. But but like it comes back to my point that I was saying earlier. I think those two extremes are needed by the system, and that's how the system maneuvers. They need two extremes, so they need black. We have political parties that are called black indigenous, right? Because like historically, when France colonized, they had a code of indigenous code, and basically, if you were like from a certain ethnic background, you didn't have the same political rights. So basically, they took that. But so you have that on the far left, and on the far right, you have pro ethno nationalistic people, right? And in the middle, you have the corporation that are anti-racist, right? And that are Republican and that want to have like a unified country, right? I say the system needs those extreme to exist, right? And everything that's against the system, like for example, conspiracy theories are pushed on the far left or on the far right, so that like any discourse that seeks to like really like talk about like the problems that the government is causing are pushed on the far right or the far left. Like the yellow jacket is broadly, not totally, but broadly supposed to be a far right movement when it's not. It wasn't. It was mostly a people's movement, and mainly a people that were living uh, in, how do you call it, the boondies, or no, how do you call that area where there's lots of cows, where it's peasants, right? So basically,
Countryside.
the countryside, right? It was basically a movement from people from the countryside, and since black people are concentrated in the cities, the government tried to oppose the two. It didn't really work, but it tried, and that's the social engineering that we're having to face, and that's what I'm noticing all around. It's social. There's a social engineering that is to try to make um, black men fight black men fight poor white man.
And you don't think that that there's any social engineering on the right with the likes of the Trumps and the Boris Johnsons of this world?
Okay, I don't really know about Boris
Wait,
Johnson.
did you say the social media?
On Trump, I can like assessing like his power base. Trump doesn't have a lot of power. Like most of the decision that he takes, he's not able to take by himself. Like
So
that.
are you one of those people that see Donald Trump as a champion against the globalist agenda?
I can say objectively that the globalists hate him. I've never seen campaigns of defamation and of attempts of to take down any personality in the history of the United States that have been so severe.
Do the globalists hate what's his name, Bernie Sanders?
I think it's. I wouldn't say they hate him. I definitely wouldn't say he's part of the upper tier, right? He's a puppet, but no, they don't hate him. He's a puppet, and he serves his role really well.
So so what would you say about the campaign, the campaign that was against him?
Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Have you ever heard of her?
The campaign, which was that he
against him, for example, his own party conspired against him. So
but you know what the thing is?
Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
Okay, but then he doesn't speak against it.
He does.
No, he doesn't. He folds every time he folds, and this is why.
What's that got to do with whether he's been being attacked or not? Or whether he's a globalist or not?
So this is how it works. He's supposed to bring a certain part of the electorate to vote for the system. That's his role, and he serves that role perfectly. Like at the end of the day, when it's done, when put or at the end of the day, he'll say vote for Hillary. He'll say vote for Bernie Sanders.
Yeah,
you know?
and then there are those on the other side who are Trump or nothing. There are those on the other side who are anybody but Trump. Yeah, and all these kinds of things. I fail to see how Trump is an anti-globalist champion
Okay, I'll give you one positive thing.
If everything that you're saying is true, then
Yeah.
he should have never been able to become president. Like if they exert the kind of control that they're supposed to,
100%.
What's it called?
Yeah.
Over elections and so on and so forth. This is like the key card. This is America.
Yeah.
They should have more power in America than everywhere else on the planet. Yeah.
I agree.
So how does a man called Trump become the president? And if he does,
you know what?
is there an element of social engineering within the fact that he has become president?
Yeah, I think so. I think the Russian farm bots are true. I think what he did he used the media against them. He used the holy sacred cows of liberalism.
But the globalists control the media.
Huh?
The globalists control the media.
Exactly, but he used the media against them. He said when people started hating and saying, "Oh, well, he instead of backing off, he had an inverse strategy." That was like in terms of political communication, what Trump did was unique in the history of political campaigns. That has never been done before, right? The fight, like that whole campaign, which was done on Twitter, where he could communicate directly to people.
Said the same thing about Obama when he was elected. It was monumental. People said the same thing about Obama. It was monumental. He used things that nobody else has used. Like they were praising his use of Facebook and Twitter.
Yeah, like the whole banking industry with him.
And you're saying that the banks are not with Trump? Are the banks any less with Trump than they were with Obama?
Yes, I think. Well, it depends. It depends.
How?
It depends.
He's fully in league with the banks. Trump is not waging a war against banking and banks at the moment.
No, he's not.
They're fully
waging a war. He's waging a war against. But yes, because those people own the banks, he is waging a war against
which people?
The people who want to create more conflict in the world. The people who
how is he doing that? Where are the when he threatens to go in on Iran or Syria? The other day, people were speculating that this man's about to cause World War III. Yeah, with some of the stuff that he was saying about and threatening in relation to Syria.
I think if you take a closer look, you'll see that within his administration, he has to compose with different forces that are not his own, and he has to content a lot of different people in order to maintain a balance. But it's just like the story of like the troops. One day Trump is saying, "Oh, we're coming out of Iraq. We're coming out." He's saying it. We're coming out. The next day, the Pentagon is like, "No, we're not coming out. Actually, we can't come out." So you have different within the if you look at the power structure.
But the same thing happened with Obama.
Look, Obama was responsible for Libya. Obama called the shots on Libya.
You're making my point. Obama was elected upon an anti-war platform.
Yeah,
he said he's going to take out of Iraq. Yeah, and he said he would deploy some more troops to Afghanistan with an agenda to get them out within a certain amount of years.
Yeah, they pulled out of Afghanistan,
and then the Pentagon said, "Well, here I know, brethren, them something that will work." Yeah, and he started some next. He even started some next wars, right? So my point is that what makes Trump any less of a globalist puppet than Obama? I'm not seeing any appreciable difference in the Obama presidency and the Trump presidency.
I think he's the one so far. He's one of the only president that hasn't started a new war.
Well, okay, maybe that. So he hasn't started a new one. He sustained all the others.
No,
he's pulling out Afghanistan, and he has threatened a few wars good since he's been in.
He's negotiated with Afghanistan so that they would pull out. They've pulled out of Afghanistan. We agree on that, right?
He attacked and pulled out of the Iran deal for them to get rid of their what's it called?
Nuclear weapons. the
and all these
uranium or whatever it is.
yeah, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, and he went on a way a while ago in relation to Syria, which threatened to start a next situation.
What are you talking about? Under his watch,
he threatened South Korea as well.
Has been eradicated under his watch. You'll notice one pattern under Obama.
Obama killed Bin Laden. Obama did
Obama, ISIS had like 1/3 of the territory.
Obama under Obama, ISIS would say. ISIS kind of developed out of the vacuum that was created by basically the dispersal of Al Qaeda all over the place. But Obama bombed, sent more drones against them man than anybody. Yeah.
No, the drones. Okay, so from what I've seen, the way Obama was.
Hold on.
Obama did more to hurt the Syrian government than to hurt ISIS. The primary target was the Syrian government. It's a miracle. Well, it's not a miracle. It's thanks to the Russians that the Syrian government survived. Right?
Didn't Trump kill that Iranian?
Clear goal of the sorry, let me just finish. The clear goal of the Obama administration was regime change in Syria. Right? Since Trump has come into power, ISIS, he made an agreement with Putin, right? And they took down ISIS together, right?
They took down ISIS together. So ISIS no longer exists. So what do you say about, thanks for the reminder, Aaron Monselle, about the killing, yeah, of this high official? Yeah.
It was a bad move. Now, from what I've seen, there's a that talked about it, and that said that he got manipulated into doing that.
Oh my days!
Now, I'll give you the news outlet.
People get manipulated.
You can check it out.
But so, if he got manipulated into it, what makes him less of a puppet?
Gab,
That's the whole.
I'm sorry, Jeffrey Epstein. That's a direct consequence of Donald Trump.
Gabs, I'm so confused by you because we all know what Trump said about your actual country.
About what? Well, you know what? Okay, maybe he said it, maybe he didn't say it, but those.
Maybe he said it. He did say it. He said it.
Those were reported by somebody that was inside a room with him, right? That's what I'm saying. Like the media has been engaging.
I totally hear you. Is Trump doing anything about Clinton Foundation or any of the corporations and non-governmental organizations, quote unquote, that are operating in Haiti right now?
I don't think he can.
Is Haiti being any less exploited right now than it was under Obama, under Bush, under Clinton?
All I can say is that the Clintons are definite enemies of Trump, and there is a battle right now to bring down the Clintons.
No, that's not the question he asked.
The thing is,
America, even beyond the Clintons, America,
the people who
footprint in Haiti.
So, well, okay. Well, I'd have to see, but like probably yes, probably they would have, but it was under the Clintons that it got accelerated. Like that whole thing where they kidnapped our president, that was Clinton, right? And the Clinton Foundation is what runs Haiti right now.
If I remember rightly, Aristide was kidnapped twice. Once was under Bush the first, and he was brought back under Clinton. And the second time was under Bush the second. And he was brought back under, well, not under Obama, but whilst Obama was president is when he returned.
Yeah. So hold on, the second time wasn't under Clinton. You're sure?
No. Clinton was out of office. The second time, Aristide was kidnapped.
Yeah.
I'm relatively sure. I'm like 95% sure that was under George Bush II. Yeah, and the first time was under Bush the former. And then under Clinton, he returned. Like when I say under Clinton, it was apparently America assisted in the return of Aristide in that first one. They didn't assist apparently in the second one. Well, not officially anyway. But that was under Obama, if I remember correctly. Like, I could be wrong on that, but I don't.
September 1991 military coup.
Yeah, that was Bush.
That was Bush. The coup collapsed in 1994 and pressure threat arrested them president.
Are we actually trying to break down whether or not Clinton was worse than Obama or Trump or all this stuff? Is this what you're trying to give us? An argument you're trying to give us, Gabs?
I think we can compare them.
But you said you're a free thinker, right? You see where free thinking gets people, yeah? It gets people into this silly. Well, let's intellectualize everything about what.
Yeah. But then, like that's what I was saying to Shakara, and that's what I'll say to you. The danger with your kind of thinking is you'll end up being an echo chamber, and you only address things from your point of view and your way of seeing things. Whereas I think I find it interesting to put myself in different in somebody else's shoes and like think against myself and think, well, okay, what if I grew up and I was him, right? Would I have the same speech? So what I'm saying is, like, you guys are stuck in your echo chambers where you pat each other on the back. Let me just finish. Where you pat each other on the back and you have this American conception of the good guy and the bad guy. Oh,
no, but
there's good guys and there's bad guys. I say they're all bad. And
you were defending Trump, and you're doing it at the detriment of your own people. It's about the here and now. We don't have to discuss what Clinton, Bush did. We're talking about here and now. What is Trump doing for your people? And you can answer, yet you're defending him. Everything it's just ridiculous.
At some point, you have to be a realist and like assess like the different power structures and how this world is what composes the different power structures.
Being a realist, it would mean that you have to take all of the variables into consideration. So I'm asking now,
right?
Yeah, what is it? Yeah, if Trump is this anti-globalist champion, just look at in the region. Yeah, like America has a very big stronghold in Haiti. It's been there for well over a century.
Yeah. I don't think that
I don't see ever any attempts from Trump to take America out of Haiti, whether it's economically or militarily. I'm not seeing, for example, with the proliferation of AFRICOM, America's high command in Africa. I only see it expanding under Trump. I don't see it getting.
Where are they expanding to?
In all the countries. I need to update myself in terms of the development of AFRICOM, but as far as I'm aware, there are more military bases since Trump has
come on echo chamber.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
That was a poor response.
But let's say for argument's sake I'm wrong. Yeah, let's say for argument's sake I'm wrong. Yeah, because the reality is that if he's an anti-globalist, that these American military bases, should be lessening. Yes, they shouldn't even be staying at the same number. They should be lessening. Yeah, under his watch, right? In fact, I came across something the other day that was speaking
Did you see the peace treaty he's done with the UAE, making Israel promise that they will stop colonizing?
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Oh my days.
Is that what happened?
This is what happens when you read right-wing newspapers.
But Trump is a defender of Israel. Like he defends Israel, right? So it's isn't that part of the globalist agenda?
It is. I think he has to compose with different powers. Like you can't go against all of them at once.
Okay, so who is he going against then? Like I'm trying to see where we can find evidence of the anti-globalist policies. Yeah, like where is he coming out of? Where is he
So he,
or you know what I'm saying?
He pulled out of Afghanistan, right? I believe there are people in the White House that are itching to have a war with Russia and to have a war with Iran. Now, I am willing to bet, and that's something that we can only speculate upon. But if Hillary Clinton was here, we would already have a war with Iran, and we would have
But Clinton is not
a war with Russia.
Trump, yeah. I'm trying to see how the extent to which he's not a globalist puppet. Yeah.
He said he said he wants to pull out of NATO. He said, "Look, I'm tired of this NATO shit. We're paying too much money into it."
That's a long-standing Republican talking point.
No, that's not true, man.
It is.
What Republican you're talking to? I guarantee you, John McCain doesn't want to pull out of NATO. I guarantee you, John McCain doesn't want to.
I don't say it's universal, but it's definitely a popular talking point among.
No,
Americans whether America should be in the UN, and a lot of them were doing that because of the fact that they were being told that the war in Iraq was illegal. Yeah. Do you see that the war in Iraq as a part of the globalist agenda?
Yes.
Okay. And so you would regard Bush the junior to be a globalist puppet there?
Definitely.
Right.
His family has probably a direct stake. Like he used to own oil companies. He used to run oil companies. And then his vice president, what's his name? Dick Cheney. Like that's the funny part. Dick Cheney was the president of Halliburton.
So
Guess who got
that? Yeah, big oil barons. Yeah, I'm familiar with Cheney's connection to oil. But
guess who got the mandate to rebuild Iraq once they destroyed it?
Who?
Halliburton.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Now, but in that sense, then we'd have to see evidence then of Trump trying to reduce America's oil dependency.
He did. He started. America under Trump was the biggest oil exporter. America became. Did you see that crisis when oil went to 90? Went to like minus 60. Like they would give you $60 to stock the oil. That's because America was pumping out so much oil that and the economy was slowed down. And he did reduce America's oil dependency. That's one of the first things he was able to do.
By using American oil or foreign oil?
By using American oil. America was the #1 exporter of oil.
Promising coal country that he was going to rejig their jobs.
No.
And is America, when you say America's the #1 exporter of oil, because that can be misleading.
It became under Trump. It became.
I understand what I mean. Because American oil companies run like oil mining and refineries around the world. America being the #1 exporter of oil can be misleading.
No. I'm talking about the country because they have this new technique called fracking, which
where they didn't use a hole in the earth, and
they started using under Trump.
Yeah,
that gave them a huge addition, or made their oil way bigger.
All right, I'll have to research that one.
Fracking is that's causing people's water to be brown and all that shit. So how is that a good thing?
Well, I know that there's a lot of debates over here, and people are not happy about the fact that the government is talking about increasing the fracking thing. It's not seen as a positive.
Yeah, but that's another debate, right? That's not what we're speaking about. He tried to reduce their dependency on oil.
So
he tried to engage into a economic warfare against China, which is what, if I would be president, that would be the number one dossier I would address. It's China, right? And it makes sense if you
Why
say
though? China's a nationalist. What's the word? National construct. Like, they're very nationalist in China.
they're very nationalist, but they use the internationalist system to their advantage.
As
If
does
you
America.
know, huh?
As does America.
Well, less and less these years, because what's happened is that
Not really. America has
China,
an influence in the IMF and the World
no,
Bank.
no, China has instituted tariffs on the products that come in, and you have the internationalist institution, mainly the GATT Institute, right? Uh, says that you have, like, if you trade with a country and they lower their tariffs, you have to lower your tariffs to the same amount. What China did is what they would keep their tariffs up, and they would profit from the fact that America would lower their tariffs. So now what Trump is doing is
That sounds anti-globalist to me. They're not going along with the globalist one world, one uniform way of doing things for everybody type vibes. China sounds more anti-globalist than Trump at the moment.
Sorry?
I'm saying China sounds more anti-globalist than Trump at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. Well, China is a sovereign country that looks after its interest, and what the globalists have done is they've collaborated with China so that we could put their population under slavery, right? Like, if there is modern slavery, and if there's anything that can be called slavery, then you have to watch the documentaries on Foxconn and watch how these people were getting treated.
Foxconn.
Yeah, Foxconn is the company that works for Apple in China, that assembles your Apple products.
Does there any connection with Fox News?
No.
Okay,
No connection.
No problem.
It's a sub. How do you call that? A sub company of Apple, or a sub. Yeah, somebody. So basically, yeah, the globalists don't care, man. They don't care as long as they make their money. They don't care about the people. Yeah. So, I mean, the fact of the matter is, or what it looks like is, I'm defending Trump. I'm not saying Trump is a good guy. I'm saying when you take a step back and you look at the war that's taken on between those two parties, you have to say, well, okay, one party serves our interest better in the global sense, meaning that he doesn't like take steps directly to serve our interest, but his ideology and the way he moves, like, if we could have a black Trump, then we would be glad to have him.
I'm not sure about that, but let me ask you this: in terms of not being globalist, what do you say then to America's meddling in Venezuela, and Mexico, places like Brazil, them kind of things there? They're actively trying to effect a regime change.
Yeah, I think that's part of what you call the deep state, and that's out of Trump's control. The deep, like, if you read about like
but he's championing the whole program. He's not speaking out against it.
Yeah, he can't fight every battle at once.
Yeah, okay.
But hold on. But what if a leader came and took of Africa by storm and said, Africa first, now you're going to deal with us. If you want our products, then you're going to pay the right price. And he had the same tone.
I think that we have to be careful about superimposing.
We're
because the difference, there's a very big difference between America first and Africa first. Like, just from a historical point of view, like the two statements don't exist in the same realm. Yeah, America is a superpower nation that maintains its superpower a capacity off of exploitation of land, labor, and resources. Yes, not only in America, but beginning of America, and exporting itself around the world. Yeah, through its military and so on and so forth. And so one of the places that it exports itself is the African continent. America has been it's not the first time there's been a president that's said, you know, put America first and whatever. But I mean, Ronald Reagan, you know, had similar rhetoric, but he still invaded Grenada. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You know, the what we call neocolonialism in the continent and the Caribbean, America as a nation is intimately tied up with all of that. Yeah. And so I don't know if Trump is the example that I would champion.
Of course he's not. Come on, man.
Have you ever heard of
especially when we have you know, a Sankara
yeah
in our history, like, you know, Trump is any guy in comparison to this to the giants that we have in our history.
100%. Come on, man. Come on,
yeah, well, we had a generation of giants, and then they died, and then nobody came after.
They were killed and overthrown, partly by America. This is the point I'm trying to make. Like,
yeah, partly by America, but mostly by people from their own camp.
No.
Hold
Say that.
Hold on.
One second. In every single instance, yeah, there is not one instance of a coup from in that revolutionary era that did not have the hands of America, Britain, and France in it. None whatsoever.
All right, so let's go over this. Who killed Thomas Sankara? Who killed him?
This guy.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
Sorry, I just want to say how, Bob, like, come on, man. Like, we spoke about this last time.
Question.
We spoke about this last time,
yeah,
brother.
but we're not going to deny that there are sellouts among our people. Yeah, so Blaise Compaoré.
Okay, who killed Patrice Lumumba?
Again, do you want an answer to that? Do you know the only surviving pieces of Lumumba's body in this world right now? What are they?
His teeth.
His teeth. Where are they?
With the agent that delivered Lumumba to his killers.
No, where are they? Where are Lumumba's teeth right now?
With the agent that delivered Lumumba to his killers.
Who resides where?
In Belgium.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But so who killed him? Who killed him?
But we know, it's like who killed Malcolm? We know who killed him. We know,
dirty work. He facilitated.
We know that there were people in the Congo called like Moise Shombe, like Mobutu, yeah, Seseko, who sold out the thing. We know that, yeah, we know that, yeah. So that's not in question. But what's it called? The reality is, however, there is no situation like that takes place on the continent of Africa, yeah, that is void. Yes, of British, French, and American in particular intrigue and sanctioning, funding, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, but at one point you have to, like, if you study history of international relations from ancient times till today, you always have enemies to your nation. It's always existed. It's not like they invented anything. They didn't invent anything. The Persians were doing that to the Greeks back in the day, and so on and so on. I don't know.
And in those situations, there were also sellouts. The Persians had their sellouts. The Greeks had their sellouts. Right. So everybody.
But the thing is, what
enemies and sellouts everywhere. We get that. Yeah. Right. So we can take it for granted.
What makes a country able to resist? What makes a country able to resist is that they will have a certain amount of people that would be able to carry on the fight.
Hold on.
And do it diligently till the end. We didn't have them. I'm sorry, but when I look at
you're wrong because yeah, it's not true to say that that, like, put it this way, before Nkrumah was overthrown here, there were many attempts to assassinate him, and a number of other people were killed in the process of those assassination attempts. In the Congo, a man by the name of Pierre Molele, yeah, along with his wife Leonie Abomolele, yeah, and started a war, yeah, for liberation against the Mobutu government, yeah, and they were able, and this fueled something that was known as the Simba Rebellion, and they were able, yes, to take back nearly half of the Congo, yeah, from the Mobutu regime, yeah, in the 1960s, before Pierre Mulele was captured, and they what's it called? And they, but who were the people that were brought in to quell the thing? They brought in Belgium troops, or was it the French? Yeah, and the Americans were in there somewhere
Wasn't
in
it the UN?
What's it called? No. The UN wouldn't have fought the war. The UN sent in peacekeeping troops. The UN would have been there, but they were there under Lumumba as well. So when Lumumba, just before Lumumba was assassinated as well, and they said that they couldn't get involved because sovereign nation, blah 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 blah. But the point is, yeah, that all of the, like Mobutu, for example, was sustained, yes, in power for some years by the West. Yeah, they funded him. Yeah, they knew what he was doing, and when they were tired of him, they got rid of him. Right. So the point is that whenever dictators, quote unquote, in Africa and in the Caribbean get in trouble with their own people, there's always a Western military, yeah, to back them up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll say this. I can. It's right to be mad at the people who oppress us, but it's evenly right to be mad at the people who fail to protect us. And there has
I'm not sure if you know what I said.
There has to be an assessment.
Pierre Mulele was able to take back over half of the Congo, so nearly half of the Congo, yeah, from a dictator. Yes, it just so happens that that dictator had military backing from foreign nations. Yeah, right. So the reality is, yeah, that there's a lot of examples of this whereby, yeah, you can deal with the puppet, but unless you're dealing with the puppet master, the puppet master's just gonna install another
How
puppet.
come there's regimes that resisted? I'm sorry, but Fidel Castro resisted, Chavez resisted. Like Mao Zedong to it's not impossible to resist and to form some kind of.
I didn't say that. I'm not saying it's impossible to resist. The point I'm making is that in our resistance, that you cannot minimize in any way, shape, or form the role of the West. Yeah, we are resisting the West. That's who we're resisting, right? So corruption in Africa is a product of neocolonialism. It exists in no other context. Yeah, there is no other context for corruption in Africa right now, other than neocolonialism.
What do you mean?
Wherever for every corrupt leader, yes, there are Western institutions and governments backing them. Yes, for every corrupt leader siphoning millions, there is some European somewhere that is making billions off of that millions. Yeah, so
I agree and I disagree with you at the same time. You know what? I have lots of African friends, and they tell me corruptions is at every single level of society.
Of course it is.
If you want to get an ID card, right? You have to corrupt the guy who's going to give you the ID card. That's not,
of course,
the Westerners' fault. You can't blame everything on the Westerners' fault.
It's about the economic system that is in place, yeah, that creates a certain level of they call it dog eat dog, yeah. Everybody's out for themselves type mentality. The reality is, yeah, that if again, this dealing with the Caribbean, nothing don't move in the Caribbean. Listen, in Jamaica, yeah, there's been a campaign for decades to legalize marijuana. Yeah, when former Prime Minister Bruce Golding was in power, and they were looking to legalize the thing. There was a big campaign, and there was some political pressure where this was concerned now, because people were being arrested and charged and kind of different thing. The Rastafari them was on this thing and rare. Bruce Golding said openly, yeah, that the Jamaican government would have to consider its relationship with America before passing any law for the legalization of marijuana. What happened? A few years later, America moved on the program. Yeah. Legalization everywhere in America. Yeah. What's it called? Medical marijuana industry. Now America control the marijuana market. Yeah. Right. So the reality is, yeah. The reality is, yeah.
I know, but what I'm saying is they've been using the same tricks for 70 years now. Like, at what point do we like look at these and like we know what's coming?
But
Right?
we're not going to do it, bro, by saying, well, yeah, we need to not talk about, we need to not focus on what they're doing, because the reality is the reason why they keep are able to keep doing it is because people keep allowing them to do it. People keep ignoring the fact that they're doing it. Yeah, people keep acceding to their demands. That is the reality of the situation. So until we identify these people squarely as enemies, yes, who are not to be jumped into bed with, we're gonna keep jumping into bed with them. That is the reality of the situation.
I agree with you. Who are the enemies? Can you identify them on live, or is that too risky?
No, I've just said the whole Western axis is the enemy. European imperialism, these Western nations that are run by these Europeans, yeah, and their colonial interests. There's no doubt about that. Like there's no other context for this that exists. If it was the case, yeah, that nations were left alone to develop themselves and so on and so forth, then we can make these arguments without talking about anybody else other than ourselves. Makes sense, yeah?
Yeah.
But as and where there are forces, yeah, with military backing operating in your nation, it makes no sense to not to not discuss them. It doesn't make any sense to not identify them and call them out for what they're doing. And our own so-called leaders, and I say so-called because they're not leading anything or anybody, who are jumping in bed with them, need to be called out too. Yeah. What's it called?
We called out first.
No, but if I would say that the first or second is not even,
last second.
it's not even an argument. The system as it stands runs a particular way. You used a terminology a while ago in terms of a French terminology where basically about flow, yeah, and them kind of things. There, you don't talk. You cannot talk about a corrupt leader in Africa, yeah, without talking about the systems and the institutions that facilitate the corruption. Yeah?
I agree, but the thing is the system is more predicated on Africans exploiting other Africans rather than white men exploiting Africans. The system holds on one of the key structure of the system is you have to make sure that it's Africans that stab each other, right? It's Africans that take each other down, right? And it's really well oiled.
Definitely,
right?
That's what neocolonialism is. You put black people in power whilst Europeans run your economy, yeah, and the economy works towards European interests. However, if the economy of the country is being governed by edicts laid down by the IMF and the World Bank, then no African leader is deciding economic policy in Africa. No black leader is deciding economic policy in the Caribbean. So what we have to do is get leaders who refuse IMF and World Bank loans. That's what we have to do, right? And understand squarely and clearly what the IMF and the World Bank loan.
We need to have a generation of leaders that are willing to die, that are willing to put their lives on the line. If you kill one, there's 10 more that come behind them.
Yeah, but all this soft talk about we shouldn't talk about that the Europeans is nonsense. Yeah, if we could talk about the corrupt African and we should, yes, them for dead. Yeah, them for dead. Yeah, I'm saying that again, them for dead. No long thing. Yeah, them for dead. Right, but if we could talk about them, then we must be able to talk about the European with impunity, without apology. Yeah, I don't apologize for calling out Western corruption. Yeah, and imperialist policies where it's because it's a reality.
I never said you should.
As we say in Jamaica, when I put my mouth, I go and talk.
Yeah, I never said you should, Shakara. I think you have mistaken me for or mistaken what I've been saying. I think
we haven't mistaken you, bro.
We agree on the fundamentals. I just feel like when you talk about Europeans, when you talk about like when you have a wider look on history, you'll see that nations have always been doing what they're doing to each other right now. So it's to be expected, right? And I'm saying, okay, well, it's good that we describe the system, but it's no, it doesn't bring anything that we complain about it, right? Because that's not going to get us anywhere. One, two, uh, when it's to be expected, then once it's broken down, then we have to act in effect to what we can act upon. And I say the one of the biggest place or biggest thing that we can act upon is the fact that they divide and conquer. That's the weapon that they've used for 400 years and that we've never gone over. How do you solve that? How do you solve that? I'm interested on conversation that are going to help me
Let me show you
advance.
why you're wrong. Let me show you why you're wrong. Yeah, there's a brother, an uncle in the Pan African community in London called Uncle Loezi Kinshasa, and he is from the Congo, and he delivered this speech.
African People's Socialist Party, yeah.
Yeah. Or the Uhuru movement, yeah. And he delivered this speech some years ago that I was at, and he was talking about the legacy of Patrice Lumumba, and he was saying that what the colonialists, yeah, feared the most. And they say this, yeah. There's a good documentary online actually called Assassinations. And one episode of this series deals with Patrice Lumumba. If you type in the assassination of Patrice Lumumba, it will likely come up. It's one of the few English-speaking documentaries on him. And one of the things that they say in the documentary, and Uncle Loezi confirmed, was that the greatest strength of Nkrumah was that he was able to bring together so-called tribes that were considered to be warring with each other, yeah, and having disputes and so on and so forth, and getting around a table around a common agenda, yeah. When the upheaval began in Congo, you know why they caught Lumumba? Because a lot of propaganda was being spread across the country, yeah, about Patrice Lumumba, and so you know. Different states and cities were threatening to secede from the nation and all kinds of different things. And Lumumba, in every province that he went to, he would deliver a speech, yeah, and he was beginning to counter a lot of the narratives that were being put out there about him. The problem was that the fact that he was going through this process everywhere he went, he was trying to get to a safe space, yeah, within Congo, yeah, but it slowed him down. Yeah, so the people that were after him were able to catch up with him, and basically capture him. Yeah, in that regard. Yeah, and so every revolutionary leader in our history has had to contend with that reality that there are fractures in the nation. Yeah, that we have to try and mend, and a lot of good work has been done. Yeah, in relation to that. People like Nkrumah have written whole books, yeah, on this, yeah, where in Class Struggle in Africa, where he talks about how so-called tribalism, yeah, has been used by colonizers, yeah, to divide up people against themselves and so on and so forth. And many of us have been addressing that specific issue for quite some time. It's not explored issue. In fact, even in relation to slavery itself, the fact of this disintegration of nations and divisions between nations, facilitating that the enslavement process is well explored. Yeah, but the Pan-African agenda, yeah, identifies that, and that's why it says, listen, these are the forces that are oppressing us. We are not each other's enemy. We need to unite against these forces over here, and these forces over here create institutions and class structures within our societies that are designed to serve their interest, yeah, and all these things. So yeah, there's no shortage of work that has been done in terms of trying to get rid of the
it hasn't been really effective when I look at the state of the continent and from what I've read. Have you ever heard about the concept of ivoirité? Which was a concept that was made. I can't remember the name of the politicians in Ivory Coast, where there was a lot of people from what's that? What's Thomas Sankara's country? Burkina Faso, that would come and work over there.
Yeah,
and they came up with this concept, which is ivoirité, which is if you're not from there, if you're not born from here, then you can't come and work over here. And they started treating each other really badly, and that was a really big thing.
Yeah, definite. Why though? Why? Because the president at the time was called Felix. Yeah, that one there. Yeah, the French puppet through and through.
He was through and through, exactly. But like, you know what he said? Do you know what he said to Nkrumah when he said we need to unite? He said, "I was colonized by the French. I will deal with the French. I don't know none of you English-speaking countries." Right? Verbatim. Right?
But then you also have Modibo Keita and Sékou Touré, who were from countries that were colonized by the French, and they signed the Ghana-Guinea-Mali agreement with the Asaja for Kwame Nkrumah. Yeah, so both of those sensibilities come about. What happened was Keita and Nkrumah were overthrown.
Yep.
Sékou Touré lasted a bit longer, but was isolated, and he died in the 1980s.
Yeah, and he became ruthless. He became a ruthless dictator at the end.
Sorry, take care, everyone. Good discussion.
Became very paranoid.
Peace. Yeah, I mean, and I know that there were those that would argue that, but I think it would be fair to say that Sékou Touré made some mistakes. You know what I'm saying in relation to that. Many of which I can understand, given the circumstances that he was in. You know what I'm saying? Many of which, even if I don't sanction the mistake, I can understand the context in which it took place. You know what I'm saying? But my only point is that there are examples of attempts to create a larger unity that goes against the divide and challenges the divide and conquer.
Mm-hmm. But you know what I keep saying is that I feel like with the resources, the time that we have, there needs to be a focus on certain issues that we can directly affect, and some that are far-fetched. Then what we need is plan of action that is pragmatic. It's not going to happen overnight, right? Now, there's a whole issue that needs to be tackled, which is the issue of self-hate, and self-love, right? And that, like, I think the unity of African people is very dependent on the education they're going to get with regards to their history and their culture, right? We're in a state where African culture largely and wide see Europeans as dominant, and as long as that's within their psyche, you can't just come and unify them and create a super state that would be great. You have to go step by step, right? So the first thing is, okay, maybe target education, maybe target like strength in unity and accepting each other, whether we are from different tribes or different backgrounds, right? And that, I think that's the most difficult part. Once we get the ball rolling on that, then you can start looking at the rest, right? And by that time, it might not be like, by that time we might have European armies back on our soil, but I'm not talking about like 5,000 here and there. I'm talking about like European and Chinese and Indian armies battling out for the continent and the resources. And I feel like World War III has already started in a way in Africa. The battle for resources is going to be the subject of the next World War, and it has already started. I don't know if what do you have to say to that? Mr. Omo Shango.
Yeah, he's probably busy with something in the background, but yeah, I'm also kind of doing something in the background, but yeah, bro, you need to stop denying this European influence, brother. It's like this minimalization of the Europeans.
What'd you say?
You need to stop denying this European influence.
Denying what? What do you mean?
The European influence. The British getting involved or the French getting involved.
Right. No, I'm not denying it. I'm saying it's normal in a world that we live in. We live in a national system that is under anarchy. We are always going to have enemies, right? People that are from different nations are going to come and see what you're about. If we're not able to stand up to them, then they will take what we have. That's the rule. It's not about good and bad. That's human history. That's how we are.
Hold on, no, because do you know why? Yeah, this argument that what's it called? You cannot say to minimize the effects and whatnot and everything, and that it's just black people or people within their nation that are traitors that we should focus on, because when you go to certain countries, yeah, and I don't know if you've heard of this book called The Economic Hitman.
Yeah,
or The Confessions of an Economic Hitman.
Yeah.
The guy talks in there about three main countries where one in particular they tried to get a coup, or two main countries in particular, where they tried to get a coup or something to happen, where they would the tricks that they usually do is the first thing they do is they try to bribe them into
I've read the book, so I know.
Okay, so if you're aware of this, then why do you keep minimalizing the effects of?
No, because I'm saying by now we know the playbook. We know how they work. I'm not minimalizing. I'm saying, okay, tell me something I don't know. Where do we go from here?
So what's the solution then? So what's your solution to all of this? What exactly are you advocating?
I think you have to be pragmatic. You're not going to be able to take down these powers. We're
not going to be able to take down these powers.
It's too sophisticated. The system.
It's too sophisticated.
It's too sophisticated to take down.
So wait, hold on. So if let's say that because you gave the example of Cuba, right?
Yeah.
But a lot of people don't know that Cuba is under heavy sanctions.
Sanctions, yeah.
And that restricts people and whatnot and everything. I don't know whether or not the average Joe on that island is suffering, but in some way, shape, or form, those sanctions affect people in terms of feeding, in terms of living conditions or whatnot and everything. So are you just saying that we should just be a type of like Cuba where, okay, you know what, we're in this position, we'll just deal with it that way? Or what are you trying to do? What type of how are you advocating that we survive through the sanctions, the constant threat of either invasion or assassination? How are you going to repel all of these?
I think I'm much more like I see like small steps before we get to like controlling a state. So like, for example, like okay, so I'll tell you three things that I feel that would be really effective, and that are, if you get a small network of people, it's easily doable. The first step is to expose the companies that go into Africa, and that to expose to the wider public, right? You never see any protest in front of these companies, and if there's probably like 20 people. It'd be good if we could get like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 people instead of like what we saw for George Floyd. And if we could see that against the companies that go and take over Africa, that would be one thing. Second thing, there needs to be like individual initiatives to do like online schooling of African history, and that needs to be done with like entrepreneurs that have a little bit of money on the side, and you set up a platform for people to come and learn, right? That's the second thing. And the third thing is, I think our biggest weapon within the system is
Yeah.
culture,
Sorry.
right?
Just mention the first thing again. I want to write it down so that I can even look, because I'd like to look at it. So you said the first thing is to.
The first thing is to get like public exposure of the companies that are exploiting Africa.
Okay, so docs or expose these foreign companies, foreign corporations.
Foreign corporations, right? Because these corporations have one Achilles heel, is that they're very dependent on. They're all traded in the in the stock exchange, right? And if they get bad publicity, their stocks go down, right? Automatically, right? So if you can expose them on a wide level, now you like if you create a network of people, of activists, of people who have a voice that are able to speak against that, right? Because people speak against Rohingyas, they never speak about like real problems. Okay, that's one. Number two, create an online platform that's free for Africans, and it shouldn't require a lot of investment. It require a little bit of investment.
So sorry, you said first one, expose these corporations. Second one,
like those are actions that you can take.
So what you say? Yeah.
Second one, build an online platform where every African can go and learn about his history. A free platform where we can go and learn about our history, right? And we can talk, and we can redo the, because like if like I see a couple historians that are doing it, but it's not really, they're using words that are for like intellectuals. It needs to be made for like average people. It needs to be made for like the person that doesn't have an what do you call it?
I get you. Third one.
Third one, I think our biggest weapon in this system is our artists. We need to get music. We need to like somehow, some way, create artistic expressions that are like. It always amazes me that our most successful artists are the most destructive, right? Like if we could inverse that tendency, right? So like be able to convert some of these artists so that they talk about that history, right? So that we have movies about like the past, about like African kingdoms, right? Like that's what I was saying to Shakarad the other day. Like, how come we don't have no movies about like African kingdoms, right? Like there's there's a lot of powers that are at work to dominate us, right? There's military power, right? There's political power, right? And one of the powers where we have a big foot in is called soft power, right? It's the power to affect, and it's the most powerful one, actually, if you think about it. It's the power to affect the minds and the psychology of the people, right? So we should get like, if you get like a small investment, you can make a movie about like, kings that resisted, right? Show the African in the different light. The African is always portrayed in the mainstream media as a gangster or a poor guy.
So it wasn't you were talking about media of black people with proper black history and better advocacy of black history. Okay.
I was talking about entertainment that teaches us.
That's entertainment. That's all movies. They're all part of entertainment. You know that.
Yeah. So there's the 2 and the 3 are related to each other, right? The 2 was the platform where we can learn. That would be more academic. The 3 would be a platform, entertainment that builds us up, entertainment that makes us proud in our past. The entertainment, most of the movies I see about black people are when we were slaves, when we're gangsters, right? Those are the
Okay,
two main.
so number 4. What's that one?
That's the three. That's the three
Just
main.
those 3, yeah.
Yeah.
Those are the 3 things you're using to fight against what you would describe as corporatocracy. So this idea of what's it
Yeah.
called, the government and corporations in Europe, especially controlling Africa. In that sense, is that what you're this is what you do? I mean, I have nothing against all of it. I think this is all useful. But I don't think that's gonna address. I mean, obviously, being aware of it is very key.
Yeah.
Yes. You know, having some type of free online access to African history, you know, is good as well. And then obviously having entertainment where it could be movies or music where it portrays African, some Africans in a positive light is good as well.
Mainstream. We need to get it up to the mainstream.
Yeah, well, that's another thing as well, because
That's another thing. But like, I think it's possible with the tools that we have today.
I mean, of course,
Yeah.
I mean, of course. Yeah.
And
I don't know if that's going to even be allowed to get into the mainstream though, because like a lot of people, you know, black people ultimately don't control the mainstream media, as you can see. Nick Cannon was so.
What about the film Black Panthers?
That's not controlled by black people. Come on, man.
No, but I'm saying like that film actually, like, I know it's like a weird example, but like it put like, you know, black superheroes where most superhero films are mainly, you know, white people. And then I was watching another thing where they say most of these superheroes that they actually like Batman, Superman, Thor, they actually come from African deities or gods. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean,
yeah. But if you look at the way it's set up today, like the domination or the colonizing, the neo-colonization of Africa, of the African continent, is at a state where, like, on all sides, how would I say that? It is impossible to take down, right? Meaning that the first thing they have is the NGOs, you know, so they have like people on the ground that give them information about like the political movements, how people are feeling, right? And every time that there's going to be a political movement, they're going to have a candidate prepared to take away that political movement and bring it somewhere where they're not going to get the results that they want, right? It's like the Arab Spring. The Arab Spring is the typical a typical example of social engineering that ends up in the same old thing, right? It's like
but
people
that's the point, because like you said, yeah, a lot of people aren't, you know, like in terms of a problem, people have identified there as a symptom, but they don't know the actual disease or the actual infection that's causing the symptoms. So in that, like you gave the example of the Arab Spring, in there they saw a corrupt leader, but they didn't understand, you know, what actually is the corruption in the sense of, you know, what is what type of world do we want to have, you know, like they were just like, oh, just to relieve any we don't want a bad leader, that's it. You know what I mean? They could have, you know, if people sat down, actually fought it out and whatnot and everything, they could have probably, like any other type of revolution or uprising that happens, that could have been a situation where they would have thought about it before they actually did something.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
in terms of
I think it all comes down to education, right? So
Yeah,
that's why I feel like the biggest point to address. Shakara, did you hear my 3-step plan to get back in the right direction? I thought he was here.
He's probably talking in the background, but you know, obviously, like I said in it, these things require. I mean, obviously, people can make a website, but ultimately, all these things require control of the media.
No, I disagree, because today there's what you call influencers. So today, the people who have the most influence are people on Snapchat and YouTube, right? Like you can build a following making good videos on Snapchat and YouTube if you're really entertaining, if you're really good, then
So how do you make things about, you know, learning history, and especially African history, pre-colonialism or pre-slavery or pre-whatever, before European any European influence? How do you make movies or even what's it called, music or whatnot and everything, and you know, be able to spread it through that? Because today a lot of people a lot of people is influenced by drama. So how would you even like go about doing? Do you understand what I mean by that?
Yeah, I do. I think most of the drama that you see is staged. We could use that to the advantage. I think nobody can do it better than us as far as drama goes. So like, I think those are tools, man. If we learn to use them to our advantage, then there's significant steps that we can take into going into the right direction. I think mostly it's going to go through education and to popular education. So educating the masses, and the best way to educate the masses is through culture and media. So basically, music and films, documentaries. Um, you know,
You can make films, you know. I know one. I'm on Facebook, and one Algerian filmmaker put up like a little ad saying that he wanted people to be in this little short film. So I've sent a message in that saying, you know, I want to be in the film, and you know, the film is very relatable to Algerians can watch it and relate to that. And I think we need real life experiences, real life films to
Yeah, but do you know what the problem
reenact real life issues where people can be inspired and relate, you know, and telling
Yeah.
the real side of the story.
But do you know what the problem is, Subida? Yeah, that you're talking about a small audience, yeah, and even amongst that niche small audience that you're talking about, only very few people are probably going to be known about the film. You know, your everyday Algerian is not going to walk down the street knowing about that film. So when we're talking about
Yeah, it's
now,
not going to be promoted as much as like a Hollywood film. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. So, and this is what Gabs is talking about, promoting it so that everyone across the whole of whether it's in Europe, whether it's in America, whether it's in whatever continent, yeah, you know, is going to be able to will know about this film. So,
But I think international films are starting to like become a bit famous, especially on Netflix. You know, I've watched a few international films that, you know, are not speaking English, probably speaking French or Arabic or even Indian films. So there is an audience out there. Do you know what I'm saying? It won't be on a mass scale.
But remember, it's certain films they will always be filtered. So it's not going to be, oh, what's it called? Any type of film. It's like it's a film which, yeah, that's okay to put on there. Okay, that's okay to put on there. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, there was recent controversy, well, not recent, well, recently, about last 2 years, about a film that they made in Morocco. It's on Netflix. It's called Much Loved, and it's very explicit, to be fair, and it highlights the sort of prostitution exploitation crisis in Morocco. And you know, a lot of the actors really, you know, got down and dirty in the film. You know, it was really like, you know, doing the part, and it highlighted, you know, how a lot of these rich Gulf Arabs come to Morocco to exploit, you know, the females. It talks about French guys coming down to Morocco, even to the point where, you know, an aspect of paedophilia was highlighted. And obviously, it's a harsh reality of Morocco. People look at Morocco as a holiday destination. Yeah, it is. It's a very beautiful place. I've been to Morocco, but at the same time, there is a lot of poverty and people having to do everything and anything just to get by. And a lot of the actors were actually, one of the actors was attacked in Casablanca, and she was the main character. And there was a lot of sex scenes that she was involved in, and she had to sort of migrate to France. And there's been a lot of Arab films similar of that nature. One in Algeria as well, about the hammams, about the public baths. We have a lot of public baths and they're for women. And the film is basically about how women go to these public baths and they sort of, let loose and speak about how they really feel about Algerian society. And, there are sort of nude scenes and stuff like that. So in the Arab world, there's only so much we can do with films because there's going to be a lot of backlash, due to modesty and things like that. But there are people that are going out their way, respect to the guys that made those films, because I saw it from a different lens. I could really watch that film and understand and be educated, as to the truth. But some people with extremist views, they're not going to understand the moral of the story. They're just going to see a bunch of, in their words, bitches and whores and sluts. Why is she getting naked on the camera?
I think it's another porn movie, but that's my opinion.
Have you seen the film?
No, I haven't. But the way you described it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there are sex scenes in it, but the moral of the story is much deeper, and they promoted that very well, and I understood it anyway. But other people won't look at it like that.
So you watch porn?
Oh, Ralph, bro, move from me, man. What's wrong with you?
Sorry, I was just. I just wanted to. Okay,
Every time I'm trying to be serious with you, you had to add some silly little comment, didn't you?
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying, though. Of course, the meaning of these films are deeper, but that's the point. Just very few people are going to see that. Even amongst the people who are going to have the criticism, very few people are going to see it. And so, like, the message is trying to get it to the wider audience, not just the people in the Gulf, like, people even in Europe. And this is what Gabs was talking about, people outside. They're going to try and get it to.
But it's the same with, like, the film Get Out. A lot of controversy around that, trying to depict white people to be, sort of racist and kidnappers. And it's the same with Beyonce's new thing as well, Black is King. A lot of people had a lot of criticism about that. I'm saying that, she was promoting Satanism. And once you actually do the research, she's actually depicting a lot of, African deities or gods, and that's the thing, once you do try to be independent and try to do your own thing and promote your own culture, they don't like it. You know what I'm saying? They want it to be censored to their criteria. Do you know what I mean?
Have you guys ever heard of the Venus Project?
Yeah, of course. That's why I was the Venus Project and the Zeitgeist movement. That's why I was telling you the whole Guatemala, what's that country, Iran and Ecuador, where I was talking about. So yeah, a lot of my views come from there too.
Yeah, it's really interesting. But I think like the humans are political. Like he's trying to say, well, if you give the planet to us engineers, we'll take care of it. But like humans are political animals. Like we love to fight each other.
That's not true. That's not what the movie even said. That's not even what the movie said.
He said, okay, well, I'm oversimplifying it, but basically what he said is that
the movie said the opposite about human beings.
He said that we should abolish all political system and all religion, not really abolish them, but they shouldn't be running our lives, and it should be engineers that make the system that run our lives. And if we had what is it? Because he wanted to, because we have a capitalist economy or a socialist economy. He's like, yeah, that's not the solution. He wanted
but anyway, he said capitalist, but look,
no, he's not a capitalist. He's not.
I said we have a cap. Like, he said he didn't say anything about socialism. Even when he talks about socialism, they're talking from a view of not understanding what socialism actually advocates. But I can understand what he's saying, because even with what's his name, Peter Joseph, and what's his name?
He wants to abolish the monetary system.
Yeah, of course. They want to. A lot of people who are further left, you know, anarchists and anarcho-communists or whatever. They you can ask them. They'll say the same thing. They agree with Peter Joseph. Even read Peter Kropotkin's book on conquest. He would agree with people like Peter Joseph. But I think that ultimately the point is that you know, a lot of the issues that we have today when it comes to poverty in terms of food or shelter, you know, all these things already can be solved with the technology that we have today. And we don't even need to be using oil and all this stuff that we use to kill and, you know, destroy and pollute the environment. We have cleaner forms of energy that can produce enough energy to solve it. You know, we don't even need airplanes. We have cars that when they want to get close to hit someone, they can magnify and move away from that person so they don't cause accidents, so people don't have to die from car crashes and whatnot. So yeah.
Even me, I don't even like flying on planes.
Yeah.
So like I look at it like this, yeah. If I'm gonna travel to a far country, I'm just gonna travel how they traveled back in the day on foot. So even if I found a route to because I really want to go Thailand, but I just can't do that 9-hour, 10-hour flight. So you can get to Thailand technically by train, but it takes about like 10 days, and you've got to pass through like 7 different countries. But realistically, like back in the day, you know, with the Silk Road, the traders coming, you know, from Asia into Arabia, it would take them the same thing, 10 days, 20 days on horse or whatever. And it will be an experience as they're, you know, on the journey. And that's what I see traveling as. I don't see traveling as all the time convenient or 5-star. Like it's an experience, isn't it? And you have to actually be around people to experience the traveling.
Well,
yo, big up. I'm back.
Yes.
You're back again, yeah?
You know what? I can't stick it when it's just too many people arguing and shit like that. It's just negative. So, and you know, like when I come in, I don't really like the arguing in it. So, yeah. Is that Gabs medicine man? Gabs?
No.
Different.
Okay. Oh, is that Gabriel?
Yeah.
Comment allez-vous? Très bien.
Ça va bien et toi?
Eh, comme c'est comme ça.
English, you're in England. Speak English.
Big up, Emmanuel.
What did you think about my 3-step plan to get?
Hold up, Gabs. Hold on. I just wanted to ask Zubaida something quickly. So Zubaida, what's your attraction to Thailand now?
No, because you know, I like the nature. My sister's been there twice. She said to me it's beautiful. They got some nice little islands there. It's cheap, you know. So you know, I want to see that part of the world, you know.
But hold on, it's a Buddhist country, yeah. Like, isn't it going to be a little bit haram for?
No problem, bro. My sister's a hijabi. She went there. She took pictures with the Buddhists. Like, my sister's so into like Asia and Asian culture. She's been to China. She's been to Thailand. She likes them Korean pop stars and whatever she's into. But for me, I just want to see an experience.
I've never understood that.
K-pop, yeah.
Fucking hell. But listen, let me ask you something. Did you see the video that was floating about the women that was smashing up the I think they were Somali. They were smashing up the statues of the gods.
Oh wow!
You see that? Did you not see that?
No.
What, in Thailand?
No, not in Thailand. I think it was an Arabic country because the translation was saying like, "Are you Muslim?" And there were like statues of Ganesh and all these different deities. But to be real, why would you sell those kind of statues in a Muslim country anyway? Like, it's a bit fucked up. But yeah, so they went in the shop and they were like, "Are you Muslim?" And like the guy was like, "Yeah, I am, but the boss isn't." And the woman just started smashing the things on the floor. I was like, "Raw, that's kind of deep. There's no like tolerance." And I'm thinking, like, if a Muslim, the amount of statues of Buddha you have in Thailand is everywhere you go. You see Buddhas.
No, my sister said they were respectful to her. You know, she wears the headscarf, and you know, I'm not worshipping the statues. Obviously, it's a part of history. It's an interesting part of history. So it's another way of life that, you know, I can respect. You know, as a decent human being. But I've never heard of that story, to be fair.
Yeah, I'll have to find that video and someone showed me on the phone. But the thing is, they'd be respectful to you because that's the Buddhist nature, innit? But I'm thinking, would other people be respectful to them? You know what I'm saying? So would Muslims be respectful to them? Would Christians be respectful to them? You understand? Like, it's a bit of a mad one still. You know, it is what it is.
Hey,
But go ahead,
Shakra.
Gabriel.
Shakra.
Yo.
How was that?
Yeah, I sent the message. Sorry about it, Buddha.
No, it's cool.
Yeah,
You sent
no,
me.
I sent. Yeah, I've given it to them. Just I'm going to get a response later on tonight.
All right, cool. Safe.
Okay, so yeah, Shakara, did you hear Gabs's plan?
Yeah, yeah.
I can mention it to you quickly again. I've kind of simplified it. But, so basically, he wants to dox foreign corporations, so everyone knows about these foreign corporations. Then their interaction with African nations and you know, influence on African nations and all that stuff. He said he wants to build an online platform for all, which will be free and have all African history, you know, on there. So you know, all the stuff that you talk about basically on there and whatnot and everything. And then also he wants a media, some type of entertainment, like whether it's artists through music or movies that promotes African history as well, in terms of, you know, again, relating to the second one, which I mentioned about African history.
So yeah, I mean, all of those are plausible. I'd say that they're all taking place on a small scale to some degree. It just takes organization and greater understanding and awareness. This is why we have to talk about neocolonialism, because the idea of you know, tariffs and how to relate to these foreign corporations, we need a greater awareness of those things among our people for them to understand and to galvanize around such a program. Do you know what I'm saying? Second one again?
Second one was building an online platform for which will be free for everyone to access and for African people about African history. Yeah.
So there's again, you check like Kamali Academy, Cyber Education, Freedom Home Academy. In fact, even my own Saturday school is online at the moment. Teaching.
It's free, yeah. All of these are free.
No.
That was his key.
Yeah. No. I get the point about freeness, but obviously, again, things will need to develop to a certain level before we can make it free. You know what I'm saying? At the point of usage, if that makes sense. So there's a level of infrastructure that's needed there. But I mentioned them to say that you don't have to start from the scratch. There's things out there that, you know, can be contributed towards, or those they come together to build something new. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it's you know, it's the stage of development that we're at the moment. And the last one was about multimedia and film. I agree. Again, I know a brother that's doing animation, on the Ewe people and their war with the Dutch. What's it called? At the moment, that's currently in production, and I know a few other things. I myself am a playwright.
The thing is, Shakura, what I was saying to him, and especially about the third one, I think what Black people, our biggest strength, our biggest foot in the system, is within in political theory, we say where there's like traditional powers, which are like politics and military, right? But then you have this new power that has emerged in the 21st century, which is soft power, right? Well, it started before, but the soft power is the power to influence, right? And we're like our capital. We're in the middle, or not in the middle. How would I say that? We're like, as Black people, the front window of the capitalist consumerist system, right? We're like, our music and our actors, or especially our music, is made and is tailor-made to further the system, the capitalist system's agenda, right? And I was always interested, how come like we don't have no talented artists it's really hard to find like really good artists that talk about subjects that lift us up, right? And that make us better as people, especially nowadays. You have example throughout history, but like there has to at one
Sorry,
point, like,
bro. So, Gab, sorry. Zubaida, back chat.
Okay.
so at one point we're gonna have to like take some of these artists back that make popular music and try to get them to make that music to educate people, because I think that is going to be key. One, we can't educate people through like the masses through school. I think we need to educate them through music and film, right? If and I'll add a last note to that is that the United States, I don't know if you knew that the United States don't have a national history program, right? They done their education through music and film. Like most people in America know their history, their common history, right? Through their music and their film industry, right?
What history do they know?
So
Do they
that's
know?
what I'm saying.
Hold on.
I'd agree with that, to be honest with you. I'm an artist. I'm a spoken word artist. And a playwright. Put on productions in theaters and them kind of things like that. So, and in fact, recently, because of all the Marcus Garvey celebrations this month, I was speaking at a Garvey conference recently. And one of my presentations was on Messiah and the Black Arts Revolution. And so I was expanding on just that. You know, shared a clip of one of the plays that I've been involved in and that kind of thing. So I'd agree. There is historical precedence for this because I don't know if you've ever heard of Ousmane Sambeni. He's from Senegal. Director that was coming out of the independence era of the 70s. He's got some good films. And like Haile Gerima, who's from Ethiopia.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, when are we going to make it into the mainstream? When
Yeah,
are we going to get 200,000 hits on YouTube?
I totally hear you. I'm saying that at the moment, we got to start from where we're at.
On YouTube.
Yeah.
Name me one artist that has 1 million hits on YouTube.
There's a few, but I wouldn't say there's many that are with a message, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And that's the thing, right? When, like, how come? Okay, so
right. All of these, but they don't get there. Like 1 million hits on YouTube is a relatively recent phenomenon. Do you know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
even a popular
artists, the tools of today.
Yeah, but I agree. But all the artists are using the tools of today. It's just that the sensibilities of our people are not yet at the point whereby we can make a mass market out of certain messages. Do you know what I'm saying? It's happening.
I disagree. Honestly, I disagree. I think the people who, like, I'm not criticizing you or anybody that's doing it, but I feel like the people who have the real talent, because if you have talent and you're good and like
no, it's not that simple, bro. It's not that simple. Talent is only a part of the game. The reality is the industry has engendered certain tastes in people. There are certain messages and images that people are going to respond quicker to because that's what they're used to, right?
Yeah.
And so the challenge is that we have to create an environment whereby people are used to responding to a different kind of message with as much enthusiasm. That is a process, not an event. Right? So it takes time and dedicated people that are willing to build and go through the progressive stages, to make that a reality.
Then the strategy should be to fuse those two environments, right? To be able, like, okay, one of the greatest ones that was able to do that was Fela Kuti.
Kuti, but he was not a mainstream artist. Again, Fela Kuti was not a mainstream artist. He was not an artist that had the ears of the
I'm sorry, but like
of the mainstream music industry.
What's the main African genre right now?
It's they call it Afro beats.
Okay, who invented Afro beats?
Now you're gonna get into a debate because there are some that say that we should not call it Afro beat, we should call it Afro pop. Because
I agree with that. I agree with that. But everybody calls it Afro beat, and it has some remnants.
Brother, the reality is that looking into the popularity of Afrobeat right now. Yeah. It's partly based upon the fact that the music generally coming out of Afrobeat is apolitical. There's very little political content coming out. Yeah? And some are like, even like Burna Boy is doing some political tunes and them kind of things there. But it's not the majority. Yeah. And a lot of it is still catering towards success within the Western music market.
But what about Beyonce's Black is King, where she's like promoting melanin and African culture? Is that not like a step forward?
I wouldn't say it's a step backwards. It's still like corporatized by Disney, and them kind of thing there, which is a contradiction in terms. But we can appreciate the art for the value of the art. But I'm only making the point that if you're looking for more politicized art, that you're not gonna get a politicized art market outside of a politicized people.
No, but what I'm saying is you can.
I mean, can I just make one quick recommendation if you guys are interested? There's a band called Tinari Win. They're Tuareg, and they're from South Mali, South Algeria, Morocco, and they're quite big. They're not mainstream, but they are mainstream within the sort of indie oriental scene. They play at WOMAD. They have sellout concerts. I can post a link, and a lot of it is a bit political, minute political, but really does speak about the nomadic lifestyle, and about their lifestyle, that living in the Sahara Desert. It's very, very beautiful music, and they are quite big.
So what I was gonna say is, if you look at the rap, especially rap, and what it was made to be at the beginning, you had a big emphasis with like Public Enemy and other groups to denounce and to politicize speech, and with like the majors who had total control over the music industry, then those types of genres weren't able to flourish. But now with the independent media, meaning that you can create your own media, then you can. I feel like there is a way to make political message entertaining, and that's the talent of the artist.
But there's many good artists out there that have political messages.
I guarantee you, if Jay-Z made a political song, everybody would listen to it, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, he has the talent to tell that story and to make it so that people would want to listen to it, right? I think there has to be it's a greater challenge. I definitely agree, but it is definitely possible to make.
That's not what I'm saying, bro. I'm saying that we are where we are at the moment. We have a mass media market industry that promotes certain messages. If we want to reduce the influence of those messages and replace them with new messages, it's a process. It's not an event. Like, we're not going to just create a big tune and everyone's going to change the trajectory towards this new style of messaging. Like, it's going to be a process of development, not just in art, but in the industry that surrounds the art and them kind of things. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. So, I'm saying that as an artist, like, I do art. Yeah. Like,
so one of the smart ways to do it is to do like the art that's prevalent in the message, and to intertwine it, or to like sprinkle a little bit, right? Start by,
bro. I co-run a media platform that does just that. We profile artists who are messaging the music, and we create a platform for them and so on and so forth. Like,
the thing is like, why can't we get like one of these major artists to do one song?
Some of them are, bro. We're living in times of Black Lives Matter. Everybody's got some kind of black conscious message in their songs right now. Like, so I'm saying, like, it's not that unusual. But that again is still catering towards.
Has anyone heard of Rage Against the Machine? The band Rage Against the Machine.
Long time, right? You know what I'm saying? So it's not unusual. It's just
I like them.
It's just the reality of where we are at the moment.
But I'm talking about like a Pan-African, like a Pan-African artist, like political ideas dealt to the greater
bro, I'm saying that those artists exist. Like, it's not that they don't exist. Yeah,
they exist, but I'm sorry, I don't want to be bad, but like the ones I saw, they were trash. They weren't good.
And you're entitled to your opinion. Have you ever? But are you familiar with Sheikh Kuti, Fela Kuti's son?
Yeah. No, I know Femi Kuti.
Right. So Shayun is another one of his sons. Yeah, they both do music, but he's doing good music. Do you know what I'm saying? There's a brother called Richard Raw from America. There's any number of artists from the UK that I'm connected with. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it's not completely unusual. I'm just saying that we do live where we do live. So in the context that we do live at the moment, and there is work to be done in terms of maximizing the potential of that kind of artistry. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just it just is what it is. Yeah. And it's a challenge. And we just got to understand that it's a challenge and relish the challenge.
How come we're so good at making music that destroys us?
Because there is a reward for it.
So you're saying there has to be a reward to make music
that destroys us. We're producing music whilst we are destroyed.
Sorry?
It is not the music that destroys us. We are producing music in a destroyed state.
Yes and no, but at the same time, like if you are familiar with like how music can influence a person and like how it can help program a person's state of mind, their mood, their feelings. There's a circular,
no doubt, bro.
There's a circular pattern, right? Like we produce, we're in a destroyed state, so we produce music that destroys us even more. Then it's a circular. It's like a vicious circle.
Definitely. You know what I'm saying. But yeah, even on the political thing, I mean, one of my, I'm part of a spoken word collective called Best Kept Secret, and some years ago we did we did this twice actually. Put on this play called Tug Star for President. What it was, one of our members is called Tug Star, and he wrote a piece where he was as a presidential candidate, and what platform he would run on and them kind of things there. And so we created a whole kind of presidential campaign piece around what he was doing. And you know what I'm saying? Like we did that in 2005 and 2009. 2009 was in Cochrane Theatre, which is like in West End, in London. And we sold out the cinema, the theatre, for 2 nights running. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, certain art does exist. It's just a, it's a process that you take.
I really want to like. I really like a strategy to break into the mainstream,
But again, it can't be revolutionary if we're focusing on breaking into the mainstream. Like that would be counterproductive. You see what I'm saying? The mainstream is governed by the institutions that we're trying to relinquish the power of.
Yeah, but I'm talking about soft power. I'm not talking about like take that message and distribute to a large audience. Whether the message is filtered down because you can't come with the hardcore stuff right away, which is a strategy, right?
Yeah. But my point is that even if we're going to distribute to a large audience,
it's not like being signed to a label.
All right. How do you distribute to a large audience?
Today I'll give you a scenario, right? You get a couple. So you made the first thing is you have to have a talented artist, right? You put his stuff on YouTube, and then you get a couple influencers, people. I don't know if you guys have that in England, but in France we have a lot of people that are on Snapchat that are followed by like 1 million, 2 million, 3 million people. It's easy if you have like a good vibe, you make jokes, you talk to people, you can have like a Snapchat account that's huge. I don't know if you have that in England. You have
but anyone can go viral nowadays. Yeah, you have idiots with no talent, no nothing, and they become viral. But when someone actually does have talent, he doesn't go viral. Is very minimal as to the audience that he sees, and this is the era that we're living in.
If somebody goes viral and stays viral, he has some kind of talent. You might not appreciate the talent, but he has some kind of talent. Like even
bro, you heard about that little white girl that was on Dr. Phil, and she just said one little silly sentence. What was it? Catch me outside.
But now she's
and look at her now, bro. She's become famous from nothing, Even Cardi B was never interested in music. Yeah, she never had a passion for music. She was a stripper, and she saw an opportunity, and she says it from her own mouth. And this is what makes me sick, because you know, there are a lot of good, talented female artists, and she sort of changed the criteria to become a female artist. And she said it from her own mouth. In there's a show called Rhythm and Flow on Netflix. It's a competition for rappers, and she was a judge. And she was basically speaking about how you got to have breasts and bum to make it. That's what sells. People don't want to hear women speaking about liberating things. They want to see sex. And that's the criteria that she's now set for females. So you have these idiots that don't write the lyrics, don't even have a passion for music, don't play an instrument, don't have any rhythm or flow, but you know they make it.
I disagree on some point. Like you still gotta have some good lyrics and some good beats.
Even for artists, even for artists that are not political, like you don't just get to a mass market just like that. Is a process, and even when it comes to like, so like for me, the key for us here is in the fact that we are as Black people, a global people, So the process for me, right, it is one, understanding the various different styles of music that we have. I mean, Mali music was mentioned earlier. I'm a great fan of Mali music, but it's not pop music. Like it's not. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of it is not pop music, right? So then like a lot of our traditional musics and our popular, let's say our indigenous popular music, they don't fit into a 3-minute 30-second song structure, right? You know what I'm saying? There's no obvious chorus. You know what I'm saying? Right? And them kind of things there, right? So like, you know, so my thing, for example, this is the example that I always use, all right?
Like Public Enemy did it, so why can't we do it?
Public Enemy was signed to Def Jam. I'm not saying that we can't do it. I'm not, why are we saying that?
I said that the structure of their songs, they had like 3-minute songs.
No. Hear what I'm saying. I don't think that all of our music needs to. Fela Kuti was not a 3-minute song guy. There is no Fela Kuti song that's 3 minutes long. None. Right? What's it called? Right? The shortest Fela Kuti song that I know of is 6 minutes. It's a song called Ekoile. That's early Fela. Most Fela songs are 20 minutes at least.
Yeah, but the part where he talks, it lasts like 5 minutes.
At least 5 minutes.
I'm not copying for head of states.
We're getting
believe me,
what I wanted to say is that you have, like, in France, you have like young cats that barely have enough money. They invest themselves, right, in a mic and like a home studio. They make a freestyle and they get 1 million hits. And it happens all the time. Some of them like go on the side.
There's bare artists in the world, isn't it? What I'm saying is that it's a process, bro. Like very few people do one tune and get 1 million hits just like that. It's not regular. There's many artists in the world, and all of them are putting out music. So I'm saying that we have to be thinking more systematically than that. And as well, the other thing is that getting 1 million hits on YouTube is not a sustainable model for development. Because there are even more people that have got 1 million hits on one thing and then you never hear about them again. Right? Just what I'm saying. So it's not sustainable. So if we're trying to create a sustainable industry, there are processes of development and institution building that we have to go through, and networks that we have to build. And I'm saying that the problem is that our trajectory is still looking towards the Western music market. We want to get Grammys and be on Billboard, and them kind of things there. And I'm saying that if we understand that we have a global diaspora, of over 1 billion people on the planet Earth, then the trajectory should be, how do we link up that diaspora and create an industry out of it? And the example
that Bollywood, the Asians do it. Bollywood is very big. It's much bigger than Hollywood.
As far as numbers and amounts of films made, and that's almost exclusively on the Indian only market. Not to say that Bollywood is not watched anywhere else in the world, but predominantly that is an Indian market. You know what I'm saying that you know, I know Bollywood has its markets in the Caribbean and on the continent as well.
Last time, because I was saying that last time someone was talking about. Remember, you came and dropped that link to me about Nollywood, and people were saying Nollywood is big and whatnot and everything, but Terry was saying that it's controlled by the Europeans still. So I mean, obviously I don't know much about it, but you know, is it really controlled by the Europeans? And if so, like, how do we remove the influence of that? Or can we
Well,
make
to me, the monetary control of the Europeans is less apparent than the philosophical control in terms of the content and them kind of things there. Just what I'm saying, like there's definitely a very heavy Western influence in a lot of our music and film production in the black diaspora right about now.
Like we have to admit that our music, as far as popular culture in the West, is a mixed of European and black music. Like for example, I'll take like jazz. The guys who came up with jazz like worked with like they were classical musicians, right? And they adapted it, right? So like you have those are fruit of like you can't like just be a purist all the time. A lot white people have contributed to those genres from their inception, even though the window is always
You're changing the subject now, though. You're changing the subject. The question of how we create a mass market is different from, whatever European influence has existed in our music.
Okay, sorry. I thought
but the industry, but the reality is, however, regardless of what, the industry that controls our music has always been not run by us. Like that is the reality, yeah. So I'm saying the example that I tend to use is Busy Signal, yeah. If you don't follow dancehall, you won't know what Busy Signal is, yeah. But Busy Signal, huh?
Stay so.
Say again.
Stay so.
Yeah, that tune there, yeah. One of them stairs, so yeah, that tune there, yeah. What's it called? Right? Some years ago, yeah, he did a show in Gambia, yeah. He was the only artist on the bill. 60,000 people turned up to the show. Yeah, that would not happen anywhere else in the world. Yeah, so the point is, but then at the same time, he did a song that was used for a Pepsi advert, and that got more celebration, even among Jamaican people, than bringing out 60,000 people in a stadium in Gambia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it shows that our trajectory is towards the Western media market. Yeah, so I'm saying that, but then the fact that that many people showed up, this demonstrates that there's a potential. Yeah. In our connection as a diaspora that we're not looking into. So the process is, how do we link up this potential, this potential industry or audience, with each other and itself, and I suggest that there's some work that needs to be done in terms of linking up even the music of the Caribbean, like, so the reggae with the soca. Like there's a lot more that can be done, in terms of strengthening the links between the reggae industry, the soca industry, and then between the English, French, and Spanish-speaking Caribbean and South America. Like, just I'm saying, like there's a lot of work that can be done there, and then there's a whole continent, whereby there's a market, right? If we want to use it, just what I'm saying. So there's work that needs to be done, isn't it? You get me? And it's gonna take systematic stages of development to make it sustainable.
Yeah. But how? My question was more towards like, okay, well, how do you make pop music that still has an element of a political message and that has a positive element, right? That's more geared towards something that lifts you up and builds you up, and still keep it entertaining.
But your argument suggests to me that Beyonce and Black is King should be your dream. Like, that's exactly what you're talking about, huh?
What is it? A music video?
It's a musical album. It's a visual album. So it's a lot of her songs. But yeah, she put visuals to her. I haven't watched it all yet. I haven't watched anything yet, to be honest. But
Is it on YouTube? I'll check it out.
No, you got to have the Disney Plus app.
You can watch some videos on YouTube. If you type in Beyonce Black is King, they'll have little clips.
This is what I'm talking about. Like, we need to have like a media that produces for popular.
So on the panel right now, you got myself, who I'm a co-director of Got Kush TV. You got Terry, who is a co-director of Black Eyes TV. Yeah, so the media platforms are developing specific for that purpose. It's just going to take time for us to develop to a certain level and get a certain kind of audience. That's just what it is. You know?
Do you have talented individuals? Like, do you have like individuals that you will say, yeah, if he was mainstream, he would like go, he would have a chance at being like one of the top artists. Like he's that good. Like his voice is that good, or his writing is that
mainstream though.
Yes.
That's the point.
Hmm?
No one wants to be mainstream because the mainstream is controlled by white people.
No. I'm saying an artist who would have the potential to be mainstream, but chooses to.
Yes, bro. Yes, there's many
cause.
artists out there like that, and I'm not even saying I'm not even gonna go out and say I'm connected to all of them because I'm not. But there's many. There are many artists that I know
Let
of.
me see, because you know what the
You've
thing
got
is.
Respect. He's a political rapper.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, if that it's not a bad thing to mention in the sense of the fact that at the moment, he is making links and connections with a lot of artists who have quite a significant profile.
Who are you talking about?
Respect Rebellion.
Oh.
Okay. Well, the thing is, Respect is good, but he does he have the talent to be a top artist? I don't know.
But whether he does or not, yeah, as an individual, my point is that he's making a lot of links at the moment with a lot of artists who are significantly more popular than he is, yeah, on certain political agendas, yeah, and you know, so there's a lot of influencers that are in a network at the moment, yeah. So
yeah, networking.
Yeah, so you'll see that based upon who is supporting Forever Family at the moment, and them kind of things there. Do you know what I'm saying? Like you'll see that there are artists of significant, you know, profile in this country who are supporting them.
Like a Stormzy. Is he big in the UK? Stormzy, I think.
There's very few things bigger in the UK than Stormzy right now.
All right. Well, would you be? Do you think you could get somebody on that level to pitch a little bit of our message, or maybe create it like you said, like create a network so that of influencers, so that they would want to join and like a movement in that sense, right? Like, okay, well,
Gabs, what is a top artist to you?
Sorry?
What is a top artist to you?
I don't like. I have particular taste. My aim is
saying in your taste. What is a top artist to you?
I like trap music.
Yeah, but
it's
what
like
is the top artist out of whatever music genre you listen to? What would you
okay, for example, I think Future is one of the best ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
So would you say overall, in your eyes, is he the biggest rapper that you know?
No, he's one of the biggest. He's definitely not the biggest.
So then, do you feel that it has to be in the top charts, or do you feel that it has a massive cult viewing?
No, what I'm saying is that I feel like once artists have like real good talent, like I feel like Future, for example, he has really good talent. Like he influenced and created almost the genre by himself, him and the Migos. And once these artists have that talent, they never contribute to our cause. And what would be the plan or the strategy to get them to contribute at least a little bit? Like, go and get your money, that's fine, but like, you know, contribute, like have 1 or 2 or 3 songs with a like take that talent and put it towards.
But that cool song, if there's not really much backing, would it sell?
Sorry?
I said the political song,
yeah,
would it sell to the public?
Terry, finish your Eba.
It depends. It depends. You know, like I said, Public Enemy was able to do it at one point, but they got shut down, right? And I cited also Fela Kuti, which to me, I don't know, I wasn't there in the 70s, but to me, he's like a James Brown. He's like a James Brown of Africa.
Yeah, he was, but he was not a commercial artist. Is the point I'm trying to make. Like the mainstream tried many times to to commercialize him, but he was very resistant to it. Yeah, so the legacy that we know of Fela Kuti today is partly based upon the fact that he never allowed the industry to make him a tool. You know what I'm saying? Like, he wouldn't be Fela Kuti today that he is if, you know, he signed a big record deal and made a 3-minute song, and it just I'm saying, like, it's a It's built.
He must have had, like, okay, like Prince fought the record labels. Well, he didn't have a political message at all. But what I'm saying is that, like, for example, for Prince, who fought the record labels and came out on top, he was massively known, right? So it's not because you fought the record label that you weren't known and that your songs didn't, like, go all over the world. Like, he was a really talented artist. I don't know how far his music went, but I must assume that, like, people all around the world knew about him, and he had some type of fame. He was a god in Nigeria, I heard.
Yeah, he was, but his international fame was there, but he's more known now in death than he was in life.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, definitely, he's more known now in death than he was in life. I mean, I used to go, like, but I've been listening to Fela all my life. And even, like, people that I went to school and college with, like, who are from Nigeria, they weren't listening to Fela. Just I'm saying, it was after that, like, a lot of him, like, when the Broadway play hit in America and over here, you know what I'm saying, and a few documentaries and that you know, everybody starts to rediscover Fela. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's not. Yeah, he wasn't. It's like Bob Marley. But Bob Marley was what he had. But Bob Marley, that's the different one. He signed an international deal, with Island Records, which was based in London, right? Just what I'm saying. So he was more willing. Yeah, and it's partly what split up the Wailers. He was more willing to you know, to use that corporate industry structure.
Yeah, but that's the pragmatic approach, because Bob Marley, all in all, overall, did more good to the cause than probably any other artist. Like, I think because of Bob Marley, you know, a lot of people look at black people today and, like, can relate to them, and, like, and feel like a sense of brotherhood, or, you know, like, he was one of the biggest flag bearer without being really political, right? Of Africanness, but he was still half white. So that's interesting. An interesting note.
Yeah, you know. So yeah, big up the race block. You don't know. R block to the world. I mean, brat.
Yeah. But Shakira, so do you have anything going on? Like, let's say if I come to England, do you have anything that you would be able to show me as?
Oh yeah, I want to ask Shakira a question.
Why did you start that sentence off an American accent, Shahid?
What do you mean by an American accent?
I know, I just had a little bit American in there still.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Is Shakira there, man?
I am.
Okay. Hey, Shakira, why do people like consider Bob Marley to be like a white man? Like, some people say he's not black. You know, some people, when they talk about Bob Marley, they consider him not to be a black man. Why is that?
I don't know, to be honest. His father was not black. His father was an American sailor or something like that. Or was he Scottish? Sorry. And yeah, you know, yeah, that's the most I can say about that. He didn't grow up with his father though. His father was basically, in my humble opinion, in an abusive relationship with his mother, and basically ducked out when Picnic was born. He'd never really seen his father, or probably seen that once in his life. So yeah, so I don't know why people would say he's not black, but it depends on your perspective.
So are you saying, Shakira, if someone didn't grow up with their father, even though the father's from a different race and grew up with the mother and adapts to that culture, do they have a right to claim? Because the saying is you are of your father, but if he grew up with the black side, he has the right to claim that he's black. Yeah,
he has a right to claim that he's black. Well, he's grown up in that circumstance. His mother is of the people, so yeah, I wouldn't deny him that right at all.
Okay. Now I'll just use that example, like so for me, because I grew up with my mom Algerian. Do I have a right to claim that I'm North African, or is that no?
It's a very different,
Oh, it's different. Okay, yeah.
Entirely different.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Yeah. So Shakara.
Yo.
Like, okay, so if I was to come to London, England, do you have any associations, like culture or oriented associations, places that you would recommend for me to go and check out?
It depends. It depends. There's sometimes stuff going on. There's sometimes not a lot going on. Because I wouldn't say there's like institutions that are consistent. You know what I'm saying? In terms of putting out certain things. But yeah, I'm sure. There'll be something to find somewhere. I'm working on some stuff at the moment that might flower into something. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it just depends, innit? It just depends.
You have because I'm volunteering for a cultural association over here that does black fashion. They do a Black Fashion Week, so they get like designers from all over, mostly from Africa, but all over. Some from
over here they call it African Fashion Week.
Right. And I'm getting pretty close to like where the organizers are, and like I wanted to like set up debates, like political debates, and maybe like to get like some people from your side come and like speak.
Are you inviting me to France to speak?
Right now, I don't have, like I'm working on it, but it would be a future project. Would you have a contact?
Yeah, I'll put it in the back. But yeah, I come. I mean, I've been to. Well, I was supposed to go to France actually a couple of years ago, but I didn't. But I was supposed to go to France actually soon. So to meet up with some brothers and sisters out there. But yeah, if wherever I'm invited and I can justifiably go, I'll go. You know what I mean? Yeah, no.
So yeah.
I was gonna ask you, Gabriel, because you're in France. I heard something was kicking off between the Algerians and some Chechens or Russian gang. I don't know if you heard about that.
Yeah, I heard about that. Everybody heard about that, man. That was crazy. You want me to tell you the whole story?
Yeah, I've heard many different versions.
There's two Algerian guys that like slapped up a Chechen kid, put a gun in his mouth, and like I think they like really terrorized him. So he went back, and like the Chechens have a really tight knit community. So they started like calling all over Europe for Chechens to come, and like they have like this Chechen way of life. Like we defend our own. If somebody gets oppressed, like we like all move in for him. So in like 2 days, they had like 5,000 Chechens in the city looking for the guys and try to beat them up. Like the cops couldn't even do anything. Well, there's different theories. There's a theory that says that the cop let them do what they had to do because they wanted them to teach a lesson to the drug dealers. Right? That's an alternative theory. And the other theory is that like the cops didn't have enough people to react to the event, and so they ran all across like the hoods. I heard that they were like beating up like fathers and mothers, like trying to locate the guys. They finally located him. The funny thing is the peace was enacted by a mosque, by like
because they were Muslims, isn't it? The Chechens, isn't it?
Yeah, they're Muslims. Yeah.
So they pieced it out, yeah.
They pieced it out through in a mosque. Yeah. Like two imams
Oh
came
wow.
together and like talked to the parents, and like the guy, the guy's parents came out and called for peace, and like that's how they. So yeah, it was a pretty interesting story.
Yeah, I heard, the gangs in France are pretty
But
ruthless up there.
But you want to know another interesting story? There's a movement right now. I don't know if it's controlled by higher powers, but there's a movement amongst influencers. Exactly what I was talking about earlier. Like people that do Snapchat and like talk about their lives and like, like, um, just they just talk about their lives and they have huge followings. And there's this one guy who was from Tunisia, who was like promoting what he called like unite the Maghreb, right, against
Mm,
black people, right? And there's
mm.
a war that's starting happening because what he was saying is basically is like black people or black guys are dating girls from Tunisia.
Yes,
And
yes. I had this same conversation, bro, on Facebook. Yeah, I
yeah,
was absolutely disgusted because there's this, because Facebook's popping in it. Like, you got YouTube and you
yeah,
got Facebook, and there was this guy called Amin or something like that. Yeah, he was doing a live stream in France, and he was just sitting there and he was videoing all these Algerian girls with black men. And he was cussing them. He's like, "Oh, look, there's another one. There's another Algerian with a black man. Sell out, sell out." So me, I'm here in UK defending Algerians, saying, "Nah, we're not racist like that. We've got love for our black brothers and sisters." But when I was listening to this guy, and this guy's got a huge following, like thousands of people, and they were all agreeing with him. And I thought, what nonsense is this? So I challenged him on the Facebook. He came on, being abusive and whatnot. We got over that, and I tried to really understand this guy's mentality. And basically, what I realized is there are some Algerians that are very tribalistic and very racist, and they're nationalistic in a sense where they want Algerian for Algerian only. And because there's a lot of, when a woman goes to France, Algerian woman, usually she comes via her papers. She's not coming illegally. But as for the men, they're all coming illegally. So what they think is that an Algerian woman should willingly marry him for the passport. She should willingly support him in a sense where she's obliged to, because she's an Algerian woman, he's an Algerian man, she's obliged to marry him and help him with his papers. I said, that's nonsense. Like if you ain't got your papers, just because we're from the same country, I'm not obliged to marry you because you might treat me badly. And I was trying to explain to these people, I said, so what if first of all, Muslims, yeah, a woman is allowed to marry any man of any race as long as he's a Muslim, he's a respectable man. So if an Algerian woman wants to marry a black man, that's not haram. Second of all, like, we're in the West here, we have options. Yeah, back home we're only used to seeing the same man from the same race, but in the West you have a bit of more options, and maybe that is what she prefers, because you see a lot of cases where Algerian men get married to European women. That's okay. But for some reason, the fact that an Algerian woman has married a black man is like the ultimate sin. Like the way that they were speaking, it was like the hatred that I heard. And one guy, he came on, I spoke to him and said, "What's your problem with black people? Do you hate black people?" Because yeah, I hate them straight. Like the way he said it with such confidence, and I didn't realize that's what was happening in France, because in the UK it's really not like that from what I have seen. People mix and mingle, but in France, from what I've heard and what I've even seen, I was just very disappointed and very disgusted, to be fair.
yeah. Well, it's interesting because these communities have been living side by side in the ghettos, and they've been living together all along, and everything was fine. And it's a recent movement, but honestly, like sometimes I really am shocked to see how, and you can find them kind of on both sides, like people that say, okay, so this is like the polished argument. The polished argument is saying, well, there are people that are trying to create a people of mixed race, and we want to have like a pure race people, right? Like basically they're saying, oh well, there's a project of uh, mixing people together, like, and I can kind of agree to that, because when you see like footballers, you always see like black footballers with like either white or Arabic girls, right? And like on the black side, there's people that have kind of the same discourse, but way less violent, right? And they say, well, there's a project in France of mixing us together, and we want to remain like, you know, like pure. We don't want to mix because we want to like keep our culture, and they're scared of. It's basically like the ethno-nationalist argument, but with the Arabs. And
Yeah, I do.
and it's stirred up tensions, man. Like people like now on the Facebook, on the Snapchat, like people are talking about that, like you know, and it's different lines. People like some people agree, they're like, yeah, we should like, you know, stay within our race, and it's complicated conversation.
I never realized how nationalistic Algerians are, because even when I mentioned the fact that, you know, I'm half Iraqi, they was cussing me. You know, how could your mum marry an Iraqi? I said, bro, like we're Muslim, bro. She's like, you know, he's not a Jew, he's not a Hindu, he's a Muslim. She's allowed to. And you know, when I mentioned the fact that I was with Walid, an Egyptian, that also made them go crazy. And how can you be with an Egyptian? You're a sellout. Da, 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 da. You know.
Yeah, I think the Algerians are the worst. Well, not the worst.
Hello?
They're bad, but they have the most nationalistic. Mr. Riggs,
Terry's,
Lola said you was gonna call me.
You can't mute him. Not to listen to this conversation.
Can you please mute your phone number, please?
Yeah, the time of
he always does this every time.
films in Riverside Studios.
Your phone calls on the live, bro.
Yo, Terry, mute.
So how's the film scene? Happy working with you?
What? Oh my god.
Yo, very mute, Terry.
Mm-hmm. So with the Kush, what is how's it been driving itself lately? As in, like, it's more how are you driving and how are you pushing it? Because I haven't really seen much as it used to be. Because everywhere you go, it's just. Yeah.
Oh, this is awkward.
Yeah. Me know. I know already. Yeah. 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 But the thing is, I kind of moved out because I live in South now. I run where I live in South London. So I've been doing quite a bit of stuff over South London. And we've been in the West End for about 10 years. So kind of like those who know.
Why is it so unique to you trying to address me in the chat room? Waste man. Go address me, sir. Little toilet boy.
I know. Because that's why I had to come out of the. I came out of the film game for a while because what I needed to do was to go back into the community and galvanize back into that strength of community sense. So I've stretched into a lot of things, which now it's taken me back to experiences of globally now. Like, so like I've started off with a channel on YouTube which we call Black Eyes TV. Yeah.
Yo, Valley. Hold on, man.
Yeah, because Avril does. We do this Black History Weekender, and we normally do it on the streets. So we go to the museums and all that kind of stuff. I do it once a year. So Avril was what I realized because of the COVID, I drew everyone to say, okay, you know what, I'm gonna do it online just to the general public to see how the general public feels about it. And then I got a good response from it on its head. But what I'm trying to do now is gradually take its time to grow in that YouTube channel into a TV station itself. But it's taking its. I'm being patient with it because one thing I've noticed is when you rush and you go boof and you try to be big straight away, your expectations are massively high, and then to keep with content, it's not easy. And this is where a lot of TV stations, as glamorous as they look and they get, the biggest issue is content. As they say, content is king. You know? So after content is king. Yeah. So I have the motive there, but that's one thing I have over here, but I think content. And funny enough, like you say, this is what I'm building. I'm actually building Coach TV right now to launch my own online platform. But I'm not really looking. I'm looking at VOD. I'm looking at building a VOD platform right now. I'm just saying, going to internet or whatnot. I'm trying to have my own little black Netflix. Yeah. Movies and films like that. Yeah. So like what I've done was able to build an international network because I've got the Brazilian market, I've got the African market, I've got some of Europe, and I've got American market. No, the money is too short. Yeah, it's too many different people. People are too funny over here. Some don't want support for their own particular little reasons, or they want bad mind, whatever. They're copying them or whatever, blah blah. They want their own issues. The thing is small. It's small as it is over here, really. So with all that, that makes it even harder. And that's why people struggle to have any real success over here. You know what I mean? So that's why you get a lot of London films trapped in just London. And that's why I'm able to look at the market. And what we've done with the Black Eyes is to able to touch in different genres. So when we put things up, it reaches certain people and we're able to push that narrative. And at the same time, as I said, it's even with the organization that I've created, which I call it the New Beginning, is that it's able to galvanize and unify in the fact of unification without association. So it might be two different people, but they don't have to come together, but I will unify them in the narrative. of the same common goal.
Okay.
So this is the narratives that we're pushing as much as we can. Like, as I said, like even when I did the Black History, now my next one is health and well-being, and getting all the scholars across the globe, from Jamaica to throughout the Caribbean, America, and in the UK, and then pushing everyone as a whole. Because you know when people say, "Oh yeah, but you're always pushing the Americans," so what I've done is I've able to apply the UK, because I always say to them, the only reason why a lot of you UK people don't get the recognition is because you lot don't push enough. Yeah, because the Americans, they're savvy at it. So you're gonna see their faces all over the place in everything that they do when it comes to entertainment. Yeah. And that's even when you talk about Nigerian films, that's what they did, and look where they are now. Mm. Mm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So while I focus on launching the VOD platform and all that kind of stuff, and I'm fully into, I'm running distribution now, so I'm one of the first black men to kind of move fully into distribution. That when that comes to this film now, I can put it up, I can put it in 100 cinemas, I can sell it to Netflix, I can sell it to Amazon. So that's why during the whole lockdown, that's why I just been consolidating and to reach out to some of the big film distributors that I know. So I was told the big man there, and the film distributors said, "Look, this black man needs your support. He wants to be moving fully into distribution. I need you guys to support me. Can I get your support?" They said no, and I had a few number of them coming and said, "Yeah, they support me." So I was, that's why I'm just focusing on that distribution, because that's the key, and that's the issue for us as black people, that we don't control nothing. We create stuff, and then we have to go to the white man. We're the gatekeepers who control everything. You know what I mean? In terms of I'm just on the meeting. I'll call me back in 5 minutes.
This is what I'm moving to now, distribution.
Call me back in 5 minutes, please.
Control, man no longer has to be going to the white man. They come to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We distributed. I did a Jamaican film last year as well. There's a Jamaican film called Sprinter. I think it's about a track star, young track star guy. You see that film last year came out.
Mm-hmm.
I brought that film to the UK. We had about 50 screens, 50 cinema screens around the country. That's what they gave us anyway. 50 cinema screens, and people came and saw it. You know what I mean?
1 minute. Give me 1 second. Marlon. 1 second. Hello? All right, no, continue. Sorry. People trying to ring me, man.
All right. So now, at this point in time,
can you call me back in?
I've got this new film, Happy. Happy is a I've got a new documentary film called Happy, Happy is the ancient name of the River Nile.
Finally, we got him muted. I think so. I think somebody. Anyway, I'm not gonna bait it out.
Yeah, man. What's going on? What's going on, man?
What are you saying, Shahid?
Chilling, chilling and grilling, man. What's the
How the hell
chat
did
saying
someone
though?
get that number though?
What do you mean?
Somebody is posting someone's number in the chat.
I don't even know what you talk. Nah, I didn't see nothing. Still. Hey. Someone said he wasn't. He's so lucky he wasn't a woman or something. I don't know. You know.
I think somebody just put his number in, and I just called it, and he answered, and I said to him, "Put yourself on mute," and so he's just muted.
It's the Friday evening stream. I so quiet. I don't know, man. People just don't talk. Yeah. It's not Thursday as well. No,
It is Thursday.
Man.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, Jen Wallace. I'm gonna check it out. I'm off of work today, so I just thought I'd just spend a day on the streams.
Well,
But
you
I
were
don't
at
even
work
know.
today.
No, I'm off today.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah,
A
yeah,
day off.
man. Yeah, back at it tomorrow. You know, gotta make that money.
Mhm. Yeah, man. I don't even know what one.
Oh, what is he made a show about you, Jen? Is the show about you?
He basically did one, yeah.
What is he onto a customer or what?
Like, I don't know. He's got an issue, innit? I don't know. You gotta ask her, man.
Oh
Man,
wow.
know them things, man.
I hear that. I hear
Someone
that.
asks you, what do you do for work?
I do a simple 9 to 5, filter 12. What's going on, fam? There's always fights happening outside my house, man. I'm sick and tired of this area, bro. Use that.
You can say the same for my area, man.
Nah, I live in some
Man.
scatty place, man. There's always
Mm.
fighting.
No, I was saying, like, just yesterday, some next man tried to, like, draw my knot and that, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man. Bro, there's plenty of, like, mad things around my area, fam. All the time. And it's the normal individuals I know, man. Just, weird and weird and weird and weird and
Mm. Nah, it's mad. Nah, this area that I live in, it's like it's so messed up, man, and it's like a proper, you know, white area, I would say. It's like the proper council estate, chav area. But it's funny to watch sometimes. I can't lie. The people here, they make me laugh.
He will try to do that. So, what Mr. Ali was saying. Who anti? Yo, what are you on about, blood? Raven, what you talking about? Yo, I don't know what you're talking about.
Ugly ass boy. Ugly ass boy. For it. Boris, that was so. I was at the train station and I had you in the headphones, and when I heard that, I just started cracking out, and everyone just started looking at me. I was like, no. I had to tell Waleed, and Waleed was cracking up. Ugly ass boy. Nah, Jen Wallace, I'm a tune in still. I'm gonna see what he's saying. I thought Raj doesn't attack females. You know, I thought that was Raj's sort of main principle. He don't argue with females. He don't swear at females. He doesn't try to get into it with females. So I'm surprised that he's coming at you still. So you know. How's the guitar going, Zubaida? Yeah, man, it's good. Actually, I learnt a little Tarek song today still. Yeah. I was literally learning one song by the Tarek. Quite easy actually, to be fair. But yeah,
What,
man.
freestyle or something?
Huh?
Freestyle or something?
No, yeah, you could say that. A bit of a freestyle on the guitar, yeah. Couple notes.
Mm.
I'm not gonna make any assumptions, you get me? I'm gonna listen to what Raj has to say. But yeah, and I hear that Blue Bubble Girl. But for me, I'm just a bit shocked that he's dedicated a show to obviously Jen, which is very
Nah,
much.
Raj always does that though, man. You can't expect the unexpected, man.
Yo, Shaka Raj, you still here? He's gone. What were you guys talking about? Sorry to interrupt.
Nothing really, to be fair. Just Raj is gonna do a show on Jen Wallace.
Who's John Wallace?
Jen Wallace, the American lady.
I don't know who that is. So Zubida, what do you think about like Mohammed Hijab and the feud that's going on with the ex-Muslims? Did you?
I don't know about that.
You haven't been following that. Pretty
No.
crazy. It's going to like wild proportions. So basically, there's a video that resumes it pretty well. So I guess Mohammed Hijab had Yasser Qadi on his podcast.
Okay.
And he made a statement that was really outrageous and that like they had to take down, and like all the ex-Muslims like pounced on that statement, and then from there he started attacking three guys. One, his name is Abdullah Samir, the other one is Apostate Prophet, the one is Abdullah Gundul, and he started posting pictures of their wives and like saying
Who? Mohammed Hijab's wives?
yeah. No. Of the ex-Muslims. He took pictures of their wives. Mohammed
Who?
Hijab
Mohammed Hijab?
took pictures of the wives of the ex-Muslims. and he started posting like nasty comments, like, "Oh, would you like to do a golden shower on her?"
Wait,
Like,
wait, wait. Are you sure Mohammed Hijab
it's on
said
his
that and done that?
it's on his it's on his Twitter. Go check out his Twitter. It's like from a couple of days ago. You'll see pictures of their wives, these guys with their wives, and he's like, "Oh, you should do like," and he talks really badly about them, like disrespectfully, like
You
and
see,
he's
this is
and
why I don't from early. I've never taken people like Mohammed Hijab or Ali Datwa very seriously, to be fair, because first of all, they're young when it comes to the sort of scholarly wave that they're trying to jump on. You know what I'm saying? There's men that have literally dedicated their time, don't do the social media thing. They just there for the knowledge and just there to really educate folks. These men are very commercialized. You know, they do a lot of comedic acts and, you know, and unfortunately they do have quite a large following. So people follow them, looking at them as some sort of authority when them man still have things that they have to work on. You know, they haven't reached that level, really, for me personally anyway, to be some sort of authority when it comes to Muslims. Yes, they have knowledge. Yes, they are good at debating, but at the same time, I wouldn't encourage people to follow them only and take what they say 100% for gospel, or even look up to them, to be fair.
Yeah.
I just turned on my computer, came online, and I heard Zubida's voice. Hello, Zubida. I wanted to ask you a question. I wanted to ask you a question. I noticed your YouTube name is called Zubida Al Arabia. So
yes.
Are you? I thought you were my African sister. So you're the Arab. You ain't African. So you've been playing us all this time. You're an Arab. You ain't African.
Well, you just noticed now my name is Zubayd Al Arabia. That's been there for like a year.
Oh, so you've been playing us for a year.
Nah, you know what it is, bro, yeah? I always say this. Yeah? I don't see an Arab as an ethnic group. I see them as a large tribe of different ethnicities. Because you can have Afro-Arabs, you can have Asiatic Arabs, and you can have lighter-skinned Arabs. So I see myself as Arab in tribe, but, you know, I wouldn't even call myself African. I would call myself Algerian, you know, because that is the land that I am from.
So you're not what? So what? You're avoiding that term African?
Yeah, I am, to be honest. Yeah, I would say so.
Why?
Because when I look at it like this, yeah, prior to Africa being called Africa, a lot of these ethnic groups named themselves by their tribes. So someone from Somalia, most likely he would tell you I'm Somali, or somebody from Ethiopia, I'm Ethiopian. You know, and we know how the term Africa came about and who it was given by, you know. So I don't feel the need to go around saying I'm African. I'd rather say I'm Algerian. I'm from I'm from Algeria.
Interesting. Okay, some people might think it's a way of avoiding being associated with the continent, but you say you'd rather say you're Algerian, and Algeria is in the continent. So yeah, I guess it was just.
Algerians are a distinctive people, you know, and you have to admit that Africa is culturally and ethnically diverse. You know what I'm saying? So yes, Algeria is in Africa, but there might be certain things that I don't have in common at all with people in South Africa, because they have their own traditions and culture. Even though we're on the same continent, there are things that also we can differentiate between each other and also similar. I probably have more similarities culturally to people in Egypt, Morocco, Tunisia, Libya than I do have somebody from, I don't know, Kenya. Do you know what I'm saying? So we have to also, that's how I like to differentiate myself, because it's all good saying I'm African, where in Africa? You know what I'm saying? And what you'll find is each group is different. That's why when folks call themselves African American, you know, it's like, okay, where in Africa? You know what I'm saying? But here in the UK, man will say, I'm Nigerian or I'm Gambian or I'm from Ghana. So you know exactly what you're dealing with.
Yeah, fair. Yeah. Well, I guess that's a good political spin. I'll applaud you for that one. So that's a good one. So
You weren't expecting that, were you? But it's something that just
no,
recently I've come to.
I was expecting a good political spin from you when I came. I said, how come you call yourself Al Arabi? I said, I bet you Zabida is going to have a good reason.
I'm sorry,
So,
I missed your call,
is
but
that Terry again?
actually had another
Again,
Terry.
get together.
Someone's prank calling him.
No, he's muted up. He's muted. Okay. Yeah, that's. Oh yeah, that was the thing. Did you see the thing for the show yesterday when apparently David Wood he like ripped out Surah Al-Fatiha, chewed it up, spat it out from a Quran, and I was like, what was the point of that? Because somebody can then do the same to the Bible, rip out a page from the Bible, chew it up, spit it out.
Who's David Wood? I don't even know who that is.
David Wood is this. He's a Christian. He's this guy who makes a lot of videos online, challenging and criticizing Islam. And I think he's been in like a debate with what's his name?
Mohammed Hijab.
Thank you. He's been in debates with Mohammed Hijab. And apparently there was one particular debate where Mohammed Hijab started getting heated and talking almost violently about apostates, ex-Muslims and whatnot. And then he started doing things on Twitter where he was making. What was that?
That's the story. I was right before you came in. I was explaining that story. So Mohammed Hijab started posting on his wall the pictures of wives of ex-Muslims that criticize Islam that are friends of David Wood. Right? He started posting the pictures of their wives with nasty comments like, "Oh, would you like to do a golden shower on her?" Like really like nasty comments, like kinky stuff, like stuff you would have to look into, like in the internet, into a porn book to know the meaning. It's like, how do you know all that stuff, Mohammed Hijab?
Yeah,
but that's why I want to respond to I want to respond to Nicholas because I condemn Mohammed Hijab for saying that about his wife. Come on, bro. Islamically, we shouldn't stoop that low in it. We shouldn't be attacking next man's wife and saying such extreme things. But 100% this David Wood, for my Muslims, may Allah deal with him if he's going out there chewing up the holy book. That's a disgrace.
That was weird. He was, because they're supposed to be these intellectual debaters, and it was bizarre seeing him literally rip the page out, chew it up, and then spit it out. It's like he's lost the plot. He's just gone off the reservation. He's just demeaned himself. It's a stupid thing to do. I didn't understand that. How are you going to be taken seriously as an intellectual debater now if you're going to be doing that kind of stuff?
Yeah, but like if you follow the whole story, like so Mohammed Hijab, his excuse was like, well, if they're going to insult the Prophet, I can mock them and mock their whole family if I can find their profile online, right? And that's where it escalated from. So Mohammed Hijab started like making jokes like, you guys should go kill yourselves, right? And so from there it went off the rail of intellectual debate into like who can do the nastiest thing to the other person, right?
Yeah.
I'm not
I see it like this, yeah. When you hear like, for me personally, because I've been around these panels and I've heard the most offensive things said about Islam and Muslims and the Prophet, and first and foremost, when it starts to get very disrespectful like that, you just disengage. For me personally, I'm just going to disengage with you. Even Islamically, we're taught that, we were taught in the Quran, if people are mocking the deen, mocking Allah, you stand up and you leave. That's first and foremost. If somebody's willing to have an intellectual, civilized debate, yes, they can disagree, they can criticize, but don't be disrespectful. We can do that. But other than that, I don't think we should engage with these sort of people. The only time where we should really have our backs up is when it comes to interaction, when these people actually start militarizing and actually, like we've seen in recent times, where people have attacked Muslims and have gone out their way to be practical about their agenda, about their speech. That's when we should really, use force and stand up and rise up. But other than that, when it comes to
blessings to the black family.
Peace. When it comes to these internet people, you know, spouting their hate and their nonsense, I just think you should not engage these people, not give them any energy, because they live off Islam. Really and truly, if there was no Islam, what would David Wood be speaking about? If there was no Islam, what would Tommy Robinson be speaking about? What would Hartoon be speaking about? They would have no foundation. They would have no legacy. So unfortunately, they need Islam. They need Islam to be who they are to this day, and we're fueling that. We're giving them a reason to thrive. We're giving them a reason to be relevant. We just got to disengage and cut off these people and just focus on something more important. You know, you recruit them once. If they continue to be ignorant, then you know where their head's at. You know that they're beyond change and they're beyond redemption. So you let them go about their business.
Mm-hmm. Did you see that talk I had with Bob on Soko Films? And Bob and I was talking to Bob about Christianity because he's a Christian. And he was talking about Christianity from a political perspective. He started giving information about a Christian political party. And I started asking him hypothetical things like, okay, if this Christian political party, you know, comes into power, what would they do? And I asked, what would you do with gay people? What would you do with atheists? What would you do with Muslims, Buddhists, Hindus? And one of the things he said, which was interesting, he said that he would allow the Muslims to continue practicing their religion, but they would limit things. So they would stop the Adzan publicly from being done. They would stop that. So that Muslims couldn't do that from the mosques or wherever. You just stop it. And I'm like, what? Okay. Like, what else? And it was interesting. He started talking about, he used terms like muscular Christianity. I swear when Bob uses that term, I start thinking this guy's thinking like a crusader or a
Well, that's what he is, isn't it? Him and Ralph, they're the same crusader mentality.
Ralph is I don't even know what the hell Ralph is. He's not a Christian.
They're political and militarized Christians, those people.
Yeah. There was a guy, one of them who hangs around, who had on his T-shirt, Christian Militia, that time when there was that scrap that took place with Hatun. And before it took place, somebody was asking him, what's that on your shirt? And he said, Christian.
Hold on. There's a scrap with Hatun? Like Hatun, somebody fought Hatun?
No, it was just weeks ago. Hatun was going out of her way to talk to Ali Dawa and Subur. These two speak, and they both ignored her. They didn't want to talk to her, but she kept going out of her way trying to talk to them, and they ignored her. Then she sat down on their chair, and she was asked to get up, so she got up. So then Ali Dawa took the chair away and put it behind him and continued doing other stuff. Then she kept on trying to talk to Ali Dawa. He ignored her. Then she quickly grabbed the chair from behind him and she tried to sit on it, and he pulled it away. And so she fell down on the floor. And she got up, and then a couple of people, Christians, came round and pushed Ali Dawa, and there was almost like a scrap. And then the police came and cleared it up. Yeah.
You know what? It's people like sorry, Joy, yeah. DC Brad, like it's people like this, yeah, with their ignorance. They're donating money to folks based on the fact that G Block is killing Islam. Like I don't understand, why would you say something like that? And you're the same person who sits here and speaks about equality, speaks about the oppression towards you. Imagine if someone wrote, G Block is killing African spirituality or stuff like. This is a hypocrisy that I can't stand with some people. They come here and they scream about oppression, and they scream about how the fact that they're being oppressed for their race and they're being segregated and they don't have equal opportunities. But then they come here and saying stuff like that.
I'm sure Brad is a reasonable guy. How you doing, Brad? I mean, if you talk to him, you'll probably be able to
No, I've spoken to Brad many times, Eddie. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
What's going on?
Yeah,
big up brothers for the super chat still. Yeah, big up yourself, man. But what was I gonna say?
When you come,
I was gonna say, has all the new panel members has all the new panel members answered the question of the day?
Am I new? No, I was here this morning. No, but I did. That's when I brought in the video earlier this morning.
Yeah, you answered already. So the question of the day, you can answer. Whoever wants to answer first is: Are most white people racist? And can a white person be a sellout?
No, I don't think.
In your own time, lady?
I don't think all white people are racist. I think there's a huge element of ignorance there, and I think,
yeah.
I don't know if you guys see.
White people racist, not all.
Most. No, I wouldn't say so. I think the example I was going to use is there was this guy, I forgot his name, but he's a black guy in America, and I think he was dedicated to converting KKK members, you know, out of the KKK, and I think he converted like something like 60 or 70 KKK members and caused them to leave. And it took a lot of work and dedication. He was a journalist, and you know, he had to meet with these top KKK members, and you know, the way that they treated him wasn't the best, but he was consistent to the point where, you know, he managed to take people out. So that's why I say ignorance, you know what I'm saying, through education and integration and actually just speaking to people, that could potentially be cured. Not all of it, because there are some people that I just believe are just inherently evil. I wouldn't even say racist, I would just say evil. As for white people being sellouts, I don't know, man. What are they gonna sell out to? Like, you know, you have instances where white women marry black men. You know, she's a race traitor and things like that. But for that question, I don't know. To be fair, I don't know.
My answer is short. Yes and yes. There you go.
Same here, yes and yes. And with me, yeah, it's more like, you know, they say that. Yeah, but wait, well, hold on, right?
Let's get you just straight.
Nah, fam, it's like, you know, when I come on, I come with fire in it, and it's scary for some people. What I'm trying to say, you know, is even like they're saying it happened in the past. It's in the past. It's in the past. You know, like what I remember, bro. Less than 150 years ago, they put black African Congolese into human zoos in Congo, and we should just forget about that. You know, so like. We have no right to rebel. We have no right to speak about what they've done to us and how it has affected our grandfathers. Remember this is things that's affected our grandfathers. That's definitely going to affect their kids in it. That's our fathers, you know. So if something happened to 50 or 60 years ago, yeah, and like it's affected, it's keep going into change. But with the question, you know, like they don't even know they're being racist. It's cause like it's the system, you know, like it's this system of oppressing other people in it. Because when what they see how the Palestinian people are going through, it's like we should support Israel. Yes, Israel always the victim. That's why we should give them more weapons and, you know, more ammunition and the best weapon system. You know what I mean? To kill who? People who's throwing stones. You know, people who's the original Semitic people. You know, nobody cares, bro. You know, they don't care about how they carpet bomb Iraq. You know what? You know, you can never do that to this country because we will never be slaves. You know, that's in the national anthem in it. We will never be slaves. So, bro, we have to wake up. You know, the real racism in today is sanction. You know how they talk about. You know, whenever they talk about Zimbabwe, saying about what Mugabe did, you know, they will never acknowledge what they did to the currencies and the people in Zimbabwe. What they done, you know, 50 years ago. What? No, 30 years ago, apartheid was in South Africa. You know, black man was killed by the white man all over. You know, they couldn't even get on the bus. You know what I mean? In Africa, in Kenya, like I was trying to say, you know, like they destroyed they tried to destroy they split up the East African, you know, region with Portuguese Christianity and bullshit. You know, next man doing shit to each other. You know them ones. So the history is not even a long time ago, bro. You know. But will they apologize? If you ask them, are they racist? Will they apologize, acknowledge what they've done? Because when they acknowledge what they've done, this exploitation of the black race will stop, in it. That's the way the problem is. They will never apologize for what they've done. Because, you know, they need us. We don't need them, you know, to get further in life, you know. Like,
how they sellouts? Controversial.
How they sellouts, bro? It's because they don't acknowledge what they've done, bro. They will never acknowledge what they've done. Even the majority of them.
Controversial response.
Yeah, bro.
Apologize?
Maybe. Why they should apologize, bro?
Controversial response. Why should they apologize?
Because they messed up our grandfathers, who messed up the heads of our fathers, who messed up the head of us. It's a generational fuck ups, you know. They fucked us generation. But let me just finish, bro. Let me just finish.
I just want to pose a contradicting or
hold on, bro. You man's been on the panel all this time. Let me just finish this in it. Like I'm trying to say is, if it affected our grandfathers, you know, and his fathers after before that, yeah, and it affected his like our grandfather. He's like our great grandfather got affected. you know, the mindset, you know, the fucked up mindset made it look like less than a human being. That is affecting our grandfather, and that he's gonna tell that story to his son. And we are that generation that's hearing about. We heard about these stories, and we're thinking, how can they put human
Yeah,
beings
but
into
what does
zoos? You
saying
know,
sorry do? What does saying sorry? How will that make a
let me
living
tell you
better?
what it says. But let me tell you what it says, bro. You open up stores for acknowledging of the crimes they've done. Like I'm trying to say this, bro. From the first court date Britain is gonna go through, it's the beginning to the end of everything. You know the ones, because court date after court date will happen from that day, and this is something that will definitely happen. Like I seen today, Congo is suing the shit out of Belgium. They're saying, you know, you have to pay us reparation. Remember, you put us into human zoos. Remember, you're cutting our hands off for not for not exploiting as fast our own resources to you. You know the most. That's what was happening. So that embarrassment is gonna happen more and more, and there's no way they can't just keep running from this shit. You know, it's gonna be at a time where, bro, look, we have to defend ourselves as a black race nation. Like these things can happen to us again if we don't have nuclear power and weapon system and all of this. There's no way we can defend ourselves. You know them ones, bro. We don't need them. Like I said, we just need each other. We need to trade with one another and brothers and sisters again, like we was before.
Abu Bakr, do you agree that we should ask Saudi Arabia as well for reparation?
Listen, you might say Saudi Arabia, this and that. We are nothing to do with Saudi Arabia right now. We talk about 400 years ago, you know, what has fucked us up.
400
And
years ago.
hold on. We talk about neo-colonialism today. They said colonialism stopped. But when the France people, you told them to leave the country, they blocked up your whole sewage system with cement and, you know, put diseases out there. And, you know, we are not human beings, bro. Let me tell you, to European, when you come around and blame a monkey for giving HIV
So we
to
hold
people,
some
we are
people
not human beings yet.
responsible,
We're not
but we
we're
don't
not
hold
respected as
everyone responsible. Is that
bro.
what you're saying?
Listen. Let's get
Arab
into it.
man
You like to act dumb. Hold on. You like to act dumb. You know. You like to act dumb. Let me ask you, what has the Arab people exploited you from? Tell me, tell me,
did the
bro.
East African slave
years
trade.
of
What did they
slavery
owe?
from the
Slavery.
Did the East
You
African
hear that
slave
a lot.
trade?
You
before
have
the
no evidence in that.
400 years of
Hold on.
slavery.
You hear a lot of that shit, Raheem. That's why with people like you, bro, our people will never be free. People
But
like you
it's true.
like to blame
There
a
was
1,000-year
an East
plus.
African slave
Listen,
trade.
that is that's you the biggest. You lot are the biggest idiots on the planet, bro. And the day you separate from us is the day we actually take step towards
Are
being
you
freedom.
saying that the
Because
East
what it is,
African slave
what
trade
ties has
doesn't exist?
hold on. Listen to me. What ties has Arab people got on exploitation of resources today going on in Africa? That
There
the
are
children of
people
Africa.
in slavery today in
Libya.
Saudi Arabia
What
and
is Arab?
Libya. There are
Listen.
people
Why
in
have you got a
slavery
white man's name
Libya.
today? Is that got to do with Arab slavery? The
Libya
reason
is
you have used
modern day slavery run by
it's got
Arabs.
nothing to do with Arabs.
In
It's got to
Saudi
do with
Arabia, they're
corrupt
taking
Arabs.
Kenyan.
Hold on.
One
It's
second.
corrupt people, bruv. You so dumb, Raheem. No, bruv. No.
Hold on.
Go on, man.
1 second. Let me finish. Listen, in Saudi Arabia, they are taking Kenyan women under the guise of being nurses and wet nurses and childminders, and then holding them to ransom, basically saying they will never leave,
Taking their
beating and
passport,
abusing our women.
throwing them out
Okay, let me say something. You know when you share culture with the colonizer, yeah, and you name it's called Mr. Snow and Mr. White, and you know these kind of things. You know, it's
Your
the
name
day
is
that
Abu Bakr.
you will never understand the steps for Africa to go forward. Because when you call yourself and you keep using a slave master, you know all his bullshit and all his diseases and all the shit he brought to your ancestors and put it into your children, and you give it to your children as a name, and you will never understand the real problem. You like to just blame Islam and Arabs. You have to understand. Let me just finish this. I'm gonna finish this off. Let me just finish this off.
You finished off the point. You got
one more point, bro. One more point. We, the Muslim in Africa, we're never living poor. You man, over jealousy.
Oh,
you over jealousy.
Islam thing deeply
nah, because you man love to do that, bro. You man think we have you on your neck, fam. We Mansa Musa and the empires of the North Africa and the East African Muslims. Nobody was poor, fam. You man was doing the worst shit on each other. So acknowledge that.
Slavery lasted for 1,200 years. Facts. It's just
like why is it close today? What effect has it got today on Africa? What effect has it got today?
Brother, listen. How can you say that? if you can talk about white slavery affecting grandfathers and fathers and down to you, what the hell was 1200 years going to do to you generationally before the white people even came and started getting their foothold and doing their foolishness? Like, you can't negate history like that. You can't do that. So again, as the other brother was saying, if you're going to bring someone to the table, you have to bring them all. Anyone who violated, anyone who's enslaved, you have to bring them all. And the fact of it is, if you want to talk about subjugation, it's a stiff 2,000 years worth of Arab and white subjugation. Yeah. So they both have to come to the table. Just because an Arab man lives closer to you, and so by default he feels, say, he's African or whatever, or you see a Gaddafi trying to do things in the African Union, do not be fooled. They're there because they conquered and oppressed. Yeah, you don't have the same name. You're not looked at the same as those Arab Muslims. That's like, these are all facts.
That's the biggest lie. Let me appeal. He said, what has Arab done to the African continent? Arabs, astaghfirullah. Islam has made the Muslim in Africa the richest people at that time, while you lot was scavenging. You know, I'm not trying to.
We're not talking about Islam.
Hold on. Sharia law made sure every Muslim had money and wealth. Look at the Mali Empire. Look at the Somalis. Somalis freed. Listen, 1580s. Listen, 1580s. Somalis freed the Swahili people from the Portuguese settlers coming in and trying to bring Christianity and raping men, fam. Because you man brought them in because of jealousy over the Muslims.
So we're the enemies then. We're your enemies then. We're your enemies then.
In a way, you are enemy because you just.
So then why you
Empire. You hear that? Bro, everything you're dumb, bro. You just dumb. You don't want to accept what you've done in the past. But one day you will, bro. Our empire will fight you, fam. Our empire will destroy you, bro. You might think you're fast enough, innit? You
Let's debate intellectually. Let's bring facts and Sellout. Yeah, let's not get
was saying majority of it was true, bro. You lot wouldn't acknowledge it. You just want to team up against him and cut him down, bro. But don't forget the jealousy of what you had for the Mali people, Mansa Musa and his people. You man destroyed that empire, brought in Portuguese. And you want to say we should be brothers and sisters today? You Nigerian,
everyone keep quiet. Listen to him. What did you say about Nigerians?
You Nigerians want to speak for Africans. You Nigerians want to call the shots for Africans after you've done the worst shit in Africa. You know what I'm saying, bro?
Let's stop this tribal wars and I'm better than you and you're better than me.
Don't think we forgot about you, bro.
I get it, brother.
No, bro. You know what it is, fam? You know, this guy's dumb, bro. When he's telling me, what are you doing here, this and that, I'm coming to set you right. We haven't forgot what you've done to the Empire of Mali and Africa, and your jealousy of you, when you got when we told you don't cross the border of Tanzania into coming to us, when you brought into Portuguese.
The main question is,
Somalis was the strongest empire ever. Just because of 30 years now, Somalis will ever be like you. Go read your history, you dickhead.
The main question is, can I just say something, please? Can I just say something?
Egyptian civilization.
Can I just say one thing?
I'm sick and tired, bro, and I'm soon when I see people like that, I'm gonna start punching you in your head, wallahi. When I see you on the street, people like you, I'm gonna start punching you in your head, fam. You might not bad, fam. Even if you're telling people, we run you, fam. We work for us, bro. You're shit, bro, pussy holes. Listen to me. And the day, when the time comes, we will take over. Now today we 60% of Muslims in
can I ask
Africa.
one question, please? Asgay, can I ask?
We are 60%.
Can I just ask one question?
You man, you let your people
can I just ask one question,
nah,
please?
man, stop this brother, man. This guy talk shit, bro. As a Nigerian, you have no pride. You are just in the same position as the British, fam. You own apologies. You own apologies. You are just a British Empire. You, as a Nigerian, are the most embarrassing people in the country.
How is it we start talking about
you are the most embarrassing people on the continent of Africa? Shut your mouth, bro. Every
What's
time
wrong
you
with
talk,
you?
but you forget
This is
who you
not
are.
Pan
You forget what you've
Africanism,
done, bro.
guys.
Hold up, bro.
He's
How are we
mentally ill.
talking about other
You fucking
Africans when
forgot
the
what you
question of
done
the
once
day
you come with that.
is are
You
white
can't do this,
people
bro.
racist and who was responsible for
You
enslaving
think
us?
we dumb, fam? You think we dumb, bro? You think we
Okay,
forgot?
Terry. Come through, Terry.
That's getting. Let
What,
me
bro?
ask
What?
you one issue. Yeah. What was done to Massa Musa, and
Okay,
how did you make
let
his
me tell you in words, brother. Let me tell you in words. Look,
Shut
we
up,
the
let him
Muslim
talk,
people.
man.
Will he give me a chance? No, he won't, because he knows the truth will come out.
Can you
Listen,
be
brother.
quiet and let someone else ask a question or say something, brother? Because you're
You asked me
pissing
a question, right? No,
and you're
because
talking
I'm
shit
tired of
about
being
other
blamed the Muslim, bro. When you came and destroy our empires,
about history.
I'm sick and tired for the Muslims to be blamed. You
Let's
know.
deal with it intellectually,
But guess what, bro? Guess what? Nobody could fuck with them Somalis, fam. We were never gonna kneel down for no white man. 200 years, the white man, British people couldn't come in and colonize us and destroy us and enslave us. For 200 years, we were fighting back, bro.
Rob, you're repeating
Have some
yourself.
manners and respect. Let
Fucking
people
pussy
talk,
man.
man.
Hold on.
Have some
Fuck
manners
your
and
mothers,
respect,
man. All
man.
of you, man.
Let people
Dickheads, bro.
talk, man.
Asketi, break down the Massa Musa situation, because I like
Okay.
to.
Before this, okay, let me break it down. Nobody talks, please. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
go.
We had the Benin Empire, we had the Swahili Empire, yeah, and we had the Muslim Empire in the Malis, yeah. We told, as the Muslim people from the East Africa, we told them, listen, you men are savage. You're doing the worst shit on each other. You kill your babies. You eat your babies, and that's what happened. We were seeing this. We were witnessing. Again, please let me just finish. Yeah.
Yeah, don't anyone
Why?
interrupt.
Wait.
Yeah,
Why
I
is
can't do
it
no more.
every time? Why is it every
No, man.
time
Here.
Terry talks?
Because, bro, let me
When
tell you
Terry
why.
talks, people keep on saying it's me. It's Terry who's talking to you as getting you moron.
You're taking the piss,
Let
mate.
him speak. Let him speak. Let us get talk, and then Terry
but
respond.
like,
Yeah. After
hold
let him
on.
respond.
That's one thing.
Talk.
The story that says that before.
No, there is no story, bro.
Let us
Shut your
get
mouth.
talk.
Let me talk, please. Let me talk. Don't come in with a story, bro. Please. Yeah.
Speak.
Okay. Look, listen, brother. Look, we were split up. You know, we were the Muslims and we had the Christianity up there with the Ethiopians and that. I'm talking about close to Ethiopia, close to us. You know, it's funny, bro. You know, you man, what you were doing to each other. You know what you were doing. You man were doing to each other. And you want to come and bring that shit to us. You know, you got so jealous. You know, hold on. You got so jealous. You tried to, you came in and kidnapped Muslim people for your own rituals. You know, so what happened was we told you, man, don't cross the border of Tanzania. And then you cross the border of Tanzania, we're gonna chop your head off.
You're getting
What do you think? You man were so shook. You were so unadvanced. You know. You brought in the Portuguese. You brought in the Portuguese to destroy Africa.
Musa.
Listen, let me go to that. That was the East Africa region of East Africa. Yeah. I'll talk about the Mansa Musa. You hated him for years because he had the real civilization. All his citizen was rich. All his citizen was educated. All his citizen could be future leader of Africa, the continent. But you, the devils, you know, the Benin people, and the voodoo rituals and all of that shit, yeah, real devilism, yeah. You man see that, you know what? As long as we feel better, we don't care about destruction of Africa. That is the mindset of a Nigerian today. We run this shit. We should be on top.
Right,
People should forget about what we've done in the past. And today, we're the one who should be driving the bus. We're the driver of the bus, basically.
What was his downfall?
The downfall was for bringing in the Portuguese, that the Somalis in the 1850 had to kick them out. Then you brought in it all started like that, bro. Once you brought in colonizers.
No.
Let me tell you something. Hold on. Let me tell you something.
He's asking.
Because you man brought in colonizer into the continent. Once you brought the colonizer into the continent, they made more plans. The France came in from that side. You know, the France came in from that side. Portuguese are in on this side. Britain is on this side. Who brought them in? The greedy Nigerian brought them in. Yes, the greedy Nigerian.
Okay, so
what? Am I supposed to lie, fam? Is history not there? Is history not there? You can polish the much as you want, but you have no pride when it comes to Africa. As a Nigerian, you have no pride, bro.
1 second.
What pride have you got? Tell me, man.
1 second. Do you know when he went to Egypt?
That's another story, but that was before that. I'm talking about after we built
another
Timbuktu,
story.
the university, after we built Timbuktu University,
What
the
did he do?
jealousness,
Hold on.
the
What did
jealousness.
he do when he went to Egypt?
He was throwing money to everybody. He was throwing gold
Okay.
left and right. Would a
Then make
Nigerian ever do that for his people? The
hold on.
Benin Empire, the king of the Benin, what was he doing? He was killing his own
Bro,
people every day.
take a breath. Take a breath.
And
Terry's
that's
trying to
why,
ask you something. Take a
bro.
breath. Take a
That
breath.
is
Take a
why,
breath.
bro.
Take a
When you
breath,
come with
bro.
this
Take a
bullshit,
breath.
when you come with this bullshit to meet someone like Asketi
Bro,
who
you
knows
gotta
the
take
history of
a breath.
Africa, yeah,
I heard
you ain't
you.
gonna get nowhere, fam. You ain't getting nowhere,
Veli,
fam. You man can
moderate,
say
please.
you man can say as much as you want. I hate
Bro,
Nigerians
you're
and that. It's
killing
not
the
about that, bro.
Veli,
I
Veli,
acknowledge your
Veli,
crimes,
moderate.
and you man are just like
You're
the British
getting in the back
people,
of
man.
something, man.
Allow it, Richard, please. Let him explain himself.
He's not
Now,
explaining
Let
anything.
me
Why do you
explain it.
keep on
Listen,
giving him a chance, man?
you
He's
are just like the
repeating
British.
himself
You man are
now.
just like the British. You man are like Hector today. You man are like Hector today. You man are the people that will tell American citizens, don't come to Africa. We don't need Americans in Africa. Who gives you the right to say that to American people? Black American, African Americans. Who gives you the right to say that? You only hear those things words from a Nigerian.
And other
When it comes
people,
to destruction of Africa, Nigerians is in the front of the bus. When it comes to people talking shit about Africa, Nigerians in the front of the bus. Who are
anyone
you,
else
bro?
gonna get to speak?
Asketi.
Thank you. No, he's been muted. Everyone calm down.
Stop talking to him and just talk, Terry. Just talk. Don't ask him questions, for goodness sake. Because I'm blaming you. You're the one who's letting him. You keep on asking him questions. Just say your
Bro,
point.
you have no pride as a Nigerian. You witness. You have no pride, bro. You have no pride, bro. There is no pride for you, man. There is
And
no
you're a
pride, bro.
filthy camel herder. Shut up.
We will colonize you. We're gonna enslave you in the future. How about that? Look at our history, bro. Look at the
Okay, this
Somali
is not
history. We
productive
will never
now.
animals like you, fam.
There
You
you go.
fucking
This
dusty
is what
animal.
Hey, but listen,
Look at our history. Go and look at the
Asketi,
history. Go and look at the history.
the question
You
of
think we were
who
gonna lay down for the colonizers?
Asketi,
You think the colonizers are gonna enslave us, bro? You think we can't fight back, fam? We were not even 10 million people. We destroyed the colonizers. No, hold on. Let me just get this straight with this
1
big
second.
head, you know.
1 second. You've been
Listen
speaking.
to
You've
me.
been
Listen
monologuing,
to me.
brother.
We're not like you,
You've been
fam. We are
monologuing.
not like you. We are
Asketi, you've
nothing
been
like you.
monologuing.
And so when you call us camel herder, alhamdulillah, we camel herder. But we're nothing like you, fam. We're not savage like you.
All right.
We are camel herder.
All right.
Listen,
Big up the
listen,
camel
we had
herders.
fully armored, we had fully armored
It's a hard job.
soldiers,
It's not
man.
easy.
Our
It's not easy
fully
to herd
armored.
camels in here.
Listen, we were, no, let me just get this straight, fam. This guy, he thinks
You've been speaking for
Muslim
the
people are
whole
savage
time,
and shit like
Asketi.
that, you know. But who's the real savage? Is you, fam. The people from the Benin, fam. You're dickheads, man. Fuck you, man. You're not big, fam. You're nobody, fam. Witness, you're nobody, fam. You just sound like a white boy, bro. You're just a white boy, bro. You're just a part of the colonizers.
And you
went to
sound
the
like a
colonizers
filthy
too, man.
camel herder.
Fucking
You
white
sound like
boy,
a
man.
filthy
You're
camel
just a
herder.
white boy, bro. You're just a white boy.
Everyone needs to just calm
White
down.
boys, witness.
You're the only hype person here.
Imnageti. Listen, Asketi. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know that when Mansa Musa went to is it Egypt? I think it was Egypt or wherever he was, where he was dashing gold along.
He went to Saudi Arabia, but he stopped at Egypt.
Yeah,
on his way.
listen. Yeah, but did you know that he basically caused the sharpest drop, one of the sharpest drops of the currency, the wealth of gold, because he
Why
why
was that, bro? Was it because of his compassion of his heart? You know, his willingness to give people his religion telling him to give zakat.
Hold on,
yes,
Asketi,
zakat.
listen,
Somebody
man.
worth 400
Asketi,
trillion.
shut
You know?
up and listen. Asketi, listen. He caused what would be equivalent to a modern day recession by dashing gold at everyone because he devalued the worth of gold. It became nothingness. So in trying to be great, he actually caused more problems than he did good.
No, bro. That's the school of the white man's thought. As long as a poor person, a poor man, an Egyptian man is sitting on the floor with nothing to eat and somebody dashes gold at him and you're telling him that's, of course, bro, there's a problem with the
yeah,
white.
but then
You
if
know,
the
when you
gold that he would normally buy something
listen
with
to
is
me,
worth
listen to me, bro.
nothing,
Let me tell you something.
still
That's the
poor.
difference between us and you guys, you know.
Hold
You
on.
mans are just like the British people. You're white. Your mindset is white. Your names are white. Your history is white. Everything about you is a white. You just black. You man just black, fam.
Hold on.
When Mansa Musa takes
There you go. He's muted.
Talking. Hold on. When Mansa Musa takes the whole economy of Mali and brings them brings the gold to Saudi Arabia, what do you call that? When a man willingly takes wealth from his people to give it to another people, what do you call that? That's the definition of selling out.
It's called zakat. It's called charity. That's not zakat, bro. He's on pilgrimage.
Because you're a Muslim, bro. Keep hating the Muslim, bro.
Yes,
But you'll never be great like the Mali Empire. You never. You in anywhere
That's
in
called
Africa
zakat,
will
bro.
never
It's
be
called
great.
zakat, bro. And even after he gave the gold away, his nation was still rich. He was still rich after he gave the gold away.
Why did the Moroccans come in?
Wherever you're from will never be great like the Mali people.
Why did the
You will never be
Moroccans
like
come
them.
in?
You will
Why
never be
did
great
the
like the
Moroccans come
Somali.
in?
You will never be great like the Egyptian.
Hold
You will
on.
never be good.
Ask
Get that in
Katie.
your fucking
Ask
head, bro.
Katie. Ask
Get that in
Katie.
your
Why
head
did
first,
the
bro.
Moroccans
Get
come
that in your
in?
head, bro. Get
Ask
that in your
Katie.
head,
Why
bro.
did the Moroccans come in? Why did they invade? Why did they invade Mali?
I told you.
Because he got the
Imnageti.
name. He was given like the name of the Lord of the Caves, you know, in Mount Samud.
The Moroccans came in on the advice of the British.
All the
The
Muslims had a
British
bit
gave them
trade.
guns
What
to
did you do?
wipe out the rest of the
What did you
Songhai
do?
Empire.
Keep calling us camel herder, but what are you known for as a Nigerian? What are you known for? What have you? What trade? What trade have you
Can
done?
you just stop? Can
Only
you
human
stop?
slaves.
That's not conversation,
Human slave.
bro.
That's the only heritage you have.
Asgeti, brother, we
Human
want to
slave.
we want to hear your opinion, bro. But it's hard to listen when you're just talking, bro.
Conversation about one person in history does not negate 1,200 years of
One person. You're a dickhead,
slavery
man. One person.
by Arabs. Yeah,
Exactly.
that's like. Can we just deal with that fact? Because I feel like we're kind of
Yeah,
getting
let's
distracted.
deal with that. That's an
Over
interesting
here and
point.
we're going over there, and the fact of it is, historically, Arabs came in and enslaved black Africans, yeah, for over 1,000 years. Then we went into the white slavery situation, yeah. So again, based on that narrative, both of them have to come to the dock and stand up.
Okay, bro. Let me.
Can I respond to that, Asgeti, please? Asgeti, can I respond to that, Asgeti, please?
Yeah, bro. Go on, Muslim.
Can I respond to that? Because I get this argument all the time. Asgeti, 1 second, brother. Asgeti, 1 second, please. And let me just answer, yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. Arabs definitely do need to be held accountable for the injustices that happen in that time and recognize. Yeah, and also recognize, because unfortunately, a lot of Arabs are not actually taught their full history, especially people in North Africa. A lot of North Africans class themselves as Arabs when actually ethnically they're Amazigh, and they don't know that. Yeah, and a lot of North Africans also don't recognize that black people are the indigenous people of Algeria, Morocco, and they believe that no, we're all fair-skinned and black people have nothing to do with us. And so it's also re-educating these people about their history, about who they are, and what involvement that they had in the enslavement of black people. Second of all, with the Arab slave trade,
what effect has it got today?
But let me just finish the point. Let me just finish the point, Asgeti. Yeah. With the Arabs, yeah. The difference that I would make between the Arab slave trade and the European slave trade is, with the European slave trade, they systematically targeted black people because they believed them to be inhumane, and they used social sciences to back that claim. You know, they used to compare the skulls, a European skull to an African skull. Yes, and they use religion, but you know, at the age of Darwin at the time, they had further justification scientifically to say that these people were not human. When it comes to the Arab slave trade, yes, they enslaved black people, but you have to understand they enslaved everybody. They enslaved white people. They enslaved Arabs themselves. That was the system at the time.
Hold on. Gabriel, write that shit down, you dumb prick. Write that shit down. You just dumb, bro, Gabriel. Write that shit down, Gabriel. Because you know what? You like to not hearing things when it comes to the point. You don't like to hear things when it comes to the point. So write that shit down. And all of you people, write it down, bro. You bunch of sellouts.
Answer one question. Let me answer one question.
You come in here with a name like Mr. White and want to talk about Africa, bro. Go change your fucking name. Get some self-respect, man.
One thing.
Fucking Mr. White, man. Jonathan White, fam. Jonathan Smith, man.
All right. Okay. So, what effect that is have today? Well, one thing is that today in Arab countries, slavery with black people still hasn't been abolished. If you go to Mauritania, if you go to Libya, if you go to Saudi Arabia, there's still black people being enslaved today. What are you doing about that? Why are you going to tell your brothers, don't stop enslaving us? When are you going to do that?
Hold on. Oh, let me ask you a question. What are you doing about
Definitely,
you,
there
the
is
white?
slavery happening. There's Aske, I think he's asking me.
And I'm gonna cut it. I'm gonna cut. Yeah.
Unfortunately, slavery to this day is happening all over. You know, you have human trafficking, you have sex slavery, you have child slavery, you have all forms of slavery. So you know, I'm against all forms of slavery. You understand? So, and I have been speaking to many Arabs, and I'm against any Arab, any person enslaving anybody. Do you understand? So yes,
Gabriel,
we have to do that work.
France? What are you doing for your country, France, enslaving and exploiting Africa today, taking all the wealth of Africa, 15 country, you white boy? What are you doing for that nation? You know, your Christian nation, France, that still signed the agreement saying we will never leave Africa. What are you doing against those people in France? Your leaders, that man, you know, that your father took the name of and named his son after a slave master. What are you doing about that? You can acknowledge it's be stupid, innit? But you
Abu
win with
Bakr was a slave master.
You need
Abu
to
Bakr had slaves.
because no matter what you say, you're not changing history. No matter what you say or your religion, you're not changing the historical status of what's happened. So you can rant and rave all you want, but again, if you don't know your own historical past far back enough, you will have the same colonized mind that you're accusing others of having.
We will never colonize to that level, bro. We will never. Only for like 30 years, we colonize.
When it comes to the Arab situation, brother, that's why even under your religious faith, they're not going to identify you as the same as them. You're not the same, bro. Even under God, you're not called the same.
No, he is. You can't say that because maybe you don't know Islam. You can't say Islam. Excuse me. You can't say that because he's a black man. He's under me Islam. That's not the faith.
Okay, my question was like this.
Wait, ask Gay, brother, please, ask Gay, please, bro. It's hard to hear, bro. I'm trying to have a conversation, brother, please.
You gotta stop that fallacy. Look,
okay, so what do you mean that he's not the same? Is it because of his skin color? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm talking about. What are we talking about?
Okay.
We're talking about
all right, brother. You do know, yeah, that the majority, the top 5 Muslim countries in the world, yeah, are not Arab. Listen, there are more Muslims in Nigeria than there are in Palestine. The top 5 Muslim countries, the top 3 are Asian countries. Yeah, Pakistan, India, and I think no, bro, because you can't say that. You can't sit here and say
1200 years of slavery. This is where we got to go because again, we're talking about 400 years.
Okay, but you do realize a very prominent tenant, brother. You know, there's a prominent tenant.
Hold on, my dear. My man who was ranting and raving was very clear to identify that he understands the knock-on effect from his grandfather to his father to him. So, and that's just on a 400 years. So let's amplify that 1200 and stop being naive when we're talking about why there's so many Muslims, why it's so permutated into Africa, why there's so many people that are like him who are not in tune with what's really good, who don't even know the history of themselves, like you stated. So again, you can't say on one hand it's great over here, but no, it's bad over here.
Okay, can I respond? Yeah, so basically, you have Islam, the faith, yeah, and you have Muslims, the people. Now, we believe as Muslims that the Quran is set in stone, is perfect. We agree with it. But there are Muslims who will go against the teachings of the Quran, who would act in an act of hypocrisy. So if the Quran clearly says to you, don't be racist, and somebody's racist, we can't blame Islam for that. We blame the person for that. Because one of the most prominent sayings in Islam directly from the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said that a white man is no better than a black man is no better than a white man, an Arab is no better than a non-Arab, and non-Arab is no better than an Arab except for good deeds and piety. This is a very prominent tenet, and we're supposed to live by that tenet. So if we see, I'm not going to deny that there's not racist Arabs that view themselves as if they're superior to people, which they shouldn't be doing. That's the arrogance and that's the bad apples within our community that we have to deal with. But if you look at the Muslim community in a whole, Yeah, it's the Asians. They're the majority of Muslims. They're the ones that are more representing us. Even here in the West, in England, for instance, the majority of Muslims that you will see come from Asia. They're not from
I'm
Arabia.
sorry, Davida, but like you're not talking about the main subject, which is Saudi Arabia and the influences it has on the rest of the Muslims.
Saudi Arabia is a brother. Saudi Arabia is oppressive. They oppress women. They oppress black people. They oppress the poor. Saudi Arabia as a whole is an oppressive regime, even to their own people. Okay.
Land of Muslims, and they hold the money, so they will fund people in Africa to go and oppress and create movements.
So we had this conversation before, bro. Yeah, in Libya, the people that are being sold, who are they getting sold by? There's a two-way street to this. It's the buyer and the seller, and what you'll find is the seller is their own people trafficking their own folks. They're capitalizing off their own people. So let's not start. So you have to take responsibility here.
Hold on, listen. We had Black Lives Matter and that. Yeah, we had Black Lives Matter. Black people realized we should unite and that. We're being quiet. We're respecting each other. We're looking at for the goals of what we need as a unity to bring to the continent. But what happened after this shit cooled down? Straight away on the attack of the Muslims, innit? You man think we stupid, innit? You man think we're gonna forgive you. You man think we can't defeat you, innit? Yeah, so this is what's gonna happen, you know. Like it happened before. We are the majority today in Africa. We are the majority in Africa. And you man is shit. And the enemy to us just like the white people.
This is the real question that man have to know.
Really true reality of how who you are. You just like the fucking racist piece of shit white man. Because we never left this culture behind. We accepted to take Islam. You accepted to take, bro.
Why are they both sharing this
Somalis are one of the fucking oldest traditional Islamic people, because we accepted Islam, one of the first people. It was one of the first Muslims in Somalia. You man, yeah, you man, with the name like Mr. White and that, want to come and put fire on Muslims. After doing this Black Lives Matter and all that, this time you ain't gonna get nowhere, bro. And that is for black people like you. I'd rather destroy and put a nuclear bomb on the continent of Africa than fucking uniting with people like you.
If you had a new
I'm Muslim. But this is the reason people hate you, man. This is the reason the British Empire took over your people. You know what I'm saying? You're dumb people. And you're gonna keep getting colonized. You are gonna keep getting enslaved. But
we are the children of
You're the children of the young. You're the children of the you ain't shit for us, man.
Africa.
Can you be quiet, please, bro? Be quiet.
We'll be
do you want to be quiet?
We're moving right
What happened? They took over your whole fucking
fatherland. Yeah.
Yeah, bro. You can say it, bro. Enemies you have next to you, they hate us with a passion. So we put our head up.
To see the unification.
That's what they think. But they keep forgetting. We are the majority of the country.
This is dumbness.
Mr. Jonathan Flo wants to come down and talk to me. Bro,
you stop
your people and white privilege that you against people, yeah, are still in effect today. The continent of Africa today, the British and the France and those people you came
we are the children of the African. Whoa, Africa unite.
Africa, you might want to be nice one day, and then one day you want to start attacking. That's who you are. Your nature is like that. Hate for you have for the Muslims. What's going on? You man are the biggest Islamophobe. You're even the worst than white people. Worse than white people, you know.
Before God and man.
No man trust you, man.
To see the unification of all African. As it's been said already, now let it be done.
I tell you who we are under the sun. We are the children of the African. We are the children of the Iron Man. The Africa unite. Africa unite, yes. 'Cause your children wanna go home now. The Africa unite.
That was great. But the question remains, how can we unite with people that put their religion in front of our political project?
Change your name, you motherfucker. Go change your name first. Before you talk
Hey,
about
did you
shit
know
like that.
Yo.
Yes,
Abu
mate. I'm
Bakr
gonna take
owned
your
black
face,
slaves? Abu
son
Bakr
of a bitch,
owned
man.
black slaves.
Bruce Abu Bakr is the
He was
monster,
a
innit? He's the one
companion.
who found America.
He was
You bitch,
a
boy.
companion.
Bitch, boy.
A
Yeah, man.
companion
You
of
listen,
Muhammad,
bro.
and he
You,
owned black slaves.
why do you come on the bad thing, mate? You are France, man. You from France. Gabriel. What kind of fucking name is
Hey,
that?
yo.
Gabriel.
Asketti, can I ask you a
You're
question?
France.
So,
Mate, you're from France, bro.
in regards to like what Gabriel said, if in order to have peace amongst Africa, prosperity in Africa, and everything that you have said before, you want economic freedom for Africa, etc., if that meant removing your religious ideologies or agreements, would you accept it?
Can I say something, bro? Respect. If you give me a minute to talk, yeah? Like I
Oh
was
no, I've
saying,
asked you a question.
when this, hold on.
You answer the
When these
question, man.
empires was there, when this empire was there, you
Oh
think
my
anybody
lord.
was poor? Was anybody poor, bro?
Yes,
So when you talk
people were
about economic
poor.
freedom, it's
But
only
as I
those
said, as
savage,
I asked you, if it
not the Muslim
means
people.
getting rid of your
Listen,
religious ideology, would you do it?
no,
Okay, so
no,
your
no.
religion means
Because
more than your people to you.
that's not the reason. That is no, no way, no way. Because that's not the reason for anything. That's something called Sharia, and Sharia makes sure every child
I have a question.
will eat. You know,
I have a question. If you have to choose between your ummah
will eat.
and
That's
Africa, would you choose? If you
That's
have to
the
choose
meaning of
between,
Sharia. They were jealous of us because we had these people. When you put the law upon, you know, because tell me something like that. You're the son of the devil. First of all, no, I'm just telling you how it is, bro. I'll tell you exactly how it is. Because you man think you can bully your way in and like try to make our culture like a westernized culture. It's not gonna work like that. Don't have to name Mr. Jon Snow and Mr. White. That we don't pass those names to our children. It's impossible.
Yeah, but
So
you got an
when
Arab
you
name. You got
24
an Arab
hours,
name.
but Arab is a chosen. We chose Muslim. Nobody forced us
No, but
or
you got an
enslaved
Arab
us to
name.
become
So it's not
Muslims.
your name. It's not an
Listen,
African name.
but nobody forced us, and it's not Arab name, bro. It could
It is an
Ahmed
Arab
could
name.
be. Ahmed is a name they use in the Kemet as well. These Arab names
Ahmed
they've
is
been
not a
using in
Kemetic
Egypt.
name.
They've been using it in Egypt, bro. All these
So
names they've been
because it's
using
used
it,
in Egypt
and our
now,
brothers and
Egypt is run by
sisters
Arabs.
in Morocco and Algeria and that
Morocco is run by
they've been in
Arabs.
Africa
Algeria
for
run by
thousands of
Arabs.
years. So they've been there for thousands of years. They're African just
Zubaydah
like
is an
us.
Ahmadi
No, they're
name,
not just
actually.
like us.
You know,
They're
Zubaydah
Arabs.
is an Ahmadi name. It's not Arab name. So
They don't care, bro. They don't care. What it is,
my
Zubaydah. Look,
sister's
Zabida.
called
That's
Sarah.
fine,
That's
but
a biblical name.
I'm talking
these
about
One of
your
my
man's
name.
sisters called
imagine,
Miriam. Miriam is
It's
also
about
a
other
biblical
people's
name.
names.
so hold on.
imagine
Abu
we
Bakr is
representing
not an
France.
Arab name. Abu Bakr is not an Arab name. Well, I've learned
It was
something.
not an Arab name, and even if it was an Arab name, he chose to become Muslim. And what happened? He was his brother and him were the richest people in the continent Africa. Even to today, this guy is the first man who founded America. He took 2,000 ships and found America. What do you man do? You man didn't do shit than bringing colonizing into the continent. That's all you did, you know. And second thing is like Zubida, let me just warn you of something. You see, after this Black Lives Matter, we were screaming, let's unite and that. Today, yeah, they only talk about Muslim. That's how much they hate us, and they expect us to be on their side and diss the Muslims and say yeah, it was true and that. We're not dumb like you, bruv. We're not dumb like you, and you're never gonna get away with that shit. Think we're dumb. Before you wanted to unite over Black Lives Matter, but then straight away after follow them, Tommy Robertson on them, and so much like
this
Tommy
is one
Robertson.
thing Asgeti though, yeah. Let me say one thing, yeah. I kind of agree with Asgeti in a sense. So what I find is a lot of black Muslims, they get backlash from the in-house Muslim community, but they also get backlash from the black community as well. How many times have I heard black people telling black Muslims, you're just an Arab slave, you're a sellout, you lost your identity and your culture, as if these black Muslims didn't have a choice, as if these black Muslims are not independent in their thinking and that they're constantly being controlled. And like Somalia was Muslim before North Africa was Muslim. We speak about Mansa Musa,
Yeah, but
many African black Muslims who upheld the religion and continued the legacy and were the cause of the spread of Islam. Even to this day.
Zabida,
Yeah,
why?
sorry.
Don't forget the Fulanis. Don't forget the Fulanis as well. The Fulanis.
Asgeti, be quiet. Why was Somalia and Punt and the other kingdoms down at the southern eastern parts of Africa, why were they Muslim?
Can I say it as a Somali? We followed the Kemet before.
Ask Zabida.
Because bro. Okay, go on.
Well, I'm asking them.
That's the thing. From my understanding, and I would like Asgati to answer because I don't know a lot, but where Somalia is, it's just across the sea is Yemen, which obviously is very close to Saudi Arabia. So obviously there was an interaction, yeah. And with Somalia, what I find is they are 100% Muslim. Like they are very
It wasn't
much
an interaction. An interaction is civilized. It was an invasion. An invasion by Arab colonizers. But
No. Start again. Zabida, go ahead. This guy's a liar. This is what they do best. Let me come in.
Asgate, to be fair, you're Somali. You can answer the question, bro.
Okay,
I don't know.
Sahaba came in. The Sahabas was running from the Arab people, yeah? And some of the seek refuge, in Abyssinia, right? At that time, there wasn't called Ethiopia and Somalia, this and that. We were just called Abyssinia. So the king, they welcome on the land. The land, where they built our first mosque, the Sahabas, was on the Somalia, it was in Somalia. So we accepted the religious first, because before all of this, we always believed in one God, But we believe in this Kemet stuff. That's why the Egyptians themselves called us the land of the kings, because we were pharaohs, in Egypt at that time. But they were never they were like a bunch shit on Somalis. But we were involved in building the empire of Egypt, We, the brothers, because we were all one people, you know what I mean? But humans, what have you ever done, bro? What have you ever done? What proud history have you got other than catching slaves and, sending slaves and, catching the Muslim slaves, just because they're Muslim and black and try to give it to the white man? What proud history have we got? So, like, Zabida was saying, we accepted Islam from early and we just followed like that. And today we are more.
Yeah, because that's the thing, Raheem. A lot of people that accept, Islam has spread far and wide, to places like Indonesia, Philippines, Africa, even parts of Europe, because there was people who generally, from their hearts, accepted and believed in the message. And the biggest proof of that is what's happening in 2020. You have English folk, who've never been to prison, like we always use this excuse, they converted in prison. No, they literally were intrigued, done their research, were inspired, and became Muslim. And they're here in the West. Yeah, people like Jordan M, who was part of the right wing, he's here in Britain. No one's holding a gun to his head. He can do what the hell he wants, but he chose willingly, without any coercion, without any force, to convert to Islam. And we see that across the board, 2020. Yeah, so there must be an element of something that people are willing to accept and embrace.
Can I just add something quickly? And
no. Let me finish.
What I'm trying to say.
You can add on. Let me respond to it, and you can add on. So while yes, in the modern day, people can make their choices based on knowledge and based on their several external factors which contribute to everyone's opinions. In those days, that wasn't really the case. There's in history, the proof is in that there was the Arab invasion, which came from across the sea of Ethiopia and the Kingdom of Kush, spread Islam into Punt and Somalia and the surrounding kingdoms, and that's how Islam got there. Not through someone turning around and going to a place and saying, "Here, learn about this and tell me if you enjoy it." It was systematically put into place the same way every other religion during that period in time, from Christianity to Hinduism, was put in, and that was by force.
Okay, can I ask you a question then, bro? Yeah.
Tell them the story about the Sahabas, because they will never accept the story of the Sahaba.
I was going to ask him that. I was getting, yeah, when the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, first received his prophethood, right? He didn't force people to become Muslim. You know, a lot of the Sahaba were just generally listening to what he had to say, you know, and that's how Islam grew. And the only battles that they had to fight in-house was obviously from the Quraysh, who were fighting with the Prophet. But during his early prophethood, he was just simply speaking, warning people, yeah, and people were generally intrigued, and he started to gain many followers. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, we can't
did he have?
hide from the fact that yes, there was a colonization and invasion, you know, but there's still a lot to learn, because even when Islam came to North Africa, you know, you speak about an invasion, the people that came into North Africa were only in their thousands, and I'm not speaking about 100 or 20,000. I think, what was it, the Sahaba that came to Egypt, how many did they come? 5,000 people, you know what I'm saying, came into Egypt. Are you telling me the whole of Egypt, yeah, in their millions, just willingly surrendered to 5,000 Muslims, bro? It's much deeper than that.
5,000 people is the size of an army.
What, for a million people? A million people can't overthrow 5,000 people. The Kemets couldn't do that.
Well, depends on the population.
Wait.
Because you know what? We don't get colonized like you did by the British people. No 5,000 people could come and take over a country like Somalia. Never. So that's the reality.
I have one last point, yeah. I think I'm gonna go, yeah. Sorry, Gabs, yeah. I just wanted to say one point to Raheem, yeah. Wait, can I just say one more point, yeah? For instance, Algeria, how Islam came into Algeria. We have to understand, yeah, is Islam and a lot of the previous beliefs, they have something common, which you call the, you know, Tawheed, believe in a God, and especially the culture was very similar, because remember, they're both nomadic people. So that's why the Berbers, there was two splits. There was a huge resistance from the Berbers, but there were also people that embraced it very quickly, because there were so many commonalities and similarities between the culture and between the way of life, because these people are nomadic people. There is an exchange of stories, an exchange of different interpretations and perceptions of God. And it was appealing to some people. Do you understand? And I'm not here trying to glorify the thing and try to make it out like it's all fairies and roses, but that's also an aspect of the truth as well, which people don't want to speak about. Yeah, you can speak about the gory and the horrifying stuff, but no one ever wants to speak about the liberating and the positive and the inspirational stuff that also happened through our history.
Yeah, because you're only as good as your last fuck up.
Oh, come on, mate. Come on.
No, be serious. No one's going to pay attention to the amount you've done for the world.
That's funny.
Black people.
Can I just say it?
Black people have done countless things for work. We introduced science. We introduced how to bloody wash your hands to prevent sickness. Yet we don't get credit for that, because you're only as bad as your last fuck up. So they focus on us killing each other in the streets of London or robbing people, and therefore
but that's why you got people like me and many others that are trying to change the narrative. That's why we come here and we debate and we speak, because you know we've done our research too, and we're here to dismantle the narrative and the slander, because you know they want to make us out to be X, Y, and Z, but they never want to be balanced in what they're trying to say. And I do be balanced, because I do admit and I recognize and I do speak about the injustices. I'm not going to sit here and blindly lie to people. I'm not going to do that, bro. But at the same time, you know.
All right, Ewa. Firstly, it's necessary to note that at the time of the Arab invasion, Kemet was no longer Kemet. It was under Roman rule, and there was a whole heap of destabilization in the Roman Empire, and which is why it was so easily defeated. That's not to say that there were no black people there, because there were. But certainly the rulership was no longer black, in Kemet at that time. That's one thing. Second thing, I believe that the conversation started talking about the Arab invasion. I don't necessarily consider talking about the Arab invasion an attack against Islam, although I don't think you can, divorce.
Shaka, let me just be honest. It's not too much you. It's not too much you. It's these other people, bro. They're always attacking Islam, innit? And that's what fucking pisses me off, bro.
I'm not really interested.
Sakura, 2 minutes ago, he was calling
No one attacked Islam.
devil worshippers.
One second, please.
He said voodoo is devil worshippers.
I've got more fire, bro. I've got more fire. How about that? I've given got more fire. And you, France, man, you should need to fucking change your fucking name before you talk shit.
Because I'm not really in all that stuff, yeah, all that argument business, right? But I'm just saying that I don't think you can particularly separate the Islamic expansion from the Arab invasion into Africa. I'm not sure that's a clean distinction to make in any more that you could divorce Christian expansion from colonialism in Africa. I don't think you could really divorce the two. So I do get why it gets people's back up. I think that the issue of the Arab invasion and enslavement and colonization of African people is a serious issue, and one that needs to be explored properly. I don't see why they need to be protected. I think or defended in any way, shape, or form. At the same time, I do have a thing about that being brought up in order to what about the Arabs when people talk about the Europeans. Like, to me, I don't what about the Arabs when discussing the Europeans, and I don't what about the Europeans when discussing the Arabs. It's nonsense. Like, you know
what it is, Shakara. You know what it is. It's their culture, bro. It's the culture.
Yeah.
You embrace your culture, bro. You go back to the African culture. But these dickheads here, you know, they even before this, they're acting like, you know, we should unite under the Black Lives Matter and all of this. So as soon as it's cool down, it's like, you know, let's join Tommy Robinson and attack on Islam. Let's go back on that. That's what he does best. And that's what they do the best, mate. They hate us with passion. They don't know. We know this from time. You've been trying to war us for centuries, bro. And this is nothing new to us, you know. We ready for you like we ready for you back in the days, bro. We ready for you like we ready for you back in the days.
I want you to address one comment that he made. He said that before the Muslims came, we were voodoo worshippers, devil worshippers.
Yeah, I heard it.
All right. So I would like you to
Yes, the people in Benin. Yes, the people in Benin. Yes, the kingdom of Benin was I don't know about sacrificing, but he was killing his own people. People were getting raped. There was no law. While you know was jealous over the brothers over in Tanzania and the rest of Africa who had Sharia law over there. Mombasa and them like Sharia law. Everybody has had food in their place.
You have to appreciate how you sound defending Arabs and accusing other Africans of being rapers of their own daughters whilst defending the Arabs. It sounds like a contradiction.
I do know, bro, but you know what it is, bro. I'm angry over people attacking Muslims, innit? Me, I'm a Muslim. We freed the people we freed our brothers, the Swahili people. The Bantus like anyone else, yeah? We didn't look at them as being Arab or looking like us. We freed them from the colonization in the 1580s from the Portuguese that these people brought in. So we've been fighting for the continent. We in 72 we trained the freedom fighters of South Africa. 72 we were defending the airspace all over Africa.
It would also be true to say that the Arabs raped enough women, in Africa. It would also be true.
It is possible.
It would also be true to say that the Moroccans, what's it called? Collaborated with the British and the Spanish, to invade and destroy the Songhai Empire. It would also be true to say that the Queen at the time funded the Moroccans with arms, and the Spanish actually sent, or was it the Portuguese? No, the Spanish.
Portuguese.
Are you sure? Because
brother, can I say something? Yeah, you see, when it comes to the Muslim people in Africa, Somalis,
to the point whereby the first army that was sent into Songhai, the actual language of the army was Portuguese. Yeah, it was, but it was under the Moroccan.
Because they're settled down, bro. They're already settled down.
You get me? My point is that there's no doubt about what has gone on in the history. I don't see why they need to be defended to such.
Shakara, can I ask you a question, brother? With respect and that. What do you think of, we as a black community, before this, we acknowledge the problem we as a black people have, and we try to act like we were united for the last 3 months, Now, these same people don't even want to talk about Black Lives Matter no more. They don't want to talk about, even when you talk about exploitation of Africa, they try to distance themselves because they still have ties with the colonizers. When you come from France and you have a name like Gabriel, yeah, you have sold yourself. That's it. You shouldn't even talk about Africa because you talk about Islam, you talk about the black people, the Muslims, and this and that, but you will never acknowledge what France is doing to Africa today, neocolonialism of today. You will never acknowledge that because you are defending those people. They're your real brothers. They're your bloodlines of today. These are the people you belong to, innit?
Tell me,
someone like you want to come and attack Muslims.
Wait.
Muslims is 24/7.
Wait. Let's ask
okay.
Askeri, just hold on. Let's ask Shakura. Is there any difference between a guy named Abu Bakr and a guy named Gabriel in respect?
I don't consider Arabic to be any more of an African language than English.
Yeah. So point is made. 1 point for me.
I personally don't. Now, the issue is, and the funny thing is, this is an interesting point, right? Because some people call them Muslim names. I would say, well, they're not Muslim names; they're just Arabic names. Yeah, and then you get that debate that goes on. What I'm saying, depending on what it is. But the reality is that in both instances, and I've even heard Somali brothers and sisters talk about this at Speaker's Corner. One time, I remember being in Somali Corner once, and they were talking. Uncle Danjuma was there as well, and they were talking about how there's a thing whereby Arabic names are considered to be superior, to the indigenous Somali names, in certain respects, and so some of the brothers that were there, I don't recall any sisters being there at this particular circle, were affirming that and saying, we should really kind of affirm our Somali names. We got a lot of beautiful names in our own language, and a lot of them, some of them were saying a lot of them, are basically not haram in it. Like they give praises to the one God, blah 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 blah. So I would encourage that. I would encourage all Africans to discard foreign names and reclaim African names to some degree.
I fully respect that, and it is true. But some of us, bro, you have to understand, some of us, like me as a Somali, I don't even know what name we had before Islam came to the continent, right? So it's quite hard. When I hear names, hold on. When I hear names like, Shakara knows these names like Hamza and Shamake and these kind of names, I always thought the indigenous name to Somalia. So I always thought Hamza, that was even that was a Sahaba with the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, His name was Hamza, but I always thought that was indigenous name of Hamza in Somalia as well, which I still believe today.
I'll tell you something to ask you, because I've asked, and it's difficult to get. There's actually a good video online about Somali culture prior to Islam. It gives some good information, but it's difficult for brothers and sisters I find from Somalia to talk about to give knowledge or information on their pre-Islamic society, and that should say something like. We live in England, innit? And it's a Christianized nation, but they don't have a problem telling you about what they were before they were Christian. This is what I'm saying. So I think it should say something, the extent to which we can talk about what our cultures were. You know what I'm saying?
And that's what I was saying earlier, Shakura, if you remember. When Islam comes, it erases everything. It erases everything. It's like it wipes out the culture that was before it to a degree where people disrespect and shit on that culture. The relationship between Christian culture.
I agree with you to an extent. I'm just saying that I think that the Europeans had different tactics. I don't think they were any less devastating.
Yeah. But we're talking about that specific tactic, right? And how and the effect that it has, right? The Christians have a lot more tolerance towards the previous culture.
You said